Chapter 1, Super All-Powerful Shared Mail God System. Shanghai, Suburbs, Fugui Building, Rental House, Room 702. Zhang Fan lay on the sofa, drinking 56-degree erguatu and reciting a farewell poem.
He is heartbroken.
Yes, I'm heartbroken again. While in school, he had 99 girlfriends.
However, each relationship lasted no more than a month.
Is he a playboy?
No.
Rather, his predecessors looked down on him. He has no money, no height, and no good looks, commonly known as a 3-no person, so the girls dumped him.
Today is the annual Valentine's Day.
He prepared roses, a camping tent, and Durex, ready to have a romantic time in the wild with his girlfriend. However, he never expected that after he and his girlfriend finished eating a plate of fried rice noodles on the roadside, his girlfriend would break up with him.
He couldn't figure it out. Was the fried rice noodles not tasty? Or is there no such thing as pure love in this world? Does all love have to be based on appearance, height, and money? Ding! System unlocked successfully, system binding in progress. 5%, 15%, 30%, 60%, 90%, 100%. Binding successful, the super all-powerful shared mail God system is enabled.
Suddenly, at this moment, a cold system prompt sounded in my mind.
What? Super all-powerful shared mail God system? Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Doesn't he even have a girlfriend, and yet he wants to be an all-around shared mail god? It's really a daydream.
Host, don't be sad or upset. The super all-powerful shared mail God system will definitely make the host change his mind and make a new one, realize his life ideals, marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reach the peak of his life.
Marrying a white, rich and beautiful woman and reaching the pinnacle of life? Even novels don't dare to write about it like this?
Zhang Fan felt bitter inside, then he took a puff of cigarette, a sip of wine, and became drunk and dreamlike, with boundless magical powers. In order to strengthen the host's faith, the system takes the first order for the host.
With my looks, I can't even receive customers, so how can I accept orders? Zhang Fan couldn't help but laugh at himself.
At this moment, a series of cold reminder sounds suddenly rang in my mind. The host's skeleton transformation was successful, and his height is soaring.
The host's appearance has been transformed successfully, and his appearance is soaring.
The host's voice transformation was successful, and his voice is soaring. The host's Rin and Du meridians have been transformed successfully, and his combat power is soaring.
Transformation completed, the host is waking up.
In an instant, Zhang Fan sobered up, as if he had not drunk any alcohol.
I'm awake. I'm really awake. Could it be that the super all-powerful shared mail god system is real?
Zhang Fan was stunned for a moment, then jumped up from the sofa and rushed to the mirror.
Fuck. Is this me? Looking at himself in the mirror, Zhang Fan couldn't believe his eyes. Because, so handsome.
He is 1.8 meters tall, with solid muscles, a perfect figure, a straight body, sexy lips, a strong nose bridge, and a pair of bright big eyes, like a shining star. Compared to his past self, he is like two different people.
Isn't this a dream?
Zhang Fan felt like he was in a dream, and then he pinched his body hard, and suddenly, he felt a sharp pain. All the signs were telling him that this was not a dream.
Holy shit! It's actually true.
No, the system just received an order.
Do you want me to pick up the customer?
With good looks and figure, right after the transformation, she is forced to receive customers.
It turns out there is no free lunch in the world.
Host, don't worry. Although this system is not free to bind, it will not force the host to do anything illegal. The system aims to help the host become more handsome and stronger, so that the host can be favored by goddesses all over the world, and gain endless wealth and power. When awake, hold the power of the world. When drunk, lie on the lap of a beauty.
Are you serious?
Zhang Fan opened his eyes wide, a look of disbelief on his face. Of course. As long as the host accepts the order, during the rental period of the goddess, no matter what the goddess asks, the system will tailor it for the host and give him the corresponding ability. And, for every order completed, as long as the host gets a 5-star rating from the goddess, the system will give the host a cash reward of 100 million and a chance to win a lottery.
How many? 100 million. Fuck. Zhang Fan almost fainted.
Not only did he get the favor of the goddess, but he also received a reward of 100 million in cash.
It was simply too cool. However, this system is not completely free and has certain restrictions on the host.
What restrictions? For the sake of system self-protection, to bind to the system, the host needs to accept orders at least 1,000 times. If the host refuses to accept orders, the system will deprive the host of everything, including life.
I agree. Jiang Fan nodded repeatedly. It's just a matter of 1,000 orders. Completing 1,000 orders is equivalent to earning 100 billion. He would be more than happy to have such a good thing. How could he refuse it? Ding! The goddess has placed the order successfully, please check it.
At this moment, a cold reminder sound suddenly rang in his mind, and the figure of a stunningly beautiful woman appeared in his mind.
At the same time, in Magic City, Jinjiang District. KTV party? What KTV party? Is your boyfriend's birthday today? I was wondering why he suddenly had a KTV party.
In the living room of room 2, 28th floor, Building A, Country Garden Community, Jinjiang District, flight attendant Han Xinbei is video chatting with her best friend Chu Menghan on her mobile phone. She is tall and beautiful, and she joined an airline as a flight attendant right after graduation.
Ah! What did you say? You have to bring your boyfriend on Valentine's Day? Do Hanmei and Oyuechi will also be brought? Are they going to have a wild fight in the dark? Are you kidding me? How could this goddess, who is so beautiful, not have a boyfriend? Okay, whoever doesn't bring it is a turtle. Han Xinbei quickly hung up the video, her heart trembling.
On Valentine's Day, she brought her boyfriend to a cubby tea party and had sex outdoors in the night, but the problem is, she is single. Although there are countless men pursuing her in the Magic City, her vision is so sharp that she would never be interested in ordinary men. But, the words have been spoken, you can't just find any man to spend Valentine's Day with and have sex outdoors. At this moment, a cold reminder sounded on the phone screen.
Are you still worried about being single during the holidays? Are you still envious of your friends who go out in pairs? Are you still troubled by the chattering of your elders at home?
Click to order the perfect man, professionally solve your unspeakable secrets. Appearance guaranteed, good quality and low price, good value for money, economical and affordable. You can't afford to suffer a loss, you can't afford to be deceived, you can't afford to be cheated.
It can be used like this, or like this. There are many ways to use it. You can match it as you like. It is free and changeable. It will definitely suit your taste. Fuck. Can you play like this? Han Xinbei looked at the information on the screen. Although she didn't know whether it was true or not, she clicked on it out of curiosity. Please confirm your order requirements. Your standard for a perfect man. Rental time. Rental location. Lease period. Han Xinbei looked at the message on the screen, thought carefully for a moment, and recorded it. Chapter 2, could it be that you found an ugly monster and are too embarrassed to bring him out? Bite.
At the moment when the stewardess goddess Han Xinbei placed the order, a virtual screen appeared in Jiang Fan's mind.
Goddess, Han Xinbei. Occupation, stewardess. Age, 20 years old. Order requirements, good figure, good looks, nice voice, able to protect the goddess. Rental time, 7 o'clock tonight. Rental location, Supreme Entertainment KTV. Rental period, 1 night. Fuck. Stewardess. Jiang Fan looked at the message on the virtual screen in his mind and felt ecstatic. The first order is the stewardess goddess, it's really wonderful. Before binding the system, the stewardess was such a high and mighty existence in his heart, but he never imagined that one day he would have a date with a stewardess. It was just like a dream. Then, he took a deep breath, calmed his passionate mood, slowly walked into the bathroom, took a hot bath, changed into a set of clean clothes, and went out happily. As soon as I walked out of the room, I happened to meet my female neighbor next door who had just returned from get off work. The female neighbor next door is a newly married young woman. She works as a clerk in a company in Shanghai. She has a pretty face and is a typical gentle lady. More than once, he lay in bed fantasizing about having a wonderful encounter with this beautiful young female neighbor, but the young female neighbor never even looked at him. Today, the young female neighbor was walking and playing with her cell phone when she bumped into him for no apparent reason. Ah! The young woman screamed and then looked at Jiang Fan's face. It would have been fine if there hadn't been a collision, but this collision made the young woman's heart bloom. Wow! So handsome. I never thought there would be such a good-looking and handsome man in the world. Looking at him, my heart couldn't help but beat wildly.
The young female neighbor looked at Jiang Fan's handsome, breathtaking, and fascinating face, and it was as if she was shot by an arrow of Cupid. "Are you okay?" Looking at the obsessed look on the face of the young female neighbor, with her saliva almost flowing out, Jiang Fan asked softly. "No. It's okay." Perhaps because she was nervous, the young female neighbor couldn't speak clearly. "Oh. I'm glad you're okay." Jiang Fan smiled gently. Although it was just a glance, he finally realized how lethal a weapon having an extremely handsome face is to women. An arrow pierces the heart, that's probably what it means. In the past, he didn't even dare to think about such a scene. Then, feeling the earnest gaze in the young woman's beautiful eyes, he smiled slightly and slowly walked down the stairs. It was not until he walked out of the young woman's sight that she came to her senses, but Jiang Fan's handsome figure was still in her mind. Walking on the streets of Magic City. Jiang Fan had never enjoyed this before. It turns out that being favored and envied by beautiful women is so wonderful. He was just walking casually on the street, but the beautiful girls passing by on the street couldn't help but cast colorful glances at him. Wow! So handsome. Is he a celebrity? Otherwise, how could he be so handsome? I'm so lucky today. I actually met such a handsome guy. He's such a beauty to behold. The girls' hearts were pounding as they looked at Jiang Fan's handsome figure. Today happened to be Valentine's Day. The girls all put on beautiful makeup and held hands with their boyfriends in a romantic way. However, after seeing Jiang Fan, they suddenly felt that their boyfriends were not attractive anymore. Jiang Fan smiled indifferently. After all, after his appearance changed, his mentality also quietly changed. In the past, he never dared to dream about it, but from now on, he will have to learn to adapt slowly. Magic City, Jinjiang District, Supreme Entertainment KTV. 7 p.m. A group of beautiful, tall, and fashionable stewardesses came to the KTV. Today is Valentine's Day. It's the birthday of my best friend's boyfriend again, so a group of stunningly beautiful stewardesses made an appointment to have a great time at KTV. I have to say, flight attendants are different. No matter in appearance or figure, she is the best among women. Each of them is about 1.7 meters tall, with long, tender and straight legs, perky buttocks, sexy waists, plump breasts, snow-white necks, sexy cherry mouths, neat and white teeth, bright big eyes, and black hair scattered on the shoulders like a waterfall. It's definitely the kind that even men can't stand after seeing it. Shinbei, didn't you say you would bring your boyfriend? Where's your boyfriend? Did he stand you up? In room 666 of Supreme Entertainment KTV, a group of stunningly beautiful stewardesses sat on the sofa, chatting and joking with each other. The person speaking is flight attendant Han Xinbei's best friend Xu Menghan. Today is her boyfriend Jiang Eo's birthday, so she organized her best friends to go out and play together. Why bring your boyfriend along? Compare and show off. They are all stunningly beautiful stewardesses, who wouldn't have vanity? Whose boyfriend is taller? Whose boyfriend is more handsome? Whose boyfriend is more manly? Whose boyfriend is more romantic? These are all things to show off to your girlfriends. How is it possible? How could my boyfriend stand me up? Han Xinbei looked at her best friend, lifted her hair, and spoke calmly. Although she said so, she had no confidence in her heart. Who knows if the perfect man who placed the order is reliable? If she doesn't come, or if she comes and is short, poor, and ugly, she will lose face. However, the words have been spoken, and I can only grit my teeth and hold on. Now she could only pray silently in her heart, hoping that the perfect man she had ordered would be reliable and not stand her up. She didn't need a very handsome guy, just one who wasn't ugly. She would just deal with tonight first. Shinbei, don't lie. If your boyfriend didn't stand you up, why hasn't he come yet? Could it be that your boyfriend is too ugly and you don't dare to bring him out? Another flight attendant, Du Hanmei, looked at Han Xinbei and said with winks to some of her girlfriends. If Han Xinbei found an ugly boyfriend, they would be very happy. After all, Han Xinbei is the most beautiful stewardess of Shanghai International Airlines. In terms of appearance and figure, they are already inferior to her. If Han Xinbei finds an ugly boyfriend, the picture will definitely be beautiful. Yes. Xinbei. You are the most beautiful stewardess of our airline. You won't really find an ugly guy as your boyfriend, will you? Don't stick a beautiful flower in cow dung. Another flight attendant, Oyuechi, also made a joking expression. Although they are all best friends, they would rather see themselves living better than others. This is vanity at work.
Chapter 3: What kind of man can make girls so crazy?
Listening to her best friend's overt and covert ridicule and looking at the smug expressions on their faces, Han Shinbei felt extremely uncomfortable.
Who allowed himself to brag? If she hadn't been bragging for the sake of face, how could she be so embarrassed? Now, whether it's being stood up or an ugly guy coming over, my girlfriends will definitely ridicule me to death. What's more, she has a secret that her best friends don't know.
Several of her bestie's current boyfriends who are flight attendants have all pursued her secretly and confessed their love to her, but unfortunately she didn't like them, so those flight attendants had to settle for the second best and pursue her bestie.
Now, when the boyfriends of her best friends heard that Han Shinbei found an ugly guy as her boyfriend, they were so secretly happy. Give up the flight attendant and date an ugly guy. You deserve it. This kind of mentality may be the revenge mentality after being rejected. Therefore, whether it is the best friend stewardess or the boyfriends of the best friend stewardesses, they all hope that her boyfriend is an ugly man. Preferably one that's extremely ugly. At that time, they will continue to humiliate and ridicule.
Shinbei, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but even if you don't want to find a flight attendant as your boyfriend, don't just pick an ugly guy as your boyfriend.
You are the flower of our company.
Yeah, Shinbei, how can you just pick a boyfriend casually?
Look at us, each of us is handsome, dashing, and suave.
Although we can't compare to celebrities, we are at least 100 or 80 blocks away from ugly guys.
How can you just pick an ugly guy to be your boyfriend?
A group of flight attendants also began to ridicule and mock.
Who said my boyfriend is ugly?
My boyfriend looks like a celebrity, much more handsome than all of you. Han Shinbei glanced at the flight attendants, and she knew what they were thinking at the moment.
If they couldn't get it themselves, they didn't want others to get it. Grapes that can't be eaten are sour. Wow! More handsome than all of us? Shinbei, we are all flight attendants here. Can your boyfriend be more handsome than a flight attendant?
A flight attendant said with disdain.
Of course. How could I, Han Shinbei, possibly find an ugly guy as my boyfriend?
Han Shinbei said proudly. Although she said this, she knew that she was just cheering herself up in her heart.
The only ones who are more handsome than flight attendants are indeed celebrities. How many ordinary people are more handsome than the flight attendant?
Okay, Shinbei, but you said he's more handsome than a celebrity. If he doesn't come, or if he comes and is an ugly guy, I don't know where you'll put your face.
That's right.
You don't need to think before bragging, and you don't need to pay taxes.
Just brag as hard as you can. When you blow the ox out of shape, you will know what embarrassment is.
A group of flight attendants were indignant and filled with righteous indignation.
More handsome than them all? That would be looking down on everyone present. Shinbei, I think you should stop bragging. Look at the time, it's already 7:05 and your boyfriend hasn't come yet. I think you should just be honest. If you don't have a boyfriend, just say it. Why do you have to say you have a boyfriend? That's right. You can't even find a boyfriend, yet you insist on saying that your boyfriend is more handsome than the flight attendant. Who are you looking down on? A group of girlfriends and flight attendants also ridiculed and mocked her.
After all, that sentence "I'm cooler than them all" made a group of flight attendants and stewardesses angry. That's not only disrespecting the flight attendants, but also disrespecting the vision of the flight attendants. Therefore, no matter whether it is the flight attendant or the stewardess, they all want to see Han Shinbei's miserable appearance, and they all want to see what kind of expression Han Shinbei will have when her ugly boyfriend appears in front of everyone. At this time, there was a commotion in the corridor of the KTV.
What's that loud noise outside?
It seems like a certain celebrity has arrived. All the noises are girls screaming.
Celebrities? Celebrities also come to KTV to play? Celebrities are human beings too, they need indulgence and passion too. Besides, today is Valentine's Day, so it's normal to come out and relax. Let's go and see which celebrity is so famous.
A group of flight attendants and stewardesses became curious and walked out of the KTV room and came to the corridor.
As soon as I walked out of the KTV room, I was surprised by the scene in front of me.
A group of beautiful women with slim figures and sexy looks were blocking the corridor of the KTV, surrounding a handsome guy, with screams and hisses coming one after another.
Wow, brother, you're so handsome. Today is Valentine's Day, are you coming out to play? Can I play with you?
Brother, do you have a girlfriend?
I know that a handsome brother like you definitely doesn't have a girlfriend. Today is Valentine's Day, and it's fate that we met. Can I be your girlfriend?
Handsome guy, when I saw you for the first time, I was already intoxicated.
Are you the young master here? What's your number? I want you tonight.
Looking at the dazzling scene in the corridor, a group of flight attendants immediately felt a sour taste in their hearts.
They are all men. Why is this man so popular among beautiful women? The flight attendants were also curious. What kind of man could make girls so crazy? Is he really a star? Even the most beautiful stewardess Han Shinbei is full of curiosity. What kind of man can have such charm?
Surrounded and blocked by a group of beautiful girls, the handsome guy in the middle of the corridor could hardly move and had to move forward step by step. As the handsome guy got closer and closer to the flight attendants finally saw the man's face clearly.
Wow! He's so handsome. So handsome. I actually feel like I'm in love.
If I could have a relationship with such a handsome guy, I would like to hug him every day and drive with him every night.
The flight attendants looked at the man.
His face was one that could make people feel amorous at first sight. She is 1.8 meters tall, with short, smooth black hair slanting on her forehead, sharp eyebrows, two bright big eyes like stars, a strong nose bridge, sexy lips, and teeth that are neat and white, all combined into a flawless face. Her looks are already stunning, and her smile is even more stunning. Even Han Shinbei, the most beautiful stewardess, couldn't help swallowing her saliva when she saw such a peerless beauty, as if she had fallen in love at that moment. However, she would never have imagined that this handsome man, who was so charming, was walking towards her step by step with a bright red rose in his hand.
Chapter 4, Humph, isn't he just a little more handsome? The flight attendants felt even more jealous as they looked at the extremely handsome man in front of them. They are all flight attendants.
No matter her appearance or figure, she is one in a million.
Apart from celebrities, how many people are more handsome than them? But the man in front of them was one of them. They even had a hunch that this man was more handsome than a celebrity. Especially a man's eyes, which will absolutely make women obsessed.
At this time, the man was holding a bright red rose in his hand, with a charming smile on his face, and walked step by step to Han Shinbei.
Happy Valentine's Day, my goddess.
The man walked up to Han Shinbei and stared at her with a pair of star-like eyes. The scene was so beautiful.
You. Suddenly, Han Shinbei was confused. This absolutely handsome man actually gave me roses. He even called me goddess. Is this true?
Seeing the stewardess goddess Han Shinbei hesitate, the man leaned over slightly, put his sexy lips and teeth close to her ear, and whispered softly, "I am the perfect man for your order."
What?
Suddenly, Han Shinbei was stunned. Just one sentence made her feel like she was electrocuted. This breathtakingly handsome man turned out to be the perfect man that she had ordered.
In other words, this man was her boyfriend now? Oh my god. This is incredible.
But she never even dreamed that the perfect man she ordered would be so handsome and perfect.
It's like a dream. At this time, the stewardess Chu Menghan next to her also stared at Han Shinbei in a daze and asked in confusion, "He called you goddess? Could it be that he is your boyfriend?"
Perhaps it was vanity or her inner confusion, but Han Shinbei's face was as bright as a flower and she nodded.
Is this really your boyfriend?
Suddenly, Chu Menghan was stunned.
Impossible. How could such a handsome man be Han Shinbei's boyfriend? Isn't her boyfriend an ugly man? How could he be so handsome?
Yes, I'm Shinbei's boyfriend. I was delayed a little when I came in just now, so I'm late. The man smiled gently, his sexy lips and teeth slightly raised, outlining a beautiful arc.
What? Is he really Han Shinbei's boyfriend? How is this possible?
Suddenly, flight attendants Du Hanmei, Yuechi, and Chu Menghan were all shocked.
Stunned and dumbfounded with surprise.
They never imagined that Han Shinbei's boyfriend was actually a super handsome guy who was even more handsome than the flight attendant.
This is impossible. How could such a handsome man be her boyfriend?
All of a sudden, a group of flight attendants were jealous. They had all secretly pursued Han Shinbei, but were all rejected. Just when they all thought that Han Shinbei had found an ugly man as her boyfriend and fantasized about taking this opportunity to humiliate him, they didn't expect that he turned out to be a peerless handsome man. This stunning man who makes the flight attendants jealous and obsessed is naturally Jiang Fan. After he came out of his rented house, he strolled all the way to the Supreme Entertainment KTV.
He looked at the time and it was exactly 7 o'clock. But to his surprise, the girls in the KTV went crazy when they saw him.
They surrounded him, took photos with him, asked for his contact information, and he was late.
At this moment, looking at the shocked looks of the flight attendants and the confused looks of the flight attendants, Zhang Fan smiled softly and said, "Are we going to stand here forever?" At this time, the flight attendants came to their senses from their obsession, looked at Han Xinbei with envy, and said jokingly, "Han Xinbei, you are amazing. You have such a handsome boyfriend. No wonder you never bring him out. It turns out you have a beautiful girl hidden in your house." "Yes. Xinbei. Where did you find such a handsome man? He is so handsome that my heart is fluttering. Xinbei, tell me the truth. You are so pretty and your skin is so tender. Is it because your handsome boyfriend moisturizes you well?" Although the group of flight attendants were joking around, their eyes were always on Zhang Fan. It feels so wonderful. Zhang Fan himself had never thought that one day he would be able to make the once unattainable flight attendants become infatuated with him. He is handsome and indeed different from others. Men like beautiful women and women like handsome men. This is the purest primitive desire. It's not as exaggerated as you say. We've only been dating for a short time. Han Xinbei looked at Zhang Fan, her heart beating like a deer's. Besides, today is Valentine's Day. Meeting a special him on a special holiday, she couldn't help but wonder, is this fate given by God? You've only been dating for a short time? Could it be that you haven't? Xu Menghan put her arm around Han Xinbei's, winked at her and said jokingly, "The more private the gossip among girlfriends, the more they want to know. Otherwise, how can they say that four women make a drama? What are you talking about? We are all serious people." While arguing, Han Xinbei looked at the man in front of her with her beautiful eyes, as if she also wanted to see what kind of expression would be on this handsome man's face. Yes, you are a serious person. When you are serious, you are not a human being anymore." Several girlfriends exchanged glances and teased Han Xinbei. Find such a handsome guy and still say that he is a serious person. If you don't drive several times a night, it would be a waste of resources. This guy is even more handsome than the flight attendant. That picture is so beautiful just thinking about it in my mind. While the best friends were teasing each other, Han Xinbei couldn't help but take Zhang Fan's arm and walk into the KTV room together. A group of pretty girls in the corridor felt a little disappointed when they saw that Zhang Fan was already taken. How could such a handsome man be snatched away by someone else? Especially the young and beautiful rich ladies, they were all wondering why this handsome guy was not a young master in the KTV. If he was a young master in the KTV, they would have eaten him tonight. What a pity! What a pity! Seeing Han Xinbei holding Zhang Fan's arm as gently as water, looking like a little bird, the flight attendants felt sad. The goddess they once couldn't pursue is now with another man, who is more handsome than them. This kind of mentality of not being able to get something and not wanting others to get it may be called envy, jealousy, and hatred. Isn't it just about being handsome? Pretty skins are all the same, but interesting souls are rare. Men should be talented. Master Luan is right. What's the point of having good looks? Everyone will get old. When you are old, who will remember your looks? The most important thing for a man is talent. A talented man is a real man. That makes sense. Women can be superficial, but we men can't. Let's go sing a song and express our inner feelings through songs. Okay, let's go. Chapter 5, it's just singing a song, not making your boyfriend scream. In the KTV room, Han Xinbei's fair and delicate little hand held Zhang Fan's arm, and she sat on the sofa gently. The picture is so beautiful. Han Xinbei is the most beautiful stewardess of Shanghai International Airlines. Her looks and figure are the kind that any man can't resist. She can be said to be the dream goddess of all the stewardesses of Shanghai International Airlines. The goddess personality has always been bold and unrestrained. Has she ever been as gentle as she is today? To the flight attendants, every scene was like a sword stabbing their hearts. The flight attendants felt jealous when they saw the sweet relationship between Han Xinbei and the super handsome Zhang Fan, because that guy was even more handsome than the flight attendant. Immediately, several flight attendants held their breath, picked up the microphone, and started singing. I have to say, perhaps because of their good looks and voices, the singing voices of several flight attendants are very good. Although they cannot reach the level of professional singers, they are above amateur level. With good looks, great singing skills and pleasant voices, it's no wonder that everyone likes them as flight attendants and stewardesses. Zhang Fan and Han Xinbei sat quietly on the sofa. Both Zhang Fan and Han Xinbei were very happy at this moment. On Valentine's Day, I am lucky to have my beloved by my side. I don't even know your name yet? Han Xinbei's soft body leaned on Zhang Fan's arm.
Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the two soft bodies rubbed against Zhang Fan's arm, which was a wonderful feeling.
My name is Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan smiled gently.
Han Xinbei was not the only one who was happy. Zhang Fan was also delighted.
Before binding the system, he dared not even dream of such a beautiful scene, holding hands with the stewardess, and being the flower of stewardesses.
Are you a professional in this field?
Han Xinbei had a shy look on her face, and even had a little anticipation in her heart. Perhaps from the moment they met, she hoped that this handsome boy would be her boyfriend.
Zhang Fan wanted to answer, but didn't know how.
Because it was his first time too. If it were the old him, he would have been stage fright. But as his appearance changed, his mentality also changed quietly.
Appearance brings confidence. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Han Xinbei was feeling a little down.
After all, he was a fake boyfriend who placed the order, not a real boyfriend. It was a blessing to be able to spend Valentine's Day together.
It's not that I don't want to tell you, but you might not believe it even if I tell you.
Zhang Fan smiled gently.
Then you tell me.
Han Xinbei smiled sweetly and stared into his eyes with her beautiful eyes. Believe it or not, this is actually my first time doing this job.
Zhang Fan's cheeks were slightly shy. Really?
Han Xinbei was extremely excited, and she held his arm tighter with her fair and delicate little hand.
Soft, warm, and so happy. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Then I am so lucky.
I didn't even expect that my curiosity would lead me to meet a handsome guy like you.
If I knew that I could meet you if I placed an order, I would definitely.
Han Xinbei's face was shy, her little face was rosy and beautiful.
Affirmation of what? Zhang Fan was curious. I'm sure.
I'll place an order every day, so I can see you every day. As Han Xinbei spoke, her voice became smaller and smaller, and finally her head was buried in Zhang Fan's arms. Looking at the delicate and lovely stewardess goddess in his arms, Zhang Fan smiled gently. Half a day ago, he was still worried about being single, but now, the stunningly beautiful stewardess was lying in his arms, like a dream. The flight attendants in the private room felt even more pained when they saw Zhang Fan and Han Xinbei being so affectionate. They held the microphones and sang "It's Not a Sin for Men to Cry," as if their wives had been robbed.
The flight attendants are not happy either.
Not only are they not as good looking as Han Xinbei's boyfriend, but their current boyfriends are not as handsome as Han Xinbei's boyfriend.
Xinbei, can your boyfriend sing?
He's so handsome, he must be a good singer. Why don't you let your boyfriend sing a song so that we can listen to his beautiful voice? That's right, he's handsome, so he must be a good singer. Flight attendants Chu Manghan and Oyuechi glanced at each other and said jokingly to Han Xinbei.
We must always save face. It was impossible to snatch food from Han Xinbei's mouth, especially after the two of them entered the KTV room, sitting on the sofa and being affectionate with each other. It was enviable, sad, and jealous. So, they hoped to see Zhang Fan make a fool of himself in public. I can't sing. Before Han Xinbei answered, Zhang Fan smiled lightly and said calmly.
This is the truth, before binding the system, his singing was so tone-deaf, others sang for money, he sang for his life, so, for the principle of keeping a low profile, he didn't want to stand out.
Ah. No way. How can he not be able to sing when he is so handsome?
I think you are just being modest. That's right, he definitely knows how to sing, but he doesn't want to sing for us. Xinbei, when you go out to play, you have to let go. It's just a song, not to make your boyfriend scream in bed. Persuade your boyfriend not to be so stingy. The flight attendants Chu Menghan, Oyuechi, and Du Hanmei all exchanged glances and fanned the flames in front of Han Xinbei. When a group of flight attendants heard that Zhang Fan was going to sing, they immediately became excited and gathered around him, teasing.
Is he incapable of singing? Or is his singing terrible? For a man, talent is everything.
No matter how handsome he looks, he is nothing more than a vase.
Master Jiang is right. We flight attendants are all highly qualified people. We have good looks and talents. We are not like some people who can do nothing but act cool. Han Xinbei felt very uncomfortable when she heard the flight attendants' overt and covert mocking remarks. Isn't this a clear humiliation to her boyfriend? Even though he rented it at the last minute, he is still her boyfriend. Isn't mocking her boyfriend the same as mocking herself? What are you talking about?
He is my boyfriend.
What does his talent have to do with you? Did he provoke you or offend you?
Han Xinbei stared at the group of flight attendants with her beautiful eyes, then looked at the handsome man next to her.
Xinbei, don't get excited. We didn't say anything. We just said that men should be talented.
Think about it, you are the most beautiful stewardess of our Magic City International Airlines. If you fall in love with a talentless face, it will be bad if it gets out.
Yes, Xinbei.
A man without talent is like a walking corpse without a soul.
Is such a man worthy of your trust? We are saying this for your own good.
Jiang Yao, Leno, Langchen, and several flight attendants were singing a duet.
Chapter 6, Your boyfriend sings so well, and you still say he can't sing? Xinbei, what they said makes sense.
Think about it, everyone comes out to have fun, and comes to KTV to sing.
Now that you're here, how can you not sing a song?
Yes, Xinbei.
Let's all come out to play together, don't ruin the atmosphere.
Xinbei, don't be so modest, just let your boyfriend sing a song. Flight attendants Chu Menghan, Oyuechi, and Du Hanmei also exchanged glances and tried to persuade Han Xinbei.
It's more like being aggressive than persuasive. For a moment, Han Xinbei was in a dilemma.
Although Jiang Fan is her boyfriend in front of her best friends, she, after all, rented the plane and knows very little about him. What's more, her best friends and the flight attendants obviously have bad intentions.
If Jiang Fan doesn't sing well, he will definitely be ridiculed by everyone.
By then, not only will she be embarrassed, but Jiang Fan will also lose face. She could ignore her own face, but she didn't want to lose Jiang Fan's face. Just as she stared at Jiang Fan helplessly with her beautiful eyes, Jiang Fan smiled gently, although I can't sing, it doesn't matter if I sing a song.
Is it really possible? Han Xinbei was deeply moved.
Even though he knew his best friend and several flight attendants were waiting to laugh at him, he still went ahead without hesitation for his own sake.
Okay.
Jiang Fan looked at Han Xinbei with a pair of eyes like stars and said softly.
Han Xinbei nodded with inner emotion, like a chick pecking at rice.
Humph. You dare to make a fool of yourself if you can't even sing.
Don't be impatient, just let him sing.
When his voice breaks, we can beat him to death.
That will be more interesting. Master Jiang is right.
I will make him lose face and be ashamed. When they heard Jiang Fan say he wanted to sing a song, several flight attendants narrowed their eyes with disdain in their pupils and looked at Jiang Fan, secretly discussing how to mock him. Flight attendants Chu Menghan, Oyuechi, and Du Hanmei felt bad watching Jiang Fan and Han Xinbei being so affectionate. They were secretly happy that Jiang Fan was forced to sing. As long as Jiang Fan broke his voice, their boyfriends would come out to vent their anger without them saying anything. Jiang Fan patted Han Xinbei's shoulder, walked to the KTV screen, picked up the microphone, and said with a smile, "On this special day, I want to sing a song to dedicate to my goddess." Then, he sang a song called Confession Balloon. Looking at the dancing images and gentle melody on the KTV screen, Han Xinbei stared at Jiang Fan's handsome figure. She was moved but also extremely worried.
Although a song is only a few minutes long, if there is any problem during these few minutes, the flight attendants will definitely humiliate and ridicule the singer. She didn't want to see Jiang Fan unhappy. With his appearance, he still sings a confession balloon? Keep calm, now is not the right time. I know it's not the right time yet. I just can't stand his arrogant look. He obviously can't sing, but he's still pretending to be so. He's saying he wants to sing a song for the goddess? Even if you don't like it, just bear with it until he starts singing out of tune.
Jiang Yao blared at Lang Chen, who was naturally indignant. But now they were on the same boat, so he couldn't say much.
Do you think he can sing?
I don't know. But judging from Han Xinbei's expression, she probably can't. Even if she can sing a little, it should be rubbish. Otherwise, Han Xinbei wouldn't be so nervous.
Meng Han's analysis makes sense.
Han Xinbei looks extremely nervous right now.
Don't be anxious, let's wait and see.
Flight attendants Oyuechi, Xu Menghan, and Du Hanmei were also whispering and discussing in private. As the music melody sounded, the lyrics and subtitles danced along with the melody. Jiang Fan held the microphone, and his pair of star-like eyes gazed at Han Xinbei affectionately. Then, he sang with emotion.
Coffee on the left bank, by the Seine River. I hold a cup in my hand, tasting your beauty.
When her voice comes out, the melody is as sweet as honey, the lyrics are beautiful, and her voice is like the sound of nature.
How is this possible? Doesn't he know how to sing?
How can his voice be so beautiful?
This bastard.
I didn't expect the sound to be so beautiful. Jiang Yao, Lang Chen, and Leno were all stunned. They had never imagined that this man who claimed he couldn't sing actually had a voice like a heavenly sound. Such a moving voice is not inferior to that of amateur singers, let alone professional singers. Oh my God! How is this possible? The singing is so beautiful. It's incredible. This voice definitely has the potential to become a top singer. How is this possible? How could this happen? Suddenly, Xu Menghan, Yueqi, and Du Hanmei were also stunned. They all thought that Zhang Fan couldn't sing, but they didn't expect that his singing was so sweet, his voice was ethereal, his emotions were like the voice of his heart, as sweet as honey, and penetrated into the soul. For a moment, Zhang Yao, Lang Chen, Leno, Xu Menghan, Yueqi, and Du Hanmei were all stunned, listening to Zhang Fan's beautiful singing voice. Han Xinbei was even more surprised. At first she was worried that Zhang Fan would be humiliated by the flight attendants, but she never expected that Zhang Fan's singing voice would be so pleasant and beautiful. Listening to Zhang Fan's singing, it was as if she was immersed in sweet love, and his every frown and smile touched her heart. Unconsciously, her beautiful eyes were filled with crystal clarity and tears of emotion flowed down uncontrollably. After the song ended, Zhang Fan put down the microphone and looked at Zhang Yao, Lang Chen, Lunuo, Xu Menghan, Yueqi, and Du Hanmei's stunned expressions. He smiled gently. It is worthy of being called the perfect male god system. If it were in the past, he would have been humiliated to pieces by several flight attendants. But now, after being transformed by the system, his voice has been completely transformed and he has an ethereal singing voice. It is understandable that he shocked several flight attendants and stewardesses. Of course, he himself was also delighted and shocked. Because he never thought that one day he could sing and win the hearts of flight attendants. It is no wonder that singers and movie stars have so many fans. Okay, Xinbei. Your boyfriend sings so well, and you still say that he can't sing? Yes, Xinbei. Your boyfriend sings so beautifully. Even many singers can't sing as well as your boyfriend. Xinbei. Your boyfriend is handsome and sings beautifully, you're so lucky. After coming back to their senses from their intoxicated trance, the flight attendants Xu Menghan, Yueqi, and Du Hanmei couldn't help but walk up to Han Xinbei and said with envy on their faces. I didn't expect that either. Han Xinbei wiped away the tears from her pretty face with her fair and delicate little hands, unable to contain her joy. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes looked at Zhang Fan affectionately, not only feeling happy, but also proud. He is handsome and sings beautifully. Such a perfect man is simply a gift from God. However, when the stewardesses and Han Xinbei were teasing and joking with each other, the faces of the stewardesses Zhang Yao, Lang Chen, and Luno turned black. Their eyes, filled with jealousy, resentment, and hatred, shrouded Zhang Fan like poisonous snakes staring at their prey. Chapter 7, I prepared Durex, who needs it? Zhang Fan put down the microphone, walked to Han Xinbei, and whispered, Do I sing well? Nice. Han Xinbei is as gentle as water. If she felt a heart-pounding feeling when she saw Zhang Fan's appearance for the first time, then after listening to Zhang Fan's moving song, he had already captured her heart. Looking at the two of them being so sweet and affectionate, flight attendants Xu Menghan, Yueqi, and Du Hanmei felt both envious and jealous. How could Han Xinbei meet such a perfect male god? Flight attendants Zhang Yao, Lang Chen, and Luno were even more jealous and resentful. Under Zhang Fan's heavenly voice, they dared not sing with the microphone anymore. Afterwards, Zhang Yao walked out of the KTV room and made a phone call outside. After returning, he winked at Lang Chen and Leno and said with a smile, Everyone has had enough fun singing, let's go camping in the wild. Realizing Zhang Yao's expression, Lang Chen and Luan Nuo said in unison, This is a great idea. Camping, moon-watching, sweet and romantic. Don't let your beloved down on this sweet Valentine's Day. You're right, we should do things according to the festival. Hearing the ideas proposed by several flight attendants Xu Menghan, Yueqi, and Du Hanmei all smiled shyly. It was more like they had been looking forward to it for a long time than being shy. However, in those eyes full of primitive desires, the beautiful eyes of several stewardesses would glance at Zhang Fan from time to time. Camping is not bad. After all, we should do something romantic on Valentine's Day to make it memorable. Xu Menghan glanced at Zhang Fan with the corner of her beautiful eyes, licked her lips with her pink tongue, and said shyly, What does it mean to have a deep memory? Yueqi was curious. Although he and Leno have been dating for 2 months, they haven't made it to that point yet. Of course it's just a two-person world. Xu Menghan said jokingly. Two people's world? Yueqi swallowed hard. Han Xinbei was so nervous that her palms were sweating and she was at a loss.
Why, you don't dare? Or you don't know how to do it? Chu Menghan gave him a look and said jokingly. Who said I don't dare? As long as Xinbei dares to go, I will go.
Yueqi stretched out her fair and delicate little hand, took Han Xinbei's arm, and pushed Han Xinbei out to block the gun.
Xinbei, what do you say?
Chu Menghan had a wicked smile in her beautiful eyes. She threw a coquettish glance at Han Xinbei and teased.
I.
Suddenly, Han Xinbei was stunned. She stood there in a daze, staring at the handsome Jiang Fan. Seeing Han Xinbei, who usually has a generous personality but now acts like a little bird, several flight attendants feel uncomfortable.
Why, you don't dare to bring your boyfriend? Don't worry, we won't cheat on your boyfriend.
Chu Menghan looked at Jiang Fan with her charming eyes. Jiang Fan naturally didn't care when he saw the flirting look in the stewardess Chu Menghan's eyes. Although the stewardess Chu Menghan was very beautiful, she was much inferior to the flower of stewardesses Han Xinbei. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about such a scene, but now, he has to face it calmly.
Flight attendant Jiang Yao felt even more upset when he saw his girlfriend Chu Menghan staring at Jiang Fan.
Not only was the goddess Han Xinbei robbed, but now he has also seduced away the soul of his girlfriend Chu Menghan.
Why don't we go too? Don't spoil everyone's fun.
Jiang Fan thought for a moment, stared at Han Xinbei with his star-like eyes, and spoke softly. Han Xinbei felt flustered and glanced at Jiang Fan secretly. Her heart trembled suddenly, and she hesitated for a moment before nodding shyly.
Xinbei has agreed, what about you two?
Seeing Han Xinbei agreed, Chu Menghan showed a satisfied smile on his face and turned his eyes to Du Hanmei and Yueqi.
Just play. We can play together at worst.
Yueqi heard this and said carelessly. As soon as these words were spoken, Du Hanmei, Han Xinbei, and Chu Menghan all looked at him in surprise.
That's not what I meant. I meant that we should have fun together.
Yueqi felt so frightened by the stares she received from several people.
Where are you thinking about? Then let's go.
Seeing that everyone agreed to go camping in the wild, Jiang Yao took Chu Menghan's delicate little hand, a smile appeared on his face, and he glanced at a few people, but when his eyes fell on Jiang Fan, a cold light flashed in his eyes.
Afterwards, a group of 8 Han Xinbei, Jiang Fan, Chu Menghan, Jiang Yao, Yueqi, Lang Chen, Du Hanmei, and Lan Yue walked out of the KTV and set out for camping in the wild.
Magic City, Repulse Bay. Suburbs. Here, the brook flows gently, and the sound of the water is like the sound of nature, washing away the dust of the soul. All around, dense woods are lush and green, as if they are the most colorful stroke of nature, covering this land with a layer of mysterious green gauze. In the night sky, the stars are dotted like bright diamonds inlaid in the black sky, flashing charming light and leading travelers into a dreamy world. The moonlight is like water, gently falling on the forest path, adding a touch of softness and romance to this quiet night. Han Xinbei, Jiang Fan, Chu Menghan, Jiang Yao, Yueqi, Lang Chen, Du Hanmei, and Luno, a group of 8 people, came to the suburbs in a mighty manner, chose an open grassland, and began to set up camp. Tents were erected one by one, like small safe havens. Han Xinbei looked at the tent on the field, then shyly glanced at Jiang Fan beside her, and said shyly, "Tonight we really have to." His voice became smaller and smaller, and his head was buried lower and lower. Although she has a bold personality, that is in front of outsiders. In front of the person she likes, she seems to become timid.
What do you want?
Jiang Fan looked at her with his starry eyes, stretched out his hand and gently lifted her cheek.
Do you really want to camp?
Han Xinbei's voice was very low, like the chirping of an insect.
So, do you want to come camping with me?
Jiang Fan smiled lightly and said gently.
I don't know.
Han Xinbei's cheeks flushed and her speech became incoherent.
Then let's look at the stars and the moon together, okay?
Jiang Fan reached out, held Han Xinbei's little hand, and sat on the lawn in the wild.
Han
Xinbei leaned her head on Jiang Fan's shoulder and looked at the stars in the sky. At this moment, she felt so happy. Although this was the man she rented, having him by her side during this special holiday was enough. Seeing Han Xinbei and Jiang Fan snuggling together, so sweet and loving, Jiang Yao felt as if his heart was pierced by a sword. Just wait.
You will know the consequences in a moment.
He stared at Jiang Fan, a cold light flashing in his pupils.
Come, I've prepared some Durex, who needs it?
At this time, Lang Chen took out a few small pink boxes from his bag and said teasingly with a wicked smile on his face.
Give me 3. Leno walked up to Lang Chen and hit him on the chest. Give me 5. Zhang Yiyou also reached out and took 5. What about you? After Leno and Zhang Yiyou took it, Longchen's eyes fell on Zhang Fan and Han Xinbei. Chapter 8. What do you think I want to do on Valentine's Day night? Durax? Han Xinbei swallowed her saliva.
Although she had never had sex, she had seen pigs run even though she had never eaten pork. So when she heard Langchen ask how many Durex bags she and Zhang Fan needed, she was extremely shy.
Let's just not do it.
Looking at Han Xinbei's shy expression, Zhang Fan smiled slightly. It's not that he is a gentleman, but he doesn't want to take advantage of others. After all, it was just the first time he met Han Xinbei, and then he used Durex while camping.
Although he wanted to, he couldn't force anyone to do it.
What's more, he still needs Han Xinbei to give a 5-star rating. Hearing Zhang Fan say no, Han Xinbei stared at Zhang Fan with her beautiful eyes, and was extremely moved. Although if Zhang Fan wanted to do that with her, she might not refuse, but she was not mentally prepared and had not broken through the defense line in her heart, so when Zhang Fan said no, she was extremely moved and thought that Zhang Fan was not the kind of man who would take advantage of others.
Really? Langchen looked at Zhang Fan with a look of disbelief.
That's Han Xinbei, the most beautiful stewardess.
We've already arranged to go camping, why not have a romantic walk? Don't want.
Zhang Fan shook his head and said with a smile. He is not a true gentleman, it's just that the time has not come yet.
If Han Xinbei is not willing, what's the point of getting it?
After all, he is different now than before. Changes in appearance not only bring confidence, but also changes in mentality.
It's so kind of you.
Han Xinbei snuggled in Zhang Fan's arms. At this moment, her heart melted.
If love is long-lasting, why should we be together day and night?
I don't care about your body, I care about your heart. Zhang Fan's eyes, like stars, looked at Han Xinbei's beautiful eyes with deep affection.
However, at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Wow! How romantic! Shameless couple, instead of booking a room at a hotel on Valentine's Day, they actually came to camp in the wilderness?
Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw a bald man, drunk, with tattoos on his body, leading a dozen thugs, walking towards them. Suddenly, Han Xinbei, Xu Menghan, Du Hanmei, and Ouyueqi were all frightened.
How could we run into hooligans in the wilderness?
Zhang Yiyou, Lang Chen, and Leno also came out and stood in front of several stewardesses. Zhang Fan protected Han Xinbei.
Who are they? Han Xinbei asked in horror. Have no idea.
Zhang Fan shook his head. He glanced at Zhang Yiyou and found that Zhang Yiyou was also staring at him.
Who are you? At this time, Lang Chen stood up and asked. Who do you think I am?
When the bald man spoke, he deliberately revealed the tattoo on his body, which was an axe with black and red colors.
We have no grudge against you, what do you want to do?
As soon as Lang Chen saw the bald man, he knew that he was someone not to be trifled with, but he also gave himself courage.
Is there any need to ask?
Of course they are here to rob.
The bald man touched his chin, his eyes always wandering over the stewardesses. You? Lang Chen wanted to say something else, but Zhang Yiyou grabbed him and gave him a look. Did you call these people here? Lang Chen looked at Zhang Yiyou with a look of surprise and doubt. Zhang Yiyou didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Lang Chen understood immediately, but a hint of resentment also appeared in his heart. All right, hand over all the valuables to me,
the bald man said without any nonsense. Then, a group of hooligans behind him immediately surrounded them, scaring the flight attendants and stewardesses.
What should we do now? Flight attendants Chu Menghan, Ouyueqi, and Du Hanmei were all frightened.
They are all a group of flowers in a greenhouse. They have never encountered such a scene before. Besides, if something unexpected happened in the wilderness, there would be no help from heaven or earth. If they had known they would run into hooligans, they would not have come out to seek excitement and romance.
Don't worry, it's okay. Zhang Yiyou patted Chu Menghan on the back and comforted her.
Then, a group of flight attendants and stewards, in order to avoid disaster by spending money, handed over all their valuables to the bald gangster.
Can we go now?
At this time, Zhang Yiyou pretended not to know the tattooed bald man, walked up to the bald man seriously and said,
You can go, but they can't. The bald man narrowed his eyes, glanced at Zhang Yiyou, and smiled evilly.
What did you say?
Suddenly, Zhang Yiyou was dumbfounded.
I said, they can't leave.
The bald man stared at Zhang Yiyou with a fierce look on his face. Seeing the ferocious look in the bald man's eyes, Zhang Yiyou's heart instantly went berserk.
He leaned close to the bald man's ear and whispered, "Didn't we agree in advance that you would only touch that one person?"
Who promised you that I would only touch that one person?
The bald man stretched out his big fat hand and grabbed Zhang Yiyao's neck. "I let you go because I'm giving you face."
You still want to take someone else with you? Don't you know today is Valentine's Day?
After saying that, his eyes fell evilly on several stunning stewardesses. He was drinking with a group of friends at a food stall when he suddenly received a call from Zhang Yiyao, asking him to do a favor. He didn't want to talk to Zhang Yiyao at first, but when he heard that there were several stunning flight attendants. Being in the wilderness with a stunning stewardess, that must be a great feeling. With the alcohol in his head, he immediately had evil thoughts and rushed over with a group of brothers. You know what? As soon as we arrived at Repulse Bay, we saw some stunning flight attendants. Although he had played with many women in improper clubs, he had seen some of the most beautiful stewardesses like the ones shown today on TV. So, from the moment he came here, he made up his mind that he must get these stunning stewardesses tonight.
Seeing the bald man pinching Zhang Yiyao's neck, Lang Chen was also confused. What the hell is going on? The stewardess Chu Menghan was even more anxious. I've already given you the money, what else do you want to do? Let Yi Yao go. What do you want to do? What do you think I want to do on Valentine's Day? If you want me to let him go, that's fine. If you serve me well, I will let him go.
The bald man stared at Chu Menghan with evil eyes. Her long, white and tender legs, her perky buttocks, her sexy waist, her towering breasts, her beautiful cheeks, her silky and charming cherry lips, every inch of her deeply attracted the bald man.
Chapter 9. Did you ask me if you wouldn't let them go?
Li Husin, how dare you? Suddenly, Zhang Yiyao became angry and stared at the bald man with his scarlet eyes. He didn't expect that Li Husin would be so disregarding the moral code of society and even dare to set his sights on his girl.
But how could he understand that hooligans had no morality?
Today you may drink with him as a brother, but tomorrow he may kill you with a knife because of unfair distribution of the spoils.
Do you think I dare?
With a bang, the bald man kicked Zhang Yiyao in the stomach, knocking him to the ground, then grabbed the stewardess Chu Menghan and hugged her in his arms. Seeing this, Lang Chen was dumbfounded.
Isn't this the person Zhang Yiyao called? Why did he beat Zhang Yiyao and even mess with Zhang Yiyao's girlfriend? Let me go, let me go.
Chu Menghan struggled desperately in the bald man's arms, but how could a boneless stewardess be a match for a thug who was living on the edge of a knife?
Bang!
With a crisp sound, the bald man slapped Chu Menghan on the pretty face and shouted, "If you scream again, I will kill you and rape your corpse."
Suddenly, Chu Menghan was frightened. In the wilderness, even if she was killed, who could save her?
"You bastard, if you touch my girl, I will fight you." Zhang Yiyao looked at the bald man Li Husin hugging his woman. He was filled with hatred and got up from the ground and rushed forward.
Bang! Another kick.
The bald man kicked him to the ground. "You bastard, I gave you face, but you are shameless. I'm going to fuck your girlfriend right in front of you tonight.
What can you do about it?" The bald man hugged Chu Menghan, walked in front of Zhang Yiyao, raised his leg and stepped on Zhang Yiyao's head. At this moment, Zhang Yiyao was filled with regret.
He never dreamed that a phone call of his would lead to a wolf entering the house and eventually harming himself. He originally wanted to call some thugs to beat Zhang Fan up, but he didn't expect that the bald man would set his eyes on their women.
Yi Yao, what are you doing?
At this time, Lang Chen was also confused.
Isn't this the person Zhang Yiyao called? Why would he beat Zhang Yiyao and even mess with Zhang Yiyao's woman? They are a bunch of beasts, save them, save them.
Zhang Yiyao was spitting blood from his mouth and tears of regret were flowing in his eyes. If he knew that the bald man was such a beast, how could he associate with tigers and wolves?
What?
Suddenly, Lang Chen was dumbfounded.
He also didn't expect that the person Zhang Yiyao called would be the one that Zhang Yiyao himself got caught in. Now Zhang Yiyao has been beaten to the point of vomiting blood.
How can a group of boneless stewardesses and a group of flight attendants who grew up in a greenhouse fight against a group of thugs?
Brother, I've already given you the money. I think you want money instead of trouble. Can you let us go today? How about we be friends? Lang Chen walked up to the bald man and said devoutly. Sure. Let your girlfriend serve me obediently. If you can satisfy me, I will be your friend.
The bald man narrowed his eyes, glanced at Lang Chen, and then his lustful gaze fell on several stewardesses. Not only the bald man, but also a group of thugs next to them were staring at the graceful and beautiful stewardesses with their eyes almost popping out.
You. Lang Chen glanced at Zhang Yiyao lying on the ground, and felt so angry that his teeth were itching.
You just provoked some thugs for no reason, and now everyone is suffering.
Alright, all the men, stay aside. All the beauties, follow me into the tent.
When I feel comfortable, you can serve my brothers. When my brothers are comfortable, I will let you go.
Otherwise, I will kill you. The bald man hugged Chu Minhan's slender waist and stared at Oyuechi, Du Hanmei, and Han Xinbei with lustful eyes.
Fuck you. Even if I die today, I won't let you touch my woman. Suddenly, Lang Chen clenched his fists and rushed forward. He lets his girlfriend serve the bald man, and also lets a group of thugs take turns playing with him.
Who the hell can stand this? Bang!
With a loud bang, before Lang Chen could get close to the bald man, he was kicked to the ground by several thugs and was beaten to the point of spitting blood.
Lang Chen! Oyuechi rushed to Lang Chen and burst into tears.
For a moment, Chu Menghan, Oyuechi, Du Hanmei, Leno, and Han Xinbei were all panicked. Then, the bald man waved his hand, and a group of thugs rushed up and grabbed several beautiful stewardesses.
At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "Don't let them go, have you asked me?"
Hearing this, the bald man immediately looked over.
He was a super handsome man. He is jealous of all the handsome ones. Then he smiled and stared at the man fiercely. "What did you say?" "I said, don't let them go, did you ask me?" The man said. "Jiang Fan."
Han Xinbei hugged Jiang Fan's arm with a look of horror.
Jiang Yiyou and Lang Chen had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. What would be the end of Jiang Fan if he stepped forward like this?
The man who spoke was naturally Jiang Fan. He could ignore the bald man beating Jiang Yiyou and Lang Chen, but if he dared to hit Han Xinbei, he would never sit idly by.
You're just a pretty boy, and you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress?
The bald man stared at Jiang Fan with a pair of fierce eyes, then waved his hand, and a group of thugs let go of several stewardesses and surrounded Jiang Fan.
Suddenly, a dozen thugs surrounded Jiang Fan and Han Xinbei. "Jiang Fan, what should we do?"
Looking at a dozen ferocious thugs, Han Xinbei was so scared that her legs went limp. Her fair and delicate hands tightly clasped Jiang Fan's arm, and she was at a loss as to what to do. Lang Chen, Jiang Yiyou, Lun Yuo, Chu Menghan, Oyuechi, and Du Hanmei all lowered their heads.
Jiang Yiyou and Lang Chen were beaten to the point of vomiting blood. What could Jiang Fan do?
You will be knocked to the ground, or even have your arms and legs broken.
Kill him for me.
The bald man stared at Jiang Fan fiercely, waved his hand and gave an order. In an instant, a dozen thugs rushed up.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
However, the moment the thugs rushed forward, figures flew backwards instantly. These figures were none other than that group of ruffians. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen thugs were instantly dealt with by Jiang Fan. How is this possible? Suddenly, the bald man was dumbfounded. Jiang Yiyou, Lang Chen, Lun Yuo, Chu Menghan, Oyuechi, and Du Hanmei were all dumbfounded.
You bastard, I'm going to kill you.
The bald man was in a daze for a moment, then left the stewardess Chu Menghan and rushed towards Jiang Fan with his fists raised.
Bang! A loud bang.
Jiang Fan kicked across the air and put his knee on the bald man's chest. The bald man flew backwards more than 2 meters in an instant, fell heavily to the ground, and spat out a mouthful of blood.
You! Suddenly, the bald man was confused, shocked, and terrified. Chapter 10, come up and sit with me, okay? What?
Flight attendants Chu Menghan, Oyuechi, and Du Hanmei were all shocked when they saw Jiang Fan's handsome figure.
In just a moment, everyone was taken care of.
A moment ago, they were still worried about whether they would be humiliated by a group of thugs tonight. Now, the only thing left in their minds was Jiang Fan's tall and handsome figure. How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? Suddenly, Jiang Yiyou, Lang Chen, and Luno were all shocked. Especially Jiang Yiyou and Lang Chen, they knew the horror of these thugs who were living on the edge of a knife, but now, Jiang Fan easily dealt with these ferocious thugs. While they were shocked, they were also extremely grateful. If it weren't for Jiang Fan, they didn't know how the situation would have developed today. Jiang Yiyou, in particular, felt even more guilty and self-blaming.
Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Jiang Fan walked up to the tattooed bald man and patted his face. "Now, can I save the beauty?" Immediately, the bald man fell to his knees on the ground, cowed out and begged for mercy. "Boss, I know I was wrong, please let me go." "Let you go? Why didn't you let them go when they begged you to?"
Jiang Fan looked down at the bald man with a pair of star-like eyes. But the horror in the bald man's eyes was as deep as the abyss.
"Boss, I know I was wrong. The bald man kowtowed and slapped himself hard. His attitude was extremely sincere.
He never dreamed that this handsome pretty boy was so powerful and fierce. He took care of them all in the blink of an eye. At this moment, if he doesn't treat himself a little harder and make the other party feel comfortable and satisfied, then he may end up dead. That's why he knelt down without hesitation when Jiang Fan slapped him in the face. If you kneel too late, maybe you are not kneeling on your own, but kneeling because of a broken leg.
Didn't you say you wanted them to serve you?
Jiang Fan looked at him with an indifferent expression, like a cat playing with a mouse.
Boss, it's my fault. I am unforgivable and I have committed a grave sin.
The bald man didn't even think about it and slapped it in the face twice. The harder you slap it this time, the greater the chance of survival.
Didn't you say that all the men should stay aside and all the beauties should follow you into the tent?
Boss, it's my fault, I deserve to die.
Papa.
The bald man slapped himself hard on the face twice.
Didn't you say you were going to kill me?
Boss, it's my fault.
I deserve death. This crime is unforgivable.
Every time Jiang Fan said something, the bald man kowtowed and slapped himself hard twice. In the blink of an eye, the bald man's face had swollen like a pig's head, but he still knelt on the ground obediently, not daring to show any disrespect. Seeing this, Jiang Fan felt relieved. Although thugs are hateful, he doesn't want to kill people at will.
Immediately, he waved his hand and said, "Go away. Don't let me see you again."
Thank you, boss.
Thank you, boss.
Thank you, boss. Suddenly, the bald man burst into tears of gratitude and ran away with a group of injured thugs, bowing, saluting, and crawling.
After the bald man left, Xu Menghan, Oyuechi, and Du Hanmei walked up to Jiang Fan and said, "Thank you, handsome guy. If it weren't for you today, we would."
Looking at the pious appearance of a group of stunning stewardesses, Jiang Fan smiled gently. "It doesn't matter, you are Xinbei's friends, which means you are my friends." Seeing this scene, Han Xinbei's heart was filled with pride. Having said that, how could the flight attendants not know how miserable their fate would be if Jiang Fan was not here today?
Then, several flight attendants walked up to Han Xinbei and said sincerely, "Xinbei, we were wrong before. Please forgive us."
Han Xinbei smiled sweetly. "We are best friends, I won't take it to heart."
Several stewardesses smiled and nodded happily.
Afterwards, Jiang Yao, Lang Chen, and Luno walked up to Jiang Fan and bowed their heads.
"Mr. Jiang, we're sorry. It was all our fault before. We apologize to you." Jiang Fan didn't say anything, but stared at Jiang Yao. If Jiang Yao hadn't called the thugs over, everyone wouldn't have had such a false alarm. What's more, Jiang Yao called the thugs over just to target him. But Jiang Yao never dreamed that the thugs he called over would actually lead a wolf into the house and beat him until he vomited blood.
Seeing Jiang Fan's sharp eyes, Jiang Yao naturally understood what he meant. He lowered his head, walked in front of Jiang Fan, fell to his knees on the ground, and confessed, "I'm sorry, this is all my fault." Jiang Fan didn't say anything, but looked at Han Xinbei. Deep down, he didn't want to let Jiang Yao go, but Jiang Yao was Han Xinbei's colleague and they would have to get along with each other in the future.
"Fan, otherwise, forget it."
Han Xinbei looked at her best friend Xu Menghan, who was looking at her with pleading eyes. She hesitated for a moment and said, if it weren't for her best friend's pleading, she wouldn't have said a word.
"This is the last time." Jiang Fan glared at Jiang Yao. Out of Han Xinbei's consideration, and because Jiang Yao knelt down and realized his mistake, he let Jiang Yao go. Moreover, Jiang Yao was beaten by thugs and had a bloody head, so it was his own fault. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang."
Jiang Yao looked very pious, without any trace of the arrogance he had in the KTV.
"Go away." Jiang Fan waved his hand and no longer looked at Jiang Yao.
Soon, a group of flight attendants and stewards calmed down their anxious hearts, no longer daring to camp in the wild, and packed their bags and returned to the Magic City.
"I didn't expect you to be so amazing."
On the way back, Han Xinbei and Jiang Fan sat in the back row. Her fair and delicate little hands tightly held Jiang Fan's arm, and her beautiful eyes were full of admiration.
"If I can't protect you when you're in danger, how can I be your boyfriend?"
Jiang Fan smiled gently and looked at Han Xinbei with his star-like eyes.
"Yes. It would be nice if I could be with you forever."
Han Xinbei felt happy but also a little disappointed. She truly fell in love with this man, but she also knew that he was a boyfriend she rented. No matter how perfect he was only temporary. Even if she was reluctant, there was a time to say goodbye. "Just keep me in your heart for the rest of your life." Jiang Fan smiled gently. he didn't know how to comfort Han Xinbei. He had dated 99 ex-girlfriends. At that time, he hoped that there would be someone who would be with him forever. However, no one took him seriously at that time. It was not until he bound himself to the super all-powerful shared male god system that his life completely changed. Now, he has become more handsome and taller, and his figure, appearance, voice, and fighting ability have all undergone tremendous changes, but his heart can no longer be given to any woman. Because he made a transaction with the system, he must accept more than 1,000 orders before he can unbind it, otherwise, he will die. So, even though he likes Han Xinbei, he cannot be with her forever. This is fate. Yeah. I will remember you forever. Han Xinbei held Zhang Fan's arm, rested her head on his shoulder, and couldn't help but let her tears flow. She had just fallen in love with a man, but now she was about to leave him. Soon, they returned to the Magic City. Parting is always hard. He and she stood at the gate of the country garden community, staring at each other and hugging each other affectionately. Goodbye. Goodbye. She waved goodbye to him. They took 2 steps towards each other, then turned back and stared at each other. Both his and her hearts felt as if pierced by a sword, and they were extremely heartbroken. Finally, she couldn't bear the pain of parting, turned around and ran, like the wind, threw herself into Zhang Fan's arms, and said softly, "Come up and sit with me, okay?" Chapter 11, looking at him, I feel like I'm in love. The next day, early morning. When the flight attendant Han Xinbei got up from Zhang Fan's arms and opened the curtains, a ray of soft sunlight shone in, and Zhang Fan woke up from the wonderful and gentle land. As for why Zhang Fan was in Han Xinbei's bed, this is a topic that will take a long time to talk about. Han Xinbei threw herself into Zhang Fan's arms, and Zhang Fan hugged her tightly. Both of them hugged each other very tightly. It seemed that they both wanted to merge the other into their bodies. Then, he and she went upstairs, made 2 cups of latte, took a bubble bath, and stood on the balcony on the 28th floor in their pajamas, enjoying the evening breeze and watching the night view of the Magic City. He and she talked to each other and expressed their true feelings to each other, and when their love reached its peak, they hugged each other. Then, it's a topic of our world of 2. Han Xinbei got up, put on a thin set of pajamas, tied up her long black and silky hair, washed her face, brushed her teeth, put on some light makeup, went to the kitchen, and made a loving breakfast for Zhang Fan. By the time Zhang Fan got up, Han Xinbei's loving breakfast was already ready. Thank you for giving me a special and unforgettable Valentine's Day. After breakfast, Han Xinbei gazed at Zhang Fan with her beautiful eyes lovingly, reluctant to leave. You also gave me a unique and unforgettable Valentine's Day. Zhang Fan looked at Han Xinbei with eyes like stars. Although we are reluctant, there will always be a day to say goodbye. Remember to call. Han Xinbei opened the door and walked Zhang Fan downstairs. Contact by phone. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Then he left. Although we are reluctant to leave, we gave each other the most precious things last night and left each other with the most unforgettable memories. The moment Zhang Fan walked out of the country garden community. Bite. Congratulations to the host, the first order of the super all-round shared male god ended perfectly, and received the system reward, 100 million yuan. The system transfer has been received, please check it carefully. As a series of cold prompt sounds rang in his mind, Zhang Fan was completely stunned. Then, he immediately took out his cell phone, and sure enough, he received a message on the screen. Huaxia Bank on February 14th at 8:18, the perfect man's account 9999 transferred 100 million yuan to your account ending with 0966 in another bank, with a balance of 100,000,00698.18 yuan. Looking at the account arrival information on the screen, Zhang Fan was dumbfounded. 100 million yuan. 100 million yuan. That's 100 million yuan. Before binding the system, all his assets added up to less than 1,000 yuan. Now, after completing one order, he gets a reward of 100 million yuan, which is really too awesome. Just when he thought the first order was over. Bite. Congratulations to the host, the goddess who placed the order gave you a 5-star rating for this service, and you will win a system lottery. The system automatically draws the lottery successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the permanent beauty. The host's handsome appearance will accompany him for life. Suddenly, Zhang Fan felt even happier. Just now he was wondering whether the face transformed by the system would return to its original appearance after the order was completed. After all, how could a man who had enjoyed handsome looks accept his past self? Now, this problem has been solved. The winner of the lucky draw will be Eternal Beauty, which means that from now on, his appearance will always be so handsome. When everything was over, he returned to his rented house, changed into his school uniform, and headed to the college. Walking on the way to Shanghai University, the girls around him were obsessed with him and stared at him one by one. Wow! So handsome. I wish he was my boyfriend. Don't be such a fangirl. How could such a handsome man be your boyfriend? Just go back home and dream about it tonight. Dreams can hold anything. I didn't say I had to get him. I just wanted to take a few more glances at him. Oh my god. This man is so handsome. Looking at his face, I actually feel my hormones surging. If I can sleep with him for one night, even if it means shortening my life by a year, I'm willing to do it. Fuck. I haven't seen such an attractive man in a long time. His figure, looks, eyes, lips, they are all my cup of tea. I wish I could have such a handsome man someday. Oh my god. Is he a star? Otherwise, how could he be so handsome? Looking at him, I feel like I'm in love. Along the way, Zhang Fan heard countless words similar to those of a nymphomaniac. In the past, when he walked on the street, he would stare at beautiful women. Now, if he stares at a beautiful woman, that woman will definitely scream with surprise. This is the difference between being handsome and not being handsome. Although people in the world say that people should pay attention to the beauty of the soul, it is nothing but self-deception. How many old cows eat young cows? How many rich ladies are seduce young boys? Everyone in the world loves beauty. Soon, Zhang Fan arrived at Magic City University. Walking on the path of the college, the junior and senior students on both sides were stunned and stared at him, unable to take their eyes off him. Wow! Is this the new junior? He's so handsome. Oh my god. How come I've never seen such a handsome boy in the academy? Is he a new transfer? He's even more handsome than the school hunk. Along the way, the junior and senior students were all crazy. Looking at him, everyone was guessing who he was? Zhang Fan smiled gently. In the end, you have to learn to adapt to such situations slowly. Soon, he returned to his class, Class 3, freshman year. In the classroom, several boys in the class were gathered together to read a magazine. It was a brochure of Shanghai International Airlines, and the cover was the sexy stewardess goddess Han Xinbei. Fuck. This goddess is absolutely stunning, with long, white and tender legs, a sexy waist, a hot body, and especially that face, which is really mouth-watering. If I had money, I would find her and make her my girlfriend. Don't dream. A goddess of this level can only be seen in dreams. Even if you have money, she may not be interested in you. Hey! Don't take life so seriously, it's good to dream once in a while. Hearing the classmates teasing each other, Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile. Thinking back to the wonderful experience I had with Han Xinbei last night, it is truly unforgettable. Every movement, every detail, was deeply imprinted in his mind. If the classmates knew that the sexy goddess in their minds spent a wonderful Valentine's Day with him last night, they would probably be heartbroken. At this time, the girls in the class suddenly saw him. Wow! Who is this handsome guy? He's so handsome. Oh my god. Which class's handsome boy walked into the wrong classroom? He's so handsome. Chapter 12, So Damn Handsome. Even more handsome than me. Hearing the screams of the girls in the class, the boys in the class also looked over. Fuck. Who is this? He's so damn handsome. Even more handsome than me. There's actually such a handsome guy in Magic City University. Fuck. He's so handsome that even a man like me is jealous. The boys in the class looked at Zhang Fan with jealousy, feeling very uncomfortable and even a little inferior. If you compare yourself to others, you will die. If you compare goods to others, you will throw them away. That's the truth. Enjoying the favor of the girls and the jealousy of the boys in the class, Zhang Fan smiled lightly and walked to his seat. Handsome, do you want to sit with me? Suddenly, his former deskmate Fanny May was stunned. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes, her pretty face flushed, and her little heart was beating fast. Zhang Fan smiled gently and nodded. His deskmate never looked at him straight in the face before, but now, that obsessed look was like a hungry wolf that wanted to pounce on him. Beauty is a disaster, and the same goes for men. Fuck. Who is he? Why is he sitting in Zhang Fan's seat? Does he like Fanny May? How is it possible?
How could he, who was so handsome, like Fannie Mae? Then why did he sit there? Who knows?
The boys in the class looked at Jiang Fan, all confused. Logically speaking, such a handsome boy should not be in Shanghai University, but in the Academy of Arts, which is where handsome guys gather and cultivate future stars.
Wow!
He's sitting in our classroom.
Is he a new transfer student? He's so handsome. Oh my god.
I don't expect him to like me. I just want to see him every day, and I'll be satisfied. All the girls in the class stared at Jiang Fan like crazy, with all kinds of fantasies in their minds, especially the young girls who were just beginning to fall in love, who had no resistance to handsome guys with super good looks.
Does he like me? Otherwise, why would he come and sit with me? I am so happy.
Jiang Fan just nodded slightly, which caused endless ripples in the heart of his deskmate Fannie Mae.
Ding! 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 The class bell rang.
Although the boys and girls in the class were very excited, envious, jealous and confused, as the bell rang, the students all returned to their seats. At this time, the head teacher Zhaoye walked into the classroom. Zhaoye is 25 years old this year. She was once a senior student at Shanghai University. She just graduated from graduate school last year and stayed on at Shanghai University as a teacher after graduation.
Zhaoye has a good figure.
She is 1.72 meters tall and plump. She wears a miniskirt. Her two straight long legs are very eye-catching. Her buttocks are perky and her breasts are very full, which perfectly sets off her S-shaped figure. All the boys in the class regarded teacher Zhaoye as their goddess, including Jiang Fan. At this time, Zhaoye walked into the classroom. Her wavy black hair and a pair of pink glasses highlighted her professional beauty. She stood on the podium, opened her textbook, and looked at the seats in the classroom with her beautiful big eyes, counting the number of students in class. Her eyes swept across the classroom one by one, but when her eyes swept over the seat next to Fannie Mae, suddenly, she was stunned.
Hey, when did such a handsome boy appear in the class? Looking at him, my heart is actually fluttering. What's wrong with me? I'm a teacher at school.
Zhaoye quickly avoided her sight.
The boy seemed to have some kind of magnetism that held an inexplicable attraction to her. Then, she calmed herself down and said in a sweet voice, "Student, did you go to the wrong classroom? Teacher, isn't this class 3 of grade 1?
Jiang Fan looked at Zhaoye with his star-like eyes and said with a smile.
A glance and a smile made Zhaoye's soul fly. Yes.
Zhaoye was puzzled.
Teacher, that's right.
Jiang Fan smiled gently.
Are you a student in our class? Zhaoye was completely confused. Teacher, I'm Jiang Fan, don't you remember me?
Jiang Fan smiled gently, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a beautiful arc.
What? You are Jiang Fan? Suddenly, Zhaoye was stunned. Jiang Fan? Isn't Jiang Fan a dark-skinned, shy, short boy?
This boy is sunny, handsome, confident, and breathtakingly handsome.
How could he be Jiang Fan? What? He is Jiang Fan? How is this possible? He's so handsome. How could he be Jiang Fan?
The boys and girls in the class were all stunned.
Everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces.
No one would believe that this handsome guy with a well-proportioned figure, handsome looks, and whose every glance and smile could touch the hearts of girls, could be a once unknown boy named Jiang Fan.
Teacher, yes. I am Jiang Fan.
Jiang Fan looked at Zhaoye with his bright eyes and said affirmatively.
How is this possible? How could the change be so great?
As the saying goes, girls change a lot when they grow up.
Could it be that the same is true for men? Zhaoye didn't believe it at all.
Not only did she not believe it, even the teachers and students in the whole school would not believe it. Because the changes are so huge that it is unbelievable.
Oh my god. I never thought that the little boy I once looked down upon has now turned into a handsome guy. It's incredible. Even he has become so handsome, why haven't I changed at all?
The boys and girls in the class were all stunned. Some boys even doubted their lives and their hearts.
Why did Jiang Fan become handsome, but they didn't? God is so unfair. Are you really Jiang Fan?
My deskmate Fannie Mae was also stunned. She swallowed and stared at Jiang Fan in shock.
Yes.
Jiang Fan smiled gently.
Wow. I never thought that you, who used to be so ordinary, would become such a handsome guy now. I never thought of that even in my dreams. Fannie Mae was extremely excited, both thrilled and excited.
Although she didn't expect to fall in love with him, she would be satisfied as long as they could sit together and see him every day. There is a kind of love called silent protection.
Since you are Jiang Fan, let's start the class.
Jiaoya calmed down her inner excitement and began to announce the start of class.
During the class, almost no students in the class paid attention, because all the students were thinking, how did Jiang Fan become so handsome?
Even Jiaoya's heart was full of curiosity and she developed a strong interest in this handsome boy.
Ding! Ding! Ding!
As the bell rang, Jiaoya packed up her textbooks, her beautiful eyes fell on Jiang Fan, and she said, "Student Jiang Fan, come with me." Chapter 13, so fragrant, so soft, and so gentle.
Jiang Fan followed behind Jiaoya.
Whether it was Jiaoya's plump figure or Jiang Fan's handsome appearance, they were a beautiful scenery when walking in the college.
Arriving at the office, Jiaoya adjusted her pink glasses.
Teacher. Although Jiang Fan was very confused, he still had a charming smile on his face. In the past, the hot and sexy Jiaoya had never looked for him alone.
Why did she look for him alone today? Student Jiang Fan, I was also a student at Magic City University.
I just graduated last year.
I am only a few years older than you. You can call me senior.
Jiaoya looked at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes. Although she tried her best to suppress her inner restlessness, she couldn't help but want to take a few more glances.
Senior? Jiang Fan was stunned.
The university teacher who used to be aloof, beautiful, and plump now wants me to call her senior?
Well, that's a good name. Jiaoya smiled slightly and nodded. Jiang Fan swallowed his saliva.
This didn't seem like the conversation that should be between Jiaoya and him.
Student Jiang Fan, can you tell me why you suddenly became so handsome?
Jiaoya stretched out her fair little hand and sat on the sofa in the office with Jiang Fan. This is also what confused her.
Senior, I don't know either.
I just slept all night, and when I woke up the next morning, I became taller and more handsome. Jiang Fan felt the warmth from Jiaoya's little hand, and felt surprised and happy. As for what he said, it was of course false.
How could he possibly tell anyone about the binding system?
Not to mention Jiaoya, even his biological parents couldn't tell him.
But last night was Valentine's Day. Didn't you go out with your girlfriend? Jiaoya suddenly asked.
We broke up. Jiang Fan said calmly. If his 99th ex-girlfriend hadn't dumped him, he wouldn't have been able to bind to the all-powerful shared male god system.
I wonder what his ex-girlfriends would feel when they see him now. Breaking up with you on Valentine's Day?
Jiaoya looked surprised. It was hard to tell whether this expression was surprise or shock.
Yes. Jiang Fan nodded. What kind of idiot would break up with such a handsome guy on Valentine's Day? What a waste of talent.
Jiaoya was gossiping in her heart. If it were her, how could she let such a handsome guy slip through her fingers? Of course she would go to the hotel. Poor single girl, she spent yesterday Valentine's Day all by herself, feeling lonely, isolated and cold.
Then accept my condolences.
Jiaoya comforted Jiang Fan with her fair little hands. When she touched Jiang Fan's hands, she felt as if she were being electrocuted.
Jiang Fan nodded. Then tell me, are you single now?
Jiaoya looked at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes.
Yes, senpai.
Jiang Fan said calmly.
So do you think senior is pretty? Jiaoya moved closer, so close to Jiang Fan that she could even hear his breathing. Jiang Fan was stunned. Is the senior pretty? Jiaoya moved closer.
Beautiful. Great figure. Beautiful face.
Jiang Fan was ecstatic.
Although he had fantasized about meeting Jiaoya in his dreams countless times, he had never thought that this fantasy would one day become reality.
It really caught me off guard.
Stimulate. So if senior sister is your girlfriend, do you think it's okay? Jiaoya leaned over and brushed her soft body against Jiang Fan's. It was so fragrant, soft, and gentle. Fuck this. Suddenly, Jiang Fan was shocked. Jiaoya actually fell in love with him. This is so awesome. Jiaoya never took him seriously before. Now, she actually wants to be his girlfriend. But, although it was cool, he couldn't agree to it. He has just completed one order, and he needs to take at least 999 orders before he can unbind the system, otherwise he will be dead. Suddenly, at this moment. Bite. Congratulations to the host, the system has accepted the second order for the host. A cold reminder sounded in his mind. The second order, damn, it really came just in time. Jiang Fan was delighted. He stood up and said to Zhao Ye, "Senior, please give me some time to think about it." "Okay, think about it carefully, I'll wait for you." Zhao Ye stared at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes, her heart surging with emotions. Jiang Fan nodded and left. At the same time, 100 miles away from the magic city. Tuothing Village, Zhao family. Today, Wang Mubua, the richest man in Tuothing Village, drove a red car to the Zhao family to propose marriage. Although this is just a small car worth less than 100,000 yuan, in the eyes of honest rural man Zhao Yishui and his wife Li Shuemei, people who drive small cars are different from others, because they are all rich people. The person Wang Mubua came to propose to was naturally not Zhao Yishui's wife Li Shuemei, but Zhao Yaqi, the daughter of Zhao Yishui and Li Shuemei. Zhao Yaqi is 23 years old this year and has graduated from university for 1 year. She is a well-known beauty and village belle in the village, and also a famous school belle in school. She is a stunning beauty in the world. Mu Bo. It's not that we don't agree to this marriage, but our daughter is not at home. Seeing Wang Mubua driving a car to propose marriage, Zhao Yishui and Li Shuemei were naturally beaming. Wang Mubua was the son of Wang Dafu, the richest man in the village. Marrying their daughter to Wang Mubua was equivalent to becoming a relative of the richest man in the village. For the old couple, that was a great thing. Besides, this is not the first time that Wang Mubua has come to propose marriage. However, my daughter Zhao Yaqi has always disagreed with this marriage. In the past, Zhao Yaqi always rejected Wang Mubua's proposals on the grounds that she was still in school. But now, her daughter has graduated from college, and if she refuses again, she would be disrespecting the village's richest man. Uncle, aunt, nephew knows Yaqi is not at home, but as long as uncle and aunt give Yaqi a call, won't Yaqi come back? Besides, as long as Yaqi and I get married, Yaqi will be the daughter-in-law of the village's richest man's son, and you will be the in-laws of the village's richest man. Why do you need to suffer outside? Wang Mubua had a pointed face and 2 gold teeth in his mouth. He was carrying a large leather bag in his hand, looking like a nouveau riche, and was giving bad advice to Zhao Yishui and Li Shuemei. Mu Bo. You know, Yaqi works in a big city. How can she come back just because we call her? Even if she wants to come back, she may have to wait until the Chinese New Year. How about you wait until the Chinese New Year and come and chat? Li Shuemei looked at Wang Mubua, not knowing whether to agree or not. Although the old couple agreed with this marriage, their daughter Zhao Yaqi disagreed. Aunt, you are wrong. If you just call Yaqi to come back, she will certainly not agree. But if you say this, I guarantee that Yaqi will come running back tonight. Wang Mubua had a sly look in his eyes and told Li Shuemei all the bad things he had in mind. This is not good. Zhao Yishui and Li Shuemei were embarrassed when they heard Wang Mubua's bad idea. Wouldn't it be a betrayal to their own daughter? Chapter 14, The feeling of falling in love at first sight is so wonderful. Uncle, aunt, you are doing this for Yaqi's happiness. Think about it, as long as Yaqi marries me, will she still have to go out to work and suffer? Do you still have to work from sunrise to sunset? Wang Mubua began to paint a rosy picture for Zhao Yishui and Li Shuemei, talking about a bunch of irrelevant things. After all, Zhao Yishui and Li Shuemei were both honest people in the village, so they could not stand Wang Mubua's deception. After a few words, the old couple picked up their Nokia phones and called their daughter. Magic City, Vivo International Group Company, Limited, Human Resources Department. In the spacious and bright office, Zhao Yaqi sits in front of a simple yet elegant desk, holding a cup of cappuccino in her left hand and skillfully jumping on the keyboard with her right hand. Suddenly, the phone rang. Hey! Mom! She quickly picked up the phone. My daughter! Please come back soon. Your father is dying. On the other end of the phone, Mother Li Shuemei's voice was filled with tears. What's wrong, Dad? Zhao Yaqi's heart suddenly tightened and she asked hurriedly. Your father went to work in the fields a few days ago, and suddenly he felt dizzy and fell down in the fields. Fortunately, someone passed by and rescued him. But after he was sent to the hospital, the doctor said that his condition was very bad, and he was afraid he didn't have much time to live. After your father woke up in the hospital, he said that his last wish in this life was to see you start a career and start a family. You should take leave and come back soon to settle your lifelong affairs. If your father has any accident, he will die peacefully. Otherwise, your father will die uneasy. On the other end of the phone, Li Shuamei's voice was choked with sobs, and every word seemed to be squeezed out of her throat, sad and desolate.
Zhao Yaqi almost cried when she heard it. Mom, I don't even have a boyfriend, how can I ask for leave to go back and get married?
There was a hint of anxiety and helplessness in Zhao Yaqi's voice, and she felt heartbroken. She didn't want to worry her parents who were far away in her hometown, nor did she want to make a hasty decision about her life because of temporary helplessness.
Of course not. During the time you were away, Mubo often came to visit me and your father.
When you come back this time, confirm this matter with him and come to give your father good luck.
Maybe, your father will be better. Wang Mubwa? He's been divorced twice. How could I possibly marry him?
So you want to watch your father die with regrets?
I got it. I'll buy a ticket and come back tonight.
Zhao Yaqi hung up the phone, feeling upset for a long time.
Her father was seriously ill, so she had to go back.
She didn't want to see her father die with his eyes open. However, the thought of getting engaged to Wang Mubwa made her want to dry heave. But now, on one side is family affection, and on the other side is one's own lifelong event.
What should I do?
At this moment, a cold reminder sounded on the phone screen.
Are you still worried about being single during the holidays?
Are you still envious of your friends who go out in pairs? Are you still troubled by the chattering of your elders at home? Click to order the perfect man, professionally solve your unspeakable secrets. Appearance guaranteed, good quality and low price, good value for money, economical and affordable. You can't afford to suffer a loss, you can't afford to be deceived, you can't afford to be cheated.
It can be used like this, or like this. There are many ways to use it. You can match it as you like. It is free and changeable. It will definitely suit your taste. The perfect man? Looking at the information on the screen, Zhao Yaqi was surprised.
She was just worrying about not having a boyfriend when this message popped up on her phone.
Although she didn't know whether it was true or not, she clicked on it out of curiosity. Please confirm your order requirements.
Your standard for a perfect man.
Rental time. Rental location. Lease period. Zhao Yaqi looked at the message on the screen, thought carefully for a moment, and recorded it. The moment Zhao Yaqi placed the order, a series of cold reminder sounds rang in Zhang Fan's mind.
The host's stomach cells have been successfully transformed, and his drinking capacity is soaring.
Host humor cells have been transformed successfully, humor is soaring.
The host's Rin and Du meridians have been transformed successfully, and his combat power is soaring.
Immediately afterwards, a virtual screen appeared in Zhang Fan's mind. Goddess, Zhao Yaqi. Occupation, village beauty. Age, 23 years old. Order requirements, good figure, good looks, good alcohol tolerance, humor, rich, able to protect the goddess. Rental time, 6 p.m. Rental location, Starbucks coffee shop. Rental period, 3 days. Fuck. Village beauty goddess. Zhang Fan looked at the message on the virtual screen in his mind and felt ecstatic. The first order was a flight attendant, the second order was a village girl, and each order was a different goddess. It's really amazing. After school, Zhang Fan went straight to Starbucks. Starbucks coffee shop in Shanghai. Zhao Yaqi was sitting in the corner, feeling anxious and terrified. Because she didn't know if this perfect man who placed the order was reliable? But now she has no choice. Her father was seriously ill, so she had to go back. But after she returned, her parents would definitely force her to get engaged to Wang Mubwa. Wang Mubwa, the son of the richest man in the village, although his family is rich, he is a well-known scumbag in the village. When he was in school, he got a female classmate pregnant, and she dropped out of school to marry him. However, less than 3 years after the marriage, he became dissatisfied with her figure and divorced her. Not long after, he fell in love with a young woman in the village. He took advantage of the young woman's husband being away from home to work and slept with her. When the young woman's husband found out, he had no choice but to divorce her. But less than half a year later, Wang Mubwa disliked the young woman because she had given birth to a child and divorced her again. Now everyone in the village calls the young woman a slut. If she marries such a scumbag, she will live in regret for the rest of her life. My parents are honest people. They thought that as long as they married a rich man, they would have a good life. But how could they know that without love, the relationship would not last long? Besides, Wang Mubwa is a scumbag. Just as she was immersed in lamenting her tragic fate, a handsome man walked towards her. Yaqi?
The man walked up to her and spoke softly in a charming voice. Zhao Yaqi looked up and was immediately stunned. Because the man is so handsome that it makes people obsessed with him. Who are you? Zhao Yaqi swallowed and stared at the handsome man in a daze. I'm the perfect man for your order. The man said gently. Perfect man? Are you the perfect man I ordered? Suddenly, Zhao Yaqi was stunned. She never imagined that the perfect man she ordered out of curiosity would be so handsome and charming. Although she has never been in a relationship, at this moment she seems to be immersed in the feeling of being in love. This feeling of falling in love at first sight is so beautiful and intoxicating. Chapter 15. Can I stay at your house for one night? Yes. My name is Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan nodded slightly, sat next to Zhao Yaqi, and ordered a latte. Jiang Fan? What a nice name. Zhao Yaqi's pretty face was flushed with shyness, and her heart was beating wildly. Yaqi. Your name is very nice too. Jiang Fan smiled gently, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a graceful arc. After being immersed in the dream for a while, Zhao Yaqi came to her senses and said, My father is sick, and my mother wants me to get engaged to a scumbag in the village to bring good luck to my father, but I don't like that scumbag, so... Jiang Fan smiled gently and said softly, It doesn't matter, no matter what happens, I will always be by your side. Really? Zhao Yaqi stared at Jiang Fan in a daze, feeling deeply moved. Logically speaking, she and Jiang Fan had just met, and she shouldn't trust Jiang Fan so much, but a woman in love will not think about problems with her IQ. Certainly. Jiang Fan nodded slightly. I've already bought the tickets. We'll go home together tomorrow morning. Zhao Yaqi looked at Jiang Fan infatuatedly, her mind full of Jiang Fan's image. Jiang Fan nodded. Then, the two made an agreement to set off at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning and take a bus back to their rural hometown. After the meeting, Jiang Fan returned to his rented house. At this time, Dong. Someone knocked on the door. Who's knocking on the door so late? Jiang Fan was puzzled. Then he opened the door. However, when he opened the door and saw the person coming, he was dumbfounded. It turned out to be the young female neighbor next door, Xiao Xiao. Handsome, are you asleep? The young neighbor next door, Xiao Xiao, has a sweet voice and is a typical gentle lady. However, he couldn't understand why the young neighbor came to see him so late at night. Not yet. What's up? Jiang Fan looked at Xiao Xiao with his star-like eyes and asked puzzledly. I'm out of soy sauce at home, can you lend me some? Xiao Xiao looked into Jiang Fan's eyes, but her voice became lower and lower, which seemed a little unnatural. No soy sauce? Jiang Fan was extremely confused. Isn't there a small shop downstairs? Wouldn't it only take a few minutes to go downstairs and buy a bottle of soy sauce? Are you here to borrow soy sauce? Is there? Xiao Xiao bit her lips lightly and said gently. Yes. Although confused, Jiang Fan did not refuse. After all, we are neighbors. Besides, the young woman had once been the object of his fantasy. But before, the young woman had never looked at him straight in the eye. Moreover, the soundproofing effect of the rental house was not very good, and he could occasionally hear Xiao Xiao's screams in the middle of the night. But the voice was so gentle and pleasant that after hearing it, he tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. After saying that, he walked into the kitchen, took out a bottle of soy sauce and handed it to Xiao Xiao. However, after Xiao Xiao took the soy sauce, she did not leave. Instead, with red eyes, she stared at Jiang Fan half obsessively, as if she had something to say. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Jiang Fan was confused. Wasn't he borrowing soy sauce? Could it be that he had other intentions? He was not a fool, he could see many emotions in the young woman's eyes. She was so charming and touching that I felt pity for her. Can I go in for a while? Xiao Xiao seemed to have mustered up a lot of courage. She held the soy sauce bottle tightly in her delicate little hands and stared into Jiang Fan's eyes infatuatedly. Out of the principle of helping neighbors, Jiang Fan nodded slightly and opened the door. Xiao Xiao walked into the room, and then, she couldn't help crying. This wave of operations will make Jiang Fan completely helpless. What's wrong with you? Jiang Fan looked at his young female neighbor and asked with concern. Can I borrow your shoulder to cry on? Xiao Xiao stared at Jiang Fan with her big watery eyes and spoke in a tender voice. Well, okay. Jiang Fan hesitated for half a second. A young and handsome guy and a beautiful newlywed, a single man and a single woman, staying in the same room.
Is it sure that there won't be any problems if she cries on his shoulder?
However, out of the principle of helping others, he really couldn't refuse. So, he had to agree to the young woman Xiao Xiao's request. Hearing Jiang Fan's agreement, the young woman Xiao Xiao immediately walked in front of Jiang Fan, stretched out her two white and delicate hands, hugged Jiang Fan's neck, buried her head in Jiang Fan's shoulder, and began to cry. Hearing the sound of the young woman crying, smelling her body fragrance, and feeling the warmth from her body, everything is just right and has a unique flavor. People always say that domestic flowers are not as fragrant as wild flowers. Perhaps this is the reason.
Thank you.
After a moment, the young woman Xiao Xiao wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, sobbed a few times, stared at Jiang Fan, and said gently,
"It doesn't matter."
Jiang Fan waved his hand. He once hoped so much to have a chance to have a wonderful encounter with the young woman, but he never expected that his dream would come true today.
What a fate! Do you know why I'm crying?
Xiao Xiao looked at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes and said gently.
Why?
Jiang Fan was puzzled.
His star-like eyes also looked at the young woman.
Although he had shed tears, he could still tell from the young woman's face that she seemed to have deliberately put on makeup. My husband is on a business trip, and I'm scared at home alone.
The young woman spoke so sadly and miserably. No way.
When Jiang Fan heard this, he was dumbfounded.
My husband is away on a business trip, and I am scared at home alone, so I run to my neighbor to cry? Is this the reason why I come to see myself? Are you trying to make fun of me?
The young woman looked at him.
No, I didn't mean that.
Jiang Fan waved his hand.
Can I ask you a question then?
The young woman looked at him infatuatedly with her beautiful big eyes, and her voice was extremely gentle. I have to say that young woman Xiao Xiao is indeed a beauty. She has a delicate face and a plump figure. She is 1.65 meters tall. Although she is not very tall, she is not short either. In particular, her skin is fair, tender, and smooth, and her slender waist can be held in one hand.
Countless men have been fascinated and obsessed with her.
In the past, he had expected to have a perfect encounter with her countless times in his mind, but the young woman never looked at him straight in the eye. But now, since the chance encounter yesterday, only one night later, the young woman actually came to borrow soy sauce on her own initiative.
Life is so wonderful.
But, are you really just here to borrow soy sauce?
Jiang Fan nodded.
His eyes like stars looked at the young woman. Although he didn't know what the young woman wanted to ask, helping others was never a bad thing. Besides, the young woman had no bad intentions, so what was he worried about?
However, the young woman's words almost made him stumble. Can I stay at your house for a night? Chapter 16. What would you do if your client confessed his love to you? The next day, early morning.
When the first ray of sunlight shone into the room, Jiang Fan moved the beauty beside him.
Last night?
Yes. What was supposed to happen, happened.
What shouldn't have happened, happened.
At first, he thought Xiao Xiao had no bad intentions, but he didn't know that he was wrong. As obsessed as he was with Xiao Xiao's imagination in the past, then, Xiao Xiao last night was just as obsessed with him. The sounds that he could only hear through the wall before, he was there in person last night and heard them clearly all night long. That sound is so beautiful. Like the sound of nature.
Intoxicating. Penetrating into the soul.
He looked at the time, it was already 7 o'clock, and prepared to get up. However, just as he was about to get up, a pair of white and delicate hands hugged him from behind.
Thank you, Fan.
Xiao Xiao hugged him, not knowing whether she was sad or happy, and she actually shed 2 lines of tears.
Thank you too. Jiang Fan didn't know how to comfort her.
After all, this is just a chance encounter and it can't last forever.
Can I come to see you again in the future?
Xiao Xiao hugged him tightly, as if she was worried that he would run away.
Sure. As long as you're happy.
Jiang Fan said softly.
Thank you, I will never forget you. You gave me happiness. Happiness I never had before.
Xiao Xiao expressed her emotions while crying. Jiang Fan was speechless. After a long time, Jiang Fan got up and made a simple breakfast. When he came out, Xiao Xiao had already left. Jiang Fan was neither sad nor upset, but smiled gently. Although it can't last forever, I just wish I had it once.
That's enough.
Then he had breakfast, left the rental house and rushed to the bus station.
When I arrived at the bus station, Zhao Yaqi was already there. Seeing Jiang Fan's handsome figure, Zhao Yaqi waved her hands happily. Hurry up, the bus is about to leave. Zhao Yaqi grabbed Jiang Fan's arm and ran to the bus. After getting on the bus, Zhao Yaqi and Jiang Fan chose a couple's seat in the middle. Jiang Fan sat on the outside near the window, and Zhao Yaqi sat on the inside near the aisle. Are you a professional in this field? On the way, Zhao Yaqi was very curious about Jiang Fan's profession. I guess so. But this is my third day on the job. Jiang Fan smiled gently, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a graceful arc. Have you just started working? Zhao Yaqi was curious. She thought Jiang Fan was a new employee of this sharing platform. Well, I guess so. Jiang Fan nodded slightly. Although orders are received through the system, seriously speaking, it is almost the same as a shared platform company. The system is responsible for receiving orders, and they are responsible for serving customers. So am I your first client? Zhao Yaqi stared at Jiang Fan expectantly. Jiang Fan shook his head. Am I not the first? Zhao Yaqi felt a little disappointed. You're the second one. Jiang Fan looked at Zhao Yaqi with his star-like eyes and said honestly. He doesn't want to lie. The second one? Then can you tell me what kind of person your first client was? Zhao Yaqi was full of curiosity. Although she was a little curious inside, she seemed to want to know everything about Jiang Fan. However, Jiang Fan shook his head. Customer information is confidential. Maybe it's okay now, with only one or two, but in the future when there are more orders, what if many customers meet at the same time? Besides, keeping customer information confidential is also a kind of professional ethics. Okay. Since you can't tell me, I won't ask. Zhao Yaqi pouted, looking a little disappointed. After all, she was very curious, who was his first client? What kind of person was he? What was the story between them? But of course Jiang Fan wouldn't tell her. Can I ask you another question? After a moment's silence, Zhao Yaqi stared at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes again. As long as it does not involve customer information, I can answer you. Jiang Fan smiled gently. It is not difficult to see that Zhao Yaqi is a lively girl. And she is very beautiful. Especially that stunningly beautiful and otherworldly face. One look at it is unforgettable. Do you have a girlfriend? Zhao Yaqi looked at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes, full of curiosity. Aren't you? Jiang Fan looked into her eyes and smiled gently. I'm not talking about fake girlfriends, I'm talking about real girlfriends? Zhao Yaqi said seriously. Although they are now in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, he is a fake boyfriend she rented and not a real boyfriend. No. Jiang Fan shook his head. Although he had dated 99 ex-girlfriends, he really has no girlfriend now. That's impossible. How can a guy as handsome as you not have a girlfriend? Zhao Yaqi stroked her chin with her fair little hand, looking puzzled. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. Jiang Fan smiled lightly, not knowing how to answer. He thought back to how humble he was in the past, dating 99 ex-girlfriends, but none of them liked him. Has any girl confessed her love to you? Zhao Yaqi asked curiously. Well, I guess so. After a moment of silence, Jiang Fan smiled and answered. Thinking back to yesterday at the academy, the story between Zhao Ye and him was like a dream. If it weren't for the binding system and the change in his appearance, he would never have dreamed that teacher Zhao Ye would say those touching words to him. The head teacher is called Zhao Ye, and the village goddess in the second order is called Zhao Yaqi, with only one character difference. I guess this is also a kind of fate. Then why didn't you agree to her marriage? Is it because you're not pretty? Zhao Yaqi was very curious and seemed to have endless questions to ask. No. Jiang Fan smiled and shook his head. Teacher Zhao Ye was very beautiful, especially her plump figure, which was simply fascinating. However, he had no choice. What's the reason? Zhao Yaqi was puzzled. Because of the work, because it's a special job. Jiang Fan said sincerely. If it were in the past, he would have agreed to Zhao Ye without hesitation. It could even be said that it was his dream. However, after being connected to the super-shared perfect male god system, the romance between ordinary couples had become an unattainable luxury. This is the price to pay for trading with the system. Only after he has received more than 1,000 orders will he be eligible to unbind the system. Then let me ask you another question. Zhao Yaqi looked at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes, with a charming luster in them. Jiang Fan nodded. If you develop feelings for your client, if your client falls in love with you, if your client confesses his love to you, what will you do? Zhao Yaqi looked at Jiang Fan seriously. Chapter 17, Line up and welcome back the goddess of our Tuothing village. I don't care how long it will last, I just want to have it once, leaving each other with the best memories. Isn't that the best choice? Jiang Fan smiled gently and looked at Zhao Yaqi with eyes like stars. Yes. That was his answer. From the moment he bound himself to the system, he was destined to be a prodigal son for the rest of his life. You don't care about how long it will last, but you just want to have it once? If that's the case, I'm afraid it will be very painful. Zhao Yaqi looked at Jiang Fan with her beautiful big eyes. Although she thought Jiang Fan was handsome and her heart was fluttering, it was only their second meeting and she didn't have that unforgettable feeling, so they just had a good impression of each other. Then the bus continued to move slowly. At the same time, Tuothing village, at the village entrance. Wang Mubwa drove a red car, followed by a group of brothers from the village. They supported Zhao Yishui and Li Xueme and were waiting at the entrance of the village for the return of the village goddess Zhao Yaqi. Uncle, Aunt, are you sure Yaqi will be back today? Wang Mubwa has shifty eyes and a treacherous look on his face. He had a gold watch on his wrist, a gold dog chain as thick as a finger on his neck, a large leather bag tucked under his left armpit, and a brick-sized cell phone inlaid with diamonds in his right hand. He looked like a nouveau riche. I called her yesterday and she said she would buy a ticket and come back today. She is a filial child, so it should be correct. Li Xueme looked at Wang Mubwa's flattering expression. Although she felt a little awkward, he was the son of the richest man in the village after all. It was an honor for her to have her daughter welcomed back to the village with such a grand ceremony. Zhao Yishui sighed. Although Wang Mubwa is the son of the richest man in the village, is it right to marry my daughter to Wang Mubwa? But Wang Mubwa's family is powerful and ordinary people can't afford to offend him. You know, the Wang family is the first family in the village to run a pig farm and also the first family in the village to buy a car. If you offend the Wang family, you will never be able to stay in Tuothing village in the future. Okay. Wait for Yaqi to come back and arrange the marriage. Then our two families will be one family. From now on, I, Wang Mubwa, will take care of uncle and aunt in their old age. Wang Mubwa smiled happily, revealing 2 gold teeth in his mouth. Congratulations, Brother Bo, congratulations, Brother Bo, you finally got your dream and got the beauty. Who is Brother Bo? He is the son of the richest man in Tuothing village. He is worth millions. Not to mention the beauty of Tuothing village, even the flight attendant of Modu City can be easily obtained. As expected of Brother Bo, he is awesome, rich, and handsome. Which woman doesn't like him? When you drive the car, beauties will come to you naturally. Next to him, a group of bachelors in the village who followed Wang Mubwa around started to flatter and praise him. Hey, today is just a reception. The two families haven't held an engagement banquet yet. It doesn't count. Although Wang Mubwa said this modestly, he had already regarded Zhao Yaqi as his wife in his heart. When Zhao Yaqi was in school, he had confessed his love to her countless times, but unfortunately he was rejected every time. Now that Zhao Yaqi has graduated from college, let's see what excuses she will use to refuse. I don't want to get Zhao Yaqi's heart, but I want to get Zhao Yaqi's body. As long as you get the person, the relationship can be cultivated slowly. As long as you are willing to spend money, is there any woman you can't get? Brother Bo is just being modest. This sister-in-law came back specially just to get engaged to Brother Bo. It will only take a day or 2. Yes. Maybe sister-in-law can't wait to fly back and marry Brother Bo as soon as possible. Needless to say, Brother Bo is suave, handsome, and elegant. Which woman in the village doesn't like him? Even married young women are deeply in love with Brother Bo and can't forget him. A bunch of bachelors and lackeys flattered me one after another. To be honest, I was so envious and jealous. They are all a group of bachelors, without even a woman, but Wang Mubwa has been married twice, even had an affair with a young married woman, and now he is going to marry a village beauty. He is really lucky. Waste. With a snap, Wang Mubwa slapped the henchman on the head. What a joke. Marrying a young woman, is that what he wanted to marry? At first, he just wanted to seek some excitement, but unexpectedly the young woman's husband suddenly came back from outside and caught him in bed. It's exciting just thinking about it. Unfortunately, since I brought the young woman home, the wildflower has become a domestic flower. The thrill of sneaking around is gone, and the flavor has been lost.
Now, the village beauty is about to return, and a bunch of idiots actually mentioned the affairs of the young woman.
It's really unlucky.
Brother Bo, I. The henchman was also very depressed. He tried to flatter the boss, but he never thought that he would hit the horse's leg.
Get out of my way. If you ruin my good deeds, I will make you pay for it. Wang Mubwa kicked the henchman on the butt again. Ma Zai didn't dare to say a word and stood obediently by the side, waiting for the village beauty Zhaoyaki to return. An hour later. Sunshine on the mountain.
The sun shone above their heads like a blazing flame, and Wang Mubwa and his men couldn't stand the heat.
Uncle, Aunt, are you sure Yaki will come back? Wang Mubwa couldn't stand the heat.
He grew up in a honeypot, and due to excessive indulgence, he was physically weak and had a weak spleen.
How could he bear being exposed to the scorching sun?
He called yesterday and said he'd be back today, so he should be on his way. Li Shuemei was also rubbing her hands anxiously.
If her daughter didn't come back, Wang Mubwa would definitely not let it go. Why don't you give Yaki a call and ask? Wang Mubwa had a flattering look on his face.
Because he was sweating, the golden dog chain around his neck stuck to his skin, which was extremely uncomfortable.
Okay. Then, Li Shuemei took out the old man's cell phone and called her daughter Zhaoyaki. Hey, daughter. Are you back? Why haven't I seen you yet? Mom, it's almost there. We'll be there soon. Okay, then come back soon. After hanging up the phone, Wang Mubwa was beaming with joy.
Although the sun was scorching, everything would be worth it as long as the beauty returned. All the suffering I have endured now must be compensated when the beauty returns. He had even thought about how he would spend the wedding night with Zhaoyaki after they got married, how it would start, how it would end, what the process would be, and even what expression Zhaoyaki would have. He had imagined it all in his mind. At this moment, at the end of the village entrance, a beautiful figure appeared in everyone's sight.
Quick, line up and welcome back the goddess of our Tuofeng village.
Wang Mubwa immediately perked up and asked the group of thugs to separate and stand in 2 rows. He straightened his clothes and smoothed the few strands of hair that had not fallen out. His temperament was so vulgar. Gradually, at the end of the village, a beautiful figure was getting closer and closer.
However, the gangsters found out. Brother Bo, something is wrong. It seems that my sister-in-law is not the only one. Yeah. I don't look like a human either. Chapter 18, If you fight me, the consequences may not be something you can bear? Not alone? Wang Mubwa's pupils also shrank.
He quickly rubbed his eyes and looked towards the end of the village.
Fuck. It seems like they are not the same person. Wang Mubwa had a bad feeling in his heart. Old man, that's not right. This girl seems to have brought someone back. Do you think it could be?
Old Mother Li Shuemei looked at the end of the village with a puzzled look on her face. She asked her daughter to come back to get engaged and bring good luck to the old man.
Could it be that the daughter brought a boyfriend back on her own? Aunt, what's going on?
Wang Mubwa was confused and turned to look at the old lady Li Shuemei.
I don't know that either.
Li Shuemei was also confused.
Her daughter hadn't told her that she would bring anyone back.
Then, when Wang Mubwa saw who was coming, 1,000 horses galloped through his heart. The long-cherished village beauty goddess is back, but a man is back with her, a man so handsome that he makes people jealous.
Fuck. Who is this man?
Fuck, this man is so damn handsome.
Is this the man from the big city? He's so damn handsome.
Seeing the handsome man next to the village goddess Zhaoyaki, a group of bachelors in the village were stunned.
Damn, so handsome. So handsome that it makes people jealous. If you have such good looks, would you still worry about not finding a girlfriend? But Wang Mubwa's face turned dark. The goddess in his mind, his future wife, actually went back to the village with another man? Isn't this cheating on him?
In the village, he was always the one cheating on others, but he had never been cheated on by others. Even his divorced ex-wife, no one in the village dared to marry her. Now, this man is actually walking openly with his future wife, holding her hand.
Dad, Mom.
From a distance, Zhaoyaki looked at her father and mother, and she flew into their arms.
My daughter. You are back. You have been away in the big city for several months. I missed you so much. Li Shuemei hugged her daughter and was very excited. Dad, aren't you sick?
Suddenly, Zhaoyaki looked at her healthy old father with a puzzled look on her face. Your dad got better last night when he heard you were coming back.
Li Shuemei looked at her daughter and said happily. It was fine last night?
Zhao Yaqi looked at her mother, then at Wang Mubua, who was standing beside her with a gold dog chain around his neck and a shifty look on his face, and she roughly understood what was going on.
Yes.
Your father got well last night when he heard that you were coming back. Also, Mubo heard that you were coming back, so he drove his car to the village entrance to pick you up. He came to the village entrance in the morning and has been waiting for you for more than an hour. Motherly Shuemei was so happy when she looked at her beautiful daughter.
Mom, why is he waiting for me? I have nothing to do with him.
Zhao Yaqi glanced at Wang Mubua with disgust.
Daughter, don't say that. You are old enough and it's time for you to get married. Mubo is the richest man in the village.
If you are with him, we two old people will feel relieved. Li Shuemei looked at her daughter and spoke earnestly.
Mom, what are you talking about?
I will stay single forever and I will never marry him.
Besides, I already have a boyfriend. This time I came back just to bring my boyfriend back to see you.
Zhao Yaqi said, holding Jiang Fan's arm with her fair and tender little hand, and walked in front of her mother Li Shuemei and father Zhao Yishui, saying, Dad, Mom, this is my boyfriend, his name is Jiang Fan.
Hello, uncle and aunt.
Jiang Fan was also very cooperative, with a smile on his face and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a graceful arc. The two men couldn't help but marvel at what they saw.
This boy was indeed good-looking.
Compared with Wang Mubua, there was a huge difference.
What? Your boyfriend? Suddenly, Wang Mubua's eyes widened as big as lanterns. Fuck, where did this ungrateful pretty boy come from? How dare he snatch Brother Bo's girlfriend? He really doesn't know how to live or die. In Tuafeng village, who dares to offend Brother Bo? Who thinks he is handsome and dares to go against Brother Bo? He is really courting death.
A group of bachelors stared at Jiang Fan viciously and began to humiliate and ridicule him. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake.
Being handsome is useless.
In Tuafeng village, it is still Brother Bo who has the final say.
Yeah. Any questions? Zhao Yaqi glanced at Wang Mubua with disgust. Yaqi, stop joking. I've already talked to your parents. When you come back this time, we'll get engaged. What's the matter with you bringing a man back now?
Wang Mubua glared at Jiang Fan with hatred. He had never expected that Zhao Yaqi would actually bring back a man.
Who are you kidding?
He is my boyfriend, and it is only natural for me to bring him home to meet my parents.
Look at yourself, you have a pointed face and yellow teeth. Do you think I will marry you just because you have a few coins? Stop daydreaming. Zhao Yaqi just scolded Wang Mubua without showing any mercy, hoping that Wang Mubua would stop pestering her.
Seeing that Zhao Yaqi was difficult to deal with, Wang Mubua's eyes naturally fell on Jiang Fan.
Boy, I advise you to be sensible. Yaqi is my fiancé. If you don't know the situation, there will be no telling if there will be any accidents. Wang Mubua stared at Jiang Fan with his small eyes and said meaningfully.
That's right, you think you can steal Brother Bo's woman just because you have a pretty face. You won't even know how you died when the time comes.
This is Tuafeng village, not the big city of Modu. If Brother Bo wants to kill a person, it's just like killing an ant. A group of bachelors stared at Jiang Fan, threatening and mocking him.
Jiang Fan smiled lightly. I prefer to be soft and not hard.
Since I am Yaqi's boyfriend, I will never leave her. You can use whatever means you want. Seeing that Jiang Fan didn't buy it, Wang Mubua's eyes became even colder.
Boy, you have to know that my father is the richest man in Tuafeng village, and I am the richest man's son in Tuafeng village. If you fight with me, the consequences may not be something you can bear. Wang Mubua walked up to Jiang Fan, turned his back to Zhao Yaqi, took out a stack of bright red bills from his purse and handed it to Jiang Fan. Threaten while giving benefits, using both soft and hard tactics. After all, this trick has worked for him every time. He once had an affair with a young woman in the village and was caught by the young woman's husband. However, he easily solved the problem with a stack of money and a few words. Therefore, he did not believe that there were people in this world who did not love money and were not afraid of power.
Chapter 19. As long as Jiang Fan is drunk, Zhao Yaqi will be easily captured. Take your money and get out. The relationship between Yaqi and I cannot be measured by money. Don't say that you are just the richest son of Tuafeng village.
Even if you are the richest man in Tuafeng village, I, Jiang Fan, will still ignore you. Jiang Fan shook off Wang Mubua's hand and looked at Wang Mubua with contempt with his star-like eyes.
Okay.
You have guts.
Wang Mubua pulled his hand back and put the money back into his wallet. His scorpion-like eyes stared at Jiang Fan, hating him to the core.
Then, he turned around and looked at the elderly Li Shuemei and Zhao Yishui, and said with a cold smile, "Uncle, Aunt, Yaki has just returned.
Let's not talk about the engagement today. Today we are mainly here to welcome Yaki back to the village. I have asked people to prepare wine and food at home to welcome Yaki. Isn't this bad?"
Suddenly, Li Shuemei and Zhao Yishui were stunned. Now that their daughter has come back with her boyfriend, they still have to go to Wang Mubua's house for dinner to welcome their daughter.
This is totally unacceptable. Uncle, Aunt, what's wrong with this? We are neighbors from the same village.
Even if my marriage with Yaki doesn't work out, we are still good neighbors.
It's my duty to welcome Yaki back. Don't you think so? Wang Mubua called everyone uncle and aunt all the time, with a sly look on his face.
But Li Shuemei and Zhao Yishui were both honest people in the village and didn't know how to refuse. Besides, Wang Mubua was the son of the richest man in the village. He was rich and powerful and they couldn't afford to offend him.
Uncle, Aunt, let's go. We're just having a meal to welcome Yaki. If Yaki doesn't like me, I can't force her to do anything. Wang Mubua took Zhao Yishui and Li Shuemei's arms and walked towards the car.
Zhao Yaki wanted to refuse, but when she heard Wang Mubua say that he would not force her as long as he didn't like her, she didn't say anything more. After all, my parents will have to live in the village in the future. If they offend Wang Mubua, and if he asks someone to come and cause trouble for my parents, things will be difficult to deal with then. Then, she looked at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes. After all, the person she was most concerned about when going to Wang Mubua's house for dinner was Jiang Fan. And it goes without saying that this meal is most likely a hongmen banquet.
And the person Wang Mubua wants to target is naturally Jiang Fan. It's just a meal, it's okay.
Looking at Zhao Yaki's embarrassed eyes, Jiang Fan smiled gently. If it were in the past, he would definitely not dare to go there rashly, but now he is no longer the same person as before, and he does not even take a mere village bully seriously. Then, Zhao Yishui, Li Shuemei, Zhao Yaki, and Jiang Fan got into Wang Mubua's car and drove towards the village. A group of bachelors were naturally running behind the car.
In the car, Wang Mubua never mentioned the engagement, but smiled sinisterly and said, "Brother, what kind of job do you do in the city?"
"Customer service." Jiang Fan said indifferently.
"Customer service, then you must be good at drinking. This is also your first time in our village, you must drink a few more glasses today,"
Wang Mubua said sarcastically. Jiang Fan smiled and said nothing. Soon, the car drove into the yard of Wang Mubua, the richest man in the village. It must be said that the title of the richest man in the village is not undeserved. His house is extremely majestic, with high walls on all sides of the yard, 2 stone lions squatting at the door, a 3-story Western-style building inside, and rockery and water in the yard. Judging from the building, it is worth at least 1 million. If it were in the past, Jiang Fan would have been amazed, but now, in his eyes, it is not worth mentioning. He has 100 million in his bank card, so what does a rural villa worth only 1 million mean to him? "Brother, what do you think of my villa?" After returning home, Wang Mubua immediately wanted to give Jiang Fan a warning. After all, the construction cost of this villa alone was more than 800,000 yuan, and the decoration and furniture cost a total of more than 1.5 million yuan. It is not only the best villa in Tuofeng village, but also one of the best villas in the entire Susui county.
It's just okay. Still pleasing to the eye, Jiang Fan said calmly, without showing any surprise at all. Seeing Jiang Fan's calm demeanor, Wang Mubua's eyes turned cold.
In that kid's eyes, the $1 million villa was just average and worth his attention. Li Shuemei and Zhao Yishui were different. When they arrived at Wang Mubua's $1 million villa, they could not move their feet and saw everything wherever they went. "Uncle, Aunt, if you like this kind of villa, let's go to the city and buy a sky villa someday.
It will definitely be more domineering than this one."
Looking at the surprised expressions of Li Shuemei and Zhao Yishui, Jiang Fan smiled lightly and said,
"Buy a sky villa? I think you might as well buy a sky toilet."
Wang Mubua looked at Jiang Fan with contempt. A sky villa in the city costs at least several million, or even tens of millions. If it's in a big city like Shanghai, it might even cost hundreds of millions.
You're just a little white face, and you still want to buy a sky villa?
However, he kept these words in his heart and didn't say them out loud.
Today we are not talking about money.
Then, a welcoming banquet was set up in the courtyard of the villa. There are 3 tables, 1 main table and 2 secondary tables. At the main table, Wang Mubua, Li Shueme, Zhao Yishui, Zhao Yaqi, and Jiang Fan sat at one table. The 2 secondary tables were naturally occupied by Wang Mubua's followers, who came to show their support. On the surface, this group of bachelors and lackeys are just here to show their support, but secretly, this group of bachelors and lackeys are just a group of dogs raised by Wang Mubua, commonly known as thugs. Brother, you have come 100 miles to send Yaqi back to the village. I, Wang Mubua, welcome you on behalf of Tuofeng village. This glass of wine is for you. At the dinner table, Wang Mubua raised his glass, a sinister smile on his pointed face, and toasted Jiang Fan. Good. Jiang Fan nodded. Then, he raised his glass and clinked it with Wang Mubua's. They both drank it in one gulp. Brother, to be honest, I'm happy that Yaqi found such a handsome boyfriend like you. I toast to you with this glass. Wang Mubua filled his glass, raised it and toasted to Jiang Fan. Good. Jiang Fan nodded slightly. The two clinked their glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. Drinking in the countryside is not as particular as in the city. People use large cups and drink strong liquor with an alcohol content of 52%, each cup weighing 1 liang. If you drink 2 cups in a row, that's 2 taels of white wine. As soon as they sat down at the table and hadn't even started eating, Wang Mubua toasted them twice, which made Zhao Yaqi frightened. Brother, good things come in pairs. Today we hit it off right away. I'll toast you 2 more glasses. Wang Mubua filled the glass, raised it and handed it to Jiang Fan. Good. Jiang Fan did not refuse and accepted everyone who came. This way, he finished off the meal. Perhaps it was because of the toast, Jiang Fan's handsome face flushed. Looking at Jiang Fan with a red face, Wang Mubua couldn't help but feel secretly happy. As long as he could make Jiang Fan drunk, Zhao Yaqi would be easily captured. Chapter 20, Then can you tell me what you want to do to me? After drinking 10 glasses of 52 proof strong liquor, Jiang Fan's face was as red as an apple. 10 cups is 1 caddy, and 1 caddy of 52 proof strong liquor is a lot. First, Wang Mubua toasted, then a group of bachelors toasted. As long as they toasted, Jiang Fan accepted them all. Watching Jiang Fan drink cup after cup of strong white wine, Wang Mubua and his group of thugs were secretly happy. As long as we make Jiang Fan drunk, we can deal with him however we want. Brother, you are a straightforward person. I will toast you again. At the dinner table, Wang Mubua raised his glass and toasted to Jiang Fan. Good. Jiang Fan raised his glass and clinked it with his. Jiang Fan, stop drinking. Looking at Jiang Fan drinking heavily at the table, Zhao Yaqi was extremely worried. Taking turns to toast, isn't this clearly a prank? However, Jiang Fan did not know how to refuse, and he accepted everyone who came. Even if he could drink more, he could not drink more than so many people. It's okay, I'm fine. I can drink. Jiang Fan looked at Zhao Yaqi with his star-like eyes and patted her shoulder lightly. Yaqi, you're wrong. Drinking is something between men, how can you spoil the fun? Besides, today is a welcome party for you, we must get drunk and not leave until we're drunk. Wang Mubua's head was also dizzy and the world was spinning. Although he didn't drink as much as Jiang Fan, he still drank a lot. You're right. Drinking can't spoil the fun. It absolutely can't spoil the fun. Come on, drink. Jiang Fan raised his glass and clinked it with Wang Mubua. Gurgle. Gurgle. 1 cup, another cup, and then another cup. Good things come in pairs, one after another. I don't know how long they drank, until a group of bachelors were all drunk, and then Wang Mubua realized something was wrong. Brother Bo, this kid can drink too much, I can't beat him. It was not until the last bachelor fell to the ground that Wang Mubua realized the seriousness of the problem. Unfortunately, Wang Mubua was no longer conscious at this time. He and Jiang Fan put their arms around each other's shoulders, just like real brothers. Brother! How come you are so good at drinking? I, Wang Mubua, am a well-known 5-poison son in Tuofeng village. I eat, drink, whore, gamble, and smoke. But today I met you, and I am convinced. You are awesome. Wang Mubua put his arm around Jiang Fan's shoulders, gave him a thumbs up, and then he fell to the ground with a bang. Seeing this, Zhao Yaqi, Zhao Yishui and Li Shueme were all stunned. One person got a group of people drunk. Uncle, aunt, let's go. Let's go home. Jiang Fan's handsome face was flushed, and although he reeked of alcohol, he was conscious.
Good. Zhao Yishui and Li Xuemei took a deep breath and nodded woodenly.
After drinking so much, he is still sober.
What a man!
Then, Zhao Yaqi, Zhao Yishui, Li Xuemei, and Jiang Fan left Wang Mubu's rural villa and returned to their own homes. After returning home, Zhao Yaqi helped Jiang Fan to her room and laid him on the bed. Looking at Jiang Fan's handsome face, Zhao Yaqi was surprised and delighted. I didn't expect you to be so good at drinking.
It's okay.
I just drank too much and need to pee.
Can you help me?
Jiang Fan's cheeks were flushed, and although he was still conscious, he felt dizzy.
Ah. I help you? How can I help you with this? Zhao Yaqi became shy instantly. How can I help with this? Should she?
But she is still a virgin. Although Jiang Fan is very handsome, they have only met twice and they have become so close.
Isn't it too fast?
Just teasing you. Jiang Fan pinched Zhao Yaqi's nose, looked at her with his star-like eyes, and smiled gently. Then, he fell asleep.
Hey! Hey!
You're sleeping on the bed, where should I sleep? Seeing Jiang Fan sleeping soundly on the bed, Zhao Yaqi was stunned for a moment.
Just one bed, 2 people. But I can't tell my parents, otherwise it will be exposed.
Forget it, just squeeze in.
He's so handsome anyway, it won't hurt me.
Then, she moved Jiang Fan inside and lay down on the bed herself.
The next day, early morning.
When Wang Mubua and a group of bachelors woke up, they had already slept for a day and a night.
Brother Bo, are you okay?
A group of bachelors got up from the ground and walked to Wang Mubua's side. Although I was awake, my stomach was churning.
52% strong liquor will burn your stomach if you drink too much.
Damn it, I didn't expect that kid could drink so much. After Wang Mubua woke up, he felt annoyed. He had planned everything, but he had never expected that the boy could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Instead of getting the boy drunk, he got himself drunk and had to sleep in the yard all night. Now his waist, back, and stomach hurt.
Brother Bo, what should we do now?
A group of thugs said with sad faces.
Why are you in such a hurry?
Since the soft approach doesn't work, let's use the hard approach. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Wang Mubua's pupils.
At the same time, Tuofeng Village, Zhao family.
When Jiang Fan and Zhao Yaqi woke up, they found themselves hugging each other in the middle of the night for some reason.
Suddenly, Zhao Yaqi became extremely shy.
Although she is already 23 years old, she has never had a boyfriend.
This is the first time she has been so intimate with a man.
It is really unforgettable.
Alright.
I'm your boyfriend, no matter what you do to me, I'm willing. Jiang Fan looked at Zhao Yaqi with a pair of star-like eyes and said gently.
Really? Zhao Yaqi lowered her head and spoke in a very low voice. Jiang Fan nodded, and then asked, then can you tell me what you want to do to me? No, that's not what I meant. Zhao Yaqi quickly waved her hands, fearing that Jiang Fan would misunderstand. What does that mean?
Jiang Fan looked at Zhao Yaqi's face, smiled gently, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
I think.
Zhao Yaqi hesitated to speak and lowered her head shyly, as if she found it difficult to speak.
Yaqi, I said, no matter what difficulties you encounter, I will help you wholeheartedly. No matter what you want to do, you can tell me and I will agree to it.
Jiang Fan reached out, held Zhao Yaqi's fair and delicate little hand, looked into her beautiful eyes, and said seriously.
Is it really possible to do anything?
Zhao Yaqi seemed to muster up her courage and stared at Jiang Fan.
Anything really? Jiang Fan looked sincere. So, if I want to marry you, will you agree?
Zhao Yaqi finally plucked up the courage to speak out what was in her heart.
Chapter 21, Handsome Guy, are you here to buy a house? You can, but...
Jiang Fan hesitated to speak. After all, the following words would be very hurtful.
I understand.
What I mean is that you and I are just having a fake marriage.
This way, Wang Mubua won't bother me anymore.
Zhao Yaqi looked into Jiang Fan's eyes and said sincerely. Jiang Fan has helped her a lot. From returning to the village and angrily confronting Wang Mubua at the entrance to the welcoming banquet, Jiang Fan's drinking battle with many people, all of this was for her. So, she knew very well that Jiang Fan was really helping her, but she also knew that this was just Jiang Fan's job and it was impossible for him to really marry her.
Okay, I promise.
Jiang Fan smiled gently, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
You two are getting married?
Zhao Yishui and Li Shuemei were having breakfast when they suddenly heard what their daughter Zhao Yaqi said and were both stunned. Well, Jiang Fan and I have discussed it. We'll take advantage of this trip back to hold the wedding so that you two don't have to worry about us at home all the time. Zhao Yaqi held Jiang Fan's hand, looking surprisingly sweet and loving.
Daughter, you can't be serious. You two just came back yesterday, and you want to talk about getting married today. Li Shuemei looked at the two young men.
In terms of appearance, the young man was indeed very handsome and he loved his daughter very much. However, she always felt that this was a little too fast. In rural areas, when getting married, the two families usually get engaged first. After a year or so, if the two families feel that the marriage is appropriate, they will get married.
This is also to give the young people time to spend together. Mom, didn't you ask me to come back?
Jiang Fan and I were together when I was still in school, but I didn't dare to tell you because I was studying at that time. Look, I have graduated for a year now, and it is normal for me to get married.
Zhao Yaqi pouted and looked at her father and mother. But, Wang Mubua.
Li Shuemei wanted to say something but stopped herself, swallowing the words back when they reached her lips.
Auntie, don't worry. I've thought about it. You and Uncle are both old. I plan to buy you a house in the county. Then you and Uncle can live in the city. You don't have to worry about Wang Mubua coming to harass you.
Jiang Fan held Zhao Yaqi's hand tightly and smiled gently.
Ah! Suddenly, this surprised Zhao Yaqi. Although they discussed fake marriage, they didn't talk about buying a house. Buying a house in the county town would cost at least hundreds of thousands of yuan. Where could they get so much money? Have you forgotten what I told you last time, that my dad transferred 1 million pocket money to me?
Jiang Fan looked at Zhao Yaqi with eyes like stars.
What? 1 million pocket money? Zhao Yaqi was stunned. Her beautiful big eyes stared at Jiang Fan in disbelief. Xiao Fan, you are kidding, right? Your dad gave you 1 million pocket money?
Li Shuemei and Zhao Yishui were both surprised.
1 million, what does that mean?
Rural people cannot earn that much in several generations, but Jiang Fan actually said it was just pocket money.
This guy is really rich. Uncle, Aunt, I'm not kidding.
My dad does business in Shanghai and can make tens of millions a month, so he gave me some pocket money.
Jiang Fan said seriously. OMG. Suddenly, Li Shuemei and Zhao Yishui almost fainted. Tens of millions a month, what does that mean? To them, that is an astronomical figure. Fan, you are not kidding.
Zhao Yaqi was also completely confused.
Because of curiosity, I ordered the perfect man I rented. Is he so rich? So rich? Of course I'm not joking. I still have 1 million in my card. I will help you as long as you need it. Jiang Fan looked into Zhao Yaqi's eyes. Wow! Zhao Yaqi took a deep breath and couldn't believe it. Uncle, Auntie. How about this?
Let's go to the city today, buy a house first, and then come back to talk about getting married in the evening. Jiang Fan looked at the old man Li Shuemei with his star-like eyes, and then looked at the old man Zhao Yishui.
This is not good.
Li Shuemei and Zhao Yishui are both honest people, so they would never dare to talk about using Jiang Fan's money to buy a house. Uncle, Aunt, when Yaqi and I get married, we will be a family.
What's wrong with that?
As he spoke, Jiang Fan supported the elderly Li Shuemei and the elderly Zhao Yishui and walked out of the house.
You're not serious, are you?
At this time, it was Zhao Yaqi's turn to be surprised.
Are you really going to buy a house?
Of course it's true.
Consider it a gift from me to you.
Jiang Fan smiled gently. Then, the family of four, Li Shuemei, Zhao Yishui, Zhao Yaqi, and Jiang Fan, locked the door and went to the county town to buy a house.
At the same time, Tuofeng village, the richest family in the village, Wang family. What, the family went out? When Wang Mubua heard the report from his bachelor henchman, he was stunned and asked, "Did you hear where he was going?" "Brother Bo, I heard that you were going to buy a house in the county? And then get married?"
A thug said with a sly look.
"Buy a house? Get married? Holy shit! Are you planning to move?" Suddenly, Wang Mubua understood what was going on.
Zhao Yaqi and Jiang Fan must be worried that I would harass their family, so they wanted to buy a house and move to the city.
However, how could I let them succeed? Brother Bo, what should we do now? A horseman asked.
You guys are like this. Wang Mubwa told the group of bachelors about his bad intentions. After he finished, he looked at the group of bachelors with his cold eyes and asked, "Did you remember it?" "Brother Bo, I've remembered everything." The group of bachelors all nodded vigorously. "Okay, go ahead. Remember, if you do this well, I'll reward you handsomely." Wang Mubwa patted a group of men on the shoulders and encouraged them with big promises. "Brother Bo, don't worry, this will be done beautifully." A group of bachelors left the villa in a mighty procession as if they were injected with chicken blood. Looking at the backs of a group of thugs, a cold light flashed in Wang Mubwa's eyes. Sushui County, Dingfeng Real Estate Company, Limited, Sales Department. Li Shueme, Zhao Shui, Zhao Yaqi, and Zhang Fan left home, took a bus, and went straight to the sales office of Dingfeng Real Estate. Looking at the tall buildings, Li Shueme and Zhao Shui both seemed a little nervous. They are all honest people from the countryside and never thought that one day they would be able to buy a house in the city. At this time, the beautiful sales lady from the real estate sales department came out. When she saw the two old men, there was some disdain in her eyes. However, when she saw Jiang Fan's handsome figure, she almost screamed. "Handsome guy, are you here to buy a house?" Chapter 22. What if I don't want to settle it privately? Yes, buy a house. Jiang Fan smiled gently. What kind of room do you want to see? The properties developed by our company are all finely decorated, including duplexes, apartments, 2-bedroom and 2-living room, 3-bedroom and 2-living room, 4-bedroom and 2-living room, and sky villas with 6 bedrooms and 2-living room. What kind of room do you want to see? The beauty in the sales department stared at Jiang Fan infatuatedly and explained patiently. The sky villa is a big flat. Jiang Fan said calmly. Fan, you don't have to look at something so good, right? A large penthouse in the sky would cost at least several million. You only have 1 million in pocket money, how can it be enough? Zhao Yaqi timidly grabbed Jiang Fan's arm and spoke in a low voice. However, when the beautiful lady in the sales department heard it, she was shocked. 1 million pocket money? 1 million, or pocket money? This must be the son of a wealthy family. He is so handsome and rich, it would be great if I could meet him once. It's okay. That's the 1 million pocket money my dad gave me this month. I haven't spent the 1 million he gave me last month, and I didn't spend much of the 1 million he gave me the month before last. Jiang Fan stared into Zhao Yaqi's eyes with his star-like eyes and smiled gently. Last month? And the month before that? Your dad gives you 1 million pocket money every month? Zhao Yaqi was so surprised that her mouth was wide open. 1 million per month, what kind of rich person is that? When I was in school, I only had 1,000 yuan per month, which was the combination of living expenses and pocket money. The beautiful salesperson was also completely shocked. If it was true, then today was a lucky day. Even if I didn't have the chance to meet this rich handsome guy, at least I could sell a house. Jiang Fan nodded slightly. However, at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly came in. Hey, isn't this the beauty of our village? Don't you want to feed your pigs or chickens? Why did you come to the city to look at houses? The people who were talking were a group of bachelors in the village. Their leader was called Luo de Peo. As his name suggests, he looked like a cannon barrel, dark, fat and strong. What are you doing here? Zhao Yaqi looked at the dozen or so bachelors in the village and felt something was wrong. They had just arrived in the city when this group of people followed them, which meant that they were definitely following them. Don't worry, village beauty. I just have some small matters to discuss with Brother Jiang. As he spoke, Luo de Peo's cold gaze fell on Jiang Fan, with a sinister sneer on his face. My boyfriend hasn't offended you, what do you have to talk to him about? Zhao Yaqi held Jiang Fan's arm with her fair little hand and stared at Wang de Peo vigilantly, as if she was afraid that Jiang Fan would be taken away. Village girl, you forgot after a good night's sleep, didn't you? Yesterday, the richest man in the village held a welcoming banquet for you, but your boyfriend was ungrateful and made several of my brothers drink until they had stomach bleeding. They are still in the hospital having their stomachs washed. Tell me, your boyfriend has not offended me? Luo de Peo walked back and forth in front of Zhao Yaqi and Jiang Fan, looking at Jiang Fan up and down with a sly look. Gastric bleeding? How is that possible? My boyfriend drank so much and didn't have any gastric bleeding, how could you have gastric bleeding? Zhao Yaqi naturally didn't believe Luo de Peo's nonsense. It was obvious that he was just trying to find trouble. Whether it's possible or not is not up to you to decide. Luo Depeo glared at Zhao Yaqi, then his eyes fell on Jiang Fan, and he sneered, "Brother, let's go.
Let's go out and talk alone." "Fan, don't go. They definitely have bad intentions." Zhao Yaqi held Jiang Fan's arm tightly.
Li Shuemei and Zhao Yishui were also scared to death. They were both honest people, and they could not stand the intimidation and threats from such a village bully.
This gentleman. The beautiful saleswoman from the real estate company was about to go up and persuade him, but Luo Depeo glared at her and threatened her. "What? You also want me to talk to you alone after you get off work?"
Suddenly, the beautiful saleswoman was afraid to speak. She didn't have to worry about it at work, but what about after get off work? Jiang Fan smiled gently, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He reached out and patted Zhao Yaqi's delicate little hand, comforting her, "Don't worry, I'm fine." As he said that, he let go of Zhao Yaqi's little hand and walked out with a group of bachelors. Looking at the backs of Jiang Fan and a group of bachelors, Zhao Yaqi was extremely worried and didn't know what to do. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake, which is why the village tyrant dares to run rampant in the village. After the young woman in the village was taken over by Wang Mubua, the husband of the young woman could only swallow his anger. Jiang Fan followed Wang Depeo and a group of bachelors out of the sales office and came to a remote alley. Then, a group of people surrounded Jiang Fan directly, making it impossible for him to get out. "Boy, Brother Bo gave you money yesterday to let you leave the village girl, but you dared not accept my toast and drink the wine. You also got us all drunk. Tell me, how should we settle this account?" Luo Depeo tilted his mouth, squinted his eyes, held a cigarette in his mouth, and stared at Jiang Fan with his small eyes. "How do you want to calculate it?" Jiang Fan said calmly. "Since you dare to bring the village beauty's family to the city to buy a house, it means you should have some money on you. Hand over all the money you have on you as medical expenses for my brother's gastric lavage and mental compensation. Then kneel on the ground, kowtow to me twice, and crawl under your crotch. Then I will break one of your arms and one of your legs, and this matter can be settled privately." Luo Depeo looked ferocious and said viciously, "What if I don't want to settle it privately?" Jiang Fan looked at Luo Depeo calmly. "Don't want to settle it privately? That's very simple. Today, more than a dozen of my brothers are here to deal with you. As for how many arms, legs, or bones you break, that's up to me." Luo Depeo stared at Jiang Fan with his cold little eyes, just like a poisonous snake in the grass staring at its prey. "After all, you just want to beat me up?" Jiang Fan smiled lightly. "Originally, this matter is not without room for negotiation, but unfortunately, you have blocked your own way out. When Brother Bo gave you money yesterday, you had obediently accepted it, which would have been a win-win situation for us all. Unfortunately, you are blind and don't appreciate Brother Bo's kindness. So, since you don't want to take the way to live, then I can only let you take the way to death." Luo Depeo stood in front of Jiang Fan, smoking and preaching to Jiang Fan, as if this could bring him pleasure. However, at this moment, snap! With a sound, Jiang Fan raised his big hand and slapped Luo Depeo in the face. Suddenly, Luo Depeo was dumbfounded. Chapter 23, "Didn't you just say that you wanted to kill me? Fuck." Suddenly, the group of bachelors were also dumbfounded. He actually slapped Brother Pao in the face. In Tuofeng village, who dares to slap Brother Pao in the face except Wang Mubua, the richest man in the village? "How dare you hit me?" Luo Depeo stared at Jiang Fan with a fierce gaze, and a cold light flashed in his pupils. As the saying goes, don't hit someone in the face, and don't expose someone's shortcomings when you scold him. Besides, he was a gangster in the village, and he cared most about his face. But he never thought that before he made a move, the other party actually made a move first, and slapped him in the face. "Yes, I will hit you." After saying that, Jiang Fan slapped Luo Depeo on the other side of his face with his backhand. Snap! With a sound, 2 slaps landed on Luo Depeo's face. It hurt so much. "Fuck you. Kill him for me." Suddenly, Luo Depeo was completely furious. If there was anyone in the village who dared to slap him, that person would definitely be Wang Mubua. However, Wang Mubua only dared to slap him once, and never a second time. But now, Jiang Fan slapped him with one hand and then slapped him with the backhand. This is a life and death feud. Damn it, you dare to hit Brother Pao in the face, you are looking for death. You bastard, I'm going to kill you today and let you know the consequences. In an instant, a group of bachelor thugs raised their fists and rushed towards Jiang Fan. However, just as a group of people pounced on him, Jiang Fan attacked quickly and fiercely.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
A group of people flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Some had broken hands, some had broken feet, some had their teeth knocked out, and they all lay on the ground, vomiting blood and screaming.
How is this possible?
Suddenly, Luo de Peo was dumbfounded. There were more than a dozen brothers, all of them were hooligans from the village. Although they had no professional training, they were all brave and aggressive in fighting. But now, they were solved in the blink of an eye. After dealing with a group of minions, Jiang Fan turned his gaze and stared at Luo de Peo with his eyes like stars. Suddenly, Luo de Peo's legs went weak and he fell to his knees with a thud. A group of brothers were beaten to the point of vomiting blood.
Wouldn't it be a death-seeking move if he rushed forward? Brother, I was wrong. I apologize to you and I will make amends to you.
Luo de Peo knelt on the ground, crawled to Jiang Fan, hugged Jiang Fan's thighs, and cried, repenting devoutly.
Didn't you just say that you wanted to settle accounts with me? Jiang Fan looked down at Luo de Peo with a calm expression. Brother, it's my fault.
I looked down on you and failed to recognize the great man.
I apologize and make amends to you. As Luo de Peo spoke, he slapped himself in the face.
Didn't you just say that if I don't accept your toast, I'll have to drink a forfeit?
Brother, I was wrong. I was stupid and blind. I apologize and make amends to you.
As he said this, Luo de Peo slapped himself in the face again.
Didn't you just say that you wanted me to kowtow to you and crawl under your crotch? Brother, I was wrong. I am a moron. My head is full of shit. I apologize to you. I make amends to you.
As he said this, Luo de Peo slapped himself hard in the face again.
Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me? Brother, it's all my fault. Everything is my fault.
I'm an idiot, a moron, a pig-brained idiot.
I apologize to you. I make amends to you.
As he spoke, Luo de Peo slammed his head against the ground and kowtowed to Jiang Fan, making a loud thump.
Thump. Thump. Sound.
Looking at Luo de Peo's swollen face and the big bump on his forehead, Jiang Fan's anger was almost gone.
Since you already know you're wrong, I'll let you go this time. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
As soon as Jiang Fan finished speaking, Luo de Peo kowtowed 3 times on the ground with tears in his eyes, as if he was afraid that Jiang Fan would go back on his word. However, just when Luo de Peo thought he had escaped today, Jiang Fan suddenly said,
"But..." Hearing the word just, Luo de Peo shuddered suddenly and lay on the ground, not daring to move. "From now on, you will follow me. If I tell you to go east, you must not go west. If I tell you to kill a dog, you must not kill a chicken.
Of course, I will not treat you unfairly.
I think you have not gained anything by following Wang Mubwa.
If you follow me, in addition to ensuring that you have delicious food and drinks every day, I will also pay each of you 10,000 yuan a month."
As soon as Jiang Fan finished speaking, Luo de Peo was stunned.
He raised his head and stared at Jiang Fan's tall figure with a swollen face.
"Brother, what did you say? You're going to guarantee us good food and drink every day, and give us a salary of 10,000 yuan per month?" Luo de Peo couldn't believe his ears and eyes. "That's right."
Jiang Fan smiled lightly.
Wang Mubwa knew how to use both kindness and force, and so did Jiang Fan. As long as he could subdue this group of bachelors, it would be like cutting off Wang Mubwa's arm. It would be easy to deal with Wang Mubwa later. As for subduing Luo de Peo and his group, it was not just to deal with Wang Mubwa. "Brother, are you telling the truth?"
Luo de Peo was surprised and delighted. He didn't expect that after being humiliated and beaten today, he would turn out to be lucky in the end and get a big leg.
If what Boss Jiang said is true, then following Boss Jiang is much better than following Wang Mubwa. Following Wang Mubwa, although they had food and drink and could bully others in the village, they didn't have a dime.
They were all in their 20s and almost 30 years old, and they couldn't even find a woman.
It was so pitiful to think about it. But what about Wang Mubwa?
He married one and dumped another, not even sparing the young women in the village. They were already unhappy, but they didn't dare to offend him.
Now if they followed Boss Jiang, Wang Mubwa's era would be over.
Of course it's true. Jiang Fan patted Luo de Peo's shoulder and smiled gently.
"Boss Jiang, we follow you. From now on, if you tell us to go east, we will never go west. If you tell us to kill a dog, we will never kill a chicken.
Luo Depeo immediately smiled brightly, with a sly look on his face, and expressed his loyalty to Jiang Fan.
Okay, then follow me in.
Jiang Fan glanced at everyone, nodded slightly, and then took a group of people back to the Dingfeng Real Estate Sales Center.
At the same time,
at the Dingfeng Real Estate Sales Office, Zhao Yaqi, Zhao Yishui, and Li Xueme were all worried to death in the lobby.
He has been out for more than 10 minutes and hasn't come back yet. Mom, I'm going to go out and take a look.
Zhao Yaqi was extremely worried. Those bachelors were the hooligans in the village, who were idle and had nothing to do all day. If Jiang Fan followed them out, there would definitely be no good results.
Don't go.
The old lady Li Xueme grabbed her daughter. Although she was also worried about the boy, she couldn't let her daughter take risks.
Mom, what if something happens to Jiang Fan?
Zhao Yaqi's eyes were red. He hadn't been back for such a long time, who knows what happened outside.
What can you do if you go? You will only suffer if you go.
The old lady Li Xueme grabbed her daughter Zhao Yaqi's arm tightly. Then I can't just stand by and watch him die. He got into trouble with those people just because of us.
Zhao Yaqi pulled her mother Li Xueme's arm away and was about to walk out.
At this moment, a handsome figure appeared at the door of the sales office.
Chapter 24, over 400 square meters, should be very expensive, right? Jiang Fan. Seeing Jiang Fan, Zhao Yaqi immediately threw herself into Jiang Fan's arms. Are you okay?
Fine.
Jiang Fan smiled gently and put his arm around Zhao Yaqi's slender waist.
Where are those people? Zhao Yaqi looked all over Jiang Fan and found nothing unusual, so she asked in confusion. Logically speaking, when Jiang Fan followed those people out, nothing should have happened, but now Jiang Fan was standing in front of him unharmed.
Just as she was wondering, a group of bachelors walked in, dragging their tired and injured bodies.
Them. Zhao Yaqi was stunned when she saw this group of village bullies, some with broken hands, some with broken feet, and especially the leader Luo Depeo, who had a big lump on his forehead.
Could it be that these people were beaten by Jiang Fan?
At this moment, a group of bachelors stood in 2 rows in front of Zhao Yaqi, shouting in unison, "Hello, sister-in-law."
Suddenly, Zhao Yaqi was confused. Aren't these guys bachelor hooligans? Why would you call yourself sister-in-law?
Them.
Zhao Yaqi looked at Jiang Fan with confusion, not knowing what to do.
They are following me now, from now on they will all be your little brothers. Jiang Fan stroked her shoulders with both hands, looked into her eyes with his star-like eyes, and smiled gently.
What? They all followed you? Suddenly, Zhao Yaqi was stunned. After just a short while out, he conquered a group of bachelor hooligans?
Yes, I do.
Jiang Fan nodded slightly. Hello, sister-in-law.
From now on, if you tell us to go east, we will never go west.
If you tell us to kill a dog, we will never kill a chicken.
A group of bachelors saluted in unison and spoke in a loud voice.
Suddenly, Zhao Yaqi was shocked.
Li Xueme, Zhao Yishui, and the beautiful salesperson in the sales department were all shocked.
So shocking.
They all thought that Jiang Fan would definitely be in trouble if he followed that group of people out. But they didn't expect that after Jiang Fan went out for a while, he actually subdued the group of hooligans.
It was incredible. How did you do that?
Zhao Yaqi stared at Jiang Fan with admiration. She never dreamed that this rented perfect male god would be so awesome.
I'll tell you later. Our main task today is to buy a house.
Jiang Fan pinched her nose, then put his arm around her slender waist and walked towards the beautiful saleswoman. At this moment, the beautiful saleswoman was also stunned when she saw the sunny, handsome, and confident man in front of her.
Handsome, rich, and clever.
He is full of male hormones.
Beauty, take us to see the house.
Looking at the beautiful salesperson who was in a daze, Jiang Fan smiled gently, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, which attracted the beautiful salesperson's soul.
Oh, okay, handsome, this way please.
After the beautiful salesperson came to her senses from her shock, she led everyone into the building with a professional smile on her pretty face. The beautiful salesperson led the way in front.
Jiang Fan and Zhao Yaqi, holding hands, followed the beautiful salesperson.
Li Xueme and Zhao Yishui walked along the way, looking around and marveling all the way. After all, the community planning in the city looks much more upscale than Wang Mubua's rural villa. It has everything you need, including a high-end, classy gate, swimming pool, green trees, rockery, and springs.
Wow! Things in the city are so high-end.
Not only Li Xueme and Zhao Yishui were shocked, But a group of bachelors following Jiang Fan were also amazed.
No wonder sister-in-law Zhao Yaqi doesn't want Wang Mubua and wants to follow Jiang Laoda. Whether it's height, looks, beauty, pattern, or mood, Wang Mubua is 100 blocks away.
Arriving at the large, finely decorated flat in the Sky Villa, the beautiful salesperson began to introduce. This finely decorated large-floor Sky Villa has an area of 488 square meters, 6 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 6 bathrooms, and 6 balconies.
There is also a cloakroom, a wine room, a gym, and an entertainment room.
The decoration style is Western European modern luxury style. Each room has a balcony and a bathroom, and there is a sky garden outside the door. It is a unit specially tailored for the wealthy.
More than 400 square meters, it should be very expensive, right?
Looking at the finely decorated large Sky Villa, Li Xuemei's face was filled with shock and delight. She was an honest woman from the countryside, and except on TV, she had never seen such a luxurious house.
Not only Li Xuemei, Zhao Yishui, and Zhao Yaqi, but also everyone had expressions of amazement and delight on their faces.
Although Zhao Yaqi has seen the world in Shanghai, she never imagined that one day she would be able to live in such a luxurious house, even a Sky Villa. As for the group of bachelors, let alone them, they are all a bunch of short-sighted hooligans who have never seen such a Sky Villa.
Jiang Fan had a calm expression.
Although he had never seen it before, he was bound to the system after all, and he had 100 million in his bank card, so his mentality was naturally different from before. If it were in the past, he would have been surprised and delighted. But now, looking at the finely decorated Sky Villa, he just thought it was pretty good.
It's not too expensive.
Because this is a high-quality apartment, the unit price is 15,000 per square meter, which is equivalent to 7,320,000 yuan.
The beautiful salesperson said to the elderly Li Xuemei with a professional smile. How many?
Suddenly, not only Li Xuemei, Zhao Yishui, but also Zhao Yaqi were stunned.
7,320,000.
The beautiful salesperson said it again with a smile.
Call.
Suddenly, Li Xuemei, Zhao Yishui, and Zhao Yaqi all gasped.
More than 7 million? What a concept!
Even if you don't eat or drink for several lifetimes, you can't earn that much money.
Fuck! Over 7 million.
Luo de Peo and a group of bachelors were also stunned.
More than 7 million.
Even the pig farm of the richest man in the village is not worth more than 7 million. When everyone was in a daze, Jiang Fan smiled and said to the beautiful saleswoman, "Okay, let's go with this one."
Fan, you are kidding. That's more than 7 million, right?
Zhao Yaqi grabbed Jiang Fan's arm and said in surprise.
It's okay.
7 million is just pocket money for a few months.
Jiang Fan smiled gently. Fuck. Over 7 million, just a few months pocket money?
Luo de Peo and a group of bachelors were shocked when they heard what Boss Jiang said.
Could it be that Boss Jiang was just bragging?
More than 7 million, that's a huge sum. The beautiful saleswoman was also ecstatic. She stared at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes. "Handsome guy, do you want to pay in installments?
Or in full?"
Full payment. Jiang Fan smiled lightly and said calmly.
Chapter 25, How fucking rich is Boss Jiang?
Hiss. Suddenly, Luo de Peo and a group of bachelors took a deep breath. More than 7 million, paid in full.
How fucking rich is Boss Jiang?
Call. Zhao Yaqi, Li Xuemei, and Zhao Yishui also exclaimed and stared at Jiang Fan in amazement. The beautiful salesperson was also stunned. More than 7 million, paid in full.
In Susui County, this is the richest of the rich. And it's just pocket money.
Let's go, swipe the card.
Jiang Fan smiled gently, put his arm around Zhao Yaqi's slender waist, and said, Fan, this can't be true? Do you really have so much money?
Zhao Yaqi stared at Jiang Fan in shock and confusion. Of course it's true. Jiang Fan's mouth corners slightly raised. Arriving at the sales office front desk, Jiang Fan took out a bank card and handed it to the beautiful receptionist.
Full payment.
The beautiful salesperson handed the apartment sales sheet to the beautiful front desk waitress and added a sentence.
More than 7 million, in full?
The beautiful receptionist was also stunned. This is too luxurious. While she was surprised, her eyes were fixed on this breathtakingly handsome guy. He is handsome and rich, which makes people excited.
Beep. Beep. Beep.
The receptionist smiled sweetly and said, Sir, please enter your password. Zhang Fan nodded and entered the payment password on the POS machine. The moment Zhang Fan entered the password, every pair of eyes stared at him, as if witnessing the birth of a miracle.
Bank card payment of 7.32 million yuan.
Shoo! 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 The moment the payment password is entered, the POS printer starts working.
Oh my god!
Suddenly, Luo de Peo and a group of bachelors felt their foreheads flushed with blood and were extremely surprised.
That's awesome. More than 7 million.
He paid it without blinking an eye.
Call.
Zhao Yaqi, Li Shueme, and Zhao Yishui were shocked once again. Although Zhang Fan had said that he had money, the actual payment was still shocking.
After all, the amount is too huge. Sir, here are your receipts and receipts. Please keep them safe.
The beautiful receptionist looked at Zhang Fan with admiration, sorted out the receipt and handed it to Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan nodded and took the bank card back. Zhang Fan had nothing to do afterwards, but wrote the name on the property certificate under Zhao Yaqi's name.
About an hour later, Zhao Yaqi and the beautiful salesperson completed the relevant formalities and left the real estate sales company with the beautiful salesperson's greeting and farewell.
Fuck! Boss Zhang, how can you be so awesome? Over 7 million, and you didn't even blink an eye. Yeah. Boss Zhang is so awesome. We have never seen anyone as arrogant as Boss Zhang.
On the return bus, Luo de Peo and a group of bachelors stood beside Zhang Fan, flattering him with apologetic smiles on their faces. Zhang Fan smiled and didn't take it to heart. The reason why he asked Luo de Peo and a group of bachelors to follow him was to let these people see how much money he had. At this point, judging from the effect, the goal has been achieved.
Fan, I never thought you were so rich.
Zhao Yaqi was sitting on the bus, her fair and delicate little hands holding Zhang Fan's arms, her head resting on Zhang Fan's shoulder, a happy smile on her face.
That's nothing.
Zhang Fan smiled gently. He used to worry about not having money, but after binding with the perfect male god system, his life changed dramatically.
Xiao Fan.
After careful discussion between your uncle and I, we agree that you and Yaqi can get married. Elderly people Li Shueme and Zhao Yishui also smiled happily when they saw this handsome young man. Because Zhang Fan brought them too many surprises. First, he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, then he won over a group of bachelors in the village, and then he paid for the Sky Villa in full.
Any one of them could be said to be awesome.
In addition, Zhang Fan is handsome, kind to his daughter, and the property certificate of the house he bought is in the name of his daughter Zhao Yaqi.
Mom, is this true? Do you really agree? Before Zhang Fan could say anything, Zhao Yaqi exclaimed.
Before, my parents had been hesitant because they were worried that they would be bullied by the village bully Mubo in the future. But now, they have bought a house in the city and a group of village thugs have been subdued, so the two old people have nothing to worry about anymore.
Yes, I agree.
Although I have only known Xiaofan for 2 days, after observing him for these 2 days, I find that Xiaofan is many times better than Wang Mubua.
We will feel relieved if you and Xiaofan get married.
Li Shueme and Zhao Yishui both nodded with satisfaction.
Thank you, uncle. Thank you, aunt. Zhang Fan looked at the old men Li Shueme and Zhao Yishui. Although it was a fake marriage, it was a happy thing to be able to marry such a beautiful woman. Besides, the wedding night. Although he wasn't going for that, which man doesn't like that? When awake, hold the power of the world. When drunk, lie on the lap of a beauty. Congratulations, Boss Jiang. Congratulations, Boss Jiang, for finally getting the beauty.
Boss Jiang and the village beauty goddess, one is a male god and the other is a goddess, they are a match made in heaven. Suddenly, Luo de Peo and a group of bachelors started to flatter him. Although it is flattering, it is pleasant to hear. Soon, we returned to the village. When a group of bachelors left, Zhang Fan gave them some special instructions. Boss Jiang, don't worry, we will definitely live up to your trust.
After hearing Boss Zhang's instructions, Luo de Peo and a group of his men nodded and left.
After returning home, the elderly Li Shueme and Zhao Yishui began to arrange the marriage of their daughter Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Fan in the village. In order to avoid any further complications, the family decided to hold the wedding tomorrow so that Wang Mubua would give up the idea.
At the same time, Tuafeng village, the richest family, Wang family. What? That bastard and the village beauty are getting married tomorrow? After hearing the report from Luo de Peo and his gang, Wang Mubua's face suddenly turned dark.
He stared at Luo de Peo and his gang with his small eyes and shouted, "You are all a bunch of rubbish.
You can't even handle such a small matter. Brother Bo, what should we do now? Luo de Peo pretended to be nervous, looked at Wang Mubwa timidly and asked. In fact, I was secretly happy. You will know the consequences tomorrow. Now I will let you be arrogant for a while. What should I do? Of course I will cause a scene at the wedding tomorrow. He wants to get married, and I will prevent him from getting married. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Wang Mubwa's eyes. Chapter 26. It seems that the wedding will not take place today. That night. After dinner, Zhang Fan and Zhao Yaqi returned to the bedroom. Zhao Yaqi stared at Zhang Fan's handsome face shyly and said coyly, "We will get married tomorrow, are you looking forward to it?" Zhang Fan nodded. Zhao Yaqi is lively, cheerful, and has a slim figure. She has long and straight legs and a sexy waist. Although her breasts are not very big, they are in a very good shape, which is just the right size. Her skin is tender and fair, her cherry lips are tender and pink, her teeth are white, and her big, bright eyes make people want to pounce on her and take a bite at first sight. It is natural to look forward to marrying a goddess of this level. Although it is a fake marriage, but... Have you ever been married before? I mean, fake marriage. Zhao Yaqi's pretty face was flushed, and she pinched her hands together, looking very unnatural, yet seeming to be very expectant. No. Zhang Fan shook his head. Although it was a fake marriage, the feeling was quite exciting. Is this your first time too? Zhao Yaqi looked shy and curious. Zhang Fan nodded. He was also very nervous and looking forward to it. Every woman is a kind of life, with different charm, different taste, and various differences. This is called experiencing all kinds of life. So, do you think this is our first time? Zhao Yaqi spoke in a low voice and kept her head low. I guess, forget it. Zhang Fan said in a daze. So, after we get married, do we need to have a bridal chamber? Zhao Yaqi was extremely shy and her heart was beating fast. Zhang Fan hesitated to speak. How should I answer this pleasant question? No or yes? Do you want to? Zhao Yaqi glanced at Zhang Fan with her beautiful eyes. Truthfully? Zhang Fan also had a shy face. Well, I want to hear what's really in your heart. Zhao Yaqi blushed. Think. Zhang Fan nodded shyly. Although he is not Deng Tuzi, he is not Luxiaoui either. He is not tempted by a woman's beauty, that's all fake. Who wouldn't want to have a beautiful lady? Especially such a beautiful lady. Me, I want to, too. But I'm scared. Zhao Yaqi was also extremely shy, but she felt more nervous and sweet in her heart. What are you afraid of? Zhang Fan asked curiously. I'm afraid that after I get you, I'll lose you again. Zhao Yaqi felt sad. After all, she knew that this was just a job for Zhang Fan. Oh. Zhang Fan didn't know how to answer or comfort her. Just as Zhao Yaqi thought, this was just a job for him, and he couldn't stay with Zhao Yaqi forever. Will you go look at the stars with me tonight? Zhao Yaqi felt a little sad. When love comes and has to leave, the pain in the heart can be said to be integrated into the bones. Good. Zhang Fan nodded. Then, the two walked out of the bedroom and came to the yard. Zhao Yaqi snuggled in Zhang Fan's arms, the two hugged each other tightly, and looked up at the vast stars. They all knew that after the wedding, they would go their separate ways and pursue their own futures. You said it would be great if we could be together forever. Zhao Yaqi looked at the stars in the sky, the bright moon, but she couldn't help but shed 2 lines of beautiful tears. Yes. It would be great if we could be together forever. Zhang Fan also sighed. In the past, he wished so much to have someone who could confide in him and stay with him for the rest of his life. However, after dating 99 girlfriends, none of them took him seriously. Now, he has become taller and more handsome, and all the goddesses hope to be with him forever. Unfortunately, his life is no longer a tree, but a forest. The next day, Tuathing village was filled with joy. Zhao Yishui's home was decorated with lanterns and large wedding characters were pasted all over the house. Neighbors and villagers came to Zhao's home without prior arrangement, running around and sending their blessings to the 2 newlyweds. When the villagers of Tuathing village saw the exquisitely dressed bride and groom, they were stunned. The groom is so handsome and the bride is so beautiful. Although newlyweds would put on makeup and dress up, they had never seen such a good-looking, handsome and beautiful bride and groom.
However, when Wang Mubwa, the richest man in the village, came to the Zhao family, the villagers all backed off and dared not provoke him. Because Wang Mubwa had a bad reputation in the village, and secondly, Wang Mubwa was not alone, but brought a group of people with him. Seeing Wang Mubwa's ferocious expression, the elderly Li Xuemei and Zhao Yishui were both frightened. Hey, our village beauty goddess is getting married? Why didn't you inform me in advance about such a big thing as getting married? Wang Mubwa was wearing a red suit, and his outfit was even more festive than Zhang Fan's. What are you doing here? Zhao Yaqi looked at Wang Mubwa with disgust. Village flower goddess, you are asking even though you already know the answer. I, Wang Mubwa, like you. Everyone in Tuofeng village knows that. Now you are getting married, but the groom is not me. Have you asked me what I think? Although Wang Mubwa was talking to Zhao Yaqi, his pair of cold little eyes were fixed on Zhang Fan. What do you mean by asking? Who do you think you are? Do I need your consent to get married? She knew that Wang Mubwa would definitely cause trouble at today's wedding, but she didn't expect that Wang Mubwa would really cause trouble. Who am I? Ask everyone here who I am. Today, I, Wang Mubwa, will make this clear. If you want to get married today, marry me, Wang Mubwa. Otherwise, I will turn your wedding into a funeral. Wang Mubwa gritted his teeth, stared at Zhang Fan with a pair of cold eyes, and said viciously. What? You? Suddenly, Zhao Yaqi was frightened and her pretty face turned pale. This is Wang Mubwa, a notorious bully in Tuofeng village. No villager dares to provoke him. He runs rampant in the village, doing all kinds of evil, bullying the people in the village and even sleeping with young women. He is a perpetrator of all kinds of evil, but no one dares to provoke or offend him. Because no one can afford to offend. Wang Mubwa is such a jerk. He even came to mess up other people's weddings. Alas, Zhao Yaqi is so pitiful. She was favored by Wang Mubwa. It seems that the wedding today will not be held. Poor groom, if he offends Wang Mubwa, he will probably not have a good ending. The kind-hearted villagers looked at the pitiful couple and felt sad, but no one dared to stand up, because they were afraid of being retaliated by Wang Mubwa. However, just when everyone in the village thought that Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Fan's wedding could not be held today, Zhang Fan smiled gently, and looked at Wang Mubwa with a pair of eyes like stars. I'll give you one chance. If you kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize now, maybe I can show mercy and let you go. Otherwise, I will make you bankrupt. Chapter 27, This son-in-law of the Zhao family is not simple. What? What the hell did you say? Suddenly, Wang Mubwa was stunned. He pretended to pick his ears and stared at Zhang Fan in disbelief. Hiss. The villagers were also shocked and couldn't help but gasp. That was the village bully Mubwa. He had done all kinds of bad things in the village and was completely unscrupulous. Now, the groom actually wanted Wang Mubwa to kneel down and kowtow? I've given you this opportunity, but you don't know how to cherish it. If that's the case, then just wait to regret it. Zhang Fan smiled gently and glanced at Wang Mubwa with his star-like eyes. Fuck. The sun is rising from the west now, and you dare to threaten me. Wang Mubwa touched the golden dog chain around his neck, then waved his hand and shouted, Beat me. If you kill me, I'll take responsibility for it. Suddenly, the surrounding villagers were frightened. Today is a happy occasion. Now, Wang Mubwa actually brought people to cause trouble. If they really beat the groom to death, then a happy event would turn into a funeral. However, while the villagers were horrified and Wang Mubwa was looking very proud, a group of bachelors nearby did not move. Fuck, are you deaf? Beat me up. Seeing a group of people not moving, Wang Mubwa was also filled with anger. What the hell is going on? At the critical moment, a group of bachelors didn't even move. Wang Mubwa, are you sure they are your people? At this time, Zhang Fan smiled lightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, looking at Wang Mubwa. What do you mean? Wang Mubwa's heart sank, and he had a bad feeling. What do you think that means? Zhang Fan smiled wickedly, then waved his hand towards Luo de Peo and said calmly, Go ahead and hit me. I'll be responsible if you kill me. Yes, Boss Jiang. As soon as Zhang Fan finished speaking, Luo de Peo stood at attention and shouted in a loud voice, Beat him to death, beat that beast to death. Yes, Boss Jiang, Boss Luo. A group of bachelors immediately shouted in loud in unison. What? Boss Jiang? Suddenly, Wang Mubwa was confused and his head was buzzing. Unfortunately, before he could figure out what was going on, a group of bachelor thugs rushed towards him, kicked him to the ground, and started beating him up. How is this possible? Suddenly, the kind villagers were dumbfounded.
Isn't this Wang Mubua's thug? Why did he beat Wang Mubua so badly?
You bastard, you dare to hit me?
I'm the son of the richest man in the village.
If you hit me, I'll make sure you pay for it.
Wang Mubua was beaten to the ground and screamed loudly, shouting desperately.
Yes, you are now the son of the richest man in the village?
However, you will no longer be the son of the richest man in the village soon.
Zhang Fan glanced at Wang Mubua with his star-like eyes and said calmly. Just as Zhang Fan finished speaking, a villager rushed in from outside the yard and shouted, "Brother Bo, it's bad, all the pigs in the pig farm have run away."
What?
Suddenly, Wang Mubua was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Zhang Fan with a pair of cold eyes and shouted, "It was you, it must be you who did it."
Yes. But do you have any evidence?
Zhang Fan had an evil smile on his face.
In an instant, Wang Mubua was completely lost.
Even at this moment, he still didn't know how the other party did it. After a severe beating, Zhang Fan waved his hand.
Although he said to beat Luo de Peo and others to death, they really couldn't beat them to death.
However, although Wang Mubua did not die after this beating, no one knows how many bones he had broken. Zhang Fan, just wait for me. When my dad comes, I will make you live a life worse than death. Wang Mubua lay on the ground, hatred surging in his heart. Then he took out his cell phone and prepared to call his father. However, just as he took out his cell phone, the phone rang. It was his father Wang Dafu calling. Suddenly, he was overjoyed, picked up the phone and shouted, "Dad, come and save me, I'm almost beaten to death." However, a louder voice came from the phone, shouting, "Useless, have you offended a big shot in the village? Do you know that our pigs have all run away, our workers have also run away, and the bank has begun to collect the loan debts?
Our family is about to go bankrupt."
What?
Wang Mubua was completely shocked. It was as if he was struck by lightning, and his mind went blank.
He never dreamed that he, the richest son of the village, would one day be deserted by his relatives and friends and his family would go bankrupt. Until this moment, he finally came to his senses, looked up at Zhang Fan with horror, knelt on the ground, crawled in front of Zhang Fan, and confessed.
"I'm sorry, Boss Jiang, I know I was wrong, please, can you let me go?"
Hearing this, Zhang Fan smiled.
"Let you go? When you threatened me at the entrance of the village, did you ever think of letting me go? When you were setting up a hangman banquet in a country villa, did you ever think of letting someone go? When you sent people to block me in the city, have you ever thought of letting me go? Let's not talk about the distant past. Today, Yaki and I are getting married, and you actually dare to bring people to disrupt the wedding. Do you still want me to let you go?" Every word was like a sharp sword, and every word was followed by a law. No law would let Wang Mubua go. "Boss Jiang, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I will be a good person in the future and will not do evil again. Please forgive me, okay?" Wang Mubua was completely frightened.
He hugged Zhang Fan's thighs tightly with both hands and burst into tears. Unfortunately, no matter how good the acting skills are, they are useless to Zhang Fan.
"Drag him out.
Let him fend for himself."
Zhang Fan waved his hand and didn't even bother to look at Wang Mubua again.
"Yes, Boss Jiang." Luo de Peo and a group of bachelors shouted in loud in unison. Then, a group of people dragged Wang Mubua out of the Zhao family yard like a dead dog and threw him into the ditch. Fuck. Things have changed in Tuothing village.
That's great. It's so refreshing.
With just a wave of his hand, he bankrupted the richest man in the village. This son-in-law of the Zhao family is no ordinary man. Suddenly, the kind villagers were shocked when they saw the sunny, handsome, and confident Zhang Fan. No one had expected that the once invincible richest man in the village tyrant whom no one dared to mess with, would fall to this point in one day.
Is this true?
Not only the villagers were shocked.
Zhao Yaki was also stunned and dumbfounded.
Just like that, the village tyrant was dealt with? Of course it's true. I told you I will protect you. Zhang Fan smiled lightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Then, the wedding continued. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to parents, and then husband and wife bow to each other. After the ceremony, the bride and groom were sent to the bridal chamber in the presence of a group of kind villagers.
Chapter 28, My sister-in-law loves you so much, can't you take her with you?
In the bridal chamber. Zhao Yaqi was wearing a red veil and sitting upright on the soft 2-meter-long bed. Jiang Fan looked at the tender and beautiful woman in front of him, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. After all, this is a fake marriage. He was her rented fake boyfriend.
Are you nervous? Zhao Yaqi's tender voice came from under the red veil. Nervous. Jiang Fan nodded. How can I not be nervous when spending the bridal chamber with such a beautiful lady? I'm nervous, too.
The beauty said shyly.
Jiang Fan didn't know how to answer. Are we just going to sit here all night?
The beauty said tenderly.
So what should we do? Jiang Fan asked.
Can you take off the red veil first? The beauty's voice is so soft that it seems to blend into her bones.
Jiang Fan nodded.
Then he walked up to the beauty and lifted her red veil. The moment I lifted the beauty's red veil, looking at her face, it was really so beautiful. Black hair, long eyelashes, a pair of big watery eyes, a beautiful nose, a pink and silky cherry mouth, white teeth, and a stunning face. She is extremely beautiful. Her skin is fair and delicate, like a freshly boiled egg, and is pure as water.
The charming breasts, sexy waist, and long, white and tender legs are simply fascinating.
Looking at such a beauty, I feel like I want to merge her into my body.
Am I beautiful?
The beauty blushed, clasped her hands together, and lowered her head.
Beautiful. Jiang Fan is very honest. Can I hug you?
The beauty is shy but cheerful, has primitive and wild desires, and is restrained by reason.
Good. Jiang Fan nodded.
The beauty moved along the bed and slowly approached Jiang Fan's body. The scent of a beautiful woman's body wafts through my nose. It is fragrant, charming, and intoxicating. Then the beauty hugged him. He also hugged the beauty. However, the moment the beauty hugged him, she began to cry.
Fan, do you know? I like you, I'm in love with you.
Although I know it's impossible for us to be together, I still can't help but fall in love with you. The beauty snuggled in Jiang Fan's arms and cried out her heart.
Jiang Fan just nodded slightly.
Because he didn't know how to comfort her, and he couldn't stay here forever.
His heart doesn't belong to anyone.
What he was destined to face was a forest.
Although we can't be together forever, I still want to be your woman. Are you willing?
The beauty cried and said shyly. Just as Jiang Fan said, we don't care about how long it lasts, we just want to have it once and leave each other with the best memories.
Isn't that the best choice? Jiang Fan nodded slightly.
Then, the beauty gave a passionate kiss and the two hugged each other tightly.
The next day. Early morning.
When the sun rose, Jiang Fan and the beauty woke up.
Thank you, Fan.
On the 2-meter-long soft bed, the beauty snuggled in Jiang Fan's arms, her beautiful big eyes staring at Jiang Fan's handsome face, her voice very gentle.
Thank you, too.
Jiang Fan stroked the beauty's hair and looked at her stunning face.
You are someone I will never forget in my life. Do you know why?
The beauty said shyly.
Why? Jiang Fan asked. Because you are my only man. I will wait for you. When you are tired of playing, this is your home, your forever home.
The beauty hugged his body, but crystal tears flowed from the corners of her eyes.
Okay. I promise you, when I am free one day, I will come back to find you.
Jiang Fan hugged the beauty tightly, feeling inexplicably moved. He never thought that one day, someone would be willing to wait for him with such sacrifices.
Maybe, this is love. The love he had never gotten before.
The beauty buried her head in his arms.
Good times are always short-lived.
When everything was settled, it was time for him and her to part. She walked him to the village entrance.
Remember me, always remember me.
The beauty was reluctant to leave and hugged Jiang Fan tightly. Luo de Peo and a group of bachelors were so moved by this reluctant and touching scene that they shed tears.
I will never forget it. I will never forget it.
Jiang Fan looked into the beauty's eyes lovingly, and their eyes met, and they fell deeply in love. Then, after some separation, we missed one bus after another.
It's getting dark. He finally set out on his journey home. Fan, remember me, think of me.
The beautiful girl chased the bus, shouting and crying in her tender voice, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Fan felt sad, but he could only wave his hands and nod helplessly.
Boss, my sister-in-law loves you so much, can't you take her with you? On the bus, Luo DePeo looked at Jiang Fan with a sad face. You don't understand. From now on, you will have many sisters-in-law, but you will only have one boss.
Jiang Fan separated his thoughts from his emotions. After all, there will be many more farewells like this in the future. In this life, he is destined to be a prodigal son.
Will there be many sisters-in-law?
Luo DePeo looked confused. However, although he couldn't figure it out, he knew that by following Boss Jiang, he would be able to make a big name for himself in the big city in the future. At this moment, a cold reminder sounded in Jiang Fan's mind.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host, the second order of the Super All-Round Shared Male God ended perfectly, and received the system reward, 100 million yuan. The system transfer has been received, please check it carefully. Huaxia Bank on February 18 at 1738, the perfect man's account 9999 transferred a deposit of 100 million renminbi to your account ending with 0966 in another bank, with a balance of 192,678,640 renminbi and 18 cents. Looking at the account arrival information on the screen, Jiang Fan was no longer as happy as the first time. After all, when money reaches the 100 million level, it is just a string of numbers.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host, the goddess who placed the order gave you a 5-star rating for this service, and you will win a system lottery. The system has successfully drawn the lottery. Congratulations to the host for winning the super voice. The host's beautiful voice will accompany you for life.
Although he was somewhat surprised, Jiang Fan couldn't be happy.
Because everything about her has been deeply imprinted in his mind. Soon, the bus returned to Shanghai. Looking at the skyscrapers in the Magic City, Luo DePeo and his group of bachelors were stunned.
Is this a big city?
It's really too shocking. But Jiang Fan was very calm, neither sad nor happy. It was as if I had lost something very important and I felt a little distraught.
Boss, what's wrong with you? At this time, Luo DePeo and a group of bachelors also noticed that something was wrong with Jiang Fan. Chapter 29, I really want to have a relationship with him. Fine. Jiang Fan pretended to smile and said, let's go.
I'll take you to where to stay. As he spoke, he brought a group of people to a Venice International Hotel in Shanghai and rented more than a dozen rooms for half a year. Seeing Jiang Fan swipe his card to pay hundreds of thousands of yuan for the rent, everyone was stunned.
This guy is really rich.
But Jiang Fan didn't take it seriously and transferred 200,000 yuan to Luo DePeo as living expenses, asking him to settle his brothers. Then, he went home. Returning to the rented house, he lay on his back on the bed, thinking, maybe the beautiful Zhao Yaqi is also missing me. After all, when he was with the beauty Zhao Yaqi, he was very happy, unlocked many postures, everything was unspoken happiness. It seemed like every second was in the clouds. At this moment, there was a knock on the door.
Jiang Fan stood up and opened the door.
It was the beautiful young female neighbor Xiao Xiao.
Why are you here? Jiang Fan was very surprised.
He had just returned when Xiao Xiao came.
Don't you want to see me?
Xiao Xiao looked shy, with a hint of sadness on her face.
That's not what I meant. I'm just a little surprised.
Jiang Fan said calmly. I saw the light in your room was on, so I guessed you were back, and I wanted to come see you. Xiao Xiao lowered her head and said shyly.
Oh. Jiang Fan nodded. Can I come in?
Xiao Xiao suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful eyes stared at Jiang Fan infatuatedly. Jiang Fan nodded slightly, opened the door, and Xiao Xiao walked in. After Xiao Xiao entered the room, she threw herself into Jiang Fan's arms and hugged his strong back and waist tightly, very tightly.
You know what?
I miss you so much every day during the days you were away. Every night, as soon as I closed my eyes, my mind was filled with your image.
Xiao Xiao's gentle voice was like a painkiller, soothing Jiang Fan's distraught heart. Okay, I'll give you everything you want.
Jiang Fan reached out and turned off the light. He is already a playboy, there is no need for him to pretend to be a pure and innocent gentleman. His life is destined to be walking in the lush forest, playing in the flower city, playing in the world. He can't give a girl the purest love, but he can give all girls the love they want.
The next day, early morning.
Xiao Xiao left. It was as if I had never been here. But last night's experience was real, and there was evidence of it on the bedsheets. Jiang Fan also got up, had breakfast, and went to the college.
Magic University, campus.
The story of Jiang Fan turning into a handsome man spread throughout the college.
That ugly guy who got dumped 99 times is now more handsome than the school hunk? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could there be someone more handsome than the school hunk? How can an ugly guy who no girl wants be handsome? Unless the sun rises from the west. Most of the girls in the school didn't believe the rumors. They didn't believe in the idea of being breathtakingly handsome or arousingly handsome.
At the same time, in Class 5, sophomore year, classroom, Xu Bingqin listened to the rumors in the academy and she laughed, with a hint of mockery on her face. That poor loser who doesn't look good and invited her to eat fried rice noodles on the roadside on Valentine's Day, can become handsome? What a joke!
Bingqin, I heard your ex-boyfriend has become more handsome.
Yes. There's been a lot of talk in the academy these past few days, saying that your ex-boyfriend is more handsome than the school hunk.
Is that true?
Several female classmates gathered around Xu Bingqin, chatting in whispers.
Xu Bingqin smiled disdainfully and said, "That poor loser can become handsome? Do you believe this nonsense? Then why did you date him in the first place?" The female classmates were very curious.
I was just feeling lonely and wanted to find someone to hang out with for 2 days, but you know what? On Valentine's Day, he actually invited me to a roadside stall to eat fried rice noodles.
Oh my god, do you know how I felt at that time? I almost collapsed.
Xu Bingqin recalled how she felt when she and Jiang Fan went to the roadside to eat fried rice noodles. She was extremely depressed.
No way. I'm inviting you to eat fried rice noodles at a roadside stall on Valentine's Day? You're such a loser? The female classmates were all stunned.
If they hadn't heard Xu Bingqin say this with their own ears, they wouldn't have believed that Jiang Fan, the handsome guy rumored to be in the academy, turned out to be such a poor loser.
What do you think? There are more outrageous things than this?
Xu Bingqin curled her lips and said with a depressed look.
Is there anything more outrageous?
The female classmates were also curious, especially about gossip, which they were most interested in. On Valentine's Day, he didn't even want to pay for a hotel room, so he just held a Durex and asked me to go camping with him. Xu Bingqin's mouth was as easy as pouring water from a bamboo tube, as she recounted the scenes of her date with Jiang Fan that day.
Ah! No way! On Valentine's Day, I'm just going to treat you to a plate of fried rice noodles from a street stall, and then I want to ask you to have sex outdoors?
A group of female classmates were stunned.
A plate of fried rice noodles and you want to have sex outdoors? What a poor loser and scumbag. So that's why I dumped him at that time. Xu Bingqin said with relief. Bingqin, you did the right thing.
It's better to dump a loser like that, so you don't have to worry about him anymore.
That's right, a poor loser like that.
I don't know if the people in the academy are blind or cross-eyed, but they actually said that he is more handsome than the school hunk.
A group of female classmates said indignantly.
On the other side, Jiang Fan came to the college. The moment they walked into the college gate, the girls in the college were stunned.
Wow! Is this the Jiang Fan that is so popular in the academy? So handsome. So handsome.
Even more handsome than the school hunk.
Oh my god.
Looking at junior brother Jiang Fan, my heart is beating wildly, as if a little deer is running around in my chest. The girls in the college were all captivated in an instant. It was a stunningly handsome face.
Looking at him, my mind went blank.
Jiang Fan had a charming smile on his face, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a graceful arc. After being comforted by his beautiful neighbor Xiao Xiao last night, his heart has completely calmed down. Especially the beautiful neighbor Xiao Xiao's cherry mouth, which is extremely beautiful. Some new postures and skills are also unlocked.
Of course, everything goes without saying.
At this time, several pretty girls from Class 5 of the second year of college were passing by the corridor of the college, and suddenly a handsome guy came towards them. Suddenly, several girls fell in love with him instantly.
Wow! So handsome. Wow! Who is this handsome guy?
He is so stunningly handsome and makes my heart flutter.
I really want to have a relationship with him.
Even Xu Bingqin, the beauty of Class 5 in the sophomore year, was stunned when she saw the handsome guy walking towards her. Her heart was pounding wildly.
Chapter 30, Tell me, I want to hear your voice.
When Jiang Fan passed by Xu Bingqin, he was too lazy to even look at her. Once upon a time, he regarded her as his goddess. But she didn't take him to heart.
Now that he has grown taller and more handsome, how could he possibly look back? Wow! Bingjin, who do you think this handsome guy is? How can he be so handsome?
My heart almost jumped out of my chest when he walked past me just now. Looking at the sunny and handsome back, a girl said obsessively.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen him in the academy. Maybe he's a new transfer student?
Shu Bingjin also had a look of fascination on her face. If she could have a relationship with such a handsome guy, she would definitely unlock 108 postures, be happy as hell and fly to the clouds with her male god.
Tell me, could it be your ex-boyfriend Jiang Fan who was widely rumored in the academy? A girl suddenly said.
Shu Bingjin was stunned for half a second, then she smiled. How is it possible that that poor loser can be so handsome?
If he was so handsome, would I have dumped him on Valentine's Day?
2. Hearing Shu Bingjin's words, all the girls nodded. If it was really Jiang Fan, Shu Bingjin would not have dumped him. When Jiang Fan returned to the classroom, all the girls in the class were crazy about him.
They kept screaming, "Wow! Wow! Wow!"
Jiang Fan smiled lightly and walked to his seat.
As soon as he sat down, his deskmate Fanny Mae looked at him with an infatuated and admiring look and said, "Do you know? You are already famous in the college."
Jiang Fan was stunned. He has always been a low-key person, so how could he become famous in the academy? Because you are now more handsome than the school hunk, the news has spread like wildfire in the academy.
Fanny Mae looked excited.
She held Jiang Fan's arm with her delicate little hands and stared at him with her beautiful eyes.
Call. Jiang Fan took a deep breath. As expected, he is handsome and easily attracts attention.
He had lived for 18 years and was an unknown person in the academy. But one day he became handsome and everyone in the school knew about him.
This is truly an age where looks matter. But Fanny Mae suddenly frowned, and a serious look appeared on her pretty face. What's wrong?
Jiang Fan was puzzled.
It is said that the school hunk might target you,
Fanny Mae said with a frown.
Against me? Why?
Jiang Fan looked confused.
Even if he is more handsome than the school hunk, he shouldn't be targeted.
Besides, there is no grudge.
Because of the school beauty.
Fanny Mae's tone became even lower, and there was even a hint of frustration on her face.
School beauty? Jiang Fan was even more confused. How come he's involved with the school beauty again? Because the school beauty said she wants to pursue you. That's why the school hunk is targeting you. Fanny Mae felt depressed.
After all, the school beauty is so beautiful as an angel. Originally, the school beauty's parents planned to train the school beauty to enter the art college and become a star in the future, but the school beauty did not go to the art college, but came to the Magic City University. At that time, when the school beauty entered the school, it caused a sensation in the college.
The school beauty is chasing me?
Suddenly, Jiang Fan was surprised.
The school beauty is chasing me?
Although a little surprised, but more confused. The school belle is the dream goddess of all the boys in the school. Even if you are handsome, it is impossible for her to suddenly pursue you, right? You know, Qin Siqing, the school hunk, had been pursuing the school belle for 2 years, but the school belle never agreed.
Now the school beauty suddenly says she wants to pursue me? Could it be that the school beauty is using herself as a shield? However, he didn't take it seriously.
If it were him in the past, he would definitely feel pleasantly surprised and terrified, happy to be favored by the school beauty and terrified to be targeted by the school hunk. But now, no matter the school beauty or the school hunk, it doesn't matter to him. After all, he has been completely transformed and is no longer the same as before.
At this time, ding! 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 The class bell rang. Zhao Ye walked in.
Today, Zhao Ye wore a sexy black stocking, and her 2 straight long legs were very eye-catching and full of extreme temptation. The miniskirt matched with the professional suit perfectly set off her S-shaped figure.
Zhao Ye walked into the classroom.
She adjusted her glasses with her fair little hand and looked towards Jiang Fan's seat at first sight. When she saw Jiang Fan's handsome figure sitting in the seat, her delicate cherry lips slightly raised, as if she had seen her prey.
A class goes by quickly. Ding! 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 The bell for the end of get out of class rang.
Zhao Ye packed up her textbooks, looked at Jiang Fan, and said seriously, "Student Jiang Fan, come with me."
Jiang Fan nodded. What is coming will eventually come.
Then, Jiang Fan followed Jia to Jia's office. Senior. After entering the office, Jiang Fan changed his address very consciously. Jia nodded gently, with an alluring smile on her face. She looked at Jiang Fan and said, Xiao Fan, where have you been these days? You are only a freshman now, don't neglect your studies. Senior, I know. I'm just taking care of some personal matters. Jiang Fan said calmly. What's the private matter? Is it something emotional? Jia stared into Jiang Fan's eyes with her beautiful eyes, as if she had a dry mouth. Perhaps it was because of the long night, she couldn't sleep alone, and she got angry. No. Jiang Fan shook his head. It's not that he intended to lie, but he had to say that in order to keep the customer information confidential. What private matter is that? Jia walked in front of Jiang Fan and stood very close to him. The fragrance and temptation of a mature woman lingered in Jiang Fan's nose, intoxicating him. But he didn't answer. Xiao Fan, am I not beautiful enough? At this moment, Jia suddenly changed the subject, stared at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes, and said seductively. Senior is very beautiful. Jiang Fan said honestly. Then why are you so cold to me? Am I not attractive enough? Jia hooked one hand around Jiang Fan's neck, leaned her body and leaned on Jiang Fan. The fragrance and body scent are intertwined, like a glass of strong wine, refreshing. No. Jiang Fan looked into Jia's eyes with his star-like eyes. When our eyes met, it felt like an electric shock. Why is that? Jia directly pressed her hot and sexy cherry lips against Jiang Fan's lips, just a piece of paper thin distance away from Jiang Fan's white lips. Because. Jiang Fan hesitated to speak. Tell me, I want to hear your voice. Jia placed her delicate little hand on Jiang Fan's chest, stroking his strong chest muscles and feeling the beating of his heart. Her heart also beat faster. Do you really want to know? Jiang Fan stared into her eyes. Yes, I would like to know. Jia stared at Jiang Fan and said in a tender voice. Chapter 31, was his affair with the young woman Xiao Xiao exposed? We can't be lovers, we can only be lovers. Jiang Fan's face showed no sadness or joy, and he spoke calmly. He has bound himself to the system and must accept more than 1,000 orders before he can unbind the system, otherwise he will die. When I bound the system at the beginning, I did not have a deep understanding of its meaning. Now that I think about it carefully, the system made program setting requirements because it was afraid of being laid off. Lover. Suddenly, Jia was stunned. She never dreamed that Jiang Fan would answer like this. Was she not pretty enough? Or did Jiang Fan want to have two girlfriends at the same time? She guessed right. Unfortunately, the layout is too small. At this moment, a cold reminder sounded in Jiang Fan's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host, the system has accepted the third order for the host. The third order is coming. Suddenly, Jiang Fan was shocked. At this critical moment, the system accepted the third order. Was it a warning? He couldn't imagine if he had agreed to be a couple with Jia just now, would the system kill him? Magic City, Yida Plaza, Wadao Fitness Club. A hot beauty is running on a treadmill. She has a healthy wheat-colored skin, and wears Adidas sneakers and a short-sleeved t-shirt and short sportswear. Her long legs are very eye-catching, and she has a sexy waist with 4 abdominal muscles on it, showing sexy lines. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, and beads of sweat were crystal clear on her beautiful cheeks. Her jet black hair was tied up, and she looked heroic. She is 1.75 meters tall and has a figure that is even better than a model's. She is definitely a very nice and stunning goddess. Around the hot beauty, countless pairs of eyes full of wildness and obsession fell on her, including muscular men, social elites, and single losers, all of whom were deeply attracted to her. At this time, a girl walked up to her and said, Lena, Jack is here to see you. Tell him I'm busy. The hot goddess Gulina continued running and ignored it. At this moment, a muscular man named Tang Jia, whose English name is Jack, walked up to Gulina with a bouquet of flowers in his hand and said, Lena, the most beautiful flowers are for the most beautiful person. Jack, I've already told you that we are not suitable for each other, so stop pestering me. The hot goddess glanced at Jack, her eyes filled with a hint of impatient disgust. Lena, is there something wrong with me? Tell me and I'll change. Jack looked at Gulina sincerely, his eyes full of affection. You're good, you're very good, it's us who are not suitable, do you understand me? Gulina didn't know what else to say. She had rejected Jack many times, but Jack was like a scabby dog and kept pestering her. They met at an outdoor club and were like friends at first, but later, when Jack wanted to cross the line of friendship, she got annoyed.
Since you said I'm nice, why don't you agree to date me?
Jack looked depressed. A man as good as him has good looks, a good figure, and power. He has pursued countless beautiful girls before, and he got every one of them easily.
But he met Gulina.
Jack, I'll tell you the truth.
I already have a boyfriend. Gulina stopped running and said seriously.
What?
You have a boyfriend?
Jack looked shocked.
Yes. I have a boyfriend, so please stop bothering me. Gulina said. I don't believe it. I don't believe you have a boyfriend. Unless you bring your boyfriend out, I won't believe it.
Jack looked persistent.
You.
Suddenly, the disgust in Gulina's beautiful eyes increased, and then she said, Okay, I will bring him to the outdoor rock climbing party tomorrow and let you see him.
Okay, I'll wait for you.
Jack's pupils shrank, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes.
However, after Jack left, Gulina was troubled. Although she had sent the bad boy Jack away, where could she find an excellent boyfriend?
At this moment, a cold reminder sounded on the phone screen.
Are you still worried about being single during the holidays? Are you still envious of your friends who go out in pairs? Are you still troubled by the chattering of your elders at home?
Click to order the perfect man, professionally solve your unspeakable secrets. Appearance guaranteed, good quality and low price, good value for money, economical and affordable.
You can't afford to suffer a loss, you can't afford to be deceived, you can't afford to be cheated. It can be used like this, or like this. There are many ways to use it. You can match it as you like. It is free and changeable. It will definitely suit your taste.
Fuck.
Looking at the information on the screen, Gulina was stunned.
She was just worrying about where to find a good boyfriend when this message popped up on her phone.
Are ads now so smart?
Although she didn't know whether it was true or not, she clicked on it out of curiosity.
Please confirm your order requirements.
Your standard for a perfect man.
Rental time. Rental location. Lease period. Gulina looked at the message on the screen, thought carefully for a moment, and recorded it.
Bite. At the moment when fitness goddess Gulina placed the order, a virtual screen appeared in Zhang Fan's mind.
The host's whole body muscle transformation is successful, and his figure is soaring.
The host's rock climbing cells have been transformed successfully, and the rock climbing ability is soaring. The host's Rin and Du meridians have been transformed successfully, and his combat power is soaring.
Immediately afterwards, a virtual screen appeared in Zhang Fan's mind. Goddess, Gulina.
Occupation, fitness expert. Age, 22 years old. Order requirements, good figure, good looks, outdoor rock climbing expert, rich, able to protect the goddess.
Rental time, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Rental location, Goblin Mountain. Rental period, 3 days.
Fuck.
Fitness goddess.
Zhang Fan looked at the message on the virtual screen in his mind and felt ecstatic. The first order was a flight attendant, the second was a village girl, and the third was a fitness expert.
It's really amazing.
By the time teacher Jaya came to her senses, Zhang Fan had already left. Looking at Zhang Fan's sunny and handsome figure, Jaya reached out to adjust her glasses, licked her dry lips with her tender tongue, and a hint of wild desire flashed in her beautiful eyes.
Zhang Fan returned to his rental apartment, took out his key and was about to open the door.
Just then, a pair of eyes suddenly stared at him. He looked back and saw that it was his male neighbor Li Feng. Suddenly, he shuddered in his heart. Li Feng is the husband of the young woman Xiao Xiao. Now Li Feng is staring at her with a smiling eye.
What does this mean? Could it be that his affair with the young woman Xiao Xiao was exposed? Chapter 32, Now, you can give up.
Male neighbor Li Feng walked up to Zhang Fan, stretched out his hand, and smiled modestly, Thank you for taking care of my wife while I was away on business. Suddenly, Zhang Fan felt a chill in his heart.
Especially the smile on Li Feng's face.
At this time, the young woman Xiao Xiao also came over, staring at Zhang Fan with her beautiful eyes and a sweet smile on her pretty face. In an instant, Zhang Fan felt a chill in his heart.
What is going on? It's okay. Helping each other is our traditional virtue.
Zhang Fan smiled brightly. After saying that, he exchanged a few words of greeting and went back into the house. Then he quickly took a shower and went to bed. Even in his dreams, he felt that the young female neighbor and the male neighbor were very strange.
The next day, early morning. Jiang Fan wakes up.
He washed his face, brushed his teeth, and headed to the Ghost Mountain on the outskirts of the Demon City.
Magic City, Ghost Mountain. Fitness expert Gulina came to the camping site on Ghost Mountain. Hey, isn't this the goddess Gulina? Wouldn't you bring your boyfriend with you? Why are you here by yourself? Don't you think there are any men who want you?
As soon as we arrived at the rock climbing gathering place on Ghost Mountain, a group of female rock climbing experts began to ridicule and mock us. Jack is very popular in the Shanghai Rock Climbing Club. He is handsome, has a good figure, and comes from a wealthy family. He can be said to be the dream man of many female rock climbing experts.
However, Jack likes the hot goddess Gulina, which makes many female rock climbing experts very unhappy. Especially when they found out that Gulina actually rejected Jack, the man of their dreams, they felt even more dissatisfied with Gulina. Gulina glanced at the group of scantily clad rock climbing girls and didn't bother to pay any attention to them. At this time, Jack came over, stood in front of Gulina, and said with a wicked smile, "Lena, where is your boyfriend? You are not afraid and dare not come."
"Jack, don't be so self-indulgent.
My boyfriend is on the way. Just wait," Gulina said with a firm look.
"Okay, I'll wait. I want to see what kind of boyfriend the hot goddess will find today."
Jack punched the air with an indignant look on his face. "Oh, what a great honor. How dare you reject the god Jack? That's right, if you leave your male god behind, why don't you go out and look for a man? Can you find a male god who is more handsome and stylish than Jack? Who knows? Maybe she has strong taste and likes ugly men." A group of female experts talked at once, discussing and ridiculing.
However, at this moment, a handsome boy, about 1.8 meters tall, with short and smooth black hair slanting on his forehead, sword-like eyebrows, two bright big eyes like stars, a strong nose bridge, sexy lips, and teeth that are neat and white, blending together into a flawless face. It's not just the looks, but also the figure. Wrapped in tight sportswear, her abdominal muscles, chest muscles, and arm muscles, all of her strong muscles bulge high. A group of beautiful female rock climbers were stunned when they saw this handsome guy with a great appearance and a great body.
Wow! Who is this handsome guy? Is he the new member of our club? Oh my god!
He's so handsome, especially that face, that hip, that waist.
He's just like a walking hormone. It makes me want to be crazy. Fuck! Looking at him, I feel like I want to pounce on him."
A group of beautiful female rock climbers looked at this handsome man with their eyes wide open and their hearts beating wildly, as if they were all immersed in love at this moment.
Fuck! Who the hell is this guy? He's even more handsome than me.
Jack, the male idol of the club, was also stunned when he looked at the man in front of him, and a feeling of jealousy surged in his heart. Because he is so handsome, he makes women impulsive and men jealous. Not only is he super handsome, but he also has a very stylish body. He seems to be the perfect combination of a star and a muscular male model.
Wow! Who is this man? He's so handsome. Even my heart is pounding. The hot goddess Gulina was also stunned when she saw the man who suddenly appeared in her sight.
From childhood to adulthood, she has never been attracted to a man. Because her standards are too high, either the appearance is not good, or the figure is not good, or the IQ is not good. In short, the man she is looking for must be a 1 in a million, super handsome and super stylish male god. She had never met the right man in the past 22 years, until today. The man in front of her was like a ray of light, illuminating the direction for her to move forward, and finally aroused the most primitive and wild impulse in her heart. However, at this moment, the handsome boy walked up to the hot goddess, and said with a magnetic voice and a smile, "Goddess, I'm sorry, I'm late."
What? Goddess?
Suddenly, a group of sexy and beautiful girls, rock climbing experts, were shocked.
This stunningly handsome man actually calls Gulina goddess? What is going on? You?
Not only were the girls in the club surprised, but even the hot goddess Gulina was shocked.
She actually called me goddess. How unexpected.
Even a blush appeared on her face involuntarily. Seeing Galina's confused expression, the handsome boy walked up to her, leaned over to the goddess' ear, and said, "I am the perfect man for your order."
Ah! Suddenly, Gulina was shocked and her heart was beating wildly.
She never dreamed that, just out of curiosity, she would rent such a sunny, handsome, stylish and perfect man.
It's awesome. Lena, who is he?
At this time, Jack walked up and stared at Jiang Fan with an unhappy look on his face. She is more handsome and stylish than him, and she also calls Gulaina goddess, which makes him very unhappy.
He's my boyfriend. Gulaina reached out her hand, took Jiang Fan's arm, and said sweetly. What? Boyfriend? How is this possible? How did she find such a handsome boyfriend?
Suddenly, a group of female rock climbing experts were all surprised, and felt even more jealous. It's fine that Jack likes her, but she didn't expect that such a handsome boy would come alone.
Your boyfriend?
Jack was also surprised. He thought Gulaina was just trying to fool him, but he didn't expect that Gulaina really brought a man who was even more handsome than him.
Yes, my boyfriend. Gulaina looked at Jack happily. Now, you can give up. Hearing Gulaina's words, Jack's face turned pale and blue, and he cast a pair of hateful eyes on Jiang Fan and said, Aren't you Gulaina's boyfriend? If you have the ability, come and compete with me. If you win, I will never bother Gulaina again from now on. But if you lose, then please get out of here. Chapter 33, Remember what you said and don't regret it. Jack, what do you mean? Didn't you say that as long as I bring my boyfriend out, you will stop bothering me? Before Jiang Fan could say anything, Gulaina spoke first, staring at Jack with disgust in her beautiful eyes. Yeah. I'm not bothering you. I just don't like your boyfriend. Is that a problem? Jack cast a pair of vicious eyes on Jiang Fan. You really disappoint me. I thought we could still be friends, but now it seems that we can't even be friends anymore. Gulaina was extremely disappointed.
She never thought that after her fake boyfriend Jiang Fan came, Jack actually wanted to make things difficult for Jiang Fan. Although he was a fake boyfriend, he was still her face now.
So, she didn't want to embarrass Jiang Fan. Jack didn't reply to Gulaina's words. Instead, he stared at Jiang Fan and said, Are you just a vase? Are you a coward who likes to hide behind women? If you are a man, let's have a fair fight. If you are not a man, get under my crotch and get out of here. That's right. No matter how handsome you are just a vase. If you are a man, you should fight in a fair way. What a coward. He doesn't even dare to say a word. How could Gulaina fall for a man like this?
A group of male rock climbing experts nearby also followed suit to humiliate and ridicule her. After all, Jack is the president of the rock climbing club, and Gulaina is the hot and sexy goddess in all of them's eyes. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. Now, the hot and sexy goddess is actually dating a man outside the club. Does she think that all the men in the club are trash? Jiang Fan, ignore them, they are just jealous of you and want to embarrass you. Gulaina held Jiang Fan's arms with both hands, as if she was afraid that Jiang Fan would act impulsively. I knew you were a coward without balls. If you don't dare, just crawl under my crotch and I'll let you go. Jack still refused to give in and continued to slander and humiliate. That's it, a coward, a eunuch without balls. Get under Jack's crotch. Don't stand here and embarrass yourself. Garbage, trash, and porn. A group of men followed suit, starting to make noises, arguing, and criticizing. Hearing this, Jiang Fan's pupils shrank, and he said, Okay, since you want to solve it in a man's way, then let's solve it in a man's way. How do you want to fight? Tell me. Jiang Fan, don't be fooled. They are deliberately humiliating you, mocking you, making you angry, and then letting you fight them. Gulaina hugged Jiang Fan's arm and said worriedly. I know, but I have to do this because I'm your man, so I don't want others to say that your man is a coward. Jiang Fan looked at Gulaina with his star-like eyes, a slight smile on his face, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Hearing Jiang Fan's words, Gulaina was moved. Although this was a fake boyfriend she rented, she didn't want to see Jiang Fan embarrassed. Now, Jiang Fan knew that the other party was deliberately targeting her, but she still stood up. Since you agreed to a fair fight, let's fight in a manly way, rock climbing. This mountain is called Ghost Mountain, 2,888 meters above sea level, surrounded by cliffs and steep peaks. If you can conquer this mountain today, from now on, Jack, will never bother Gulaina again and will disappear from the Magic City. If you cannot conquer this mountain today, then the same thing applies. From now on, you will leave Gulaina and the Magic City. Jack smiled wickedly, staring at Jiang Fan with a pair of eyes like a poisonous scorpion. Can. Jiang Fan nodded, not taking Jack seriously at all. He only has the goddess in his heart and has no time to think about other people. From the first time he saw Gulaina, he was amazed by her appearance and temperament. She had a healthy wheat complexion, well-defined abdominal muscles, long legs, and towering breasts, and she exuded a sporty vibe. Such a goddess is not only sexy, but also a combination of unrestrained and wild, hot and gentle. Although he had tasted the stewardess goddess, the village beauty goddess, and even the gentle beautiful young woman, this was the first time he met such a sexy goddess with such a hot and wild temperament. Life is full of different things. How can you know what it tastes like if you don't try it? Jiang Fan, you can't agree to this. That's Ghost Mountain. Even I can't conquer it, so how can you possibly conquer it? Suddenly, Gulina became anxious. That's Ghost Mountain. Many adventurers have died here, and countless bones are buried under the cliffs and abysses of Ghost Mountain, so there is the origin of Ghost Mountain. Therefore, countless rock climbing enthusiasts aim to conquer Ghost Mountain. Now, Jiang Fan agreed to Jack to go rock climbing and conquer Ghost Mountain, which was undoubtedly a way to die. It doesn't matter. He's not afraid, so why should I be afraid? Jiang Fan patted Galina's shoulder, smiled gently, and said calmly. He is an outdoor rock climbing expert and the president of the Outdoor Rock Climbing Club. How can you compete with him in rock climbing? You shouldn't have agreed to him. He is trying to kill you. Gulina immediately told Jiang Fan the interests involved. Although she didn't like Jack, she had to admit that Jack was a genius in the outdoor sport of rock climbing. Jack conquered many steep mountains that many people could not conquer. Now, if Jiang Fan competes with Jack in rock climbing, it would be like showing off one sword in front of Guangdong. What if you tell him now? He has already agreed. A man's word is a promise that cannot be taken back. Of course, if he is a coward, he can also crawl under my crotch and call me grandpa, and I can tell him to get lost. Jack looked at Jiang Fan with an evil look on his face, then looked at Gulina, and said with a sinister smile. Remember what you said and don't regret it. Jiang Fan's eyes turned cold and he glanced at Jack. Don't worry, I remember it very clearly. I never regret what I said. Jack looked very proud. Idiot, you're about to die, yet you still dare to be arrogant to Jack. You deserve to die if you dare to compete with Jack for the goddess. He thought he was handsome, so he dared to go rock climbing. Goblin Mountain must be his grave. A group of boys from the rock climbing club were also making sarcastic remarks, humiliating and mocking them. Then, a group of people set out from the gathering place and came to the bottom of the Ghost Mountain. Although this is the bottom of the mountain, there is a deep ravine in front of the cliff, like a bottomless abyss. Above the abyss is the steep and precipitous Ghost Mountain. Are you really going? Gulina looked at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes. Jiang Fan nodded slightly. This is not only about the hot and sexy goddess, but also about one's own dignity. Chapter 34, What kind of monster is that kid? Aren't you afraid? There was a sparkle in Galina's beautiful eyes as she stared at Jiang Fan. Afraid? Jiang Fan nodded, and then said, but I am willing to use my life to protect you. Suddenly, Gulina was moved. Even though she was a girl with a strong character, she was moved and a sparkling light appeared in her beautiful eyes. At this time, Jack looked up at the steep Ghost Mountain, with a sinister smile in his eyes, and looked at Jiang Fan. Let's start, whoever climbs to the top of the mountain first will win. I'll keep you company. Jiang Fan said calmly, not even bothering to look at Jack. Then, the two began to climb freehand. Jiang Fan, you have to be careful. Looking at Jiang Fan's handsome figure, Gulina was extremely worried. After all, Ghost Mountain was too dangerous. Even in the Outdoor Rock Climbing Club in Magic City, no more than 5 people could conquer this mountain. Now, Jiang Fan was actually dueling with Jack, the president of the Outdoor Rock Climbing Club, in rock climbing. This was undoubtedly a losing duel. Both of them were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they climbed over 100 meters. Seeing Jiang Fan's skillful rock climbing skills, the rock climbing experts in the Rock Climbing Club were a little surprised. You know, outdoor rock climbing, especially barehanded rock climbing without protection, is a life-threatening situation. Now, this handsome amateur's rock climbing skills are not inferior to those of rock climbing experts, which is really incredible. He can actually rock climb? Do you think he can conquer Goblin Mountain? Conquering Goblin Mountain? That's more like a dream. Although he can climb, the difference between him and the masters is always a hair's breadth. Even we can't conquer Goblin Mountain, so how can he conquer it? A group of beautiful women from the Rock Climbing Club looked at Jiang Fan and Jack on the cliff and started talking about them. On the top of the cliff, Jiang Fan was also shocked. Although he knew that rock climbing would be very difficult, he did not expect that bare-handed rock climbing would be so terrifying. There was a 1,000-meter high cliff above and a 1,000-foot abyss below. In the past, he didn't even have the courage to climb rocks, let alone conquer Ghost Mountain. At this moment, Jack, the rock climbing expert and president of the Rock Climbing Club, was in a state of dread. In just a quarter of an hour, Jack had climbed to a height of 100 meters. You want to compete with me in rock climbing? Jack looked back at Jiang Fan with contempt, feeling secretly happy. Moreover, his idea is not just to win. Sure enough, just after he looked back at Jiang Fan, he found a loose stone on the cliff and pushed it hard. Bang! With a sound, a rock fell from the cliff and hit Jiang Fan on the head. Jiang Fan, be careful. Looking at the huge changes on the cliffs, Gulina was extremely nervous. She knew that Jack had no good intentions, but she never imagined that Jack actually wanted to kill Jiang Fan. Humph! You deserve it. A person who competes with Jack for the goddess deserves death. A group of boys from the club also followed suit and made a fuss. Because no matter who looks at it, as long as Jiang Fan climbs up the cliff, it will definitely be a dead end. On the steep cliff, Jiang Fan looked at the rocks falling from the sky. His pupils suddenly shrank and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You're actually playing a conspiracy? Jiang Fan grabbed the cliff with one hand, his 4 fingers embedded in the rock like an iron sickle, his whole body pressed against the cliff, and he narrowly avoided the boulder. You're lucky. It didn't hit you like this. Jack looked at the embarrassed Jiang Fan with a cold and evil smile on his face. Then, the two continued climbing. The higher Jack climbed, the slower his speed became. This was because at the beginning, he had plenty of energy and could climb very fast, but the higher he climbed, the slower his speed became as his energy declined. However, the higher Jiang Fan climbed, the faster he climbed. This was because Jiang Fan was not very experienced in rock climbing at the beginning, and he was mainly concerned about safety. But the higher he climbed, the faster he climbed as he became more proficient in rock climbing. How is this possible? Seeing the two people getting closer and closer, Jack was shocked. Logically speaking, free climbing will only become more and more difficult the higher you go, but now, that bastard's climbing speed is getting faster and faster, and even his climbing skills are becoming more and more sophisticated. If things continue to progress in this way, there is a high probability that we will lose to the opponent in the end. Why is it so strange? Why is that kid getting faster and faster? At the bottom of Ghost Mountain, a group of rock climbing experts were looking at Jiang Fan's figure on the cliff and were also shocked. This is totally illogical and unreasonable. What kind of monster is that boy? He's so fierce. I can't believe that I can climb faster and faster with my bare hands. Could it be that he retained his strength at the beginning? Rock climbing experts were full of speculation and curiosity. Because no one can figure out what is going on. Rock climbing is so awesome. Looking at Jiang Fan's tall and majestic figure, the hot goddess Gulina was also stunned. She thought that Jiang Fan would definitely die in a rock climbing duel with Jack, but she didn't expect that from the current situation, Jiang Fan was not only not in danger of death, but might even win. I won't let you win. You're just daydreaming if you want to win. On the top of the cliff, Jack glanced at Jiang Fan with a cold gaze, then used all his strength to climb up. Finally, there were only a dozen meters left to the summit, and it seemed as if victory was just around the corner. However, at this moment, I saw a figure jumping a few times on the cliff, and in the blink of an eye, it landed steadily on the top of the peak. How is this possible? How is this possible? Suddenly, Jack was dumbfounded. He was about to win, but he didn't expect that he would be defeated at the last moment. Moreover, that was rock climbing with bare hands. He actually jumped on the cliffs. Is he good at Qigong? Looking at the handsome and tall figure on the top of the mountain, he felt anger, unwillingness, annoyance, and all other emotions flooded into his heart. How is this possible? How could this happen? Oh my God! This is incredible! He actually climbed to the top and conquered Goblin Mountain. What a monster! He actually used his body to jump and win the duel at the last moment. At the bottom of Ghost Mountain, the rock climbing experts were stunned when they saw Jiang Fan's figure. Everyone looked shocked. Obviously, no one would have thought that this duel, which seemed to have no chance of winning, would end in this way. Oh! He actually won? The hot goddess Gulina also gasped and stared at Jiang Fan in shock, her mind going blank. Chapter 35, Is this what you call love? Zhang Fan and Jack slid down the cable car and returned to the bottom of Ghost Mountain. The rock climbing experts looked at Zhang Fan, and their eyes and tone changed.
Wow! Lena, I never thought that your boyfriend is so amazing. He actually conquered Goblin Mountain. That's amazing. Yes. Not only is he handsome, but he's also so amazing. Lena, you're so lucky.
A group of female rock climbing experts looked at Zhang Fan's majestic figure, their beautiful eyes full of admiration and fascination.
Let me ask you, who doesn't like strong people? Especially when it comes to my favorite major, I have infinite admiration for it.
At first, they all thought Zhang Fan was just a pretty face, but they didn't expect that Zhang Fan's rock climbing skills were so superb. Especially the last jump, which not only conquered the Ghost Mountain, but also conquered the hearts of many girls.
Actually, I didn't expect that either.
Listening to the flattery and praise from a group of female rock climbing experts, the hot goddess Gulina was extremely happy. Just as she said, even she herself did not expect that the fake boyfriend she rented would be so powerful. It's true that great people don't show their true colors.
Master Jiang, we were ridiculous just now. We were blind and didn't recognize the great man. We actually slandered Master Jiang. Now that I think about it, it's all our fault.
In an instant, a group of male rock climbing experts came up to Zhang Fan, smiling and apologizing to him. After all, after seeing how powerful Zhang Fan was, everyone was deeply shocked and impressed. Moreover, they had a hunch that conquering Ghost Mountain would be a piece of cake for Zhang Fan. After all, Zhang Fan's climbing speed was getting faster and faster as he climbed higher, which meant that it was not his limit at all. Since you have realized your mistakes, it is a great virtue to correct them.
But you must remember that there are always people better than you. Don't be a frog in a well.
Zhang Fan glanced at the male rock climbing experts and said calmly. Although this group of people looked down on him, he was too lazy to make a fuss about it. Moreover, this group of people took the initiative to admit their mistakes and apologize. If he continued to be petty, he would appear to be narrow-minded. However, although he doesn't bother with a group of rock climbing experts, Jack.
Do you think that you won the rock climbing duel and that's the end of today's matter?
At this time, Jack stared at Zhang Fan with a pair of cold eyes and said viciously.
Oh? Zhang Fan's star-like eyes sank.
Now that things have come to this, I might as well tell you that if you lose the rock climbing duel today, you will die.
If you win the rock climbing duel, you will also die. Jack smiled sinisterly. Jack, what do you mean?
Suddenly, Gulina was also shocked. Jack had obviously lost the duel, but he said this, which meant that Jack must have prepared a backup plan.
What do you mean?
I'm a rock climbing expert, the president of the Magic City Rock Climbing Club, and a second-generation rich man. Many women are crazy about me and obsessed with me, but I'm not moved. But I've been pursuing you for a year, but you treat me like air.
Now, you bring a man to humiliate me. I must settle this account with him today. Jack stared at Gulina and Zhang Fan with a distorted face. Jack, you disappoint me so much.
I thought you were at least a human being, but I didn't expect you to be so cruel and psychopathic.
Gulina was completely disappointed.
She lost the last bit of friendship she had with Jack.
I'm crazy? That's right, I am crazy. Today, I'm going to kill him.
I want to get your body when you're alive, and your ghost when you're dead. Jack said viciously with a twisted smile on his face.
Jack, are you crazy? You said that we would support you if you had a fair duel with Gulina's boyfriend.
But now that you have already lost the rock climbing duel, you are still cheating and being ruthless.
Are you going to disregard the reputation of our rock climbing club?
Yeah.
Jack, don't be stubborn anymore. Since Gulina doesn't like you, you should let her go instead of hurting her.
Suddenly, a group of male experts in the rock climbing club were filled with indignation and indignation.
At first, Jack told them that he liked Gulina and that his love for her would last until death.
That was why they supported him and believed that Zhang Fan was the third party. However, they did not expect that when Zhang Fan won the rock climbing duel fairly, Jack actually disregarded the previous agreement and wanted to break up with Gulina's boyfriend. I never thought he would be that kind of person. He is the president of our club, but he is so cruel that he wants to destroy it if he can't get it.
I was really deceived by his appearance.
A group of female rock climbers were also shocked. No one had expected that the man they admired was such a despicable person. Losing a duel is not scary, what is scary is not being able to afford to lose.
So what if you know? As long as I can get Gulina, it doesn't matter if I kill you.
Jack's scarlet eyes swept across the people present, and then he shouted, "Everyone come out." Just as he finished speaking, a group of tattooed thugs walked out from all directions in the woods of Ghost Mountain.
You actually called young and dangerous?
Jack, you are so scary. I really didn't expect that you are such a scary person.
Gulina was frightened and terrified when she saw the group of tattooed gangsters rushing towards her from all directions.
Young and dangerous, I actually called him young and dangerous. It's really crazy. He is not worthy of being the president of our rock climbing club. A group of male rock climbers were also frightened. Although they are all muscular men, rock climbers are not the same type as gangsters. Gangsters are hooligans and ruffians who live on the edge of a knife. But rock climbing enthusiasts are good people.
So what?
The reason why I became this kind of person is not because I love you.
Now, you have all fallen into my hands. You only have one way to go.
Follow me, obey me, and become my slave from now on.
Jack went completely crazy. The moment he heard Gulina say she had a boyfriend, he went crazy.
It was all his calculation that she had come to this point.
He would do anything to get Gulina.
Love me, is this what you call love? I'm sorry, I can't bear this kind of love, let alone go with you. I won't do it now, and I won't do it in the future.
Gulina said with tears in her beautiful eyes as she was heartbroken. Do you think you have any choice?
Jack smiled evilly, then waved his hand and shouted, "Kill them for me." Suddenly, everyone was dumbfounded. A group of male and female rock climbers were dumbfounded. They had never thought that the president they once admired and respected would now kill them in order to get the goddess.
Who dares to touch me, Boss Jiang?
However, at this moment, a rough voice suddenly came.
Chapter 36, Do you know you're wrong now?
Just as he finished speaking, a group of hundreds of people, holding steel pipes and fruit knives in their hands, came marching towards them on the avenue of Ghost Mountain. Everyone was stunned when they saw the group of people suddenly appearing.
Then, hundreds of people came to Jiang Fan and shouted in unison with great momentum, "Boss Jiang!"
Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Hearing this, Jiang Fan nodded slightly. This group of people were none other than Luo de Peo and his younger brothers whom he brought back from Tuofing village. After he brought Luo de Peo to the Magic City, he gave Luo de Peo a task, to recruit more followers at any cost.
As for money, that's a minor issue.
Looking at this situation now, Jiang Fan is quite satisfied.
These are all your people? Suddenly, Gulina was stunned.
She couldn't help swallowing her saliva, staring at Jiang Fan in a daze, and said in surprise. Jiang Fan smiled lightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
Call. Gulina couldn't help but gasp.
She thought she was probably dead today, but she didn't expect that this rented perfect man would have so many surprises.
Wow. That's so domineering. I never thought that he, who was so low-key, humble, and polite, would have so many followers.
You can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the depth of the ocean by a bucket. Suddenly, a group of male and female rock climbing experts were shocked. No one expected that at the critical moment, so many people would come to see this handsome young man.
How is it possible? How can he have so many followers?
In an instant, Jack was stunned and dumbfounded. It was as if he was walking on an endless grassland and was suddenly struck by lightning. His mind went blank. He thought his plan was foolproof.
As long as he killed Galina's boyfriend, he would have to rape Gulina today under coercion and inducement.
But he didn't expect that at the last moment, so many people would show up.
Brother Jia, what should we do now?
Next to him, a gang leader looked at Jack with horror and asked tremblingly. This was something he had not expected. He thought it would be an easy task to deal with a few rock climbing enthusiasts and a group of female experts, but he did not expect that such a thing would lead to such complications. Now, there are only dozens of people on our side, while the other side has hundreds of people. If a fight really breaks out, we will only be beaten. At worst, we will die together with the enemy. Jack made up his mind, narrowed his cold eyes and said fiercely.
Are you kidding me? I just took a little money from you, and you want me to risk my life?
Suddenly, the leader of the young and dangerous gang stared at Jack with a depressed look on his face. He thought Jack would come up with some good ideas, but he didn't expect that Jack actually wanted them to die.
What the hell?
If the money is not enough, I can give you more, but you must get the job done for me today.
Jack stared at the gang leader with cold eyes. Fuck you. It's already this time, and you still want to hurt me. Who the hell do you think you are? You think you're awesome just because you have a couple of bucks, right?
Suddenly, the leader of the young and dangerous gang also refused to do it.
Although he loves money, he loves life more. What is the use of having a lot of money if you lose your life? Then, he walked up to Jiang Fan with a flattering smile on his face and said, Boss Jiang, this is a misunderstanding.
We are here to travel, not to cause trouble.
You don't like this bastard, but I don't care about this bastard.
So, today, I will serve Boss Jiang and help him solve his worries. After saying that, he waved his palm leaf fan and a younger brother next to him kicked Jack directly on the leg.
Plop! Jack's body suddenly fell to his knees. Sanji, you bastard, you took my money, but you're still betraying me?
Suddenly, Jack was dumbfounded.
He never thought that the gangster he hired at a huge price would betray him when he was in danger. Bang! A crisp sound. A little brother nearby raised his hand and slapped Jack on the face, shouting, Did you also call the 3 chickens? How dare you hit me?
Jack looked back with a cold gaze and glared at the gangster who slapped him. However, the words are not yet finished.
Bang!
There was another crisp sound. The younger brother raised his hand and slapped Jack hard on the face. What's wrong with hitting you?
You look so miserable, and you dare to pick a fight with Boss Jiang? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You fucking. Jack was filled with resentment. A tiger in trouble is bullied by a dog.
Even a gangster dared to slap his face.
Bang!
There was another crisp sound.
The gangster slapped him in the face again. You still don't accept it, do you? Don't you see what the situation is like now? You still want to bully others? After the slap, the gangster walked up to Jiang Fan and said with a flattering smile, Boss Jiang, are you satisfied with this? Jiang Fan nodded slightly.
After being slapped 3 times, Jack finally came to his senses. Looking at the huge crowd around him, he finally realized the truth. Immediately, he no longer dared to shout or say harsh words, because as long as he said a harsh word, he would be slapped in the face. Hundreds of people were holding steel pipes and fruit knives, and they followed Jiang Fan's lead. He had never dreamed of such a scene. Then, he knelt on the ground, crawled to Jiang Fan, hugged Jiang Fan's thighs, and cried.
Boss Jiang, I know I was wrong. I was blinded by greed, stupid, and heartless. I deserve to die. Boss Jiang, please show some mercy and let me go. As soon as he finished speaking, the young and dangerous leader Sanji kicked Jack. You know you're wrong now? What the hell were you doing before? You're so arrogant, and you still want to compete with Boss Jiang for the goddess. You deserve to die.
Although the leader of the gangsters kicked him, he didn't dare to say anything harsh. He still hugged Jiang Fan's thigh tightly and cried. Boss Jiang, I know I am wrong, I deserve to die, please spare my life. Seeing Jack kneeling and kowtowing, Jiang Fan looked at Jack with his star-like eyes and said calmly.
Didn't you call me a coward? Aren't you calling me a eunuch without balls? Don't you want me to crawl under your crotch? Don't you want to kill me? Now, why are you kneeling in front of me like a dog? Chapter 37, Send you to the hotel, or...
Jack was frightened when he heard Jiang Fan's words. Those eyes like stars were like an abyss in Jack's eyes, and his spine felt cold. He knelt on the ground, banged his head against the ground, and shouted.
Boss Jiang, I was wrong. I am just a dog.
I look down on others and I don't know what is good for me. I beg Boss Jiang to show mercy and spare my life. Looking at Jack's wretched look, Jiang Fan was too lazy to fight him like a dog.
He waved his hand and said calmly, Go away. From now on, don't let me see you in the Magic City. Thank you, Boss Jiang, thank you, Boss Jiang, thank you, Boss Jiang.
Suddenly, Jack's face was filled with joy.
He kowtowed several times on the ground, then rolled and crawled away. Watching Jack leave, the young and dangerous leader Sanji also smiled at Jiang Fan and said, Boss Jiang, I'm leaving too. Jiang Fan didn't say anything, but hundreds of Luo de Peo's brothers blocked their way. Boss Jiang, I really don't have any bad intentions towards you. I'm really just here for tourism.
The leader of the young and dangerous gang, Sanji, immediately started to tremble in his legs. Damn it, if he knew that Boss Jiang had so many followers, he would never get involved in this mess even if you gave him more money. Now, not only did I not make any money, but I also lost myself.
Travel? Is that such a coincidence? Bringing dozens of people to travel to Ghost Mountain?
Jiang Fan glanced at Sanji and said calmly.
Boss Jiang, I know I was wrong.
Suddenly, Sanji realized that he could not fool around anymore, and he immediately fell to his knees and shouted. Seeing the leader Sanji kneeling on the ground, a group of young and dangerous men also knelt on the ground and shouted in unison.
Boss Jiang, we know we were wrong. Boss Jiang, we know we were wrong. Boss Jiang, we know we were wrong.
In an instant, a group of female and male rock climbing experts were shocked. They were a group of young and dangerous people who were on the brink of death.
They actually knelt down in front of Jiang Fan.
Okay, I'll let you go this time. You just follow Luo de Peo from now on. Jiang Fan looked down at Sanji with his star-like eyes and said calmly.
Thank you, Boss Jiang. Thank you, Boss Jiang.
Sanji immediately burst into tears of gratitude, walked up to Luo de Peo and said, Brother Pao, I will follow you from now on.
Please take care of me, Brother Pao.
They were just a bunch of minions, and Luo de Peo was too lazy to pay attention to them.
Everything is done.
A group of rock climbing experts walked up to Jiang Fan and said respectfully. I didn't expect young Master Jiang to be so powerful. As expected of Master Jiang, he is so awesome and domineering. Master Jiang and Lina, a beauty and a hero, are a match made in heaven and earth. They are so much better than that crazy Jack. A group of rock climbing experts surrounded Jiang Fan, flattering and praising him to the utmost. If Jiang Fan had not been there, that group of gangsters would have really attacked them. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to express their gratitude to Jiang Fan. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Jiang Fan smiled gently. Then, he walked up to Gulina, held her delicate little hand, and slowly left surrounded by hundreds of brothers.
That's amazing.
If I were half as awesome as he is, I would be satisfied. Looking at the backs of Jiang Fan and Gulina as they left, a group of male rock climbing experts all expressed their feelings. A group of female rock climbing experts also had fascination in their beautiful eyes. On the way back, Luo de Peo drove Jiang Fan himself. Where did you get the car? Sitting in the back seat, Jiang Fan asked curiously. In just a few days, Luo de Peo had grown his team to several hundred people and even drove a Land Rover. He was truly a genius in the underworld.
Boss Jiang, this belongs to a friend. I'm borrowing it to drive for a few days.
Luo de Peo grinned and laughed. You? Jiang Fan pointed at Luo de Peo, but he didn't dare to finish his words because he felt he couldn't afford to lose face.
Is that called borrowing? Borrowing and returning is called borrowing, and not returning is called. Boss, this must be my sister-in-law.
She is so beautiful, a beauty goes well with a hero. Luo de Peo turned around, looked at Gulina with a flattering smile, then looked at Jiang Fan, and flattered him. Before, he didn't understand why the eldest brother would say that in the future there would be many sisters-in-law, but only one eldest brother. Now, he seemed to understand. It's only been a few days and he has managed to get another stunningly beautiful woman. This boss is really awesome. Being handsome and rich is awesome. Drive your car carefully. Jiang Fan glared at Luo de Peo. Boss, okay, I'll drive my car and you guys drive yours. Don't worry, I won't look in the rearview mirror. Luo de Peo grinned and chuckled. You? Jiang Fan raised his hand and wanted to hit Luo de Peo on the head, but after thinking it over, he gave up.
You can't stop people from telling the truth. Fan, you are amazing. Even I didn't expect you to be so amazing.
In the back seat, Galina's slender arms were around Jiang Fan's arms, her whole body pressed against Jiang Fan, and she spoke gently. She thought that today might not end well, but she didn't expect that Jiang Fan would solve it so easily.
I'm your man, of course I have to keep you safe.
Jiang Fan smiled gently, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Gulina snuggled up to Jiang Fan and nodded, her mind full of Jiang Fan's handsome figure.
Boss, should I take you to the hotel, or? Back in the Magic City, Luo de Peo grinned again and said.
The man and woman are in love, and they are in great affection.
Isn't the next thing they should do is do something they love?
This.
Jiang Fan suddenly didn't know how to answer. Gulina also blushed and lowered her head. Boss, then I will take the initiative and send you to the luxurious hotel in Magic City. Luo de Peo grinned.
Then, he stepped on the accelerator.
With a bang, the car sped towards the Magic City Luxury Hotel. Arrived at the door of the Magic City Luxury Hotel,
Luo de Peo and hundreds of his brothers stood in a line and followed Jiang Fan and Gulina. The security guard at the hotel entrance couldn't help but gasp when he saw this scene.
Shit. This must be some big shot in the Magic City.
When Jiang Fan and Gulina passed by the security guard immediately stood up straight and saluted Jiang Fan and Gulina with a standard salute.
Then, when Jiang Fan and Gulina walked into the hotel gate, Luo de Peo and hundreds of his brothers shouted in unison.
Farewell, boss. I wish you and your sister-in-law happiness. Farewell, boss. I wish you and your sister-in-law happiness. Farewell, boss. I wish you and your sister-in-law happiness. Hearing the voices of a group of younger brothers, Jiang Fan smiled lightly, took Galina's hand, and walked into the hotel. Chapter 38, Different Goddesses, Different Lives. They checked into a luxurious couple's suite. As soon as Jiang Fan and Gulina walked into the room, Gulina pushed Jiang Fan against the wall of the hotel with her arms and then closed the door.
Fuck.
That's wild. Suddenly, Jiang Fan was stunned. Whether it was the flight attendant, the female neighbor Xiao Xiao, or the village beauty Xiaoyaki, he was always on top of them. However, judging from the performance of Gulina just now, perhaps he will be at the bottom today.
Hot, explosive, wild.
That's a taste.
A unique flavor. The picture can only be imagined, not described in detail. The next day.
When the sunlight shone into the room, Jiang Fan and Gulina woke up from their wonderful dream.
Fan, you are amazing. I thought you were amazing during the day, but I didn't expect you to be even more amazing at night. Gulina lay in Jiang Fan's arms, her face full of sweetness and happiness.
You're so wild, even wilder than I thought. Jiang Fan said with lingering feeling. Almost drained him dry.
Wild to the point of exploding. Passionate and enthusiastic. Do you want to?
Gulina rolled over and collapsed on Jiang Fan, then covered him with the quilt and started a new round of draining.
Until the third day. Gulina is happy, and Jiang Fan is happy too. Fan, thank you. Meeting you is the happiest thing in my life.
Gulina stared into Jiang Fan's eyes with her beautiful eyes, full of deep affection.
Meeting you is the happiest thing in my life.
Jiang Fan smiled gently. Although this is true, there are two words he didn't say.
1.
Yes.
Because he is destined to be a prodigal son in this life. So, it can only be one.
Then, we'll see each other again someday.
See you again if we are lucky enough. Gulina and Jiang Fan held hands sweetly and left the hotel. At the moment they parted.
Bite. Congratulations to the host, the super all-round shared male god's third order ended perfectly, and received the system reward, 100 million yuan. The system transfer has been received, please check it carefully. Huaxia Bank on February 18 at 1738, the perfect man's account 9999 transferred a deposit of 100 million renminbi from your account ending with 0966 in another bank, with a balance of 292,678,640 renminbi and 18 cents. As a series of cold reminder sounds rang in his mind, Jiang Fan smiled lightly.
The beauty is back. Another 100 million has arrived. What a double happiness. Next.
Bite. Congratulations to the host, the goddess who placed the order gave you a 5-star rating for this service, and you will win a system lottery. The system automatically draws the lottery successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the basketball skill.
The host's basketball skill will accompany him for life. Basketball skills? Suddenly, Jiang Fan's pupils shrank. This is a brand new skill.
In the past, he was not tall enough and was only half-baked at basketball. Now he has obtained basketball skills through a lottery, which is really cool.
From now on, there will be one more blue god on the basketball court of Magic City University.
When everything was over, Jiang Fan returned to his rented house. To be honest, I was very happy, very happy in the hotel during these 2 days. However, after a series of sexual pleasures, my body feels as if it has been hollowed out. So, he decided to have a good rest at home for 2 days. Although it is every man's dream to marry a beautiful woman, everything is too much or too little.
Once the body is hollowed out, in the future, you can only look at the beauty and cry. Because the heart is willing but the strength is not enough.
For the next 2 days, Jiang Fan rested well at home. Day 3. Jiang Fan came to school. As expected, Zhaoya found him immediately. Where have you been these days? She called Jiang Fan to the office, closed the door immediately, adjusted her pink glasses, and stared into Jiang Fan's eyes with her beautiful eyes.
Taking care of personal matters.
Jiang Fan said calmly.
You have a lot of private matters. Are they private matters? Or private matters?
Jiaye looked at Zhang Fan and said meaningfully with her beautiful eyes.
Is there a difference between private matters and private matters? Zhang Fan looked indifferent. Do you remember what you said to me last time?
Jiaye's hand slid smoothly across her thighs. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, when she looked at Zhang Fan, there seemed to be a hint of amorous feelings in her eyes.
Of course I remember.
Zhang Fan said calmly.
Then do you want to know my answer?
Jiaye walked in front of Zhang Fan and got very close to him. Her plump figure pressed against Zhang Fan's body, feeling so gentle and comfortable.
Think. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. To be honest, Jiaye is the dream goddess of countless boys at Shanghai University. Who wouldn't want to have her?
Goddess, of course, the more the better. Different goddesses, different lives, different tastes. The college has organized a basketball game. If you can stand out in this basketball game, then I will tell you my answer. Jiaye blew a breath of hot air into Zhang Fan's ear, then gently bit his earlobe. Such tempting teasing is enough to arouse every man's desire and impulse.
Good. Zhang Fan nodded slightly.
If it was before, he might have hesitated, but now, he had just won the basketball skill in the lottery, and the college organized a basketball game.
What a pleasant surprise.
Besides, as long as he could stand out in the basketball game, he could get Jiaye's answer, so why not? Then, Zhang Fan returned to the classroom. The students in the classroom were discussing the basketball game to be held in the college.
Zhang Fan, have you heard that the college is going to hold a basketball game?
When his deskmate Fanny Mei saw Zhang Fan, she immediately started talking excitedly beside Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan nodded slightly.
I was just talking about the basketball game in Jiaye's office, but I didn't expect that the whole classroom would start talking about it.
Then have you heard that the school beauty Chu Shirin will be the captain of this cheerleading team? Fanny Mei looked excited. Zhang Fan was stunned.
The school beauty is the cheerleader.
Why are you so excited? It's normal for boys to be excited, but is it normal for girls to be excited too? No. Didn't the school beauty say in the academy that she wanted to pursue you? If you participate in this basketball game, then you can meet each other, right? Fanny Mei looked excited. Zhang Fan. Although he had heard some rumors, was he really after him or was he using him as a shield? At this time, Zhou Qian, the class sports committee member, came over, looked at Zhang Fan and said, "Will you participate in this basketball game?" Join.
Zhang Fan thought about it and nodded slightly. Whether it was to test the basketball skills of the system lottery, Jiaye's answer, or the school beauty being the cheerleader, he had to participate in this basketball game.
Good.
Zhou Qian nodded, then frowned and said, "But there is bad news. In this basketball game, the school hunk Qin Siqing might."
Chapter 39, Damn. Another pentakill. After school.
Zhang Fan walked out of the classroom and prepared to go home.
Sports committee member Zhou Qian said that school idol Qin Siqing might target him in the basketball game?
But he didn't take it to heart at all. He is now completely different from the past and has been reborn. What is there to fear? But when Zhang Fan walked to the school playground, he happened to meet Qin Siqing, the school's most handsome boy and president of the basketball association. When Qin Siqing saw Zhang Fan, his pupils suddenly shrank. Although he had heard that a boy named Zhang Fan in class 3 of the freshman year suddenly became handsome, he did not take it seriously. Until he heard that the school beauty goddess Chu Shirin threatened to pursue Zhang Fan, this name was like a thorn in his heart. Now, seeing it with my own eyes, he is indeed very handsome.
You are Zhang Fan.
Looking at Zhang Fan's handsome face, the school hunk Qin Siqing walked up to Zhang Fan with a basketball in one hand and a sinister smile on his face. Behind him, there was a group of members from the school basketball association. Seeing the school hunk Qin Siqing standing in front of Zhang Fan, a group of members of the basketball association also surrounded Zhang Fan, leaning sideways as if they wanted to watch a good show.
Right.
Zhang Fan glanced at Qin Siqing disdainfully. Qin Siqing used to be a prominent figure in the academy, and in Zhang Fan's eyes, he was as unattainable as a myth. But now, when I look at Qin Siqing again, he is not that great. It's not Qin Siqing who has changed, but Zhang Fan. Both my perspective and my state of mind have changed. The once unattainable stewardess goddess, village beauty goddess, and hot fitness goddess all fell at his feet, and his state of mind naturally underwent a drastic change.
I heard you were very arrogant in the academy?
Qin Sicheng stared at Zhang Fan with his eyes half closed, his tone revealing a strong smell of gunpowder.
So what? Zhang Fan looked indifferent. Do you know who you are talking to? How dare you answer Makoto like that?
Looking at Zhang Fan's nonchalant expression, a group of basketball association members nearby felt very unhappy. In the college, wherever they go, they are surrounded by people and flattered by them. Whenever they talk to someone they don't like, they are always trembling with fear and trepidation. But now, the Zhang Fan in front of him actually looked like he didn't take the school hunk seriously at all. The school hunk is not just a school hunk, he is also the president of the basketball association and their leader. If you don't take the school hunk seriously, you are also taking them seriously.
Are you talking to me? Say it again, if you dare.
Zhang Fan glanced at the person who was speaking. Suddenly, the person Zhang Fan was staring at felt a chill in his heart, but he still pretended to be calm and said, "What did I say? If you dare to offend Brother Chang, be careful or you will not be able to stay in the academy." Zhang Fan was ready to take action, but a group of people from the other side surrounded him.
Qin Sicheng looked at Zhang Fan's fearless expression and said meaningfully, "Okay, if you're brave, we'll see you on the basketball court." After saying that, he brought a group of people and deliberately bumped into Zhang Fan's shoulder as they passed by.
"Kid, just wait for your death during the basketball game. You are so arrogant. When I beat you like a grandson in the basketball game, I will see how arrogant you can still be. How dare you offend Brother Chang, and even snatch the campus beauty from Brother Chang? Just wait for your death." A group of members of the basketball association walked past Zhang Fan, humiliating and mocking him. But Zhang Fan didn't take it to heart. "Since we agreed to meet on the basketball court, let us meet on the basketball court." At the same time, Magic City University, Class 5, sophomore year, in the classroom. "Who is the guy who is more handsome than the school hunk that's been rumored in the academy recently? I heard that the school beauty has said that she wants to pursue him?" On the classroom balcony, several pretty girls gathered together and chatted. "He must have transferred from the art academy, otherwise how could he be so handsome? The last time he passed by me, I was completely fascinated by him, as if my soul had been hooked away. My mind was completely blank at that time." Another girl recalled the scene when she first met the handsome guy in the college corridor. For many nights, the figure of that handsome guy was in her mind. Even in her dreams, the handsome guy touched her, kissed her, loved her, and did indescribable love things with her. Although it was a dream, dreams are sweet. In reality, she couldn't get him, but in her dreams, he was hers. I think so too. Otherwise, how could he be more handsome than the school hunk? Ever since I saw him last time, I've been dreaming about him these past few nights. Another girl also said in a crazy way. "Ah. You dreamed about it too." "I dreamed about it too. And, not only did I dream about it, I even slept with him in my dream." "Mining, you are so sexy. Aren't you flirty?" "Although I am flirty, at least I didn't sleep with a handsome guy in my dream like you did." "You envy me." Several pretty girls joked with each other. At this time, a beautiful woman suddenly said, "Bingqin, that handsome guy you mentioned, could he really be your ex-boyfriend? I heard many people in the college say that the handsome guy was dumped 99 times. Wasn't your ex-boyfriend also dumped 99 times? Hearing this, Xu Bingqin sneered, "You mean that Zhang Fan? How could he be so handsome? Last time, I ran into that handsome guy in the corridor of the college. When I saw him, my heart was pounding like a deer was beating wildly in my chest. How could such a handsome guy be him?" Although all the girls in the college were spreading the news, she firmly believed that the handsome guy was definitely not her ex-boyfriend. That's true. How can a guy who's been dumped 99 times become so handsome? Even if he has plastic surgery, he can't achieve that kind of effect. Besides, your ex-boyfriend is a poor bastard. A group of beauties also shook their heads. Although some doubts occasionally arise in their hearts, they would never believe that Xu Bingqin's loser ex-boyfriend would be that handsome guy. At the same time, Zhang Fan returned to the rental house. At this time, the landlord's daughter, Wang Yanning, was leisurely lying on a rocking chair on the first floor, holding an iPhone in her hand, playing King of Glory with a comfortable look on her face, and muttering, "Oh my god. Another pentakill." At this moment, a super handsome guy suddenly walked in from outside and caught her eye. Chapter 40, Are you willing to come back and inherit my tens of millions of assets? Wow. Who is this? So handsome. Wang Yanning stared at the handsome guy walking towards her with her beautiful eyes. Looking at this handsome guy, she suddenly felt that King of Glory was not so popular anymore, and her mind was full of the handsome guy's image.
Zhang Fan naturally noticed Wang Yanning as well.
Wang Yanning is the landlord's beloved daughter, the campus beauty of Shanghai University of Technology, a gaming expert who likes racing. She has a bold and unrestrained personality and dares to love and hate. Countless nights had passed when he had fantasized about having a wonderful encounter with Wang Yanning. However, Zhang Fan at that time did not have the courage, and Wang Yanning had never taken him seriously, treating him only as an ordinary tenant. Now, when I see Wang Yanning again, the unbearable scene is no longer there. Looking at Wang Yanning's pair of obsessed eyes, Zhang Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled gently at Wang Yanning.
Wah!
Suddenly, Wang Yanning's heart melted, as if she was shot by Cupid's arrow, and her little heart was beating non-stop. It was not until Zhang Fan went upstairs that she came to her senses from her obsession.
Dad, who was that person who just went up there?
Wang Yanning immediately ran to her father Wang Hu and asked excitedly.
Why are you asking him?
Wang Hu looked confused.
So I can collect rent. Don't you want me to inherit your tens of millions of dollars? I have to get to know the place better, right? Wang Yanning immediately lied and looked at her father with her big eyes. Are you willing to come back and inherit my tens of millions of dollars in assets?
Wang Hu also became excited when he heard his daughter talking about inheriting the family property. After all, he only has this one precious daughter. His wife died in an accident, leaving him and his daughter to depend on each other. In order to concentrate on taking care of his daughter, he has never remarried. Therefore, what he hopes most is that his daughter will find a live-in son-in-law and inherit his millions of fortune. However, his daughter had always disagreed, saying that she was still young and still in school, and wanted to make her own way in the future, which made him very worried. Now, hearing that his daughter's attitude had changed, he was naturally very happy. I'll get familiar with it first. If it's fun, I'll come back and take over. Can you tell me who was that person who just went up there? Wang Yanning did not agree directly, but tried to trick his father into thinking more. Oh, that one. It's the tenant of room 702 upstairs, a complete loser, Zhang Fan. Wang Hu didn't take it seriously and told him the actual situation.
Loser Zhang Fan, a loser who is so handsome.
Wang Yanning held her chin with her hands and muttered to herself.
What did you say? Wang Hu was stunned. Are you so handsome? Could it be that my daughter has feelings for that loser? No, nothing.
Wang Yanning shook her head immediately, but she was already itching to do something.
If I rent her house and become her tenant, can I still escape from her control?
On the other hand, Zhang Fan returned to his rented house. He never thought that after he left, Wang Yanning had already found out about him from her father Wang Hu.
Nothing happened overnight. The next day, Zhang Fan got up and went to the college.
Come to the college. What happened on the college playground yesterday has spread widely in the college.
Have you heard that the school hunk and the handsome guy from class 3 of the freshman year are going to compete in this basketball game? Why the duel? You don't know yet? Of course it's because of the school beauty. School beauty? Yeah.
The school hunk has been pursuing the school belle for a year, but the school belle didn't agree. But now, I heard that the school belle wants to pursue the handsome guy in class 3 of the freshman year.
Then, things got out of hand. No way.
I heard that yesterday on the college playground, the school hunk and the handsome guy from class 3 of the freshman year almost got into a fight.
Oh my god. This news is so explosive.
Walking on the way to the college, Zhang Fan heard a lot of rumors. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain, no room for 2 weeds in one school, fighting for the school beauty is a matter of face, etc. Hearing this, Zhang Fan just smiled and didn't take it to heart. When they arrived at the classroom, the sports committee member Zhou Qian came over immediately and frowned. Zhang Fan, did you have a conflict with Qin Siqing on the playground yesterday?
Zhang Fan nodded.
Alas, you were impulsive. Although you are handsome now, you shouldn't have clashed with Qin Siqing. Qin Siqing is the president of the College Basketball Association and a second-generation rich man. We can't afford to offend him. If you clash with him, he will definitely find ways to suppress you. What's more, the college is now rumored that the school beauty wants to pursue you, and Qin Siqing will not let you go. Zhou Qian looked at Zhang Fan with a worried look on his face. Yes. Zhang Fan, you are indeed impulsive in this matter. If Qin Siqing wants to target you, it means that the entire basketball association will target you.
It will be a big deal.
Next to him, another classmate who liked playing basketball also expressed his concern. Jiang Fan, since you have already had a conflict with Qin Siqing, I think it's better for you not to participate in the basketball game organized by the college this time and stay out of the spotlight. Zhou Qian was about 1.80 meters tall. He patted Jiang Fan's shoulder with his strong hand and said solemnly, "Yes, Jiang Fan, I think you should not participate in this basketball game. Otherwise, Qin Siqing will definitely instigate the people in the basketball association to deliberately target you on the court." The students who liked playing basketball also tried to persuade them.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
Looking at the classmates who cared about him, Jiang Fan smiled gently. Although the students said some rather depressing things, it was also for his own good. After all, Qin Siqing was indeed a very influential figure in the academy, and no one dared to mess with him.
Of course, this did not include Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, this is not a joke.
Last month, a classmate in the academy offended Qin Siqing, and within a few days, that classmate voluntarily dropped out of school. I heard that when he dropped out, his leg was broken. If you conflict with Qin Siqing again, who knows what will happen?
Zhou Qian looked at Jiang Fan's indifferent expression and patiently tried to comfort him.
Yeah, Jiang Fan, this is not a joke.
Although basketball games are important, compared to your life, which is more important? The classmates nearby also offered their condolences. Don't worry, I'll be fine.
Jiang Fan still had a slight smile on his face and said calmly.
Well.
Seeing Jiang Fan refusing to listen, Zhou Qian and a group of students who liked playing basketball sighed helplessly. Once Jiang Fan comes on the court, who knows what the consequences will be?
Then, in the afternoon, the college's basketball game officially kicked off.
Basketball players from all classes in the college changed into their respective class uniforms and headed towards the basketball court. Chapter 41, He is unhappy with me, and I am unhappy with him too. In the classroom, Jiang Fan changed into his basketball uniform and prepared to go to the college's indoor basketball court. At this time, Zhao Ye found him.
You had a conflict with Qin Siqing?
Zhao Ye looked at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes. Even with the pink glasses, she couldn't hide the temptation in her eyes.
Yes. Jiang Fan nodded. Because of Chu Shirin?
There was a hint of sourness in Zhao Ye's tone.
No. Jiang Fan was indifferent.
Why is that? Zhao Ye was puzzled. He is unhappy with me, and I am unhappy with him too. Jiang Fan said calmly. Yes. There was no conflict between him and Qin Siqing, but a conflict occurred, and it was an inevitable conflict.
That's it?
Zhao Ye was surprised.
Yeah, that's it. Jiang Fan nodded.
Aren't you afraid of him?
Zhao Ye asked.
Why should I be afraid?
Jiang Fan asked back. I really didn't make a mistake.
Hearing Jiang Fan's answer, Zhao Ye smiled gently and glanced at him with her beautiful eyes.
Then, we came to the indoor basketball court.
The area around the basketball court was already filled with students from the academy. Jiang Fan took a look and saw that there were more than 1,000 people. In the middle of the basketball court, the school hunk Qin Siqing was with a team of basketball players, with smiles on their faces, waving to the students in the audience. The girls in the college looked at the handsome Qin Siqing and cheered with their signs raised. Of course, this also includes Xu Bingqin from Class 5 of the sophomore year. However, at this moment, the basketball players from Class 3 of Grade 1 entered the court. Led by sports committee member Zhou Qian, a group of basketball players entered the court. The moment the girls in the audience looked at Jiang Fan's figure, the scene instantly became boiling.
Jiang Fan! Jiang Fan! Jiang Fan!
The sound waves were overwhelming. However, when she heard the cheers from the audience, the smile on Xu Bingqin's face froze instantly.
What, he is Jiang Fan? How is this possible?
Xu Bingqin's heart felt like it had been hit by a heavy hammer. However, she still firmly believed that even if this super handsome boy was called Jiang Fan, he could not be her ex-boyfriend. At most, they just had the same name. It wasn't just Xu Bingqin who was in a bad mood, the school hunk Qin Siqing was even more upset. Before Jiang Fan entered the court, the entire basketball court was filled with his cheers. But as soon as Jiang Fan entered the court, the atmosphere of the entire basketball court changed, and the girls began to shout Jiang Fan's name. This is not only a matter of atmosphere, but also a matter of face. This means that his status as the school's most handsome boy is no longer secure. After all participating basketball teams entered the basketball court, the dean of the college began a dull and lengthy opening speech on the stage. Students, today, we are here to solemnly hold the 52nd basketball tournament of Shanghai University. This is an important event in the cultural and sports activities of the college. Here, on behalf of all the teachers and students of the college, I would like to extend my sincere greetings to all the participating players, students, referees, and all the staff. Now, I declare that the 52nd Magic City University basketball game officially begins. Suddenly, applause broke out in the basketball court. Then, a draw will be held to decide the battle list. The first game is between Class 1 of sophomore year and Class 5 of freshman year. After seeing the announced match list, several basketball players from Class 5 of the freshman year shook their heads. Because Class 1 of Year 2 is invincible. Qin Siqing, the school idol, is the monitor of Class 1, sophomore year, and the president of the Basketball Association. Playing basketball against Class 1, sophomore year, is like hitting a rock with an egg. Then, Qin Siqing led a group of basketball players, and they were invincible all the way, with steals, three-pointers, blocks, 3 steps in the air, etc. The basketball players of Class 5 of the freshman year were dejected and had no morale at all. Looking at the team of Class 1, sophomore year, Zhou Qian also took a breath of cold air. It's not that Class 5 of the freshman year is too weak, but that Class 1 of the sophomore year is too strong, like an impossible to defeat entity. Zhang Fan, you see? Even if you participate, we can't beat Class 1 of sophomore year. Moreover, look at the tactics of Class 1 of sophomore year. Elbows, knees, and body shoves are all obvious signs of fouls, but the referee dare not blow the whistle. If you play, they will definitely target you maliciously. Zhou Qian sat next to Zhang Fan, watching the game on the basketball court while talking to Zhang Fan. Each participating team member has his or her own seat, so they will sit together. Zhang Fan smiled and said nothing. The tactics and skills of Class 1 of the second year of college were indeed very impressive. In amateur competitions, they were already at the top level. However, he was not afraid. In fact, he was eager to compete with Class 1 of the second year of college as soon as possible to test his basketball skills. Zhang Fan, didn't you hear what I said? I'm doing this for your own good. Seeing the nonchalant look on Zhang Fan's face, Zhou Qian felt anxious. If anything goes wrong during the competition, he, as the class sports commissioner, will feel guilty and blame himself. Don't worry, I understand how you feel, but don't worry, I'll be fine. Zhang Fan still smiled gently and said calmly. Well. Zhou Qian sighed again. The first day of competition ended quickly. Class 1 of the sophomore year got off to a good start, 118:53, crushing the basketball team of Class 5 of the freshman year. Moreover, this is the case when Class 1 of the sophomore year is slacking off. In the first half, when the team was sure to win, Qin Siqing left the field, perhaps because he felt that it was meaningless to play against such an opponent. Otherwise, it would be a question whether the freshman Class 5 basketball team could get 20 points. The next day, the basketball game continued. Class 1 of sophomore year versus Class 1 of senior year. Lu Hong, the monitor of Class 1 senior year, was 2 meters tall and was the former president of the Basketball Association. Unfortunately, after Qin Siqing entered the school, the position of president was taken away by Qin Siqing. It can be said that the basketball team of Class 1 of the sophomore year and the basketball team of Class 1 of the senior year are the two teams with the highest basketball level in Shanghai University. In other words, whoever wins this game will lock in the championship of this basketball game and advance. Facing Class 1 of senior year, Qin Siqing did not dare to be careless and played the whole game in person. From the beginning to the end of the game, both sides were competing fiercely. Unfortunately, senior Class 1 was no match for sophomore Class 1. In the end, they were more than 30 points behind. Although it was not a complete crushing victory, it was almost a one-sided situation. Especially Qin Siqing, his basketball skills are so outstanding that he is hard to beat in Shanghai University. In the blink of an eye, the basketball game came to the third day. Class 1 of the sophomore year versus Class 3 of the freshman year. That is, Qin Siqing's team is competing against the team from Zhang Fan's class. When the two teams came on stage, the entire basketball arena was boiling. Chapter 42, Second Half, I'm on. Zhang Fan, you don't need to play in the first half for now. Qin Siqing and his players will definitely target you on purpose. When Zhang Fan was about to stand up, Zhou Qian grabbed Zhang Fan's arm and said with a frown. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Zhang Fan smiled gently. Don't go out if you have nothing to do. I'm the sports committee member, so listen to me. Zhou Qian pretended to be angry and glared at him.
Seeing Zhou Qian's serious expression, Zhang Fan smiled lightly and said, "Okay." It's not that he was afraid that Zhou Qian would be angry, but since Zhou Qian was the captain, he really had to give Zhou Qian some face. Moreover, Zhou Qian was indeed doing this for his own good. Then, Zhou Qian brought 4 team members, including himself, making a total of 5 people. When he led his team to the middle of the basketball court, the basketball players from Class 1 of the second year looked at Zhou Qian with contempt and said sarcastically, "Where's Zhang Fan from your team? Didn't we agree to meet at the basketball game? Why is he such a coward during the game? They don't even dare to go on stage. Are all the students in Class 3 of the freshman year garbage?" Zhou Qian heard these harsh words and felt very uncomfortable. Because whether Zhang Fan plays or not, it cannot change the outcome. This game is destined to be lost. Not allowing Zhang Fan to play is also to prevent him from getting hurt on the basketball court. Didn't they say Zhang Fan was going to compete with the school hunk on the basketball court? Why didn't they see Zhang Fan appear? Do I even need to think about this? The school hunk is the president of the basketball association. Even Lu Hong from Class 1 of the senior year is no match for him. What is Class 3 of the freshman year? They definitely don't dare to play. Alas, he was so amazing in the academy, but I didn't expect him to be such a coward. When the boys in the college saw that Zhang Fan did not appear on stage, they were talking and criticizing him in the audience. Everyone thought that Zhang Fan must be scared, so he didn't dare to show up. Even the girls in the college were speculating, could it be that the super handsome Zhang Fan was really afraid of the school hunk Qin Xiqing and didn't dare to show up? I thought you guys were so cool, come and arm wrestle me, but I didn't expect you wouldn't even dare to show up. You're such a loser. Qin Xiqing, who was standing in the middle of the basketball court, looked at Zhou Qian on the court with his small eyes, then looked at Zhang Fan who was sitting in the rest seat, raised his middle finger and stood upside down, with a look of deep contempt on his face. Qin Xiqing, Zhang Fan didn't offend you, why are you targeting him? Zhou Qian couldn't bear to watch or listen any longer. He took 2 steps forward and said to Qin Xiqing, "I don't like him. Is that a problem?" Qin Xiqing's eyes turned cold, his mouth moved left and right, and he stared at Zhou Qian with a ruffian look on his face. "Just because he's more handsome than you, you're jealous of him?" Zhou Qian said bluntly. "What did you say? Be careful what you say. Cheng is the most handsome boy in the academy. Would you be jealous of him?" The team member next to him immediately stepped forward, pushed Zhou Qian and yelled, "Humph! If it's not jealousy, why would you target him for no reason?" Zhou Qian smiled coldly. Although everyone in the college said that Qin Xiqing and Zhang Fan had a conflict because of the school bell, which might be a fuse, but in the final analysis, Zhang Fan was too handsome, so handsome that even the school hunk Qin Xiqing was jealous. Therefore, Qin Xiqing would deliberately pick on Zhang Fan. Doesn't he want to be a coward and not play? Fine, today I will beat you all one by one on the basketball court. I will force him to play. Qin Xiqing's pupils shrank and he stared at Zhou Qian with a cold gaze. Then, the referee blew the whistle, and the basketball game between Class 1 of the sophomore year and Class 3 of the freshman year officially began. The moment the referee threw the basketball into the air, Qin Xiqing and Zhou Qian bent their legs slightly and jumped up. However, Qin Xiqing's jumping explosive power was too strong, and he was a head taller than Zhou Qian. Qin Xiqing slapped the basketball with his big hands and passed it to the team members. The moment the opponent grabbed the basketball, he made several consecutive passes, ran directly to the basket, jumped up, dunked, scored a goal, and scored. The whole process happened so fast that even before Zhou Qian and his teammates could react, the opponent had already scored a goal. Then, Zhou Qian's team's blue team served the ball. Unfortunately, the ball was just sent out. It was directly intercepted by the opponent and passed to Qin Xiqing. Qin Xiqing dribbled the ball all the way and knocked down 2 blue team members in succession, especially the second one, who he knocked down directly, jumped up, and scored a slam dunk. Are you playing ball or hitting people? When Zhou Qian saw that his team members were injured, he glared at Qin Xiqing with his tiger eyes and roared. If you are not as skilled as others, then stop talking nonsense. If you have the guts, you can come and hit me. Qin Xiqing did not answer, but the members of the red team next to him burst into laughter and mocked Zhou Qian and the blue team. You are going too far. Zhou Qian was so angry that his teeth itched, but there was nothing he could do. Whether in terms of ball skills or physique, he was no match for Qin Xiqing and his group. After all, the Basketball Association is no joke. Are you okay? Zhou Qian asked as he looked at team member Fu Jie lying on the ground. Captain, I can still hold on.
Fu Jie endured the severe pain and said with a firm look. Okay, let's continue. We can't let Class 1 of Year 2 look down on us. Zhou Qian stretched out his hand, pulled Fu Jie up from the ground, and nodded. Then, the game continues. Blue team serves. This time, Zhou Qian didn't dare to let his players dribble the ball easily. He dribbled the ball himself and directed the players to cooperate. However, Qin Xiqing rushed to Zhou Qiankuan with a quick step and used his huge body to block Zhou Qiankuan outside the three-point line. Although several teammates were distributed around him, they were all surrounded and blocked, and the ball could not be passed at all. In desperation, Zhou Qian had to take the risk and shoot from outside the three-point line. Bang! The ball hit the rim and missed the goal. At the moment Zhou Qian shot, the red team member jumped under the basket. At the moment the basketball hit the blue frame, the red team member grabbed the rebound and passed it to Qin Xiqing. Qin Xiqing dribbled the ball and knocked Zhou Qian away. He rushed all the way, like a force that could destroy everything in his power, and dribbled into the three-point line. He jumped with the ball and dunked the ball. Extremely fast and superb ball skills. Soon, the first half was about to end. The red team scored 68 points and the blue team scored 9 points. It was a completely one-sided situation. The only 9 points were scored by Zhou Qian, who made 3 lucky shots from outside the three-point line. At the moment the referee blew the whistle, Qin Xiqing dribbled the ball and knocked a player of the blue team to the ground. He jumped up and dunked the ball, scoring again and getting 2 points at the buzzer. You bastard, the whistle was blown, why did you still hit someone? Zhou Qian rushed to Qin Xiqing and shouted angrily. Yeah. What can you do? You guys in Class 3 of the freshman year are all garbage. Qin Xiqing pushed Zhou Qian away and left with his team members. Lounge area. Zhang Fan looked at the injured players and clenched his fists. I'll play in the second half. Chapter 43, maybe it's a genius, maybe it's a miracle. The game entered the second half. Have you really decided? Zhou Qian looked at Zhang Fan. He was originally opposed to Zhang Fan's application to play, but now team member Fu Jie is injured and can no longer play. It's decided. Zhang Fan's star-like eyes contained determination. Good. Zhou Qian patted Zhang Fan on the shoulder and nodded, but, when you go on stage, you must be careful. Winning or losing doesn't matter. I know. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Then, Zhou Qian led the team and 4 players onto the basketball court. When Zhang Fan walked onto the basketball court, the scene suddenly became lively. Look, is that Zhang Fan from Class 3 of Grade 1? He's on stage. Really? It's really him. Wow. He's finally on stage. So cool. In the audience, the pretty girls looked at Zhang Fan's handsome figure and screamed and yelled. On the court, Zhang Fan felt the girls' obsessed gazes and a slight smile appeared on his face. However, the boys in the audience were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred when they saw Zhang Fan. Humph. A coward is finally forced out of the game. It's useless to be handsome. You will still be beaten to a pulp. A piece of trash who thinks he's handsome and dares to play basketball with the school hunk. Let's see how he dies. The boys were all filled with righteous indignation and criticized Zhang Fan verbally, as if Zhang Fan had stolen their wives and they all felt jealous. At this time, on the basketball court, Qin Xiqing and his team walked up to Zhang Fan and said in a sarcastic tone, "Aren't you going to play? Aren't you going to be a coward? What's wrong? Can't you hold it in anymore? Qin Xiqing, you hit my teammate. I will settle this matter with you on the basketball court today." Zhang Fan stared at Qin Xiqing with his starry eyes. Oh. I'm so scared. Then I want to ask, how do you want to settle things with me? Qin Xiqing put on a ruffian look and deliberately moved closer to Zhang Fan. Their eyes met, and there was a strong sense of tension between them. Don't you like PK? How about we raise the stakes a little bit? Zhang Fan smiled coldly with his star-like eyes, staring at Qin Xiqing. Add more stakes? Great. I like it. Just tell me what the stakes are. I, Qin Xiqing, will accompany you to the end today. Qin Xiqing nodded with a rogue look on his face, his cold eyes like a poisonous snake. Let's bet on today's game. Whoever loses will kneel on the ground, bark like a dog 3 times, and then crawl out of the basketball court. How about it? Do you dare? Zhang Fan smiled lightly and said calmly. Ha ha ha.
Suddenly, Qin Xiqing laughed, and laughed loudly with his face tilted back. What did he think he was betting on? He was betting on this football game? Isn't this just asking for death? Jiang Fan, you are crazy. We are already behind by more than 50 points. We are bound to lose this game. You are still betting with him. Aren't you courting death?
In an instant, the Physical Education Committee member Zhou Qian became anxious, grabbed Jiang Fan and said anxiously.
Yes. Jiang Fan, you must not be impulsive. They are deliberately trying to provoke you, and then make you angry and do the wrong thing. Jiang Fan, don't be fooled. This is a trap they set to deliberately provoke you.
Several team members became anxious and came forward to comfort Jiang Fan. Once Jiang Fan makes a bet with the other party, there will be no room for maneuver.
Idiot. You actually raised the bet on basketball with the president. You really don't even know how to die. There are idiots every year, but this year there are even more. They are already behind by more than 50 points. Does he think he can still turn the tables? With his idiotic appearance, he still wants to turn the tables?
I'll make him go home with nothing. Several members of the red team also humiliated and ridiculed him.
No way. We're already behind by more than 50 points, and we still want to raise the stakes with Qin Xiqing? Is the male god confused? In such a situation, he still wants to raise the stakes? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Oh my god. My idol, why are you so impulsive?
In the audience, the pretty girls were stunned when they heard the conversation between the two people on the field.
Because no matter how you look at it, this is a losing game.
But no one expected that in such a situation, Jiang Fan would actually propose to increase the stakes.
Humph.
This kind of idiot deserves to be treated like this. It's best to let the school hunk teach him a lesson and make him lose face.
I thought I could be arrogant just because I became handsome. After I lose the game, I will kneel on the ground and bark like a dog. It will be exciting.
The boys also slandered and ridiculed him. The more beautiful girls like him, the more they hate him.
It's already this late, and you're still raising the stakes?
In a corner of the basketball court, Xiaoya was wearing a pair of pink glasses, with one hand across her chest and the other supporting her chin, looking very confused.
Interesting?
In another corner of the basketball court, the stunning goddess school beauty Chu Shireen looked at the handsome figure on the basketball court with a slight smile on her lips, which was truly captivating.
Isn't this stupid? How can it be interesting?
A pretty girl next to him looked at Jiang Fan's handsome figure with a puzzled look, then looked at the school beauty and asked in confusion.
If it were you, would you raise the stakes at this time?
School beauty Chu Shireen smiled sweetly and asked.
Of course not. Isn't this just courting death? The girl said. That's right. Normal people wouldn't do that.
So? The school beauty seemed to be hesitant to speak, her delicate cherry lips slightly raised, and two dimples on her cheeks were so beautiful. So he is not a normal person, he is a fool.
The girl answered quickly.
The school beauty shook her head.
It's not stupid, it's mental illness? The girl said again.
The school beauty still shook her head.
What is that?
The girl was confused.
Maybe it's a genius, maybe it's a miracle.
The school beauty smiled slightly on her pretty face, as beautiful as a fairy in the sky. On the basketball court, Qin Xiqing laughed wildly for a few minutes, staring at Jiang Fan with a pair of cold eyes. Okay, I'll bet with you. Then, the two pushed each other.
Jiang Fan, you are really crazy.
If you continue to commit suicide like this, no one can save you.
Zhou Qian looked at Jiang Fan, despair flowing in his pupils.
Although he understood Jiang Fan's feelings, impulse is the devil.
The more impulsive one is, the calmer he should be.
However, Jiang Fan chose to go in a bad direction.
Jiang Fan, we can only say that we will try our best in this game. However, to be honest, we are not sure.
We will try our best, but everything depends on God's will. The other three teammates also had bitterness in their eyes and patted Jiang Fan on the shoulders. Rather than encouragement, it was more like an advance warning to make him mentally prepared for failure.
I see.
Jiang Fan smiled lightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
Then, the referee walked to the middle. Jiang Fan and Qin Xiqing stood on each side, and when the referee threw the basketball up, both of them jumped up instantly. Chapter 44, Unexpectedly There Is Something. Inside the basketball hall. In another corner.
Huang Jiaxing, a coach of the Shanghai Lunga Basketball Club, also known by his English name James, was sitting in the audience, watching the basketball game. He came here, of course, to discover talents with basketball talent. In his eyes, Qin Siqing is that rare talent. Now, when he suddenly saw a handsome young man on the field having a conflict with Qin Siqing and even making a bet, a smile appeared on his face. At the same time, on the basketball court, the moment the referee threw the basketball into the air, Zhang Fan and Qin Siqing both jumped. At the moment when Qin Siqing's big hand was about to touch the basketball, suddenly, the basketball flew in the opposite direction. Yes, the ball was slapped away. Qin Siqing's jumping explosive power is already very strong, but Zhang Fan's jumping explosive power is even stronger. When Qin Siqing jumped up and before he touched the basketball, Zhang Fan's big hand had already hit the basketball away. Fuck! Suddenly, Zhou Qian was shocked. He was well aware of Qin Siqing's jumping ability, which was much better than his. But now, Zhang Fan's jumping explosive power was even stronger than Qin Siqing's. Call. When several members of the blue team saw the scene, they also took a deep breath. Obviously, no one expected that Zhang Fan's jumping explosive power would be so fierce. Such explosive jumping power. It seems he has some skills. When he failed to grab the ball, Qin Siqing was deeply shocked. But he was only shocked for a moment. After all, in basketball games, jumping is just one of the skill advantages. Wow! He is indeed a male god. His jumping power is so strong, which means his leg muscles are strong. Strong legs must mean a good waist and kidneys. Wow! The boy's basketball posture is so handsome. His jumping power is so strong. I like boys with strong explosive power the most. God, come on! In the audience, a group of beautiful girls stared at Zhang Fan's handsome figure on the court, their obsessed eyes cast on Zhang Fan and they screamed continuously. Humph! It's just to jump higher, can you really turn the tables? That's right, it's a basketball game, not a jumping game, what's the big deal? Behind by more than 50 points, even if you have a little bit of ability, the end result is still a loss. The boys in the audience looked at Zhang Fan and started to criticize him verbally. Whenever they hear pretty girls screaming, they feel jealous. However, some people who were sitting quietly in the corner, including Zhao Ye, the school beauty, and James, had meaningful smiles on their faces. On the court, Zhang Fan slapped the basketball with his big hand. The moment his body landed on the ground, his body seemed to turn into a shadow, breaking through and grabbing the basketball. He dribbled the ball, dodged left and right, with extremely fast speed and skillful skills. In the blink of an eye, he had run outside the three-point line. Then, he used the momentum of his body to leap forward, with the ball in his hands in the air, his body flying, and his feet taking 3 steps into the air, before leaping forward for a slam dunk. 3 big steps in the air and a slam dunk. Bang! There was a loud bang. The ball went in. 3 points. Fuck! Suddenly, the physical education committee member Zhou Qian stared at Zhang Fan's figure in the air, at the basket, and at the basketball, and was completely dumbfounded. Just like that, a goal was scored. 3 big steps in the air and a slam dunk. It's so fucking awesome. Fuck! Several members of the blue team were also shocked. So shocked. That's 3 steps in the air and a slam dunk. In the entire Magic City University, there are only 2 people who can do 3 steps in the air. One is Lu Hong from Class 1 of the senior year, who was once the president of the School Basketball Association, and the other is Qin Siqing from Class 1 of the sophomore year, who is now the president of the School Basketball Association. Moreover, Zhang Fan did not only 3 steps in the air, but also 3 steps in the air plus a slam dunk. This is really awesome, and there is an extra plus. How is this possible? Suddenly, the members of the red team were dumbfounded. Just after the start of the game, the opponent made a 3-step slam dunk in the air, which was a perfect 3-point start. Such amazing ball skills are not something that ordinary people can achieve. He can actually take 3 steps in the air. Not only the team members were dumbfounded, even the captain Qin Siqing was dumbfounded. This is his unique skill. I didn't expect that the other party could do it too, and was even cooler than him. Wow! So handsome. So handsome. He is indeed my idol, so handsome and domineering. I really want to have a relationship with him. I don't ask to be his official girlfriend, even if I can be one of his girlfriends, I'm willing. Seeing Zhang Fan take 3 steps in the air and score a slam dunk, the beautiful girls in the audience were all fascinated. My mind is wandering and my heart is filled with spring. It was as if he couldn't wait to pounce on Jiang Fan, knock him to the ground, and ride him. Fuck, I didn't expect there was something there. He can actually do 3 steps in the air. How unexpected. What if I have some skills? Even if I'm behind by more than 50 points, the result is still the same. The group of boys were shocked and at the same time began to slander and ridicule. Obviously they all want to see Jiang Fan lose. In the corner of the audience, Jia, the school beauty, and James all smiled even more broadly, as if they were looking forward to a wonderful performance. Fuck, Jiang Fan, I didn't expect you could take 3 steps in the air. Several team members gave Jiang Fan a thumbs up. This 3-point goal not only shocked the members of the blue team, but also boosted the morale of the blue team. Jiang Fan jogged on the court and smiled at his teammates. Then, the red team serves. Kill him for me. Just in case, Qin Siqing felt that a real fight was about to take place, and the expression on his face became serious. Roger that, Captain. Suddenly, 2 members of the red team ran towards Jiang Fan and said, let's see how you can perform the 3 steps in the air. Jiang Fan glanced at the 2 red team members and didn't take them seriously. At the moment of serving, Jiang Fan rushed sideways and leaped up. With his powerful jumping explosive power, he snatched the basketball in mid-air and held it in his hands. Fuck! Suddenly, Zhou Qian and all the members of the blue team were stunned. This is so fucking awesome. After Jiang Fan grabbed the ball, he passed it directly to Zhou Qian. When Qin Siqing went to defend Zhou Qian passed the ball back to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan got the basketball and sprinted all the way. The 2 members of the red team who were defending Jiang Fan turned green in the face when they saw Jiang Fan running all the way. This is such a slap in the face. Neither of them was able to defend well, and the opponent even intercepted the serve. Naturally, the 2 of them tried their best to catch up. Unfortunately, Jiang Fan was too fast. Not only did he have strong explosive power in jumping, but he was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Fan was already under the basket. He held the ball with both hands and jumped up. Clang! A standard slam dunk. The ball went in. Chapter 45, Can You Survive? Why not give it a try? Fuck! Suddenly, both Zhou Qian and the members of the blue team were shocked. This is so awesome. One person, through the whole field. In the blink of an eye, 2 goals were scored. How is this possible? The faces of the 2 red team members turned black. This fucking thing has come in again. And it was a standard slam dunk. Whether it was his jumping power, speed, or ball skills, he was an expert. Wow, the male god is so majestic. Especially when he dunks, his muscular body makes me want to throw him down and ride him. My male god is so handsome. He is so handsome that my heart is blossoming and my heart is fluttering. God, God, God. In the audience, beautiful girls stared at Jiang Fan's handsome figure and burst into screams and shouts, one wave after another. Fuck, it's so fierce. I really didn't expect that he was actually so capable. The boys in the audience felt bad when they saw Jiang Fan dunking the ball. They all thought Jiang Fan was an idiot, but they didn't expect that they were actually the idiots. What's the point of having 2 brushes? We've already lost by more than 50 points in the first half. No matter how good he is, there's no way he can win. That's right. Even if he is awesome, he can't turn the tide of the battle unless the sun rises from the west. Then, one by one, they began to humiliate and ridicule. Idiot, hold on. Qin Siqing was also very angry. Jiang Fan scored 2 goals in a row as soon as he came on the court. Although the points were not high, Jiang Fan stole all the limelight. Moreover, the blue team, which had been dejected, became excited after these 2 goals. Captain, we must stop him. The 2 members of the red team gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. Then, the game continued and the red team served. The 2 team members no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Fan and now regarded him as a real opponent. When serving, Jiang Fan had no chance to break through. It's bad. Jiang Fan is being guarded by 2 people. It's hard for him to break through. Looking at this scene, Zhou Qian frowned. After all, without Jiang Fan, it would be almost impossible for them to reverse the situation. In the entire arena, the only one who can compete with Qin Siqing is Jiang Fan. Captain, what should we do? Several members of the blue team were also anxious. Once Jiang Fan was blocked, the opponent would just waste time and they would definitely lose.
Give it your all first and see how things go. Zhou Qian had no good solution either. After all, this is a losing game. Humph. Let me see how you break this situation.
Seeing Zhang Fan being defended, Qin Shiqing dribbled the ball with an evil smile on his face. This time, he must make 3 steps in the air and then slam dunk to get back the lost face. However, just as Qin Shiqing rushed past, Zhang Fan rushed forward.
Bang!
The violent force knocked the 2 defending red team members to the ground. Then, his body rushed out from behind Qin Shiqing like a shadow, and stole the basketball like a ghost.
Fuck!
Suddenly, Zhou Qian and the members of the blue team were shocked.
So awesome! It's really awesome!
Not only did he break through 2 defenders, he also stole Qin Shiqing's basketball.
That's Qin Shiqing, the president of the Basketball Association. How is this possible? How is this possible?
Suddenly, Qin Shiqing was also stunned. Before he could react, the ball disappeared.
Wow! The male god is so fierce. So fierce. Oh my god.
He was able to steal the ball from Qin Shiqing's hands.
That's amazing. Great. You are worthy of being my idol, so handsome.
In the audience, the cheers, screams and shouts of the beautiful girls became louder. Because they never expected that the male god in their minds would be so fierce and powerful, which is really amazing.
Wow. This handsome guy is really talented. Not only is he handsome, but he's also a great basketball player.
In a corner of the audience, a beautiful girl was standing next to the school beauty, staring at Zhang Fan's handsome figure.
Well, it's not bad.
The stunning school beauty Chu Shireen also smiled sweetly and nodded slightly. Although she guessed that Zhang Fan should have some ability, she didn't expect him to be so strong.
On the court,
Zhang Fan stole the ball from Qin Shiqing's hand and ran all the way as fast as a shadow. The other 2 members of the red team looked at Zhang Fan and stood ready outside the 3-point line. However, Zhang Fan dribbled the ball left and right, and finally made a substitution, a fake move, dribbled the ball, turned around, rushed to the basket, held the ball with both hands, and jumped.
A body reversal dunk. Clang! The ball went in. Fuck! That's so fucking awesome. Suddenly, Zhou Qian was stunned. Deeply shocked.
Not only did he steal the basketball from Qin Shiqing's hands, but he also turned around and dunked the ball into the goal with overwhelming force. Every posture and every movement shows the style of a master.
Wow! So handsome. God, come on.
The male god is the most awesome, the male god is the most mighty, the male god is the most domineering. In the audience, beautiful girls screamed and shouted.
That's amazing. I've been a referee at Magic University for so many years, and I've never seen such an amazing amateur player.
Not only the audience was surprised, even the referee was shocked when he saw Zhang Fan's handsome figure.
So awesome. So awesome. Interesting. Interesting.
In a corner of the audience, the coach of the Magic City Lungda Basketball Club looked at Zhang Fan with a smile on his face and praised him. The people nearby were stunned when they heard Coach James' praise. Because James has the title of Devil Coach, few people can catch his eye, but no one expected that this student from Magic City University could actually get praise from Coach James.
Team leader.
On the court, the faces of several players on the red team turned pale. They tried their best but failed to stop Zhang Fan. After scoring 3 goals in a row, although the red team was still leading by a large margin, they had already lost in morale.
Okay, it's just 3 goals. Cheer up and prioritize defense.
Qin Shiqing immediately changed his strategy, changing his tactics from the previous offense to defense. After all, in his opinion, although Zhang Fan is very powerful, the score gap is still a clear advantage. As long as they can delay the game, they will still win. Then the game continued. Qin Shiqing walked up to Zhang Fan, stared at him with a pair of cold eyes, and said in a scoundrelly manner, "It doesn't matter if your ball skills are awesome.
I can wear you down to death." Zhang Fan smiled lightly. "Can you take it? Why don't you give it a try?" Chapter 46, Quick, stop him. Then, the red team serves.
Although the serve was still normal, the speed was obviously slowed down. The players held the basketball and shook it back and forth, deliberately killing time.
Damn it, despicable. He actually delayed time on purpose.
Seeing what the red team did, Zhou Qian and other members of the blue team were extremely angry.
Zhou Qian regretted it even more.
If he had known that Zhang Fan was so good at playing basketball, how could he not let Zhang Fan play? Now, half the game has been wasted, and no matter how powerful Zhang Fan is, he can't turn the situation around. However, Zhang Fan was neither anxious nor impatient. Even if the serve is delayed, there are rules. If you don't serve within the specified time, it is a foul. Sure enough, after a delay, the red team served the ball. At the moment of serving, Zhang Fan leaped up and grabbed the basketball with his explosive jumping power. Fuck! This works! Suddenly, both Zhou Qian and the other members of the blue team were stunned and felt deep admiration for Zhang Fan. The ball is intercepted as soon as it is served, it is difficult to delay time. Zhang Fan grabbed the basketball, crushed his opponents all the way, jumped up from outside the three-point line, took 3 steps in the air, and slam dunked. Clang! The ball went in. 3 points. Fuck! I'm so impressed. Looking at Zhang Fan's handsome figure, Zhou Qian was deeply shocked. Mighty. Domineering. Fierce. My God. My God. My God. In the audience, all the pretty girls screamed and shouted, gazing at Zhang Fan's tall and majestic figure, and calling out the name of their male god. Qin Siqing and all the members of the red team had dark faces. Scored 4 goals in a row. He crushed the enemy with unstoppable force, like a broken bamboo, as if he was in an empty space. As time went on, the score kept catching up. The atmosphere in the stadium became more and more heated. In the audience, the beautiful girls kept screaming and shouting. However, as the remaining time became less and less, the atmosphere on the court gradually became solemn. Soon, with only 1 minute left in the second half, the score was neck and neck. The red team scored 89 points and the blue team scored 87 points. Only 2 points difference. But the time is gone. Even though Zhang Fan was in the lead throughout the second half, the score gap in the first half was too big, with a difference of more than 50 points. Nowadays, being able to achieve such a situation is already a very magical thing. Zhang Fan, you are indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, you still have to lose. Although you did not lose to me, but lost to your arrogance and your conceit, but as long as you lose, you have to kneel in front of me, and that is enough. At this moment, Qin Siqing stood in front of Zhang Fan with a cold and evil smile on his face. Just as he said, no one could suppress Zhang Fan throughout the second half. However, competition is about results. Now, the result is that Zhang Fan is bound to lose. Despicable, too despicable. If the red team hadn't deliberately delayed time, with Zhang Fan's skills, how could they have lost? Looking at the countdown of the game time, Zhou Qian and all the members of the blue team were unwilling to give up. Although this is already a brilliant record, the stakes between Zhang Fan and Qin Siqing are too high. If you lose, you have to kneel on the ground, bark like a dog, and crawl out of the basketball court. Captain, what should we do? There's less than a minute left. The members of the blue team were very worried. They were about to overtake, but time was running out. Let it be. Zhou Qian's pupils also dimmed. There is less than a minute left, and even God cannot save us. Poor male god, he is so powerful, but in the end he had to lose due to time. My male god, you have to work harder, you must not lose. In the audience, all the pretty girls focused their eyes on Zhang Fan, feeling indescribably depressed and uncomfortable. On the court, Zhang Fan played with great carefreeness, but ultimately failed. Humph. You deserve it. You thought you were awesome at playing basketball and could do whatever you wanted, but in the end you still lost because of your own arrogance. The last 45 seconds passed, and I waited for him to kneel on the ground like a dog. If you don't seek death, you won't die. You deserve it. Let him show off. The boys in the audience were all excited. Although Zhang Fan was advancing at a high speed at the beginning of the second half and no one could stop him, he lost in time in the end, which was a big loss to them. Although it's amazing, I still lose in the end. In a corner of the audience, school beauty Chu Shireen looked at the game time and shook her head regretfully. Zhang Fan brought so many surprises to everyone, but in the end, he still fell into Qin Siqing's hands. Zhang Fan, I hope you can create a miracle. Jia sat in a corner, her beautiful eyes wearing pink glasses staring at Zhang Fan's handsome figure, muttering. Winning or losing is not important, but even she did not expect that Zhang Fan would raise the stakes with Qin Siqing on the court. In this way, this is no longer an ordinary basketball game, but a competition between two people. I wonder if he can bring unexpected surprises to people. In another corner of the audience, James, the coach of the Magic City Lunga Basketball Club, was also staring at Jiangfan with a serious look on his face. This game of basketball was already amazing, and it also allowed him to truly find a basketball genius hidden among the masses.
If I could create a miracle at the last moment.
But still, he shook his head. It is not easy to create a miracle, especially when there is only less than a minute. It is simply impossible. It is unrealistic to pin such hopes on an amateur player. On the court, Jiang Fan did not listen to Qin Xiqing's words, nor did he listen to the screams and shouts from the audience. Because he had no time to waste at this time, he focused all his energy and vision on basketball. Even though everyone was humiliating, slandering, mocking, and disappointing him, he did not give up.
Yes. Although time is short, there is still time.
There is still time, which means there is still opportunity. While the red team members were dribbling and passing the ball, deliberately wasting time, Jiang Fan aimed at the opportunity. At the moment of passing the ball, Jiang Fan suddenly moved, his figure flashed, as if he turned into an afterimage.
No! Don't pass the ball.
Qin Xiqing immediately felt something was wrong because Jiang Fan was too calm. So he knew Jiang Fan must be waiting for the right moment. Unfortunately, the moment Qin Xiqing tried to stop him, the ball had already been passed.
Call.
At the moment the pass was made, Jiang Fan appeared like a ghost and snatched the basketball.
How is this possible?
In an instant, the members of the red team were dumbfounded. They all thought they had won the game. Even though it was not a glorious victory, it was still a victory. But who could have thought that at the last moment, the ball was stolen?
Quick, stop him!
Qin Xiqing exclaimed suddenly. Suddenly, 5 members of the red team, including Qin Xiqing, rushed towards Jiang Fan. At the last 3 seconds, Jiang Fan was still at the half-court line. He held the ball with both hands, jumped up, took 3 steps in the air, and threw the basketball in his hand out with a slam dunk across the half-court distance. The moment Jiang Fan threw the basketball out, the referee blew the whistle. Everyone's eyes were focused on the basketball thrown by Jiang Fan.
Chapter 47, Want to leave before the bet is even settled?
The basketball drew a large arc from Jiang Fan's palm to the top of his head and shot out from the half-court line.
Just like a scorching sun, it attracts everyone's attention on the basketball court.
Zhou Qian, members of the blue team, Qin Xiqing, members of the red team, beautiful girls and boys in the audience, the referee on the basketball court, Jaya in the corner of the audience, the school beauty, and James, the coach of the Magic City Lunga Basketball Club, all had their eyes fixed on the basketball.
Even Jiang Fan, after landing on the ground, stared at the trajectory of the basketball. Is it a miracle? Or garbage? It seems that fate is all on this basketball.
Although it was only a few seconds, the entire basketball court was so silent that you could hear a pin drop.
Everyone is waiting for a miracle to happen. Clang! A muffled sound. The ball goes in.
From outside the half-court line, 3 steps in the air, a slam dunk in the air, and then, a miracle really happened.
Woo woo!
At the moment the goal was scored, the scene in the entire basketball court was completely boiling, and the atmosphere reached its peak and climax. Everyone in the audience stood up at this moment, cheering and shouting. Even the boys who had humiliated and slandered Jiang Fan before were excited at this moment. It's like the feeling of surprise when you see a goal scored during the World Cup.
Because this buzzer-beating goal was so amazing. Amazingly surprised. If I was jealous of Jiang Fan's looks and talent before, then at this moment it turned into envy and admiration. Because it's so awesome. Oh yeah. That's so cool.
I really didn't expect that we were behind by more than 50 points in the first half, but we managed to turn the tables in the second half by ourselves.
It's really amazing.
I never thought that at the last second of the buzzer, he could score a goal with 3 steps in the air and a slam dunk from outside the half-court line.
It's so fucking awesome.
In the audience, the boys were all amazed and sang praises.
Even though they previously thought Jiang Fan was just a pretty vase, at this moment, they all showed deep admiration for Jiang Fan. Oh. My handsome man, so handsome. So handsome. You are worthy of being the idol in my heart.
That shot seemed to have penetrated my heart and body, causing my whole body to twitch and spasm.
I really love him. Not only is he handsome, but he's also a great basketball player.
He is simply the irreplaceable male god in my mind. The girls in the audience stared at Jiang Fan's handsome figure, cheering and shouting.
Some even shed tears of excitement, some lifted their thighs, and some shook their chests to vent their excitement. Oh my god. That's awesome. On the basketball court, the referee looked at this amazing ball with his mouth wide open, extremely surprised and shocked. This is an amateur basketball game in college. It was played at the level of a professional basketball game. If I could referee a game like this in my lifetime, I would have no regrets in my life. Oh my god. It went in. It actually went in. Zhou Qian stared at the basket in a daze, as if he was suddenly struck by lightning while walking on an endless grassland. His mind went blank. He never dreamed that such a buzzer beater could actually go in. You know, that's south at the half-court line. It's incredible. In a corner of the audience, James, the coach of the Magic City Lungda Basketball Club, looked at Zhang Fan and couldn't help but marvel at him. The college amateur basketball game actually played at such a high level. Even though he had seen countless basketball geniuses, none of them were as amazing as the final buzzer shot. It actually created a miracle. The stunning school beauty Chu Shirin was sitting in a corner of the audience, staring at Zhang Fan's handsome figure with her beautiful eyes, amazed in her heart. She thought that the last ball had no chance of being scored, but it went in. You really didn't disappoint me. In another corner of the audience, Zhao Ye looked at Zhang Fan's handsome figure on the basketball court. She adjusted her pink glasses with her fair and delicate little hands, and a provocative smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. If you can't be a couple, being lovers may also be a good choice. Especially after seeing Zhang Fan's performance on the basketball court, his solid muscles, graceful lines, strong waist, perky buttocks, the violent impact, and infinite explosive power, all these made Zhao Ye deeply obsessed. Amidst everyone's exclamations and cheers, the referee on the basketball court suddenly came to his senses from his shock and blew the whistle, saying in an almost unbelievable voice, 3 points, valid. Hearing the referee's whistle, Zhou Qian and the other members of the blue team seemed to be still immersed in a dream. Captain, have we won? The members of the blue team were stunned, their heads still buzzing. It seems like I won. Zhou Qian also looked dazed. Because it's incredible. He never dreamed that he could actually win in such a game when he was trailing by more than 50 points. Moreover, the winner was the president of the School Basketball Association. Captain, it's not like it, it's real. We really won. After a long time, the members of the blue team finally came to their senses, their eyes wide open, staring at Zhou Qian and Zhang Fan. Awesome. That's really awesome. Zhou Qian also came back to his senses, and then a silly smile appeared on his face. Like a dream. Then, Zhou Qian and the other members of the blue team walked up to Zhang Fan and said ecstatically, Zhang Fan, you are so awesome. You are simply the god of the Magic City University basketball world. Yeah. That's amazing. Apart from basketball games on TV, I've never seen anyone so awesome. Hearing what his classmates said, Zhang Fan smiled faintly. Everyone was shocked, and so was he. He used to be a basketball loser, but after winning the lottery and getting the basketball skill reward from the system, he completely changed. With the basketball in his hands, he was like a tiger with wings and a fish in water. Sure enough, the system never deceives me. On the other side of the basketball court, Qin Xiqing looked pale and embarrassed. He never dreamed that in the last second, Zhang Fan actually made a 3-point buzzer beater. He was outside the 3-point line, took 3 steps in the air, and slam dunked in the air. The 4 members of the red team next to them were just as dejected as eggplants hit by frost. They lost. They were once an undefeated legend, but now they have lost. Although they were unwilling to accept it, they had to admit that the gap was too big. The opponent was behind by more than 50 points, but he managed to turn the tide by himself. Then, Qin Xiqing led 4 team members, lowered their heads, and prepared to leave the basketball hall. At this moment, Zhang Fan took a step forward and said in a deep voice, You want to leave before you even place your bet? Chapter 48, just like a blooming rose, waiting for you to pick it. Zhang Fan, do you know who I am? I advise you not to go too far. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Qin Xiqing raised his head and stared at Zhang Fan with a pair of cold eyes. He never thought that Zhang Fan would dare to stop him when he was about to leave. While Qin Xiqing was speaking, several members of the red team also came over. Several members of the blue team also came over, and Zhou Qian even poked Zhang Fan's arm with his hand. In the basketball hall, everyone held their breath as they watched the two men confront each other. The entire basketball hall was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. I don't care who you are. Today, I want you to kneel down. Zhang Fan stared at Qin Xiqing with his star-like eyes and said calmly. Hiss.
Suddenly, everyone in the basketball hall gasped. Because no one expected Jiang Fan to be so strong. Even the members of the red team did not dare to say a word at this moment. Because Qin Xiqing is so terrible. Not only is he the school hunk and the president of the College Basketball Association, he is also a typical rich second generation. If you offend such a person, you won't know how you will die in the future. Although they wanted to comfort Jiang Fan, no one dared to get involved at this time. You're brave. Today's revenge. I, Qin Xiqing, will remember it in my heart. One day, I will repay you double. Qin Xiqing stared at Jiang Fan with a pair of cold eyes, his heart filled with hatred. Then, he fell to his knees with a thud. Team leader. Suddenly, the members of the red team were furious when they saw Qin Xiqing kneeling down. He is their captain and the president of the Basketball Association. He actually knelt in front of Jiang Fan. Hiss. Inside the basketball hall, everyone was stunned and shocked. No one would believe that Qin Xiqing really knelt down to Jiang Fan. I will admit defeat if I lose the bet. Qin Xiqing had no choice. Before the game, the two had made a bet. Now that Qin Xiqing had lost, Jiang Fan would naturally not let Qin Xiqing go. But the hatred between the two was completely sealed. You have guts. In a corner of the audience, James, the coach of the Magic City Lungda Basketball Club, looked at Jiang Fan's handsome figure and smiled. If it were him, he would definitely not let Qin Xiqing go easily. As a human being, you should take revenge. What an interesting person. In another corner of the audience, the school beauty was gazing at Jiang Fan, a sweet smile appearing on her delicate cherry lips. A real man should be fearless. If you are afraid of tigers in front and wolves behind, you will really disappoint her. On the basketball court, the referee, Zhou Qian, the red team members, and the blue team members all stared at Jiang Fan in amazement, watching Qin Xiqing crawling out of the gymnasium step by step. Jiang Fan looked at Qin Xiqing crawling on the ground like a dog and smiled gently. No matter who the other party is, he will take revenge. He must pay back for all the humiliation and ridicule he has received. It was not until Qin Xiqing climbed out of the basketball hall that the atmosphere in the basketball hall suddenly became boiling. Fuck. That's so fucking awesome. They actually dared to make Qin Xiqing kneel down and crawl out of the basketball court like a dog. I can't believe it. What a man. I am convinced. In the audience, after the boys came to their senses, they looked at Jiang Fan's handsome figure and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, feeling deeply shocked. He is the school hunk, the president of the School Basketball Association, and a rich second generation. Wow. As expected of a male god, he's so manly. That's so cool. My heart seemed to stop just now. If I could spend one night with him, my whole life would be worth it. In the audience, a group of girls stared at Jiang Fan's figure, their beautiful eyes were shining brightly, and their little hearts were beating fast. After all, he is too manly. In Shanghai University, the only person who dared to offend Qin Xiqing like this was Jiang Fan. Fuck. Jiang Fan, you are so awesome. In Magic City University, no one dares to provoke Qin Xiqing, but you actually made that dog kneel down. This is unprecedented and will never be repeated. Yeah. That's awesome. I was so happy when I saw him kneeling down just now. At this time, a group of blue team members and their supporters gathered around Jiang Fan, talking in a buzzing voice. No one would have thought that Jiang Fan was not only great at playing basketball, but also great as a person. Nothing, just revenge and grievances. Jiang Fan smiled gently. Then, under everyone's attention, he calmly walked out of the basketball hall. The moment he walked out of the basketball. Bite. Congratulations to the host, the system has accepted the fourth order for the host. The fourth order is coming. Suddenly, Jiang Fan was delighted. In just a few days, he has already completed 3 orders. At this rate, it won't be long before he can complete 1,000 orders. Magic City, Hilsey Group Building. A stunning beauty was sitting in the president's office, talking on the phone with her mother. Mom, I understand. You know, what do you know? You are a woman, do you think that having money will make your life happy? You are the CEO of the company, but you are also a woman. Your childhood friend has already given birth to a second child, but you don't even have a partner. Are you going to wait until your father and I are in the coffin before you find a boyfriend and get married? I'm telling you, you must bring your boyfriend back tomorrow, otherwise, don't come back to see us anymore. After he finished speaking, a beeping sound came from the phone.
Mom! Mom!
The stunning beauty CEO Louis Fei wanted to explain to her mother on the phone, but unfortunately the other party had already hung up. Well. Putting down the phone, she rubbed her temple. She was already troubled by work issues, and now there was the issue of her boyfriend. After graduating from graduate school, she returned to her family to manage the family business. Because she was devoted to her career, she has never had a love relationship until now. In the blink of an eye, she is almost 30. It can be described as plump and charming. It's like a blooming rose, waiting for you to pick it. At this moment, a cold reminder sounded on the phone screen. Are you still worried about being single during the holidays? Are you still envious of your friends who go out in pairs? Are you still troubled by the chattering of your elders at home? Click to order the perfect man, professionally solve your unspeakable secrets. Appearance guaranteed, good quality and low price, good value for money, economical and affordable. You can't afford to suffer a loss, you can't afford to be deceived, you can't afford to be cheated. It can be used like this, or like this. There are many ways to use it. You can match it as you like. It is free and changeable. It will definitely suit your taste. Fuck. Looking at the information on the screen, Louis Fei's eyes widened. Isn't this just timely relief? Although she didn't know whether it was true or not, she clicked on it out of curiosity. Please confirm your order requirements. Your standard for a perfect man. Rental time. Rental location. Lease period. Looking at the message on the screen, she thought carefully for a moment and recorded it. Chapter 49, is he her ex-boyfriend? Bite. At the moment when the stunning CEO goddess Louis Fei placed the order, a virtual screen appeared in Zhang Fan's mind. The host's cooking cells have been transformed successfully, and his cooking skills are soaring. The host's chess skill cells have been successfully transformed, and his chess skill is soaring. The host's dance cells have been transformed successfully, and his dancing skills are soaring. The host's Rin and Du meridians have been transformed successfully, and his combat power is soaring. Immediately afterwards, a virtual screen appeared in Zhang Fan's mind. Goddess, Louis Fei. Occupation, stunning CEO. Age, 28 years old. Order requirements, rich, good-looking, good temperament, can cook, play chess, dance, and protect the goddess. Rental time, tomorrow afternoon at 6 o'clock. Rental location, Hillswood Group Building. Rental period, 3 days. Fuck. Stunning CEO goddess. Zhang Fan looked at the message on the virtual screen in his mind and felt ecstatic. The first order is a flight attendant, the second order is a village girl, the third order is a fitness expert, and the fourth order is a stunning president goddess. It's really wonderful. When you are young, you don't know the benefits of a rich woman and mistakenly treat a young girl as a treasure. Student Zhang Fan. Just when Zhang Fan was in a trance, a stunningly beautiful figure, with a sweet smile on her pretty face, called him. Zhang Fan looked back and saw that it was the school beauty Chu Shirin. Hiss. The moment they saw the stunning school beauty appear, the physical education committee member Zhou Qian and several basketball players in the class all gasped. What a stunning campus beauty! The dream goddess of all the boys in the school came to Zhang Fan on her own initiative. Could it be that the rumors in the academy are true? Does the school beauty really want to pursue Zhang Fan? What do you want to talk to me about? Zhang Fan looked back at the stunning school beauty Chu Shirin. In the past, he would have been ecstatic. After all, she was the school belle. She was the dream goddess in the eyes of all the boys in the school. He also regarded the school belle as his dream goddess. Even on some sleepless nights, the image of the stunning school belle would appear in his mind. He would hold a pillow in his arms, imagining that he was holding the stunning school belle in his arms. But now, when he looks at the school beauty again, his heart is as calm as water. It's not that the stunning school beauty is not beautiful anymore, but that his standards have become higher. Gorgeous stewardess, gorgeous village girl, gorgeous fitness goddess, each one is stunningly beautiful. Are you free tomorrow night? I'll treat you to milk tea. The school beauty had a sweet smile on her pretty face, very sweet, pure and beautiful. Her bright eyes stared at Zhang Fan, giving the impression of a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a fairy couple. Wow! Isn't that the school beauty? The school beauty actually took the initiative to invite Zhang Fan to drink milk tea? My heart hurts so much. I feel like I'm about to fall out of love. You are worthy of being my idol. Even the school beauty takes the initiative to lick her. You are so hot. Suddenly, a group of beautiful girls nearby looked at the stunning school belle and Jiang Fan with envy. One was a stunning school belle, and the other was a handsome guy with super good looks and super awesome basketball skills. They were a perfect match made in heaven. Fuck. I'm so envious. Even the school beauty asked me out on a date. Ah. If I had his looks, I would wake up laughing even in my sleep. You can make a living with your looks, but you insist on relying on talent. It's enough for you to be handsome, and you can play basketball so well. The boys in the college were also envious and jealous. The looks are unmatched. The talent is unmatched. It is true that if you compare yourself with others, you will die. If you compare goods with others, you will throw them away. Therefore, at this moment, the boys in the college felt jealous when they saw the school beauty taking the initiative to ask Jiang Fan out. Seeing that Jiang Fan didn't respond, Zhou Qian quickly nudged him with his arm. The school beauty asked you out, and you still don't respond? I'm busy. Jiang Fan looked at the stunning school beauty Chu Shirin with his star-like eyes and said calmly. What? No time? Sports committee member Zhou Qian was stunned for a moment. The school beauty asked you out for milk tea, and you said you were busy? Hiss. Several basketball players in the class were also dumbfounded and couldn't help but gasp. What kind of divine answer is this? Does this count as rejecting the invitation from the stunning school beauty? Fuck. The school beauty wants a date, but you're not free? I've seen people pretending to be cool, but I've never seen anyone pretending like this. A full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. He can even reject the school beauty. All the boys in the college were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. School belle. Taking the initiative to ask for a date, what a happy thing it is, but Jiang Fan actually refused. Wow. He is indeed a male god, so handsome. Even the school beauty rejected him. I just thought I was going to be heartbroken, but I didn't expect that I still have a chance. This is great. Suddenly, all the girls in the college were delighted. If Jiang Fan agreed to marry the stunning school belles, they would not be surprised, because in their minds, only beauties like the stunning school belles are qualified to be the worthy of the male god in their minds. However, what they never expected was that Jiang Fan actually refused. Hearing Jiang Fan's words, the stunning school beauty Chu Shirin was stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect that someone would refuse her request for a date. However, when the school beauty was in a daze, Jiang Fan had already turned and left. It's not that he is aloof. But he really didn't have the time. Because the stunningly beautiful female CEO who placed the order has an appointment for tomorrow at 6 p.m. Although Jiang Fan thought so in his heart, it was different in the eyes of the school belle. At this moment, the stunning school beauty looked at Jiang Fan's sunny, handsome, confident, and tall figure. She couldn't help but smile sweetly. What a charming man. You are worthy of being the man I like. Not far away, the stunning goddess Xiaoya stretched out her fair and delicate little hand to adjust her pink glasses, looking at Jiang Fan's handsome figure with a slight smile on her lips. Is he really my ex-boyfriend? Elsewhere in the academy, Xu Bingqin, the beauty of class 5 of the sophomore year, was staring at Jiang Fan's extremely handsome figure, her mind in a trance, lost in thought. She couldn't believe it even in her dreams that this handsome, talented, and elegant boy was actually her ex-boyfriend. Bingqin, forget it. He even rejected the school beauty. How could he be your ex-boyfriend? I also think that it should be just the same name. The girls in class 5 of the sophomore year all came to comfort Xu Bingqin. After all, whoever encounters such a thing will regret it. The ex-boyfriend who was dumped suddenly became handsome overnight and even rejected the school beauty. This kind of feeling must be regretful. Xu Bingqin did not answer, but she had made up her mind that she must find an opportunity to ask him clearly whether he was her ex-boyfriend. Chapter 50. Invite Jiang Fan to be the president. Walking on the road to the college, Jiang Fan enjoyed the envious, admiring and obsessed gazes of the people around him. In the past, no matter where he went, he was like a speck of dust, no one cared or paid attention to him. Now, wherever I go, I am the brightest star. Fuck. Jiang Fan, you're so awesome. Even the school beauty asked for a date, and you refused. After Zhou Qian came to his senses, he ran to Jiang Fan and gave him a thumbs up. I really don't have time. Jiang Fan smiled gently. I understand. I understand. It's not just about the body, but also the heart. Zhou Qian smiled wickedly and gave Jiang Fan a look that said you understand.
Jiang Fan.
He hadn't realized before that the sports committee member was also a veteran driver.
Jiang Fan.
At this moment, a rough voice sounded behind him. Jiang Fan looked back and saw that it was Lu Hong from Class 1, senior year.
You looking for me?
Looking at Lu Hong, who was 2 meters tall, Jiang Fan was a little confused.
Because there was no intersection between him and Lu Hong.
Lu Hong nodded and said, I came to see you about the College Basketball Association.
Jiang Fan was suspicious.
I would like to invite you to serve as the president of the College Basketball Association. Lu Hong expressed his thoughts.
Jiang Fan's heart sank. You don't have to be confused.
Although you haven't joined the college's basketball association before, the Magic City University Basketball Association has always had a rule that whoever has the best basketball skills will be the president. Before you entered school, I was the president of the Magic City University Basketball Association. Later, Qin Siqing came and he defeated me, so I gave him the position of president of the school basketball association. Now that you have defeated Qin Siqing, the position of president of the school basketball association should be given to you. Lu Hong stared at Jiang Fan with a pair of tiger eyes, his face serious. Jiang Fan didn't know the history and rules of the school basketball association, so he looked at the sports committee member Zhou Qian.
That's true. This has been the rule of the school basketball association since its inception.
Physical Education Committee member Zhou Qian nodded and said to Jiang Fan. This matter also concerns the reputation of the college.
Lu Hong looked at Jiang Fan and said solemnly. Reputation?
Jiang Fan was puzzled.
Yes, reputation.
The reason why the college held this school basketball game is because the universities in the Magic City are about to hold a college-friendly basketball game. In the past, we were always at the bottom of the rankings among the universities. Until I saw you appear today, a glimmer of hope ignited in our hearts. There was a gleam of light in Lu Honghu's pupils, as if he had seen a ray of dawn in the darkness, and he stared at Jiang Fan with sincerity.
Please invite Jiang Fan to be the president. Please invite Jiang Fan to be the president. Please invite Jiang Fan to be the president.
Just as Jiang Fan stopped, a group of members of the school basketball association walked up to Jiang Fan, all dressed in the same uniform, all wearing the jerseys of Magic City University, and shouted in a loud and uniform voice. Looking at Lu Hong and a group of members of the school basketball association, Jiang Fan felt warmed in his heart. Although his ambition was not to do this, it was related to the reputation of the college, and a group of basketball association members enthusiastically requested. Jiang Fan, although I know you don't care about the position of president, we asked you to be the president because we believe in you and see hope in you. We all hope that you can lead us to make a name for our Magic City University in the friendly basketball games among various universities. Zhou Qian also looked at Jiang Fan with a serious expression. Whether out of emotion or reason, he hopes that Jiang Fan will serve as the president of the College Basketball Association. After all, in every previous college fraternity basketball game, Shanghai University always came last.
Please invite Jiang Fan to be the president.
At this time, the former president of the Basketball Association, Lu Hong, who was 2 meters tall, also lowered his head and bowed to Jiang Fan sincerely.
For a moment, dozens of members of the school basketball association stood neatly in front of Jiang Fan, waiting for Jiang Fan's answer.
Okay. Since it's for the reputation of the academy, I promise you.
Thank you, President Jiang.
Hearing Jiang Fan nod in agreement, the group of basketball players became excited.
Student Jiang Fan, no, President Jiang, thank you.
Lu Hong, who was 2 meters tall, walked up to Jiang Fan, grabbed Jiang Fan's hand, and said excitedly. Jiang Fan smiled lightly. When Jiang Fan returned to the classroom, all the classmates were shocked.
What, Jiang Fan is now the president of our college basketball association?
As expected of Jiang Fan. I knew that Jiang Fan was not an ordinary person, but a dragon among men. While being shocked, the boys all praised and fawned on her. After all, Jiang Fan's success means that Class 3 of the freshman year is also successful. They also benefit from it. The girls in the class all looked at Jiang Fan with admiration, their hearts beating fast. They also didn't expect that the once inconspicuous little boy has now grown into a handsome guy in the college and become the president of the College Basketball Association. Seeing his classmates' faces full of envy, jealousy and obsession, Jiang Fan smiled lightly and returned to his seat in the classroom.
Student Jiang Fan, have you really taken the position of president of the College Basketball Association?
Sitting in her seat, her deskmate Fanny May stared at Jiang Fan with an obsessed look on her face.
Jiang Fan nodded slightly. The school beauty asked you out, and you refused? Fanny Mae looked obsessed. Goo. Fanny Mae swallowed her saliva because it was so awesome.
At the same time, in the classroom of Class 1, Year 2. When the school idol Qin Xiqing learned that Jiang Fan had become the new president of the school basketball association, he felt extremely upset.
Chapter 51. Hey, handsome guy, I'm here to collect the rent.
After school, Jiang Fan walked out of the classroom, walked alone in the corridor of the college, and strolled home. He has gradually gotten used to the obsession and screams of the girls around him.
Men love beautiful women, and women love handsome men. Who doesn't like this?
It's just that some people suppress this desire in their hearts and dare not say it out loud, commonly known as repressed and shy. Some people like to express this desire, commonly known as Ming Sa. Somewhere in the academy, Xiaoya, who was wearing pink glasses and black lace, looked at Jiang Fan's handsome figure walking in the academy with an evil smile on her face. It turned out that if the college won the basketball game, she would tell him the answer. However, some relatives happened to be coming over these 2 days, so it was not convenient, so she wanted to save the best for the most suitable night. In order to have the most wonderful start with him, she even started learning the island country's love art blockbusters on the internet when she was alone in the dormitory these days. She learned the classic postures and would discuss them slowly with Jiang Fan in the future.
Of course, Jiang Fan didn't know about the confused thoughts in Xiaoya's mind. At Magic City University, there were countless girls who had the same idea as Xiaoya. Unfortunately, they just didn't have the chance. In another place in the academy, the stunning school beauty Chu Shireen looked at Jiang Fan with a sweet smile on her face.
Shireen, you are the campus beauty. You took the initiative to ask him out, but he actually dared to refuse. He is really ungrateful. A pretty girl next to him looked at Jiang Fan's figure, then stared at Chu Shireen, and spoke up for Chu Shireen.
You know what? The easier it is to get something, the less you will cherish it. People like this who are hard to get will make people linger on them.
Chu Shireen's beautiful eyes were shining as she stared at Jiang Fan. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and 2 dimples were faintly visible, like a poem or a painting. Even if he's handsome, he's just a poor bastard. Who gave him the courage to reject you? The pretty girls were even more indignant. Chu Shireen is not only the campus belle of Magic City University, but also the daughter of a super wealthy family. She favors Jiang Fan, and in her eyes, Jiang Fan's ancestors are so beautiful that they are as beautiful as smoke rising from their graves.
Don't you know there's a saying that goes, a man may be poor but his spirit is not? Besides, with his looks, do you think he'll be poor his whole life? Even if he has no talent, with just his looks, do you think he'll be short of money in the future?
Chu Shireen said with a smile.
You mean, he'll sell himself?
The pretty girl looked surprised. There was even something in her mind that she didn't say out loud, which was that she wanted to buy it no matter how much it cost.
Chu Shireen almost stumbled. Selling yourself? How could you come up with that?
If he goes out to sell his body, I wonder how many rich women will go crazy for him.
I guess Viagra will be sold out. Who said he was going to sell himself? Can't he enter the entertainment industry?
Chu Shireen glared at the girl next to her with her beautiful eyes.
Oh.
The pretty girl next to him nodded and murmured to herself, I thought he was going to sell himself.
I was wondering how much he would sell for a night. What did you say? Chu Shireen was stunned. No, nothing.
The beautiful girl waved her hand suddenly and her pretty face flushed. I was distracted just now and almost said what was in my heart.
At the same time. Another location of the college.
Qin Xiqing and a group of students from Class 1 of the sophomore year felt very uncomfortable when they saw Jiang Fan. Before Jiang Fan became handsome, they were famous figures in the academy. Now, after a basketball game, Qin Xiqing has lost all face in the college.
Kneel down in public and crawl out of the basketball hall.
He also took away his position as president of the basketball association.
Brother Chang, what should we do now?
A boy looked at Jiang Fan and gnashed his teeth in hatred.
Let's see what happens. If it doesn't work out, we'll transfer to the Magic City Academy of Arts.
Qin Xiqing looked frustrated. Originally, his family wanted him to study at the Shanghai Academy of Arts and enter the entertainment industry in the future. After all, his strengths are not limited to basketball. Singing, dancing, and piano are also his strengths. He was admitted to the Magic City University in the first place just to pursue Chu Shireen, but he failed to win her heart and Jiang Fan showed up halfway.
Brother Chang, Are you just going to swallow this anger? Several boys were unwilling to give in. If I transfer schools, doesn't that mean hiding? They are all rich second generations. Otherwise, what other methods can be used? Qin Siqing looked gloomy. Brother Chang, he's just a poor bastard. I have 100 ways to deal with him. A boy is full of confidence. Do you have a method? Qin Siqing was curious. That bastard may be handsome and good at basketball, but he's a poor bastard. It's said that before he became handsome, he dated 99 ex-girlfriends and was dumped 99 times. If we want to get revenge on him, we don't have to start with him. The boy clenched his fingers into fists and narrowed his eyes into a line. You mean, fuck his ex-girlfriend and make him a cuckold? Suddenly, Qin Siqing's pupils shrank, and he understood what he meant immediately. That's right. Even if it won't embarrass him, it will at least make him feel uncomfortable. The boy said. Then, the boy told his plan. There will be a high-end wine party at Shanglong Winery in Shanghai tomorrow night. They just need to invite Xu Bingqin from class 5 of the second year and her several best friends to go and have fun together, to see their money ability, and then, drink the wine. After drinking enough wine, Durex is used and it's time to go to the hotel. By then, all kinds of passionate photos and videos will be taken, which will be absolutely perfect. Great. Great. After hearing Li Heng's suggestion, Qin Siqing clapped his hands and said two wonderful words. At Magic City University, when Zhang Fan walked out of the college gate, a luxury black Land Rover stopped by the roadside, waiting for him to appear. Coach, do you want to invite him for a chat? The Land Rover driver looked back at Coach James. No, don't bother him for now. With his ability, Magic City University will definitely let him participate in the basketball-friendly games of various universities as a representative. We can contact him after the friendly games of various universities are over. James held a cigar in his hand and took a puff. If he goes to look for him now, Zhang Fan will lose a chance to show off his skills. Walking slowly along the way, Zhang Fan had no idea that he had attracted attention from many parties. The school beauty, Jiaye, Qin Siqing, and James, the coach of the Shanghai Lunga Basketball Club. Of course, he didn't care. Back to renting. He had just walked into the door of the rented house when suddenly, a stunningly beautiful figure appeared, with white and delicate little hands folded across her chest, chewing gum in her mouth. Hey, handsome guy, I'm here to collect the rent. Chapter 52, Does he really know? Zhang Fan looked back and saw that it was Wang Yanning, the landlord's beloved daughter, the campus beauty of Shanghai University of Technology, a gaming expert, a car enthusiast, a bold and unrestrained person, and someone who dared to love and hate. I've already handed it in. Zhang Fan said calmly. Although Wang Yanning is very handsome, he is no longer the same as before. I'll collect next month's rent. Wang Yanning was chewing gum while shaking her long legs. I've also paid next month's rent. Zhang Fan said. He has paid 6 months' rent in advance. I'll collect next year's rent. Wang Yanning glanced at Zhang Fan with her beautiful eyes. After hearing this, Zhang Fan seemed to understand what Wang Yanning meant. You're not here to collect rent, you're here to cause trouble? No. Zhang Fan was too lazy to pay attention. So you don't want to hand it over? Wang Yanning was stealing glances while smiling evilly. No. Zhang Fan said. You want to live in the house but don't pay rent. Do you want to get it for free? Wang Yanning was chewing gum, her beautiful eyes occasionally tilted to the side. Zhang Fan. Freebie? I paid 6 months' rent in advance and it was all in vain? You haven't answered me yet, do you want to get it for free? Wang Yanning looked at Zhang Fan with her beautiful eyes. Girl, don't you want to be reasonable? I paid 6 months' rent in advance, and you're still calling me a freeloader? Zhang Fan was also speechless. Did I say I wanted to reason with you? I was asking you, do you want to get something for free? Wang Yanning looked at Zhang Fan with her beautiful eyes. Her bold and unrestrained character was unique in its own way. I don't understand you? Zhang Fan was suspicious. He comes to cause trouble for no reason. Could he have some ulterior motive? Do you really not understand? Or are you pretending not to understand? Wang Yanning walked in front of Zhang Fan, clasped her delicate little hands in front of her chest, and stared at Zhang Fan with her beautiful eyes. Zhang Fan. If I want to know what you mean, do I need to beat around the bush? If you want to get something for free, I'll tell you a way. This building belongs to me. I'm the only daughter of my father.
If you pursue me and confess your love to me, you can marry into my family and become my son-in-law.
Then you won't have to struggle for the rest of your life. How about that? At least you can save 20 years of struggle and get a goddess. Wang Yanning raised her beautiful eyes towards Zhang Fan and said teasingly. Goo. Zhang Fan swallowed his saliva. Is this to collect rent? Let him work 20 years less and become a son-in-law?
If it were in the past, he would have been ecstatic.
After all, Wang Yanning was very beautiful.
For an ordinary man, this was definitely a dream come true.
But now, I'm not interested in you,
Zhang Fan said calmly. After saying that, he asked Wang Yanning to leave the room and closed the door.
What? Reject me? He actually rejected me? Outside the door, Wang Yanning was dumbfounded and looked confused.
She is the campus belle of Shanghai University of Technology and owns a house in Shanghai.
She is a typical second-generation rich goddess. She wanted a loser to marry into her family and become her son-in-law, but she was rejected?
Just wait, I'm going to get you. After pondering for a moment, Wang Yanning, chewing gum, stared at room 702 with her beautiful eyes for about 10 seconds, muttering to herself.
After Wang Yanning left, Zhang Fan took a hot bath.
While I was drying myself, there was another knock on the door. Zhang Fan opened it and saw that it was Xiao Xiao, the girl next door.
Can I come in?
Looking at Zhang Fan's sunny, handsome and strong muscles, the young woman Xiao Xiao swallowed hard.
Your husband isn't home? Zhang Fan was curious.
After all, if her husband was at home, she wouldn't be so bold. As expected, the young woman Xiao Xiao nodded. Then, Zhang Fan opened the door and Xiao Xiao walked in.
Did the landlord's daughter just confess her love to you?
After Xiao Xiao entered the room, she stared at Zhang Fan with her beautiful eyes, so charming.
I guess so.
Zhang Fan nodded and wiped his wet hair. After all, this kind of thing has a long way to go and cannot be hidden. Besides, there was no need for him to hide anything.
What is the relationship between him and Xiao Xiao? It's nothing.
Therefore, he didn't need to explain to Xiao Xiao, nor did he need to explain.
Do you agree?
Xiao Xiao's beautiful eyes gazed at Zhang Fan, like a pool of tender water.
No. Zhang Fan shook his head. How could he possibly become a son-in-law?
Even if he hadn't been a son-in-law, he would never have dated Wang Yanning.
Because he is destined to be a prodigal son in this life. Why? She's so pretty and rich.
If you agree to her, you can save yourself at least 20 years of hard work. Xiao Xiao was puzzled. It is said that young people do not know the benefits of rich women and mistakenly treat young girls as treasures.
But Wang Yanning is different.
She is not only a wealthy woman, but also a stunning beauty.
It is simply a perfect combination. Who can resist such a stunning beauty?
But Zhang Fan refused. Even though she's beautiful and rich, I want my freedom. Zhang Fan said calmly.
Yes, I see.
Xiao Xiao smiled sweetly on her pretty face, her beautiful eyes filled with deep affection.
Can I ask you a question?
Zhang Fan looked at Xiao Xiao with a pair of eyes like stars. He had a doubt in his heart, a very big doubt. He really wanted to know, so he asked.
Well, you ask. Xiao Xiao nodded with her delicate little face. Does your husband know about our relationship?
Zhang Fan looked at Xiao Xiao with his starry eyes.
That was his question.
When Zhang Fan met Li Feng 2 days ago, his demeanor, eyes, and attitude all surprised him.
As expected, Xiao Xiao nodded. He really knew? Zhang Fan couldn't quite believe it. Yes.
Xiao Xiao still nodded.
Fuck.
Even though Zhang Fan could remain calm about everything, he couldn't help but say fuck in his heart at this moment. This kind of thing actually got to know about it by her husband. No wonder Li Feng came to her house 2 days ago to thank him for his loving care for his wife.
Take care of it, and it's very deep. One step to the stomach. Then you're not afraid? Zhang Fan was curious. Since her husband knows about it, nothing will happen? This is actually cuckolding. And they are our next door neighbors.
People often say on the internet, be careful of the guy next door. Now, he has become what others call the Wang next door.
Although this feeling is exciting, it is easy to get into trouble once it is exposed.
Although it is not illegal, it will be condemned by many middle-aged women morally.
Xiao Xiao shook his head. Aren't you afraid? Jiang Fan looked puzzled. Why? Since Li Feng knew everything, why wasn't Xiao Xiao afraid? Could it be that Li Feng was incompetent, so he was asked to help Xiao Xiao? But the logic doesn't make sense. Even if he is a eunuch, he can't be so generous. Chapter 53, The Drunkard's intention is not to drink. Xiao Xiao did not answer this question. Perhaps everyone has secrets. Then, Xiao Xiao used the most direct way to send Jiang Fan to the cloud. The feeling of being the neighbor, cheating and having fun, is really wonderful. In anxiety, in doubt, in enjoyment, in spite of oneself, happy to the sky. The next day, the sun rose. Xiao Xiao has already left. For Jiang Fan, this is normal. There is only passion between him and her. It's enough for everyone to be happy. This is even more true for Xiao Xiao. On this day, Jiang Fan did not go to the college, but found a gym nearby. Yes, fitness. Since binding the system, he has lived a fulfilling life every day. But this is also a physical job. Not only does one need to be physically fit, but one also needs adequate nutrition. Otherwise, protein intake will not be enough, which can easily lead to a series of chain problems. Therefore, he needs to take supplementary food while also doing fitness exercises. If you think about it, playing basketball is also a very good exercise. When I arrived at the gym, all the girls who were working out screamed, "Wow! Who is this handsome guy? He's so handsome. Oh my god. Is he the coach here? Otherwise, how come he is so handsome and has such a good figure? Omega. I want to sign up for his private class. I want to spend time with him in private." When a group of girls who were working out saw Jiang Fan, they were all excited. Their heartbeats quickened and they were overjoyed. "Hello, handsome guy. Are you here to apply for the coach position? Or are you our boss lady's boyfriend?" The beautiful receptionist at the gym was so fascinated by Jiang Fan that she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. This sentence also confused Jiang Fan. The boss lady's boyfriend? What kind of magical logic is this? Neither, I'm here to exercise. Jiang Fan smiled lightly. Fitness? Suddenly, the receptionist was completely shocked. With such a good figure, she still needs to exercise? Are you sure you are not kidding? The body is more perfect than that of the gym coach. Which fitness coach dares to teach? For a moment, the beautiful receptionist was stumped. Which fitness trainer should be arranged to teach? Just then, the owner of the gym came out and happened to see Jiang Fan. Suddenly, his eyes seemed to be sucked in and he stared at Jiang Fan in a daze. Jiang Fan also saw her and smiled gently. "Boss, this handsome guy is here to work out, but I don't know who to arrange to teach him?" A trace of embarrassment appeared on the pretty face of the receptionist, but she would glance at Jiang Fan from time to time. "Remember my name. I will teach this handsome guy myself." The beautiful boss had a sweet smile on her face and was so happy that she almost shouted out loud. "Okay, boss." The beautiful receptionist finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the gym, only the boss was qualified to teach this handsome guy how to exercise. "Thanks." Jiang Fan smiled lightly. When he saw the gym owner for the first time, he was also amazed. It's really beautiful. To describe it in 8 words, sexy, hot, baby face and big breasts. It is simply stunningly beautiful. 2 long, tender and white thighs, a perky buttock, a sexy waist, which is not only thin but also has a sense of strength, perfect abdominal muscle lines, surging upwards, which can make people bleed from the nose, big, white and spectacular, a snow-white neck, an oval face, a cherry mouth, white teeth, a pair of bright big eyes, so beautiful that it is breathtaking. It can be said that the female owner of this gym is no less stunning than the stunning flight attendant. Then, Jiang Fan did a simple registration and followed the beautiful boss to the private office. "Hello, handsome guy. My name is Fan Yenyu, you can call me Yenyu." The hot goddess Fan Yenyu brought Jiang Fan to the private office, stared at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes and smiled. "Hello, my name is Jiang Fan." Jiang Fan smiled lightly and said calmly. Although Fan Yenyu is a very, very hot and sexy goddess, he is not the kind of person who will pounce on a beautiful woman when he sees one. After all, his vision is no longer what it used to be. What a great name! As soon as I hear the name, I know that this person is someone who can make people happy. Fan Yenyu stared at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes. Although she had tried very hard to suppress her inner impulses and desires, the fire of desire was still strong in the depths of her pupils. Jiang Fan smiled.
Because this sentence is difficult to respond to, it can make people happy, and it contains such deep meaning.
Can you take off your clothes?
At this time, Fan Yenyu suddenly said.
Eh? Jiang Fan was stunned.
Don't worry, I don't want to ride you, but before working out, I need to measure my measurements, and then tailor a fitness plan based on your actual body shape. Fan Yenyu took out a clipboard with a standard form on it in her left hand, held a pen in her right hand, and stared at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes.
Oh. Jiang Fan nodded. He thought he could just write it as soon as he came? Isn't that too radical?
Although passion with a beauty of this level is indeed something worth looking forward to, but before you get physical, you must get your heart into it.
Otherwise, it would be a horse.
Then he took off his shirt, revealing his toned muscles.
Fuck. Looking at Jiang Fan's graceful, firm and perfect body, Fan Yenyu was stunned. Great figure.
If she wanted to ride Jiang Fan when she saw his looks at first sight, then at this moment she wanted to know whether Jiang Fan's buttocks were the legendary electric motor buttocks. After being obsessed for more than 10 seconds, Fan Yenyu finally came to her senses. She walked in front of Jiang Fan, took out a soft ruler, and began to measure Jiang Fan's measurements. However, when measuring his measurements, her delicate little hands touched Jiang Fan's strong muscles, whether intentionally or unintentionally.
That feeling is like an electric shock, making people linger and salivate.
Your body is so perfect, even I have never seen such a handsome and perfect body.
After measuring Jiang Fan's measurements, Fan Yenyu looked at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but praise him. Well enough.
Jiang Fan smiled gently. Although he knows that he is handsome and in great shape now, he still needs to be humble.
Then let's start the first phase of training. Fan Yenyu smiled sweetly and said tenderly.
Then, she took Jiang Fan to the high-end private training area. As for why there is a one-on-one private fitness area in the gym, this may be a secret of the industry. After all, many wealthy women have other interests than wine.
Then many service industries have emerged. Chapter 54, You did a great job today.
Walking into the high-end private training area, Jiang Fan felt that the atmosphere had changed and became ambiguous. A handsome man and a stunningly beautiful woman, training alone in a high-end private training area, just thinking about it is exciting.
Then, warm up first.
After warming up, strands of crystal water beads appeared on Jiang Fan's forehead, and strands of crystal water beads also overflowed from the forehead of the stunning beauty Fan Yenyu. When the two looked at each other, there was a feeling of passion. Then, Jiang Fan started to train his arm strength. The so-called training of arm strength was not about lifting weights. Instead, Jiang Fan stretched out his arm, and the stunning beauty Fan Yenyu hung on Jiang Fan's arm. The picture is so beautiful. Then, train your buttocks, waist, and run.
The whole process is full of ambiguity.
Of course, although she and he had feelings for each other, it was only their first time after all, so it was impossible for them to play around so recklessly. You did a great job today. After about 2 hours of training, Fan Yenyu walked out of the private training area with Jiang Fan with a sweet smile on her face.
Thanks. Jiang Fan nodded slightly.
Putting aside her looks, Fan Yenyu is indeed a very responsible personal trainer. The only worry is that training together for too long may damage the kidneys. If both she and he hadn't been suppressing their hormones, perhaps something exciting and wonderful would have happened. But after all, it is the first time we meet, so we still have to leave a good impression on each other.
I'm lucky because you're my first private guest.
Fan Yenyu's pretty face was flushed and her beautiful eyes were fixed on Jiang Fan. I don't know what this means, because in principle, this does not need to be said to Jiang Fan. But she told Jiang Fan at the right time and place.
Maybe she was hinting at something? My first private guest, so I'm lucky.
Jiang Fan smiled gently and looked at Fan Yenyu with his star-like eyes.
I'm curious, have you never worked out before?
Fan Yenyu looked at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes and suddenly asked. Because during the entire training process, Jiang Fan acted very unfamiliarly, just like a complete newbie in the fitness industry.
Yes. Jiang Fan nodded. Then how do you keep such a good figure? Fan Yenyu was curious.
It's really incredible that she has such a good figure without ever doing any fitness exercises.
I love playing basketball.
Jiang Fan smiled lightly and said calmly. Although this is false, it can be said that he was a otaku before, and his figure became better because of binding the system.
Oh, no wonder. Fan Yenyu suddenly understood.
After leaving the private training area, Jiang Fan and Fan Yanyu rested for a while in the leisure area, then went into the bathroom and took a hot bath. Of course, wash them separately. Although Fan Yanyu is looking forward to a bath together. Can you confirm the next time you come for training? After taking a shower, Fan Yanyu walked Jiang Fan to the gym entrance. It should be in 3 days. Jiang Fan said calmly. Because he has an appointment with the stunningly beautiful female president at 6 o'clock this afternoon, and the rental period is 3 days. Okay, bye. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to the stunning beauty Fan Yanyu, Jiang Fan left. Magic City, Hilsey Group Building. 6 p.m. The stunningly beautiful CEO Louis Fei walked down from the CEO's office. She looked at the time on her wrist and felt a little uneasy, or rather, nervous. Because she didn't know whether the perfect man who placed the order was reliable. Hello, President. Hello, President. The company's employees, management, and executives greeted Louis Fei politely as they walked past her. Because 6 o'clock is the time to get off work. Louis Fei also nodded slightly in response. Is the president waiting for someone? How is that possible? There are at least 8 or 10 big shots who want to see the president every day, and they have to make an appointment. How could the president come to the lobby to wait for someone? That's true. The employees looked at the soul of the company and the goddess in their hearts, and they all speculated. But they couldn't figure out why the goddess president came to the hall. Of course, the more confused they were, the more they felt that Louis Fei was unfathomable. At this moment, outside the building, a super handsome man, holding a bouquet of roses in his hand, walked towards the lobby of the Hilsey building. Wow, who is this person? He's so damn handsome. He's holding a rose in his hand. Could he be pursuing a goddess in our company? You're so handsome, but you still need to chase women? If it were you, would you still be a licker? The employees who were leaving get off work looked at the handsome man walking in the opposite direction, and they were all curious. Because it's so handsome. So handsome that it makes people jealous. The girls couldn't help but scream, and some of them even reached orgasm right on the spot. Wow, so handsome. So handsome. He is holding a rose in his hand. Is he going to give it to me? If he does, I would give him everything I have to make him happy. He's so handsome. If I could spend a night with him, my whole life would be worth it. The female employees who are getting off work, young wives, young girls, single men, face lovers, and bootlickers, all have wild fantasies about this handsome man and want to pounce on him and ride him on the spot. In response to this, Jiang Fan naturally smiled. The roses in his hand were naturally not given to others, but to the goddess Louis Fei who placed the order. At this moment, the stunning goddess Louis Fei, who was sitting on the sofa in the hall, was looking out the window, and naturally saw the sunny, handsome, and confident Jiang Fan. The moment she saw Jiang Fan, it was like a beam of light that illuminated her heart. So handsome. Could he be the perfect man to place the order? Looking at this boy, she couldn't help but fantasize in her mind, and even identified herself with him, hoping that this boy was the perfect man she had ordered. Especially when the boy got closer, her heart began to beat up and down, as if she had turned into a little fangirl. Wow! Could it be President Liu's boyfriend? That shouldn't be the case. I haven't heard that President Liu has a boyfriend. If not, why would you walk towards President Liu? Looking at the handsome boy, all the employees were guessing and curious. If this is true, then President Liu is so happy. Of course, that boy is also very happy. Because Louis Fei is not only the president of the group, but also a stunning beauty, so beautiful that she is beyond compare. Under the gazes of curiosity and speculation, Jiang Fan walked to Louis Fei with a faint smile on his face, handed her a bright red rose, and said with a smile, "Goddess, I wish you happiness every day." Suddenly, the stunning beauty CEO Louis Fei's head buzzed and she was completely stunned. Chapter 55, Where did you find such a handsome boyfriend? Seeing the stunned look on the face of the stunning CEO goddess Louis Fei, Jiang Fan smiled lightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and whispered softly in Louis Fei's ear, "I am the perfect male god for your order." The perfect man? The boyfriend I rented? Suddenly, Louis Fei was even more shocked. She never thought that the boyfriend she rented out of curiosity would be so handsome that it made her feel aroused. Wow, he really is the president's boyfriend. He's so handsome. Only a goddess as outstanding and beautiful as the president can be worthy of such an outstanding and handsome man. A group of female employees nearby were also stunned.
Although they guessed that this handsome man might be the boyfriend of the stunning CEO Louis Fei, they didn't expect it to be true. Goo! The male employees nearby couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw the scene, feeling sour in their hearts. After all, the stunning CEO Louis Fei is rich and beautiful, and is simply the perfect goddess in their minds. Now, the goddess has a boyfriend, but it's not them. What's more, her boyfriend is such a handsome man, which is really enviable and jealous. As for hatred, I can't hate it because the gap is too big. What's more, they are not the only ones who regard Louis Fei as their dream goddess. Even Han Shen, a rich boy from Shanghai, has been in love with his dream goddess for 2 years, but the goddess has ignored him. Then let's go. Looking at Louis Fei's expression immersed in obsession, Jiang Fan smiled lightly, feeling very satisfied. Louis Fei listened to Jiang Fan's magnetic voice, nodded her beautiful head, then held Jiang Fan's hand and slowly left amid the envy of all the company employees. It's so handsome and beautiful. Only a handsome guy like this could live with President Liu. What a perfect couple. Looking at the beautiful figures of Jiang Fan and Louis Fei, all the beauty lovers were immersed in obsession and were in a trance. Are you really the perfect man I rent? After leaving the group building, Louis Fei and Jiang Fan came to the underground parking lot. At this moment, she had come to her senses, but her mind was still buzzing. Looking at Jiang Fan's divine appearance, she couldn't tell how happy she was. Jiang Fan nodded slightly. So handsome, I didn't expect him to be so handsome. If only. Louis Fei was extremely happy. This feeling is more surprising than an ordinary person winning a 5 million lottery. Because this kind of happiness comes from the soul. What? Jiang Fan was curious. No, nothing. Louis Fei said hesitantly. Although she is also a fangirl and a face lover, she has been in a high position for a long time and it is impossible for her to be as forgetful as the little fangirl. Then, Jiang Fan got into Louis Fei's luxury sports car. A red Ferrari. Luxury cars, beautiful women, and a stunning president. In the past, he didn't even dare to think about it, but now, it is as calm as water. After all, he is now worth over 100 million yuan. Louis Fei drove a sports car with Jiang Fan on board, and she didn't know how many passers-by on both sides envied her. This is the scene that many men dream of. Come to Longting Landscape Residential Community. When the security guard standing guard at the gate of the community saw that it was the owner returning home, and that it was a stunning goddess driving a Ferrari luxury car, the security guard didn't even dare to look at her for a second longer. He immediately stood up straight and raised his hand to salute. Only after the luxury car drove into the residential parking lot did the two security guards on duty dare to look at Louis Fei's back. Fuck! Who is that man? He's actually riding in Miss Liu's luxury car? Why do you care who he is? Have you seen his appearance? There is a saying that being handsome can make a living. Look in the mirror. If you are not destined to be handsome, then don't get sick. Standing guard is your duty. Both security guards felt sad. Although he is a security guard, he has his own dreams. After all, if one day the stunning goddess Louis Fei takes a fancy to him and asks him to be her son-in-law, he will have the beauty in his arms. Of course, it's just a dream. Now, seeing a super handsome man sitting in the luxury car of a stunning goddess, it would be strange if you didn't feel jealous. At the same time. Longting Landscape, Building 1, Room 801, a large flat luxury house. A middle-aged woman, about 50 years old, was waiting anxiously at home. Another middle-aged man, who was about 40 years old and still looked very handsome, was wearing an apron and cooking in the kitchen. It is not difficult to see from the scene that the hostess is a person of very high status in the family. After a while, the middle-aged man brought out 2 dishes and went in to continue cooking. The middle-aged woman took out a diamond-studded mobile phone and called her daughter. "Daughter, are you back?" "At the door." "Are you at the door?" Good. The middle-aged woman put down her cell phone and came to the door. "When I opened the door, I saw my daughter at a glance, and next to her stood a super handsome man." "Wow! He's so handsome." Looking at Jiang Fan's handsome appearance and a pair of eyes like stars, the middle-aged woman Lu Pia was stunned. "Is this my daughter's boyfriend? He is so handsome, even more handsome than my daughter's father when he was young. You know, when she was young and got married, she picked a super handsome man and then entered the marriage hall. Unexpectedly, this boy was even more handsome than the man she chose back then." "Mom!" Louis Fei saw her mother open the door and called out gently. "Hello, Auntie.
Jiang Fan also smiled gently, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and called out politely in a magnetic voice. Looking at this middle-aged woman, although she doesn't seem young anymore, her skin is very well maintained, giving her the feeling of an ageless goddess.
He's your boyfriend? The middle-aged woman Lu Piapiao came back to her senses from her trance, swallowed and asked. Louis Fei nodded gently. How is he? Is he handsome?
Handsome, even more handsome than your dad when he was young.
The middle-aged woman couldn't help but approve.
Her husband is alive and son-in-law, so Louis Fei took her surname. Then, the middle-aged woman opened the door and let her daughter Louis Fei and Jiang Fan in.
Louis Fei's mansion can only be described as a home for the rich.
In Shanghai, every inch of land is worth a lot of money, and this large flat is at least 300 or 400 square meters. It would cost at least tens of millions to buy such a house.
Daughter, where did you find such a handsome boyfriend?
After entering the house, the middle-aged woman took her daughter's hand, sat on the sofa, and asked curiously. After all, such a handsome man is a rare commodity.
There are not many people in the entertainment industry who have such a handsome appearance. Chapter 56, How can you train a good man without training? We met at work.
Louis Fei held her mother's hand and said with a smile on her beautiful face.
This is of course fake.
After all, I can't tell my mother that I rented it with an order.
Met him at work?
You are so lucky. You can meet such an outstanding and handsome boy at work.
The middle-aged woman Lu Piapiao was so envious.
When she was looking for a boyfriend, she searched all over Shanghai before she found one that satisfied her. Because she was a typical beauty lover when she was young. Of course, it is still the case now. It's just that when I was young, I was more radical. Now that I'm older, my desire is not so strong. If I were 20 years younger, maybe. After all, in today's world, there are many cases where boyfriends become stepfathers.
Yeah.
Good luck. Louis Fei also had a bright look on her face. She had never expected that she would rent such a handsome man after placing an order.
It was like a dream. What's your name? Lu Piapiao looked at Jiang Fan and liked him from the bottom of her heart.
His name is Jiang Fan. Louis Fei said with a smile.
Jiang Fan, what a nice name. How old are you? Lu Piapiao asked.
I don't know yet.
Louis Fei remained silent. I'm asking how old you are. Lu Piapiao patted her daughter Louis Fei's hand. What are you thinking about?
Suddenly, Louis Fei's pretty face turned red, like a ripe red apple.
Auntie, I'm 18.
Seeing Louis Fei at a loss, Jiang Fan smiled lightly to resolve the awkwardness.
He also didn't understand what Louis Fei was thinking just now.
When he came, he briefly told Louis Fei about his situation for fear of being exposed. Louis Fei herself was also extremely shy. She was so lost in thought just now that she had the wrong idea.
How embarrassing.
However, there seems to be a strong sense of anticipation in my heart.
18? 18 is good. A man is just beginning to grow up. Lu Piapiao couldn't help but envy her daughter. How blessed.
At this time, a handsome middle-aged man wearing an apron came out of the kitchen with a plate of food. He looked at his daughter Louis Fei and shouted happily, "My daughter is back."
This middle-aged man is Louis Fei's father, Chen Chen.
When he was young, he was very handsome, so he was noticed by the wealthy woman Lu Piapiao and became her son-in-law. From then on, he made it into a successful family and lived a happy life of luxury.
Dad! Louis Fei also shouted happily.
However, when the middle-aged man put the dishes on the table, he suddenly saw a handsome man sitting on the sofa, and his eyes suddenly narrowed.
Fuck! Who is this guy? He's so handsome.
Even more handsome than I was when I was young. The middle-aged man Chen Chen was stunned. He is a typical handsome guy. When he was young, he was invincible in the Magic City, otherwise Lu Piapiao would not have fallen in love with him. But she didn't expect that the man in front of her was more handsome than him.
Daughter, this young man is not your boyfriend, is he?
The middle-aged man was stunned for a few seconds, then he wiped the oil off his hands, looked at his daughter and said with a smile.
Louis Fei nodded proudly. How is it? Handsome, right? Handsome.
The middle-aged man raised a thumb and praised.
Hello, uncle.
Jiang Fan also had a smile on his face and spoke politely to the middle-aged man.
Well, the boy is very good and handsome.
He is a perfect match for my daughter.
Come, follow Uncle to the kitchen, Uncle will teach you how to cook.
The middle-aged man had a gentle smile on his face and spoke as he cleaned up.
Eh? Jiang Fan was stunned. Teach yourself to cook?
In my family, women work outside to earn money to support the family, while men take care of food and daily life at home.
My father raised me since I was a child. Louis Fei immediately explained. Xiao Fan.
To keep a woman's heart, you have to keep her stomach first. You are still very young and may not be very good at cooking, but it doesn't matter, learn from your uncle.
After you are with Ifei in the future, you don't have to go out to work.
Take good care of Ifei at home, and let Ifei do the money-making work.
Lu Piapiao also looked at Jiang Fan and said seriously.
Obviously, he treated Jiang Fan as his own son-in-law and started to lecture him. Jiang Fan nodded slightly, and then followed the middle-aged man Chen Chen into the kitchen.
Come to the kitchen. Chen Chen said with a smile, Xiao Fan, you can cook, right?
A little bit. Jiang Fan said modestly.
This is both true and false. Because he really only knows a little bit.
When he was living in a rental house, he would occasionally cook a few dishes for his own entertainment, but his cooking was not presentable. However, when the order was received, the system had already transformed him and the cooking skills. Although he had a hunch that his current cooking skills might be amazing, it was just a possibility.
Okay, then you can cook a few dishes for Uncle and Aunt to taste. The middle-aged man took out a new apron, put it on Jiang Fan, and said with a smile. Yes, Uncle.
Jiang Fan smiled gently and tied the apron around himself. He didn't know how his current cooking skills were, so he wanted to test it out. Then, he worked seriously. Chen Chen looked at Jiang Fan's serious expression, smiled with relief, and walked out of the kitchen.
Old Chen, why did you come out?
Looking at the man walking out of the kitchen, Lu Piapiao asked in confusion.
Yes, Dad. Louis Fei also looked confused. Xiao Fan said he can cook.
The middle-aged man said with a smile, looking humble.
Then you can't let Xiao Fan do it alone. Wait until he finishes it. Lu Piapiao was very excited.
Halfway through her speech, she looked at her daughter and didn't say anything.
Yes, Dad. What if it tastes bad? Louis Fei said it directly.
If the food turns out to be unpalatable, it would be embarrassing for the whole family.
It's okay. If it tastes bad, I'll cook 2 more dishes later.
The main purpose is to give Xiaofan some exercise. The middle-aged man said humbly in front of the 2 treasures in his heart. Although the son-in-law has no status, he is very satisfied.
At least it's better than working.
There is number 996, no intrigue, no internal competition.
As long as the goddess is happy mentally, physically, and in terms of appetite, then he will be satisfied. That's fine. How can you train a good man without training? Lu Piapiao thought about it and nodded.
If it tastes bad, at worst you can ask Chen Chen to teach you a little more.
It will always be possible to make it better.
After a while, Jiang Fan brought out 3 dishes from the kitchen.
1 braised abalone, 1 deep-sea lobster, and 1 ginger and scallion oyster.
These 3 dishes are not just dishes, they also have unique effects.
Chapter 57, you have to take good care of Xiaofei from now on, do you understand?
The dish was served. The middle-aged man looked at the dishes on the table and praised Jiang Fan. From the looks of it, it's pretty good. These 3 dishes all use relatively good ingredients, and they look passable in terms of appearance.
I just fried it. Jiang Fan said modestly and calmly.
When Lu Piapiao and Louis Fei heard Jiang Fan say this, their hearts skipped a beat.
Can it be delicious if you just stir-fry it casually?
Although they both had smiles on their faces, they were thinking in their hearts that they must not take those dishes when they eat.
It would be embarrassing if they couldn't swallow them.
It's not bad to be able to make a dish like this for your first time cooking.
My first time cooking was pretty much the same as yours.
The middle-aged man Chen Chen said comfortingly with a humble look on his face.
We are all men, so why make things difficult for men?
He is a son-in-law who lives with the family, and Jiang Fan will also be a son-in-law in the future. Although they are father-in-law and daughter-in-law, to the Lu family, they are more like vassals of the goddess.
Jiang Fan nodded slightly.
Looking at this color, he himself had no confidence.
Although I followed the cooking cells transformed by the system, I still had no personal experience.
Then, the family of 4 sat down at the table and started eating. Although they were having a meal, Lu Piapiao and Louis Fei never mentioned Jiang Fan's cooking skills, nor did they dare to order the dishes cooked by Jiang Fan.
Jiang Fan also looked extremely embarrassed.
After all, in terms of appearance, the dishes I cook and those cooked by my uncle Chen Chen are completely different.
Chen Chen comforted Jiang Fan, Xiao Fan.
When it comes to cooking, practice makes perfect. The more you cook, the better you will know how much fire to use, what seasoning to use, when to put the food in the pot, and when to turn off the fire. These are all tricks. When you have time, come to my house more often and your uncle will teach you more, and you will be able to do it.
Yes, uncle.
Jiang Fan smiled gently and said,
Xiao Fan,
you must learn how to cook from your uncle in the future. Although you are very handsome, cooking skills are also very important. When you and Xiao Fei get married in the future, your daily life and diet will be of great importance.
Lu Piapiao also spoke earnestly. Yes, auntie. Jiang Fan was smiling. Not bad. After all, it's my first time making it. It looks pretty good. Can I have a taste?
The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Fan and said comfortingly. Then he reached out, picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised abalone and put it in his mouth.
Fuck!
Suddenly, the middle-aged man exclaimed.
Dad, what's wrong?
Louis Fei was stunned.
It can't be that it's so unpalatable that I can't swallow it. Well. Lu Piapiao sighed. Cooking is not an easy task. Jiang Fan also remained silent. After all, my cooking skills are really not that good. It's normal that I can't compare with professional cooks.
However, Chen Chen's words shocked everyone.
Oh my god. It's so delicious.
Chen Chen swallowed it in one gulp, then picked it up and held it in his mouth, chewing it with relish.
Suddenly, Louis Fei and Lu Piapiao were both stunned. Tasty? And it's so delicious? The middle-aged man looked so happy that it didn't seem like he was lying. It's delicious. It's really delicious. If you don't believe me, try it.
Chen Chen said as he praised.
Very delicious?
With a puzzled and skeptical attitude, Louis Fei stretched out her jade hand, picked up a piece of abalone and put it into her mouth.
Oh my god. It's so delicious.
Suddenly, Louis Fei screamed, and then swallowed the abalone in her mouth into her stomach with a gulp.
Is it true? Lu Piapiao was also surprised. Even my daughter says so. Is it really delicious?
Then she also stretched out her jade hand, picked up a piece of abalone and put it into her mouth.
Oh my god. It's actually really delicious. Suddenly, Lu Piapiao also exclaimed.
Eating a piece of abalone is like reaching a climax of happiness, making you unable to extricate yourself. Then, Chen Chen, Lu Piapiao, and Louis Fei, like a group of country bumpkins who had never eaten a vegetable, quickly finished up all 3 dishes cooked by Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was dumbfounded by this sudden change.
Doesn't it mean it can only be considered passing? Why are you rushing to eat it? I didn't even have the chance to taste a single piece.
Belch. The 3 of them touched their stomachs, burped, and stared at Jiang Fan with happy and satisfied looks on their faces.
Xiao Fan, your cooking is so delicious. Where did you learn it? Did you learn it at Nanxiang Technical School? Lu Piapiao's face was filled with satisfaction.
This delicacy was really good. It was even better than the food in a 5-star hotel.
Yes, Xiao Fan, the food you cook is so delicious that even I, your uncle, am ashamed of myself.
The middle-aged man Chen Chen also said with a smile on his face. At first he thought Jiang Fan's cooking skills were just average and he would have to spend more time teaching Jiang Fan in the future. However, he didn't expect that after tasting it, he couldn't stop eating.
No, I'm self-taught.
Jiang Fan smiled lightly and said calmly.
Didn't Nanxiang Technical School teach how to operate an excavator? How did it become a school for cooking? Self-taught? How can you do so well by self-taught? Lu Piapiao and Chen Chen were both shocked. He is so handsome and a great cook, it's simply perfect. Maybe it's talent.
Jiang Fan smiled gently.
That's the only answer I can give.
After dinner, Jiang Fan, Louis Fei, and Lu Piapiao sat on the sofa and watched TV. The middle-aged man Chen Chen was washing dishes in the kitchen. As a son-in-law who lives with the wife's family, these tasks are naturally done by him.
Fan, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good.
On the sofa, Louis Fei looked at Jiang Fan happily, with a charming luster in her beautiful eyes.
I didn't expect that either.
Jiang Fan smiled gently. It was indeed beyond his expectation to achieve such an effect. Although the system has transformed my cooking cells, the change is so huge that it is really unexpected. Fan, after I eat the food you cook, I feel happy and a little excited, as if a deer is beating wildly in my heart. Louis Fei looked at Jiang Fan's handsome face, her heart surged and she felt a surge of love. She didn't know that this was the effect of the ingredients. Eat it, it works. Because abalone, deep-sea lobster, and oysters all have the effect of boosting sexual pleasure and nourishing yin and yang. She wolfed them down, and naturally it was fully effective. Xiao Fan. You are handsome and a good cook. Auntie will be relieved if you date Xiao Fei. You have to take good care of Xiao Fei in the future, understand? Lu Piapiao sat on the sofa, looking at the two people's affectionate appearance, and her heart was inexplicably filled with hormones. Understood, Auntie. Jiang Fan said calmly. In that case, you should go to bed early. Your uncle and I will also go to bed. After saying that, Lu Piapiao waved at the middle-aged man Chen Chen, signaling him to hurry back to the bedroom. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Piapiao's provocative eyes and naturally understood what she meant. Then he put down his work, washed his hands, and walked into the bedroom with a happy face. Chapter 58, Mom, what are you saying? The middle-aged woman Lu Piapiao and the middle-aged man Chen Chen just walked into the bedroom and closed the door. After a while, strange noises were heard in the room. No, it's a crazy sound. Something like I'll sit on you to death. Suddenly, Louis Fei, who was sitting on the sofa, blushed. Even though she was still a virgin, she knew what was going on inside. Especially after eating Jiang Fan's 3 dishes, she felt hot all over, as if there was a deer running around in her heart and her emotions were about to burst out. Jiang Fan didn't get to eat the 3 dishes he cooked, so he didn't know how powerful they were. However, when he heard the voices in the room at this moment, he couldn't help but praise in his heart, Uncle, Aunt, your skills are still as good as ever. If you want to play, just play. It won't break you anyway. When you get old, you won't be able to play anymore. At this time, Louis Fei stared at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes. Jiang Fan felt something was strange when he looked at Louis Fei. Yes, weird. It was as if he had turned into a primitive beast, because deep in Louis Fei's pupils, he saw a strong primitive desire. It seemed as if she wanted to pounce on him. Tonight. Louis Fei's eyes and eyebrows are expressive and flowing. Oh, I'll sleep on the couch tonight. Jiang Fan smiled lightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. After all, it is the first time we meet, and we need to leave a good impression on each other to facilitate the subsequent operations. These are all tricks for picking up girls. Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained, only routines can win people's hearts. With his unparalleled good looks, caring attitude, and tricks, which girl can resist him? Although he is a playboy, women often like playboys. Women don't love bad men. Being with a playboy, being happy and cheerful every day, isn't this the life that girls want? You can't sleep on the couch. Louis Fei said in a commanding tone. Eh? Jiang Fan was stunned. In the first few deals, he always played hard to get, leaving a good impression on each other when they met for the first time, and then everything went smoothly. Today, it seems different. If you sleep on the sofa, won't it be exposed? Besides, Louis Fei seemed to be hesitant to speak. While speaking, she even stuck out her delicate tongue and licked her pink lips. Oh, yes. Jiang Fan nodded. Then, Louis Fei took Jiang Fan's hand and walked into the bedroom. Louis Fei's bedroom is very large, at least 70 or 80 square meters. The room is filled with the scent of perfume and the fragrance of beautiful women. It has its own toilet and bathroom, and it is transparent, separated only by glass. The bed in the room is very large, 2 meters long and 2 meters wide, and the quilts are all high-end silk quilts in pink color, full of girlishness and femininity. After Louis Fei pulled Jiang Fan into the bedroom, she slammed the door open and it closed automatically. Am I beautiful? Louis Fei didn't know where she got the strength from, but she pushed Jiang Fan against the wall, her long and white legs crossed Jiang Fan's waist, her eyes narrowed slightly, and her pretty face flushed. Beautiful. Jiang Fan swallowed his saliva. This is a bit unconventional. Logically speaking, shouldn't you be more reserved when meeting for the first time? Why is he so wild? If I want you, will you give it to me? Louis Fei hooked her slender hands around Jiang Fan's neck. Eh? Jiang Fan was stunned. But I was secretly happy in my heart. If the situation continues to develop like this, I guess I will be sexually happy. Sure enough, just when Zhang Fan was immersed in his thoughts, Louis Fei's hot lips came up to him. Taste, hot, sweet, pure, and very comfortable. Then, Louis Fei narrowed her charming eyes, took Zhang Fan's hand, and walked into the bathroom. The next day, early morning. When Zhang Fan woke up, Louis Fei had already woken up. Louis Fei was seen lying on her side, supporting her head with one hand, her beautiful eyes staring at Zhang Fan's handsome face. Last night. Yes, it's crazy. Very crazy. Louis Fei poured out all the emotions that had been accumulated for more than 20 years on Zhang Fan. Fortunately, Zhang Fan's body has undergone systematic transformation and is extremely strong. The two are intertwined, madly in love, loving deeply, loving wildly. You're awake. Zhang Fan woke up, looked at Louis Fei with a loving face, and said softly. Louis Fei nodded, still staring at Zhang Fan. Is there something on my face? Or is my hair messed up? Zhang Fan was puzzled. No, it's very beautiful. Louis Fei smiled slightly, her beauty was breathtaking. Zhang Fan. You are beautiful too. Zhang Fan looked into Louis Fei's eyes with his star-like eyes. Although this is a compliment, it is also sincere. Because Louis Fei is indeed very beautiful, beautiful to the core, and love is also to the core, integrated into everything, giving each other the most precious things. I didn't expect that I would be so happy with you. This is the first time in my life. You gave me a wonderful memory that I will never forget. Louis Fei's beautiful eyes are full of blue waves. Me too. Zhang Fan smiled lightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Then, he stood up slightly, leaned over to Louis Fei's ear, and whispered, "You are so fierce." Louis Fei pursed her lips and smiled, "You too." Last night, it was wild more than once. In the bathroom, in the bedroom, on the 2-meter bed, on the balcony. It's really wild and explosive. Even Zhang Fan didn't expect that the stunningly beautiful female CEO who looked cool on the outside could be so wild. Perhaps it stimulated the wildness of the soul. All the desires suppressed deep in the heart were completely released. Tonight, continue. Then, Louis Fei laid her whole body on Zhang Fan, gently bit Zhang Fan's earlobe, blew a breath of hot air, and said gently. Although the words are gentle, the meaning is not gentle, it is even very wild. Although Zhang Fan was a little surprised, he still nodded slightly. This kind of beauty is something I wish I could have every day and every night. Who would complain about having too much? Of course, this does not apply to those with kidney deficiency. Afterwards, Louis Fei and Zhang Fan put on their clothes, washed their faces, brushed their faces, and fixed their hair. Holding hands, they walked out of the bedroom sweetly. Xiao Fan, are you awake? As soon as I walked out of the room, I saw Aunt Lu Piao smiling at me. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Did you sleep well last night? There was a smile on Lu Piao's face, but that smile seemed like a prying into someone's privacy. Comfortable. Zhang Fan was a little embarrassed, but still had a charming smile on his face. Good, good. That's the good thing about being young. You have a lot of energy, good health, and you're crazy. A hint of envy flowed across Lu Piao's face. Mom, what did you say? Louis Fei couldn't help but said shyly. Chapter 59, I can give you a car and a cannon, how about that? Nothing. I'm just envious. I'm old and can't stand the hardship anymore, unlike you young people. Lu Piao smiled evilly, looked at her daughter Louis Fei, and then at Zhang Fan. After all, the commotion last night was too loud. The shouting and the shaking were like a small earthquake that had erupted all night. Even in her mind, she could imagine that this future son-in-law must have the electric motor but that every woman in the world dreams of. Mom! Louis Fei was so shy that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. However, she was also very puzzled in her heart. Why was she so crazy, so wild, so unscrupulous, and so outrageous last night? Could it be because of those 3 dishes? At this time, Uncle Chen Chen walked out of the room. Hey, Uncle, your eyes. Zhang Fan was stunned when he saw the middle-aged man Chen Chen walking out of the room. The handsome Chen Chen's eyes turned into panda eyes with thick dark circles, and his legs were trembling slightly. Xiao Fan. The dishes you cook have extraordinary effects. Uncle and your aunt haven't been this crazy for many years. Looking at Zhang Fan, Chen Chen said with a look of relief. Maybe others don't know, but Chen Chen knows clearly that the dishes cooked by Zhang Fan are not only delicious, but also contain special effects that can nourish yin and strengthen yang. Last night, Lu Piapia was so excited because of the 3 dishes cooked by Jiang Fan that she kept him busy all night and forced him to take 7 Viagra pills. If he was young, it would be fine, but he is already over 40 years old and has sex 7 times a night. His body's qi and blood are somewhat depleted. Dad, what's wrong with you guys? Louis Fei's beautiful face was full of shyness. After one night, the style of the painting changed completely. Is it because of those 3 dishes? Jiang Fan felt confused again. Nothing, just something that comes to mind. Xiao Fan is great, worthy of trust. Chen Chen smiled lightly, put his hands on his waist, walked into the kitchen and cooked. Chen Chen cooked this meal himself and did not ask Jiang Fan to enter the kitchen. Jiang Fan wanted to go in and help, but Chen Chen told him not to do it during the day and to do it at night. He should take a rest during the day. Jiang Fan naturally didn't understand what it meant. Then, on this day, the family of 4 was very warm. After Chen Chen prepared the meal, the family of 4 had breakfast. After breakfast, the family drove their Ferrari sports car to the center of Shanghai, strolled around the streets, and watched a movie. They had a great time. In the evening, returned home. Xiao Fan, can you play chess? Lu Piapiao and Louis Fei were sitting on the sofa watching TV. Chen Chen took out a chess set from the room and said to Jiang Fan. Men sometimes feel lonely, so they need to learn how to pass the time. Playing chess is a good way to pass the time. He is a son-in-law who lives with the wife's family. He doesn't have to go out to work. Every day he just cooks and waters the flowers, just like a canary in a cage. Although this kind of life is comfortable, for Jiang Fan, the current free and easy life is more comfortable. At least the sky is wide open. Fortunately, he was just a fake boyfriend, otherwise, my future life would probably be similar to Chen Chen's. Of course, this is also a kind of happiness. Having a beautiful woman by your side, never having to worry about food and drink, not having to care about other people's faces, and taking good care of your wife and children, isn't this the happiest life? A little. Jiang Fan smiled gently. In fact, he's got a ball. But before coming here, the system transformed his chess skills, and he doesn't know what his current chess skills are. It's good to know a little bit. Let's play a game. You know what, playing chess requires intelligence. Back then, your uncle was a top student who graduated from Peking University and Tsinghua University. In Shanghai, there are really few people who can match me in chess. Chen Chen boasted with a humble smile on his face. Dad, stop bragging. If you lose later, where will you put your face? At this time, Louis Fei heard what her father said and said jokingly. Although it was a joke, my dad's chess skills were really amazing. Previously, there was a vice president of the Shanghai Chess Association who was a friend of my dad Chen Chen. The two of them agreed to play chess for a day, but in the end, the vice president of the chess association lost everything. Even the Shanghai Chess Association invited my dad to serve as the honorary vice president of the association, but in order to focus on taking care of his family, my dad rejected the association's kindness. My daughter, you are underestimating your father. Your father's chess skills are unbeatable in the world, but he is confident that he can win 2 games against Xiaofan without any problems. Chen Chen smiled confidently. After all, he even defeated the vice president of the Magic City Chess Association, so how could he not defeat Jiang Fan? Not to mention winning, even killing Jiang Fan so hard that he was thrown into disarray would be more than enough. Then, Louis Fei and Lu Piapiao also came over to watch Jiang Fan and Chen Chen play chess. Xiao Fan, you go first. Also, considering you are a novice, I can give you a chariot and a cannon, how about that? After setting up the chess pieces, Chen Chen took a rook and a cannon off the board and said confidently. Yes, uncle. Jiang Fan smiled gently. He really wasn't very good at it, so since his uncle had offered to give him 2 pieces, it was reasonable. He also understood his uncle's intention, and didn't want him to lose too embarrassingly. Then, the game begins. Start with a central cannon to hit the king from across the mountain. Chen Chen smiled lightly and mounted his horse to protect his soldiers, which was easy. As the chess game intensifies, the battle becomes more and more violent, just like 2 armies fighting each other. General. After walking more than 30 steps, Jiang Fan became a general. Suddenly, Chen Chen was dumbfounded. This general was actually a dead chess piece, which meant that he had lost. Dad, look, the general idea is Jingzhou. He gave up 2 pieces, and now he loses. Looking at the chess pieces on the board, Louis Fei smiled sweetly and said. Chen Chen's face also turned red. He thought Jiang Fan didn't know how to play chess, or was just a novice, so he suggested letting Zhang Fan play 2 chess pieces. Unexpectedly, Zhang Fan not only knew how to play chess, but was also a master. The first few moves were fine, but after 10 moves, every move Zhang Fan made was filled with murderous intent, forcing him to be cautious at every step. However, no matter how careful he was, after giving up 2 pieces and persisting for 33 moves, he was ultimately powerless to turn the tide.
It's okay, let's play another round.
Chen Chen smiled lightly. This time, Chen Chen did not offer to give up the chess, because he did not know whether the boy in front of him was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, so he made up his mind to defeat Zhang Fan in this game.
Chapter 60, You must eat more tonight to replenish your body.
Then, another round began.
Chen Chen did not dare to underestimate this game.
After all, he had just lost a game, although he had given up 2 chess pieces. But this also showed that Zhang Fan was not a novice, but an expert.
Louis Fei and Lu Piapiao also looked at the 2 men. Fire!
Chen Chen went out first, his cannon crossed the river and hit the soldier.
Get on the horse.
Zhang Fan mounted his horse to protect his soldiers.
A fight.
After taking 30 steps, Chen Chen began to sweat on his forehead as he looked at the chess game on the board. The current situation is like being surrounded by enemies and ambushed from all sides. Although we haven't lost yet, we are not far from losing. At this moment, he looked at Zhang Fan, feeling confused.
Didn't he say he only knew a little? So he only knew 1,000,000,000 points?
After all this time, I ended up pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger in front of him.
General.
Zhang Fan made a hindsight move and directly announced the outcome of the battle.
Dad, look, you lost again.
Who said that just now? I can't say I'm invincible in the world, but I'm confident that I can beat Xiao Fan in 2 games.
Look, now you've lost 2 games in a row. Louis Fei teased her father.
Hearing his daughter's words, Chen Chen's face turned red. He was really careless and lost the battle. He also let the other party take over his chariot and cannon.
Thinking about it now, it's all a joke. Xiao Fan, you're amazing.
I didn't expect your chess skills are even better than your uncle's.
Chen Chen was no longer depressed.
This skill is not as good as others, which means it is not as good as others. Just like last night, how can I compare with young people? As the saying goes, the waves behind push the waves ahead, and talented people emerge in every generation.
This is the truth. Uncle, you are too modest.
I just made the move casually.
Just don't let me do it on purpose.
Zhang Fan smiled lightly and said calmly. As soon as these words came out, Chen Shen's old face turned red. I praised you for being good, but you said you were just playing casually? I guess my serious play is not as good as yours? But the problem is, he really used all his strength and didn't deliberately let the opponent win.
Xiao Fan is so humble. Young man, it's good to be humble.
Chen Chen smiled to himself and silently put away the chessboard. Lost 2 games in a row, and still got another goal. If the 2 sides are evenly matched, maybe I can still play a few more games, struggle a bit, and see if there is a chance to defeat him.
But the problem is, how can you still struggle when you are completely crushed by the opponent? If you continue to struggle, you will only bring humiliation upon yourself.
Okay, Xiao Fan, you, Xiaofei, and your aunt, go watch TV.
Uncle will go to the kitchen to cook. I'll call you to eat when it's ready. Chen Chen packed up the chessboard, put on his apron, and said to Zhang Fan with a smile. Uncle, let me cook with you.
I also want to learn cooking skills from you, Uncle. Zhang Fan smiled lightly and said calmly. When Chen Chen heard Zhang Fan say that he wanted to go into the kitchen to cook, he shuddered and quickly said, No, I can do it myself.
Just go watch TV.
I was already severely depleted of energy and blood last night.
If I continue to suffer from this for another night, wouldn't I be half dead?
Although it is fun, time is not forgiving.
I'm over 40 years old, how can I stand doing it 7 times a night?
After all, men and women are different. There will be no damaged fields unless the ox is damaged.
However, at this moment, Lu Piapiao walked out of the living room with a meaningful smile on her face.
She glanced at Chen Chen and said, Xiao Fan is kind-hearted. How can you refuse? I think it would be better if Xiao Fan cooked a few more dishes tonight and we can have a happy meal together as a family.
No. Hearing Lu Piapiao's words, Chen Chen's legs began to tremble.
Last night was already impressive, and if Zhang Fan is asked to cook a few more dishes tonight, won't it be even more impressive?
What do you want? I told you to take a rest, why are you not happy about it?
Lu Piapiao walked in front of Chen Chen, expressed her feelings with her eyes, and threw him a meaningful glance. Chen Chen wanted to talk but stopped himself, like a dumb person eating bitter herbs, unable to express his pain.
Uncle, just go watch TV and take a rest. I'll cook tonight. Zhang Fan didn't know the deeper meaning of the conversation between Lu Piapiao and Chen Chen.
He thought that Lu Piapiao was doing it for Chen Chen's own good and wanted to let Chen Chen take a rest. But Zhang Fan had no idea that Chen Chen was feeling miserable. If you take a break now, you won't have any rested night and will have to work like a slave. The power of the rich woman is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Otherwise, how could there be so many gigolos in nightclubs? It is normal for those gigolos to earn tens or even hundreds of thousands of yuan a night. However, they are young and do physical work. Generally speaking, if they can last for 2 years, it is considered a miracle. Although the rich woman gives you money, when she goes crazy, she is no longer a human being, but more like a devil who will suck you dry. Looking at Aunt Lu Piapiao happily holding Uncle Chen Chen's arm, Zhang Fan smiled gently, then put on an apron and walked into the kitchen. But what Zhang Fan didn't see was that when Zhang Fan walked into the kitchen, Chen Chen's legs seemed to be trembling. Zhang Fan went to the kitchen and cooked a table full of delicious food. Scrambled eggs with chives, braised abalone, garlic oysters, raw dragon bone soup, black chicken soup. They are all very nourishing recipes. When Zhang Fan brought the dishes to the table, Chen Chen smiled, but his smile was more painful than crying. So many dishes, won't it kill me? A family of 4 sat at the table. Lao Chen, this is Xiao Fan's gift. You must eat more tonight and replenish your body. At the dining table, Lu Piapiao looked at Chen Chen with an evil smile on her face. She reached out her hand, picked up 2 big pieces of abalone and placed them in Chen Chen's bowl. Yes, I know. Chen Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. Is this a supplement? This is called spending more than you earn. No matter how awesome a man is, he can't stand being ridden by a rich woman for a whole night. He's still saying, fuck. I'm going to ride you to death. Most people don't see that kind of scene. Then, Lu Piapiao and Lu Yifei ate like crazy. Zhang Fan also picked up a piece and took a bite. Fuck. Suddenly, he himself was stunned. He himself had never thought that the dishes he cooked were so delicious. No wonder his uncle, aunt, and Lu Yifei wolfed down the food last night, leaving nothing for him. Then, he didn't hesitate to stuff the food into his mouth piece by piece. As he ate more and more, suddenly, he found that there seemed to be a ball of hot energy in the pill. Fuck. This is. Suddenly, he understood. The dishes I cook myself are not only a recipe but also a medicine recipe. They have extraordinary effects. Women can nourish their yin after eating them, while men can strengthen their yang after eating them. At this moment, he finally understood why Aunt Lu Piapiao was so impatient to pull Uncle Chen Chen into the room after dinner last night. I finally understood why Lu Yifei was so crazy last night. I finally understood why Uncle Chen Chen had dark circles under his eyes and why his legs were trembling slightly when he woke up this morning. At this moment, he finally understood why his aunt insisted on him making dinner and why his Uncle Chen Chen looked so horrified. Then, after dinner, Lu Piapiao looked at Chen Chen and gave him a look that said you understand. Suddenly, Chen Chen's heart seemed to tremble. However, even though his legs were shaking, he was pulled into the room by Lu Piapiao. Chapter 61, Did you really tell the truth? Lu Piapiao held Chen Chen's hand, with a crazy look on her face, and walked towards the bedroom step by step. Chen Chen also had a smile on his face, but there seemed to be a hint of fear deep in his pupils, and his legs were trembling slightly. Then, one after another, they walked into the room and closed the door. In just a moment, crazy sounds came from the room. Uncle and aunt, they are so loving. Although the mansion has good sound insulation, the sound is too loud to ignore. Zhang Fan had no choice but to say this to ease the embarrassment. What about us? However, Lu Yifei did not feel embarrassed. Instead, she stretched out a pair of white and delicate hands, hooked Zhang Fan's neck, turned over, and sat on Zhang Fan's legs. Us. Zhang Fan was about to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Lu Yifei's hot and sexy lips kissed him, blocking Zhang Fan's mouth from all directions. That feeling is exciting, wonderful, hot, sexy and crazy. Let's go to the room. Zhang Fan hugged Lu Yifei and said gently. No, I can't wait. Lu Yifei simply lifted the dining table, pressed Zhang Fan onto it, and wrote on him. This night is destined to be extraordinary, destined to be restless, destined to be unforgettable, and destined to be deeply rooted in the bones.
The next day. Early morning.
Zhang Fan woke up from the bed, and Louis Fei snuggled in Zhang Fan's arms with a happy look on her face, like a little bird. Last night, Zhang Fan finally made her fall into sleep.
Thoroughly. From the inside out.
Spiritually, mentally, physically, and in your bones. She finally realized how powerful Zhang Fan was.
Electric motor hip. The power is comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. In an instant, she flew to the clouds. She was extremely happy. Fan, you are so awesome.
At this moment, Louis Fei snuggled in Zhang Fan's arms obediently, like a kitten, her beautiful eyes gazing at Zhang Fan's handsome face, a face that she would never forget.
You're amazing too.
Zhang Fan smiled gently, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
Although he is a playboy, the stewardess, the village girl, the hot fitness goddess, all left a deep impression on him, but undoubtedly Louis Fei left the most profound impression on him. Because crazy. Super crazy. Thank you for spending a wonderful weekend with me. Tonight.
Louis Fei placed her delicate hands on Zhang Fan's strong chest, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance.
What happened tonight?
Zhang Fan was puzzled.
Can you accompany me to a cocktail party?
Louis Fei said what was stuck in her heart.
Press. Zhang Fan nodded slightly.
Although he didn't know what kind of cocktail party this was, he seemed to see a hint of hesitation in Louis Fei's eyes.
This might not be a simple cocktail party. Thank you.
Louis Fei lay on Zhang Fan's body, listening quietly to the rhythm of Zhang Fan's heart. Zhang Fan didn't say anything, but held Louis Fei in his arms and hugged her tightly.
Perhaps at this moment, what Louis Fei needs is not any words, but a hug.
After a long time, Louis Fei's face regained its composure and she climbed up from the bed.
Zhang Fan looked at Louis Fei's perfect figure and couldn't help but exclaim, "She's so beautiful."
After washing their faces, brushing their teeth and combing their hair, Louis Fei and Zhang Fan walked out of the room. Lu Piapiao's face was filled with a happy smile, and Chen Chen's face was also filled with a happy smile. The only difference was that Lu Piapiao was full of energy, as if she had taken a tonic, while Chen Chen's dark circles under his eyes were thicker, like the eyes of the national treasure panda, and his legs were trembling slightly.
Xiao Fei, let Xiao Fan go with you to the party tonight. Since you are together, you should face it together.
Lu Piapiao looked at her daughter, with a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes, but at this moment there was more relief. The reason she urged her daughter to find a boyfriend quickly was to protect her.
Because the Han family in Magic City is too difficult to deal with. The young master of the Han family, Han Chen, used his family power to put pressure on the Hilsey group after returning to China to inherit the Han family's business. Its purpose is to get Louis Fei, or even to take over the Hersey group. It is well known in the business circle of Shanghai that Han Chen pursues Louis Fei, but Han Chen is a scumbag. At the age of 16, he spent money to find foreign girls, seeking excitement and madness. He was reported and arrested and fined 5,000 yuan. Later on, it became even more outrageous. If he liked a woman, he would either give her money or drug her. In short, he would use any means to get her. Until I met Louis Fei. He failed. No matter what means he used, Louis Fei ignored him. This is also the reason why Louis Fei has not found a boyfriend even though she is almost 30 years old. Because no one dares to offend Han Chen, so no one dares to date her. Now, Han Chen set up a banquet to entertain the young elites from the business community in Shanghai. On the surface, the purpose was to invite elites to a banquet, but the actual purpose was to put pressure on Louis Fei and force her to submit. Lu Piapiao saw it, but the Han family was stronger than the Lu family, and this was the root of the problem. Therefore, Lu Piapiao urged Louis Fei to get married and start a family as soon as possible to stop Han Chen from having any thoughts. Mom, I know. Louis Fei gazed at Zhang Fan with a happy face, sweetness and happiness all over her pretty face. Xiao Fan, no matter what your past is, now that you are with Xiao Fei, you must protect her, do you understand? Lu Piapiao walked in front of Louis Fei and Zhang Fan, took Louis Fei's delicate little hand, put it in Zhang Fan's palm, and said earnestly, "Auntie, don't worry. No matter what happens, I will protect Fei and won't let her get hurt at all." Zhang Fan said seriously. Whether it is due to the system's order requirements or out of his own sincerity, he will protect Louis Fei. After all, Louis Fei is already his woman. How could his woman be bullied? Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Lu Piapiao nodded with relief. Then, Louis Fei and Zhang Fan went downstairs. Today is Monday and she is going to the company. Did you really mean what you just said?
Coming downstairs, Louis Fei stared at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes.
Yes. Jiang Fan nodded. Thank you.
Crystal clear tears flowed from Louis Fei's beautiful eyes and she hugged Jiang Fan tightly. Jiang Fan didn't know how to comfort her, so he just held her and let her cry in his arms.
It was not until a long time that Louis Fei calmed down and drove a Ferrari luxury car to send Jiang Fan back to Magic City University. At the same time, Magic City University, Class 1, Sophomore Year.
The school idol Qin Siqing and a group of students are discussing the details of attending the Haitian feast tonight.
Chapter 62, Can We Get Back Together? Magic City University, Class 5, Sophomore Year.
Xu Bingqin stood on the balcony outside the classroom, her delicate little hands resting on the cold balcony, looking at the handsome figure walking on the tree-lined path of the college, her face full of melancholy. The handsome figure on the tree-lined path was naturally Jiang Fan.
Bingqin, stop imagining things.
Even though he's handsome, he's just a poor bastard.
He's definitely not your ex-boyfriend.
Next to her, a girl looked at Xu Bingqin's melancholy face and tried to comfort her.
They could all understand Xu Bingqin's feeling of loss.
The ex-boyfriend whom you used to look down upon and dumped on the special day of Valentine's Day, suddenly one day, you find that your ex-boyfriend has turned into a handsome guy and has become the perfect male god in the eyes of all the girls in the school.
No matter who you are in my shoes, you would feel bad. I know, Xu Bingqin looked depressed.
Ever since she found out that the super handsome boy in the basketball hall was Jiang Fan 3 days ago, she felt like she had lost her soul. Because she never thought that her ex-boyfriend, whom she once didn't want, has now transformed into the idol of all the girls in the school. This feeling is worse than a broken heart. If I have to describe it, I can only use the 4 words unbearable regret.
Yes. Bingqin, stop imagining things.
Since we have already made an appointment with the school hunk to have a party tonight, we should be happy and make the most of our time and love. Another girl took Xu Bingqin's arm and comforted her. They all knew what Xu Bingqin was thinking, and they were unwilling to accept it. I can't accept that my ex-boyfriend has become handsome, and I can't accept that I have dumped such a handsome ex-boyfriend.
But who could have thought? Yes, I know. Xu Bingqin nodded slightly and forced a faint smile on her pretty face.
Then, she stood on the balcony, enjoying the cool breeze for a while, and walked towards the classroom of Class 3, Grade 1.
Well.
Looking at Xu Bingqin's lonely back, her girlfriend sighed helplessly. Not to mention Xu Bingqin, even they didn't expect that the boy with plain looks, dark skin and short stature would actually become a tall and handsome guy. Anyone who encounters this will regret it. I once had it, but I didn't cherish it. Class 3, Grade 1, Classroom. Jiang Fan was sitting in the classroom, with a group of boys and girls in the class surrounding him. He had never experienced being supported by his classmates and being treated like a star before. This feeling was so comfortable. At this time, Xu Bingqin came to Class 3 of the first year, walked into the classroom, and came in front of Jiang Fan. The students in Class 3 of the first year were a little surprised when they saw Xu Bingqin, but they all consciously kept their distance. Because they all knew that Xu Bingqin was Jiang Fan's ex-girlfriend, and now that Xu Bingqin came to find Jiang Fan, something was bound to happen.
Student Jiang Fan, can you come out for a moment?
Xu Bingqin walked in front of Jiang Fan, stared at him with her beautiful eyes, and spoke in a tender and gentle voice.
Jiang Fan glanced at Xu Bingqin indifferently, thought about it, and nodded.
Then, Jiang Fan and Xu Bingqin came to the balcony at the back door of the classroom and closed the balcony door.
Fuck. Xu Bingqin is looking for Jiang Fan. Isn't she asking for a reconciliation? That's impossible. We've already broken up, and now you're asking for a reconciliation? What's impossible? Jiang Fan is so handsome now.
Even the school beauty has taken the initiative to ask Jiang Fan out for milk tea, not to mention Xu Bingqin. A group of boys and girls looked at Jiang Fan and Xu Bingqin walking out of the balcony, all of them speculating and curious. Because if nothing happened, Xu Bingqin would not have come to Class 3, freshman year to find Jiang Fan for no reason. Besides, the relationship between the two is special, which naturally makes it easier to arouse everyone's curiosity and imagination.
Do you think Jiang Fan will agree to get back together? That shouldn't be the case.
After all, Jiang Fan even rejected the school beauty's request for a date, so how could he still be interested in Xu Bingqin?
I think so too. A good horse never turns back.
If it were me, I would not agree to it either.
I don't think so. Maybe Jiang Fan rejected the school beauty because he still has feelings for Xu Bingqin? Cut. A group of people looked at the unidentified boy with contempt. Aren't you asking for trouble by leaving the school beauty behind and trying to get back together with your ex-girlfriend? Then, the boys and girls in the class crowded at the back door of the classroom, hoping to eavesdrop on the sounds from the balcony. Back door of the classroom, balcony. What do you want to talk to me about? Jiang Fan lay on the balcony with his hands, gazing at the scenery in the distance. Looking at Jiang Fan's cold attitude and aloof back, Xu Bingqin felt very sad. Yes, it hurts. Because it wasn't like this before. Are you really Jiang Fan? Xu Bingqin stared at Jiang Fan's back with her beautiful eyes, her voice sounding somewhat mournful and sad. Jiang Fan ignored Xu Bingqin's words. I'm too lazy to pay attention. Does this question need to be answered? Is it necessary to explain and clarify with Xu Bingqin? Yes, I understand. Although Jiang Fan did not answer, Xu Bingqin already knew the answer from Jiang Fan's silence. He is Jiang Fan, the Jiang Fan who was once dumped by her. It's a pity that he used to dote on her in every way, but now he is aloof and indifferent. Anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Jiang Fan said calmly. He had no affection for her, but he also had no aversion to her. Since they had broken up, they were just familiar strangers. Are you that cold to me? Hearing Jiang Fan's words, Xu Bingqin couldn't help but shed tears in her beautiful eyes. Then how should I treat you? Jiang Fan said coldly. You weren't like this before. Xu Bingqin sobbed, feeling indescribable pain in her heart, as if she was suffocating. Hearing this, Jiang Fan laughed immediately. Yes. It wasn't like this before. In the past, he took good care of her, bringing her breakfast in the morning and dinner in the evening, asking about her well-being, sending her clothes when it was cold, an umbrella when it rained, and water when it was hot. He was a typical bootlicker and a warm man, but in the end, he was kicked away. And it happened on Valentine's Day, a special day. You came here just to say this? He didn't look at Xu Bingqin, and he was too lazy to look. If it was before, he would be heartbroken to death when he saw Xu Bingqin crying. But now, his heart is as calm as water. Because gold diggers and green tea bitches don't deserve his sympathy. You've changed. You weren't like this before. Can you tell me why? Is it because I broke up with you on Valentine's Day that you hate me in your heart and deliberately treat me so coldly? Tears flowed from Xu Bingqin's beautiful eyes and she sobbed bitterly. She felt indescribably uncomfortable and extremely heartbroken. She thought that the reason Jiang Fan was so cold to her was because he hated her for breaking up. But she was wrong, and she was so wrong. You think too highly of yourself. Jiang Fan smiled coldly. Hate her? He didn't take her seriously at all and treated her as air, so how could he hate her? Can I ask you one last question? After a long silence, she wiped the tears from her cheeks with her delicate little hands and said sadly. Ask. Jiang Fan looked indifferent. After hearing Jiang Fan's words, Xu Bingqin seemed to have mustered up her courage. She sobbed and said gently in an almost pleading voice, Can we still get back together? Chapter 63, Let us experience and enjoy the life of rich people tonight. Hearing Xu Bingqin's words, Jiang Fan smiled handsomely, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. She once looked down on him and dumped him on Valentine's Day. Now that he has become handsome, he comes to propose getting back together. What do you take him for? If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, throw it away? What do you think? Jiang Fan smiled contemptuously, then opened the back door of the classroom, not even bothering to look at Xu Bingqin, and left indifferently. Looking at Jiang Fan's cold, handsome and aloof back, Xu Bingqin's heart was filled with endless regret and tears. She used to be her boyfriend, who took good care of her, but she didn't cherish him. Now she wants to go back, but she finds that she can no longer afford him. Fuck. You're worthy of being Brother Fan. Brother Fan is so cool. He even rejected the school beauty, let alone his ex-girlfriend. People like this deserve it. They stepped on Brother Fan when he wasn't handsome, and now that he's handsome they come to lick him. They're such a slut. All the boys and girls in the class overheard the conversation between Jiang Fan and Xu Bingqin on the balcony, and they all felt that Xu Bingqin deserved it. Even if the two were not suitable, they should not have broken up on Valentine's Day. Now that they have broken up, they come to ask for reconciliation. After Jiang Fan walked into the classroom, Xu Bingqin cried on the balcony for 10 minutes, and then returned to the classroom of Class 5 of Grade 2. Bingqin, did you go to find him?
Seeing Xu Bingqin sitting in her seat with her head buried in tears, her best friends Ho Shangyan, Wei Yanli, and He Xia all came to comfort Xu Bingqin.
Xu Bingqin nodded sadly. Alas, why are you doing this?
If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Although he looks handsome, he is just a poor loser.
We should focus on money.
Best friend He Xia patted Xu Bingqin's shoulder and comforted her.
That's right. What's the point of being handsome? It can't make a living.
After graduation, you'll still be a loser carrying bricks. Best friend Ho Shangyang also mocked Zhang Fan venomously and came to comfort Xu Bingqin. If you can't eat grapes, you will naturally say they are sour. A woman with a sharp tongue can be so cruel.
Yes. Bingqin, cheer up.
We have already made an appointment with the school hunk to have a party tonight. Let's go and relax and forget everything that should be forgotten. Xu Bingqin's best friend Wei Yanli also comforted her.
Xu Bingqin nodded while crying.
Everyone can say words of comfort, but how can those who are truly trapped in the relationship forget about it?
After school,
Xu Bingqin, Ho Shangyan, Wei Yanli, and He Xia walked out of the classroom.
Hi! Campus hunk!
As soon as He Xia saw the school handsome boys Qin Xiqing, Li Han, Jiang Ping, and Chen Jibin from class 1 of the sophomore year, she waved at them, revealing her flirtatious personality.
Hi! Beautiful! Li Han looked at He Xia and immediately blew her a kiss.
Although Xu Bingqin, Ho Shangyan, Wei Yanli, and He Xia cannot compare with the school beauties in terms of looks, they are also beauties at the level of class beauties. Besides, the purpose of tonight is not just to pick up girls. Ropes, drugs, stockings, and cameras are all ready, and I guarantee that Zhang Fan will be given a big surprise tomorrow. Of course, although these girls are gold diggers, they are not so easily fooled. After all, they are already college students and have a sense of self-defense. Therefore, they used their connections to get a few invitations to Shanglong Winery and Haiti Banquet to let the girls see their money power first. When the girls relax their guard and vigilance, they can have a drink with them. It will be a natural thing.
Where is the school hunk going to take us to have fun tonight?
The girl Ho Shangyang looked at the school hunk, her beautiful eyes reflecting. Although Qin Xiqing's looks cannot be compared with Zhang Fan's, he is still a school idol and very handsome.
If Zhang Fan had not suddenly appeared at Magic City University, who at Magic City University could compare to Qin Xiqing in terms of appearance and talent?
I'll take you to Shanglong Winery and Haiti Feast, so you can experience the quality of life of the rich. Qin Xiqing had a roguish smile on his face.
He has 1,000 ways to pick up women.
Even though he is a basketball expert, his body has been drained and his kidneys are weak.
It's just that he didn't dare to say it.
Every time he goes to a hotel with girls, he has to prepare Weigo in advance, otherwise, he can't hold his head up. All the women who slept with him despised him after the fact. Although he looked good, he was just a vase, something that looked good but was useless. If he knew that Zhang Fan had an electric motor but, he would probably be jealous to death.
Okay.
When the girls heard Qin Xiqing say that he would take them to Shanglong Winery and Haiti Feast, they became excited. The Haitian Feast is a famous elite gathering in Shanghai.
People without status and position are not qualified to attend.
Then, Xu Bingqin, Ho Shangyan, Wei Yanli, and He Xia got into Qin Xiqing's luxury car and drove towards Shanglong Winery.
Bingqin, don't be sad. When you go out to play, you should be happy. It's just an ex-boyfriend, isn't it? We broke up. Think about it. If you were with him, would you be able to ride in a luxury car? Would you have the opportunity to attend elite gatherings at the Haitian Feast?
As the saying goes, it's better to cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle.
What's there to be sad about for a loser like that?
Seeing Xu Bingqin looking depressed, her best friend He Xia took her arm and tried to comfort her.
That's right, being handsome is useless. Does he have as much money as Sichun? Does he have as much status as Sichun? He has nothing but a pretty face.
After he graduates and enters society, and is beaten by society, he will know what it means that rich people can do whatever they want. In my opinion, a poor guy like him is just a loser, nothing. Xu Bingqin's best friend Ho Shangyang also comforted her.
Although Zhang Fan was not present, he continued to mock and slander her.
On the one hand, he comforted Xu Bingqin, and on the other hand, of course, he flattered Qin Xiqing. If she knew the sinister and vicious plans in Qin Xiqing and Li Heng's minds, she probably wouldn't have said that.
Beauty, he's just a man. Look at us, which one of us is not better than that loser Zhang Fan?
We are rich people, so we should live a rich life. Think about it, we eat Western food, steak, and seafood. What does that loser eat? Fast food, takeout, fried rice noodles, pork trotter rice, are they of the same level? If you are with him, it will be pure suffering. Li Hong from Class 1, sophomore year, looked at Xu Bingqin's melancholy face and said indignantly. He was eager to say any words that could mock Zhang Fan, because he hated Zhang Fan to the core. Yes, I know. Listening to her bestie and Li Hang's words, Xu Bingqin forced a faint smile on her pretty face. It's not that easy to forget. Here is an invitation, one for each of us. Let's experience and enjoy the life of the rich tonight. Arriving at Shanglong Winery, Li Hong took out 8 exquisite invitations from his pocket. After the staff at the door checked them, Qin Sicheng parked his car in the open-air parking lot and entered the Haiti feast. Chapter 64, Isn't he a loser? How did he get in? Shanglong Winery, a Haitian feast. This is a complex of buildings that combines Chinese and Western styles, a holiday resort that integrates hotels, conferences, golf, entertainment, banquets, and private leisure. There is garden-style greening, 2 majestic stone lions at the door, fake fountain water, swimming pool, and the open air is filled with exquisite steaks, red wine, fruit salad, cakes, Western food, etc. In the open-air parking lot, Land Rover, Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, Porsche, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Lexus, all luxury cars worth over 1 million yuan, are parked in the open air. The moment they entered Shanglong Winery, He Xia, Ho Shanyan and Wei Yanli were all shocked by the luxury of the banquet. Is this the daily life of the upper class? He Xia, Ho Shanyan and Wei Yanli were all amazed. Only Xu Bingqin looked distraught, as if her soul had been taken away. Unfortunately, no matter how much she regretted, it was impossible for her to get back together with Zhang Fan. Forget it. Look, this is the life we should enjoy, not following him, living in a rented house, eating fast food, boxed lunches and pork knuckle rice every day. Seeing Xu Bingqin's depressed look, He Xia, Ho Shanyan and Wei Yanli all tried to comfort her. Miss Xu, you should be happy when you go out to play. Look at where we are now, the Haiti banquet, a gathering of elites. Those who can come in are the elites among the elites. What about Zhang Fan? Think about it, if you were with him, would you have a chance to come in? Forget about coming in, you can't even get through the gate of Shanglong Winery. Yes, Miss Xu, you see, we are all second-generation rich kids from Magic City University. Every one of us is 10 or 100 times better than Zhang Fan. Dumping him is definitely a wise choice for you. Li Hong, Jiang Ping, and Chen Jibin also mocked Zhang Fan and tried to comfort Xu Bingqin. After all, men all care about their face. If you hang out with them but are still thinking about other men in your heart, who would feel good about that? I know. I don't miss him anymore, but I still feel a little sad. Xu Bingqin forced a smile on her face. Although she knew Zhang Fan had no money, she was unwilling to accept it. If Zhang Fan hadn't become handsome, she wouldn't feel bad at all, but Zhang Fan became handsome, and super handsome, which made her regretful. Things that were once unwanted have now become hot commodities and are in great demand. What's so sad about that? You have to think about our current status and identity. We are the symbol of rich people, and the loser is just a poor bastard. What's there to be sorry about? Li Hong said contemptuously. The more he was ridiculed, the happier he felt. Since Zhang Fan was not present, he naturally had to humiliate him behind his back. Otherwise, how could he make up for the grievance he suffered in the basketball hall? That's right. Think about that loser. Is he qualified to come to such a high-end party? Not to mention coming, I'm afraid he has never even heard of it. Do you know what this is called? This is called class, level, and social status. A loser will always be a loser, and it can't change. Even if he becomes handsome, he is still a loser. Jiang Ping and Li Hang exchanged glances and used various methods to humiliate and slander Zhang Fan in front of several beauties, letting them know what a rich man, what money, power, and status meant. As for Zhang Fan, the more he belittled and stepped on, the happier he felt. Yes, I know. Listening to what Li Hang and Jiang Ping said, Xu Bingqin gradually felt more cheerful. Although it was sad and regretful, just as his girlfriends, Li Hang and Jiang Ping said, although Zhang Fan became handsome, he was still a loser after all. Zhang Fan might never have the chance to attend such a high-end banquet in his lifetime. Right, that's right. As the saying goes, people live in groups and things are classified according to their own kind. We are people of status and position, so we should enjoy a high-quality life. As for that kind of loser, let him eat fast food and pork knuckle rice for the rest of his life. Seeing the smile on Xu Bingqin's face, Li Hong, Zhang Ping, and Chen Jibin all had smug smiles on their faces. So what if he is handsome? It is still devalued as worthless. Then, a group of people began to eat steak, drink red wine, taste fruit salad, and enjoy a high quality of life at an open-air banquet. However, when Qin Xiqing, Li Hong, Zhang Ping, Chen Jibin, Xu Bingqin, Xia, Ho Shangyang, and Wei Yanli were eating steak, drinking red wine, and chatting about life, suddenly a familiar and handsome figure came into their eyes. How is that possible? Looking at the familiar and handsome figure, Li Hong, Zhang Ping, and Chen Jibin were all stunned. Because that figure was Zhang Fan. How could he be here? Not only Li Hong, Zhang Ping, and Chen Jibin were stunned, but even Qin Xiqing looked bewildered. Because Zhang Fan was standing in the open-air venue of the Haiti banquet at this time, wearing a casual outfit, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, and surrounded by several stunning beauties, talking intimately with him. Isn't he a loser? How did he get in? Xia, Ho Shangyang, and Wei Yanli were also stunned when they saw the handsome figure standing in the open-air venue of Haiti Feast. Just now they were slandering and mocking Zhang Fan as a poor bastard and a loser, saying that he would never have the chance to come to such an occasion in his life, but they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, they would meet him at the Haiti banquet. On the other side, Zhang Fan was smiling, holding a glass of red wine, and chatting with a few beautiful young women. When he arrived, Qin Xiqing, Xu Bingqin, and others had not arrived yet. When Qin Xiqing, Li Hong, Zhang Ping, Chen Jibin, Xu Bingqin, Xia, Ho Shangyang, and Wei Yanli entered the Haitian feast at Shanglong Winery, Zhang Fan had already seen them, but he ignored them. Besides, a group of beautiful young women and wealthy ladies surrounded him, and he couldn't get away. Handsome guy, are you a star? Are you a star in the singing and entertainment industry? I think, if you are willing, I would like to make friends with you. Whether you are a star in the singing and entertainment industry or a star in the entertainment industry, I can invest in you. As long as you are willing? A young, beautiful, and plump young woman, wearing a red cheongsam, with a curvaceous figure, charming and sexy, was beside Zhang Fan, toasting and chatting. Handsome guy, she's offering to support you, so can I. As long as you're willing, I promise to make you a big star in the entertainment industry within 3 years. As long as you're willing to be my friend? Another beautiful rich woman held a glass of red wine in her fair hands, and her sexy and delicate little mouth lightly touched the red wine glass and took a sip. Although he was tasting the red wine, his eyes were always staring at Zhang Fan, as if he was extremely hungry and thirsty. Watching these scenes, Qin Xiqing, Li Hong, Zhang Ping, Chen Jibin, Xu Bingqin, Xia, Ho Shangyang, and Wei Yanli were all dumbfounded. Chapter 65, Do you suspect that I sneaked in? Zhang Fan, who was in the midst of many romantic encounters, smiled gently when he heard the rich women's insatiable desires. He once longed to meet a beautiful woman. But now that he has become handsome, beautiful girls want to meet him. The beautiful young women around him were toasting each other, and the signals of friendship they expressed were certainly not simple and ordinary friendships. Of course, they had to go deeper and get to the point. But Zhang Fan would naturally not agree. It was nothing more than novelty and curiosity, and I just chatted with the beautiful young women to pass the time. He came to Shanglong Winery, of course, not to accompany the beautiful young woman, but to place an order with goddess Lui Fei. However, the stunning goddess Lui Fei had an important meeting at the last minute, so he came first. Seeing the seductive eyes of the beautiful young ladies, the hungry and thirsty eyes in their pupils, and the tender little tongues sticking out from time to time, Zhang Fan understands. But, I just don't give it. The more Zhang Fan refused to give, the more itchy the beautiful young women felt. Then, a few of them started to compete with each other secretly. Handsome boy, I'm only 38 this year, very young. If you just make friends with me, luxury cars, mansions, and money are not a problem. A beautiful young woman stared at him with her beautiful eyes, like a hungry wolf, wanting to swallow him. Although she was holding a glass of Lafite red wine in her hand, it seemed that the wine could not quench the thirst in her heart. Little handsome boy, although I am a little older, if you make friends with me, I tell you, not only luxury cars, mansions, and money, I will even give you private jets and yachts. As long as the problem can be solved with money, it is not a problem. Beside him, another slightly older beautiful young woman was also staring at him and speaking domineeringly. A little older, naturally not age. But the cup. You. Several beautiful young women started to argue with each other. They were all rich women with money. Money was just a string of numbers to them. What they lacked was happiness. Now that they have met a handsome guy who can make them happy, they naturally don't want to fall into the hands of others. Looking at those beautiful young women, Zhang Fan just smiled gently. They are all a bunch of ruthless people, so how can there be a distinction between good and bad? Although he has an electric motor, but he is not a bus and not everyone can get on it. What's going on? Didn't you say he had no right to come in? Why is he here? Seeing Zhang Fan and several beautiful young women being so affectionate, Qin Xiqing's face turned dark. Just now he swore that Zhang Fan was a loser, but now, that loser is surrounded by a group of beautiful and wealthy women, like the moon surrounded by stars. This feeling is so painful that it is indescribable. Brother Chang, I don't know. Logically speaking, he definitely doesn't have the qualifications to come in. I got these 8 invitations by asking my dad for help. How could he, a loser, have an invitation? Li Hong frowned, full of doubts. After all, this is a Haitian feast hosted by Shanglong Winery, and those who can come in are all social elites, either rich or noble. But who is Zhang Fan? He is just a poor loser, how could he be qualified to come in? You mean to say he didn't have an invitation? Qin Xiqing's pupils shrank when he heard Li Heng's words. If there really is no invitation, then things might not be that simple. Brother Chang, I'm sure he didn't. Li Heng said, patting his chest. He had gotten the 8 invitations from his father, so he knew very well how difficult it was to get an invitation to the Haiti banquet. Not only did one need to be rich, but one also needed to have a sufficient status. Well, since he doesn't have an invitation, it makes things much easier. Qin Xiqing's eyes turned cold and a sinister smile appeared on his face. After saying that, he brought Li Hong, Zhang Ping, and Chen Jibin to Zhang Fan. Hey, isn't this classmate Zhang Fan? What a coincidence, isn't it? Walking in front of Zhang Fan, Li Heng began to speak in a sarcastic tone. Zhang Fan glanced at them and continued chatting with a few beautiful young women, not bothering to pay attention. Student Zhang Fan, you forgot your classmates after you left school? Or did you run away from home and sneak here to eat? Li Heng felt secretly happy as he saw Zhang Fan ignoring him. He doesn't even dare to say hello. Isn't this just a guilty conscience? It seems that the lesson from last time was not enough. Zhang Fan glared at Qin Xiqing, Li Hong, Zhang Ping, and Chen Jibin. Very strong flavor. Yo, did you hit a sore spot? Li Heng's eyes looking at Zhang Fan not only did not restrain, but became even more rampant. Because he thought he had touched Zhang Fan's sore spot, so Zhang Fan threatened like this. Unfortunately, this is Haiti Feast, not a basketball stadium. If you know what's good for you, get out of here now. Zhang Fan glared at Li Heng. Even though they were classmates, he hated these people to the extreme. Last time in the college basketball hall, Qin Xiqing was forced to his knees, and now Li Heng jumped out again. Student Zhang Fan, you are the one who is not tactful. You are a poor loser who eats pig's trotters and lives in a rented house, but you actually came to the Haitian feast at Shanglong Winery. Don't you think this is abnormal? Li Heng tilted his head, neck, and mouth, staring at Zhang Fan in a rude manner. Zhang Fan's anger grew stronger, but he showed a scornful smile on his face. Do you think he sneaked in? If it was in the past, he really didn't have the qualifications. But now. He said that he had 300 million in his bank account and that Louis Fei, the president of the Hersey Group, was his woman. Li Heng and Qin Xiqing could not afford to offend any of them. But now, Qin Xiqing, Li Hong, Zhang Ping, and Chen Jibin actually came to pick a fight with him? Yes. I eat pig's trotter rice and I live in a rented house, but what does this have to do with you? Zhang Fan smiled contemptuously and said calmly. Hearing the handsome Zhang Fan's words, the 2 beautiful young women next to him stared at him with their almond-shaped eyes and said distressfully. Little handsome boy, you are so handsome, how can your life be so miserable? If you just make friends with me, I promise that you will live a prosperous life for the rest of your life. Little handsome boy, don't listen to him. If you make friends with me, I promise to let you drive a luxury car, live in a luxury house, wear fine clothes and eat delicious food, and enjoy endless enjoyment. Hearing the words of the beautiful young woman, Zhang Fan smiled slightly. Seeing the beautiful young women's fans, Li Heng felt even more sad and said sarcastically. If it was outside, it really has nothing to do with me, but now you are at Shanglong Winery and Haiti Feast, so this matter has something to do with me. Do you suspect I sneaked in? Zhang Fan smiled contemptuously. What do you think? Do you think you deserve an invitation to the Haitian feast? Li Heng tilted his neck, twisted his mouth, and smiled sinisterly. Chapter 66, Is he really a thief? Jiang Fan smiled when he heard Li Heng's words. But he didn't laugh out loud. Because an idea of fighting evil with evil emerged in his mind. You're right, I don't have an invitation. Jiang Fan smiled contemptuously. Because he came in through the VIP channel. For a real big shot, faces the biggest invitation letter. Why does he need an invitation letter? You admit it, right? But do you know what you are doing? You are an adult should be responsible for their actions. Li Hong was very excited. He also didn't expect that Jiang Fan would admit so quickly that he didn't have an invitation letter. Since there was no invitation letter, don't blame him for being cruel. Then tell me, what responsibility do you want me to take? Jiang Fan smiled calmly. Just like a cat playing with mouse. You barged into the party without permission. Your behavior is suspicious. I think it is necessary to ask you to go to the police station. Li Heng smiled wickedly, then waved his hand and shouted, "Security, come here." Seeing Li Hong waving, the security guard rushed over immediately. "Hello, sir, how can I help you?" The security guard came up to Li Heng and said respectfully. "It's like this, Mr. Jiang, he doesn't have an invitation letter. I suspect he came in to steal something, so I hope you can check carefully. If you are sure there is no invitation letter, I hope you can deal with it seriously." Li Hong narrowed his eyes, looked at the security guard, then pointed at Jiang Fan with a sinister smile on his face. As long as the theft is proven, he will find a way to make Jiang Fan spend the rest of his life in jail. No invitation? The security guard's pupils were startled, and he put on a bitter face. "Sir, please don't joke with me like this. I'm just a small security guard, please don't play this on me." After all, he was just a small security guard. Those who could come in here were either rich or noble. He dared not offend them rashly. If he offended one accidentally, he would be in big trouble. "Why would I tease you? This is your duty. Check it for me. I will take responsibility for any problems you may have." Suddenly, Li Heng's eyes widened. He didn't expect that today's security guards are so timid that they don't even dare to search people's bodies. But how could he know that the security industry also has its own tricks, that is to observe words and expressions? When the security guard came over, he saw Jiang Fan, who was so handsome, suave, and elegant. How could such a person be a thief? Unless the security guard is blind or mentally retarded, no one would be stupid enough to conduct a body search. Moreover, although he is a security guard, he also often reads online novels. Many security guards have been slapped in the face by the protagonists because of their short-sightedness. But he doesn't want to be the security guard who gets slapped in the face. "Sir, you can see that it was this gentleman who reported you. I have absolutely no intention of offending you, so please show me the invitation letter, or show me some evidence that proves you entered the banquet." The security guard looked pious. "You useless idiot. You are so submissive even for such a small matter." Looking at the security guard's cautious look, Li Hong looked down on him several times. "I don't have an invitation." Looking at the security guard, Jiang Fan did not embarrass him and said truthfully, "But my friend can prove it." "Humph. Without an invitation, it's trespassing, it's theft. Do you know what this crime is? This is theft and trespassing. Just wait for your time in jail." Li Hong felt very relieved after hearing Jiang Fan's words. Without an invitation letter, you still dare to speak so pompously. Remember what you just said. If I am guilty, you can punish me according to the law. But if I am not guilty, do you know what you are doing? I tell you, it is defamation. Jiang Fan smiled lightly. Because he recorded everything Li Hong said just now with his mobile phone. "Since you want to play, I'll play with you." "Humph. You dare to tell me the law? Don't say you don't have an invitation. Even if you do have an invitation, you can't produce it now. What if I slander you? I'm officially telling you now that I suspect you of theft and trespassing at a private house party. I'm going to send you to jail." Hearing Jiang Fan's words, Li Hong became more excited. "You actually said he was slandering you? Do you think he was scared by a 3-year-old child? You still don't want to search me?" Li Hong glared fiercely. After hearing what Li Heng said, the security guard was also hesitant. Then he took out the walkie-talkie, called a few security guards over, and then explained the situation again. After several security guards knew the whole story, they looked at Jiang Fan politely and said, "Sir, since this gentleman reported you, you have to produce evidence to prove your innocence, otherwise it will be difficult for us to handle it." "I don't have an invitation."
Jiang Fan smiled lightly and said calmly. If you don't have an invitation letter, then I'm afraid we can only ask you to go to the police station.
Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to explain. Several security guards said politely. Although they did not want to offend the distinguished guest, they had no choice but to deal with the matter impartially if they could not produce evidence.
See? This is your ex-boyfriend who made you cry. Not only is he poor, but he's also a thief. Forget about him. It's not worth it.
Next to her, looking at Jiang Fan's embarrassed expression, Xia took Xu Bingqin's hand and said with emotion.
Yes.
Being poor is not terrible, but being so poor that you have no ambition and just run out to steal is really despicable. Her best friend Ho Shangyang also looked down upon Jiang Fan and slandered him.
Oh, I never expected that. He looks handsome, but he's actually a thief. Wei Yanli also felt a sense of emotion.
At first, she was also confused. Logically speaking, a poor guy like Jiang Fan had no right to come in. Until Li Hong revealed his true identity, he was actually a thief.
Is he really a thief?
Xu Bingqin felt even more uncomfortable when she looked at Jiang Fan's handsome figure. At this moment, she was in a very conflicted mood. On the one hand, she hoped that Jiang Fan was not a thief, but on the other hand, she wanted to see Jiang Fan in despair. Perhaps, this is the mentality of wanting to destroy something if you can't get it. Beside them, Qin Xiqing, Jiang Ping, and Chen Jibin all looked at Jiang Fan coldly.
Although they did not say anything, they were secretly happy in their hearts. As long as they could see Jiang Fan in such a miserable and embarrassing state, they would feel very happy.
If they could really send Jiang Fan to jail, it would be the best of both worlds.
What? Are you scared now? Weren't you just accusing me of slander? Why can't you produce any evidence? Seeing Jiang Fan's indifferent look, Li Hong felt very happy. He tilted his neck, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and looked like a rogue.
He thought Jiang Fan was indifferent because he was afraid, but he didn't know that Jiang Fan didn't take the matter to heart, so he appeared calm.
Let's go. Send him to the police station. Once he's in jail, we'll take good care of him.
Li Hang smiled coldly and said excitedly.
However, at this moment, Jiang Fan calmly took out his cell phone from his pocket and said, Yifei, are you here? Chapter 67, What did you say? President Lu's boyfriend? Yeah, we'll be there soon.
A tender and gentle voice came from the phone.
Good.
Jiang Fan smiled lightly and hung up the phone.
Ha! You think you can solve the problem by calling someone? I tell you, you are breaking the law. Even if you call Jesus, he can't save you.
Seeing Jiang Fan making a phone call, Li Hong tilted his neck, squinted his cold eyes, stared at Jiang Fan, and a smug expression appeared on his face. Qin Xiqing, Jiang Ping, and Chen Jibin also stared at Jiang Fan with a look of gloating.
Bingqin, see. This is the true face of your ex-boyfriend. Not only is he poor, he's also a thief.
Her best friend Xia held Xu Bingqin's hand, stared at Jiang Fan with disdain, her eyes full of sourness, and slandered him in Xu Bingqin's ear.
Xu Bingqin nodded slightly.
Seeing Jiang Fan in such a miserable state, she felt a little sad, but also a little happy, which was very contradictory. If you can't get it, you want to destroy it, but you also feel a little reluctant. Ho Shangyang and Wei Yanli also stared at Jiang Fan coldly, as if they were waiting to watch a show. Jiang Fan still looked calm. Only a group of security guards, after hearing Jiang Fan's phone call, suddenly seemed to realize something. Sir, when you called just now, you addressed Yifei on the phone.
Was it President Lu Yifei?
A security guard stared at Jiang Fan and said seriously. When he saw Jiang Fan for the first time, he knew that Jiang Fan must be an extraordinary person. He was handsome, suave, loved by everyone, and whenever he saw flowers bloomed, whenever cars saw him, their tires would burst.
How could such a handsome young man be a thief? Even if it's a thief, it will only be a heart thief. A thief who steals the hearts of beautiful women. But the idiot Li Hong was aggressive and asked him to search him. Fortunately, he was more careful and had a brief conversation with the handsome guy. Although it was just a few words, it also revealed a very important message. The handsome guy said, I don't have an invitation letter. But my friend can prove it. At that time, he was wondering, who was the friend the handsome guy was talking about.
At this moment, he heard the handsome guy calling the other party Yifei, and immediately he realized the seriousness of the problem.
Yes. Jiang Fan smiled gently and looked at the security guard. Are you President Lu's friend?
The security guard swallowed.
Jiang Fan nodded.
The security guard was very polite, so he respected him very much.
Hello, Mr. Jiang.
Seeing Jiang Fan nod, the security guard immediately stood up straight and saluted.
Hello, Mr. Jiang.
Seeing the captain salute, the group of security guards nearby immediately straightened their backs and saluted together.
Fuck.
Li Hong smiled disdainfully and said, "He's just a poor bastard, and you guys salute him.
Do you really think he knows some CEO?"
Hearing Li Hong's words, a group of security guards looked at Li Hong with sympathy in their eyes. "If you kneel down and apologize to me now, maybe I can sympathize with you and forgive you this time." Looking at Li Hong's arrogant expression, Jiang Fan glanced at him disdainfully.
Kneel down and apologize to you? You have a pig brain, don't you? I'm telling you, if I don't get you in today, I'm not called Li Hong. Li Hong twisted his mouth and looked down on Jiang Fan.
He hated Jiang Fan so much that his teeth itched and he hated him to the core.
How could he possibly kneel down to Jiang Fan? What's more, he knew Jiang Fan inside and out. How could a poor guy who only ate pork trotters and lived in a rented house possibly know a CEO? This little trick may be used to scare the security guards. Brother Chang, he doesn't really know any President Liu, does he?
Beside him, Jiang Ping felt a little confused. Because Jiang Fan was too calm, so calm that it was shocking.
Hearing Jiang Ping's words, Qin Siqing smiled coldly and said, "Do you know the richest man in Magic City?"
"Yes."
Jiang Ping was puzzled and nodded. Who doesn't know the richest man in Shanghai? We often see him on TV, on the internet, and in newspapers. Who doesn't know him? Does the richest man in Demon City know you?
Qin Siqing smiled coldly.
You mean to say that although he knows President Liu doesn't know him, and he is just bluffing?
Suddenly, Jiang Ping's eyes lit up, as if he had been enlightened. It's like a calculus problem is placed in front of you, and you have been thinking hard about it for a long time but can't solve it. But after some guidance from an expert, your mind immediately becomes clear.
That's right.
Although I know who President Liu is, President Liu doesn't know me. Think about it, why would a poor guy like him get to know someone who I don't even have the chance to get to know? Qin Siqing said seriously. After all, President Liu Yifei is a successful and well-known figure in the business world of Shanghai. She is a graduate student and runs the family business, the Hilsey Group. She is worth hundreds of millions. How could a loser like Jiang Fan know such an awesome person? Unless the sun rises from the west. Brother Chang is right. Even I was almost deceived by him. Suddenly, Jiang Ping smiled. Listening to Brother Chang's talk is better than reading for 10 years.
Bingqin, see, this is the man you're crying for and can't let go of. He's about to go to jail, and you still say you know President Liu? What a loser.
He held Shu Bingqin's little hand, staring at Jiang Fan with contempt on her face.
A loser is a loser.
A man should have dignity, a tree should have bark.
He has no identity or status, and yet he sneaks into a high-end banquet like Haiti Feast. He is really shameless.
Her best friend Ho Xiangyang also stared at Jiang Fan indignantly, ridiculing and mocking him.
If you can't get it, you want to see the other person destroyed.
Once resentment and jealousy grow in one's heart, one will become extremely cruel in what he says and does.
What are you still standing there for? He said he knows President Liu? Do you think he really knows President Liu? I know President Liu too, but does President Liu know me? Does President Liu know him?
Looking at a group of security guards standing there like wooden stakes, Li Hong felt very depressed. No wonder he is a security guard. With this level of awareness, he can only be a security guard for the rest of his life. After hearing Li Hong's words, the group of security guards still stood straight and motionless.
If you want to use them as guns, you're dreaming. Although they are security guards, they are not stupid. Handsome boy, do you really know President Liu Yifei?
Next to them, several beautiful young women heard what Jiang Fan said and stared at him in surprise. Because Liu Yifei is a well-known beauty in the business circle, if this handsome guy is Liu Yifei's type, then they will probably be heartbroken.
Jiang Fan nodded gently and said with a smile, I am her boyfriend.
What, you are President Liu's boyfriend? Suddenly, the hearts of a group of beautiful young women were broken.
It's really Liu Yifei's cup of tea.
It's cruel to lose it before you even get it.
What? What did you say? President Liu's boyfriend?
Hearing what Jiang Fan and the beautiful young woman said, Li Hong immediately smiled.
Almost burst out laughing.
It was already outrageous to say that he knew President Liu, but unexpectedly, Jiang Fan said something even more outrageous now, actually saying that he was President Liu's boyfriend. Chapter 68. Would such a charming and stunning CEO fall for him? Humph. What a joke. A toad wants to eat swan meat. A poor loser dares to say that he is President Liu's boyfriend? Jiang Ping looked at Jiang Fan with disdain. He had some doubts in his heart before, but after listening to Qin Xiqing's words, he was convinced that Jiang Fan was just bluffing. He is a complete loser. How could a stunningly beautiful CEO fall for him? Bing Qin, you see. This is the ex-boyfriend you can't bear to let go of. He's a loser, a poor bastard, and a thief, that's all. But now, for the sake of vanity, you're saying that you're CEO Liu's boyfriend? He Xiao looked at Jiang Fan with disdain and kept mocking and slandering him in Xu Bingqin's ear. Humph. The sorrow of being poor. Fortunately, I don't have much contact with people like this, otherwise, I would have been eating endless pig's trotter rice for the rest of my life. Ho Xiangyang and Wei Yanli also mocked him, as if Jiang Fan was an unforgivable criminal. Jiang Fan, are you really a thief? If so, apologize to Li Xiao and I will plead for you. Xu Bingqin stared at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes. Although she hoped that Jiang Fan would fall into misery, she couldn't bear it. So, she struggled for a long time and said to Jiang Fan, Bingqin, are you stupid? He has already broken up with you, and you still want to plead for him? That's right, this kind of pure loser should be sent to jail. He Xia, Ho Xiangyang, and Wei Yanli spoke even more harshly after hearing Xu Bingqin's words. It's definitely a poisonous tongue. Hearing the ridicule and mockery from his classmates, Jiang Fan remained calm, but in his heart he was mourning for Li Hang. Because he would let some people know the consequences later. So, he was not in a hurry. When a group of security guards heard Jiang Fan say that he was President Liu's boyfriend, they immediately stood up straighter, focused, and their eyes were bright. Because Liu Fei is not only the president of the Hilsey Group, but also a shareholder of Shanglong Winery. In other words, she is their boss. Don't you have to behave well in front of your boss's husband? What a bunch of useless trash. Looking at the group of cowardly security guards, Li Hong looked at them with disdain and sneered. At this time, a red Ferrari luxury sports car slowly drove into Shanglong Winery, causing quite a commotion at the entrance. What caused the commotion, of course, was not the luxury car, but the beauty sitting in it. A stunning beauty. Who's here? There are so many people surrounding such a big event? Looking at the chaotic scene, He Xia, Ho Xiangyang, and Wei Yanli were all curious. Come on, let's go check it out. Qin Xiqing, Jiang Ping, and Shen Jibin were also very curious and wanted to meet the important person to increase their personal experience. Li Hong naturally did not follow. He stayed with Jiang Fan, thinking about how to deal with him. But he didn't know that a disaster was about to happen. Then, Qin Xiqing, Jiang Ping, Shen Jibin, Xu Bingqin, He Xia, Ho Xiangyang, and Wei Yanli came to the crowd and were stunned when they saw the beautiful woman getting out of the Ferrari luxury car. Wow! Who is this beauty? She is so beautiful. I never thought there would be such a stunning beauty in the world. Jiang Ping and Shen Jibin were completely stunned. It was as if I was walking on an endless lawn and was suddenly struck by lightning, and my mind went blank. Because it is so beautiful. She is as beautiful as a fairy. Fuck. She's so beautiful and she drives a Ferrari? She is so stunningly beautiful. He Xia, Ho Xiangyang, and Wei Yanli were also stunned, or rather, felt sad. We are both women, but she is so beautiful, gorgeous, and drives a luxury car. It would be a lie to say I am not jealous. Even the school hunk Qin Xiqing swallowed his saliva. Because it's so beautiful. In terms of beauty, only the campus belle Chu Shirin from Shanghai University can compare with her. However, in terms of temperament, she is more elegant and charming than Chu Shirin. When he saw it for the first time, he was deeply attracted by it. It was poetic, picturesque, and beautiful like an immortal. Brother Chang, who is this beautiful woman? After Jiang Ping came to his senses from his obsession, he asked in a daze beside Qin Xiqing. A goddess of this level is absolutely rare. The stunning CEO of Hersey Group, Liu Fei. Qin Xiqing calmed himself down and said foolishly. Even though he is the campus hunk of Shanghai University, in front of Liu Fei, he can only be a bootlicker and doesn't even have the chance to be one. She is President Liu Fei? Jiang Ping was stunned, with a look of amazement on his face. After a moment's silence, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Because Jiang Fan said that he was the boyfriend of the stunning CEO Louis Fei. Now that the stunning CEO is here, Jiang Fan can only wait for his lie to be exposed. As long as the lie is exposed, what awaits Jiang Fan is jail. In an instant, Qin Xiqing, Jiang Ping, and Chen Jibin all looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Bing Qin, did you see that? The stunning CEO of the Hersey Group, such a beautiful, rich, and charming CEO, would fall for him? Looking at Louis Fei's stunning figure, He Xia felt jealous but couldn't help laughing. Because it's so beautiful. How could such a stunningly beautiful goddess president fall for a loser? I know he's a liar. Xu Bingqin nodded dejectedly. When she saw Louis Fei for the first time, she knew that Jiang Fan was a liar. Because the stunning CEO Louis Fei is so beautiful, she looks like a fairy who is not of this world. How could such a stunning CEO fall for Jiang Fan? Jiang Fan, didn't you say that President Liu is your girlfriend? Now that President Liu is here, are you happy? Or are you scared? Looking at the chaotic scene at the banquet and knowing that the person coming was the stunning CEO Louis Fei, Li Heng smiled, tilted his neck, and stared at Jiang Fan. You're the one who should be afraid. Hearing Li Heng's words, Jiang Fan smiled lightly. In the past, he wouldn't have believed it. But now he is completely different from before. Think about the passion with Louis Fei last night, on the dining table, on the balcony, in the bedroom, in the bathroom, on the sofa, they all left strong traces of love. Look at the scene at the banquet now, countless men, elites, supporters of Louis Fei, flocking to her. If these people knew that Louis Fei was with him the night before and last night, they would probably be heartbroken. Humph. You are about to die, but you are still stubborn. Li Heng tilted his neck and glared fiercely. After all, in his opinion, this was an impossible thing, or rather, in everyone's opinion, it was an impossible thing. However, at this moment, the stunning CEO Louis Fei, wearing a white evening gown, like the brightest star in the sky, walked towards Jiang Fan step by step, supported by a group of elites. Chapter 69, This kind of person deserves it. Louis Fei wore a white evening dress, her long black hair was tied up on her head, she had an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, long eyelashes, big eyes, a sexy pink cherry mouth, white teeth, and a charming smile. With just a smile, she was stunningly beautiful. A fair jade neck, an off-shoulder evening dress, fair and tender skin, a stunning chest, a sexy waist, a firm butt, and long slender legs. The moment she got out of the Ferrari sports car, she became the focus of everyone's attention. The elites, the nouveau riche, lawyers, and rich young men are all obsessed with her, and their fans are beside her, showing her their courtesy in every way possible. However, countless outstanding people flocked to her, but she ignored them and walked towards Jiang Fan step by step. Wow! She's so beautiful. She's walking towards me. Could she be attracted to me? Looking at the stunning CEO Louis Fei walking towards him step by step, Li Heng's mind seemed to have short-circuited, and everything went blank. Because it is so beautiful. Gorgeous and beautiful, with a unique temperament. Unfortunately, when Li Heng was filled with endless fantasies and deep love for the goddess, Louis Fei walked past him without even looking at him and went straight to Jiang Fan. Fan, I'm sorry, I'm late. Louis Fei walked up to Jiang Fan, stretched out her fair and delicate little hand, held Jiang Fan's hand, and said gently. Suddenly, Li Heng's head exploded with a buzzing sound. How is it possible? Why would the stunning CEO hold his hand? Looking at this scene, he was completely dumbfounded, as if he was struck by lightning. Is he really President Liu's boyfriend? Not only Li Heng was dumbfounded, Jiang Ping, Chen Jibin, and Qin Xiqing were all dumbfounded. They never dreamed that what Jiang Fan said was actually true. After the stunning CEO Louis Fei arrived, she actually held Jiang Fan's hand and apologized to him. How could this be? How could he be President Liu's boyfriend? Suddenly, He Xia, Ho Xiangyang, and Wei Yanli were all stunned. My mind is in a state of confusion. Is he really President Liu's boyfriend? Seeing the sweet relationship between the stunning CEO Louis Fei and Jiang Fan, Xu Bingqin's heart felt like it was stabbed by a sword, and she felt extremely heartbroken. The boyfriend she once dumped is now together with the stunning CEO. Seeing him being doted on by the stunning CEO, her heart aches like a knife. In an instant, tears began to flow from his eyes again. Just as everyone was surprised and shocked, a group of security guards immediately saluted and shouted respectfully. Hello, President Liu. Hearing the voices of a group of security colleagues, Louis Fei smiled slightly and said, Hello. Thank you for your hard work. Serving the people is not hard for us. A group of security guards shouted in high spirits. Louis Fei nodded gently, then took Jiang Fan's arm with her fair and delicate little hand and said softly, Let's go in. Hearing Louis Fei's words, Zhang Fan smiled gently, glanced at Li Hong with his star-like eyes, and then said to Louis Fei, "Wait a moment, there are still some things that have not been dealt with." "Anything else?" Louis Fei stared at Zhang Fan, her pretty face full of sexual happiness. "Yes." Zhang Fan said calmly. "President Liu, this is what happened." Seeing that the president's husband did not elaborate, security guard Wang Baoxiang smiled obsequiously and told Louis Fei what had just happened here. "You actually slandered my husband as a thief?" After listening to the security guard's report, Louis Fei's beautiful eyes turned cold and she looked at Li Hang. Suddenly, Li Hang's heart trembled. Not only my heart, but also my legs, feet and body were trembling. Because offending the loser Zhang Fan and offending the stunning president of the Hersey Group, Louis Fei, are two completely different concepts. Since he has the guts to defamation, then send him to the police station, notify the Ministry of Justice, and sue him for defamation. Just tell the Ministry of Justice and apply for the maximum sentence. Louis Fei's beautiful eyes turned cold and she said calmly. Why would she need to do this kind of small matter herself? As long as she told the legal department, the company's legal advisor would find a bunch of evidence and ensure that Li Hang would spend a few years in jail. Yes, President Liu. Hearing Louis Fei's words, a group of security guards saluted respectfully and then looked at Li Hang. Suddenly, Li Hang was dumbfounded. Xin Siqing, Zhang Ping, Chen Jibin, Xia, Ho Shangyang, and Wei Yanli were all dumbfounded. They never dreamed that the final situation would turn out like this. Now, Louis Fei's words have been followed by the law. Li Hang has been convicted of defamation and will be jailed for several years. Thump! After Li Hang came to his senses from his trance, he immediately knelt on the ground with a plop, crawled in front of Zhang Fan, and begged for mercy. Zhang Fan, no. Zhang Xiao, I know I was wrong, please let me go. Seeing Li Hang's panic-stricken expression, Zhang Fan didn't say anything but waved his hand. Let him go? Humph! How is that possible? I let them go at the gym, but when I got to the Haitian feast, they jumped out again. He is not the Virgin Mary. He is vindictive, he will take revenge for his grudges and he will take revenge for his grievances. He will punish anyone who wants to mess with him. Seeing Zhang Fan waving his hand, a group of security guards immediately stepped forward, grabbed Li Hang's arms, and dragged him out like a dog. Master Jiang, please let me go, please let me go. Brother Chang, save me, Brother Chang, please save me. Bingqin, please plead for me, plead for me. Ah! It sounded like a dead dog, desolate and miserable. Sadly, no one sympathized. No one dared to stand up and speak. How satisfying it is to be humiliated, slandered and ridiculed, how miserable it will be when revenge comes. Xin Siqing, Zhang Ping, Chen Jibin, Xia, Ho Shangyang, Wei Yanli, all stared at Li Hang being dragged away by a group of security guards, but none of them dared to stand out. They even stepped back a few steps, with fear in their eyes, secretly glancing at Zhang Fan, worried that they would be implicated. It's what he deserves. People like this deserve it. Sending him to jail is a light punishment for slandering the male god. Death is not a pity. Several beautiful young women nearby applauded as they watched Li Hang being dragged away. When they humiliated the handsome guy just now, they kept admonishing him, but unfortunately Li Hang didn't listen and became aggressive. Now that he is sent to prison, it is really gratifying. Let's go in. Watching Li Hang kneel down and then be dragged away, Zhang Fan's star-like eyes swept over Qin Siqing, Zhang Ping, and others. Seeing the latter's timid expressions, he smiled lightly and said to Louis Fei. Louis Fei stared at Zhang Fan with her beautiful eyes and nodded slightly. Then, under the envious gazes of a group of beautiful young women, she took Zhang Fan's arm and walked into the inner courtyard of the Haitian banquet. At the same time, Haitian feast, inner court. The second-generation rich man Han Chen, wearing a Brioni suit, is looking forward to the arrival of the stunning goddess Louis Fei. Chapter 70, How dare he associate with Mr. Han-S woman? Haitian feast, inner court. Han Chen, the president of Han Group, was wearing a Brioni suit and had his hair gelled, looking energetic. But in reality, the kidneys have been hollowed out. At this time, he was sitting on the sofa in a luxurious suite in the inner courtyard, with a graceful beauty sitting on his lap. The beauty was wearing sexy black stockings, twisting her slender waist and rubbing against the inside of his thigh, which was charming and moving. The pictures are erotic, exciting and provocative. However, although his heart was burning, he couldn't raise his head. Okay, stop being so naughty, you are not the protagonist today. Han Chen glanced at the beautiful woman in black stockings and said coldly.
This beauty is not an ordinary amateur. Her name is Isha. She is a dancer and is well known in the entertainment industry. She follows Han Shen in order to get ahead. At this moment, the beauty heard Han Shen's words, pouted her cherry lips, and said softly, "Brother Chen, I have been with you for so long, am I not as important as her in your heart?" The voice is soft, but full of sourness. "You and her?" Han Shen glanced at her and said, "You are just a pet and she is the queen. Who do you think is more important?" The beautiful woman's heart was broken when she heard Han Shen's words. However, this is the unspoken rule in the business and entertainment circles. Then, the beautiful Isa took off her black stockings and changed into a dress. Han Shen sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and smoked a cigar. "Boss Han, President Liu is here." A bodyguard walked in from the door and reported. "Okay, I understand." Hearing the bodyguard's words, Han Shen blew out a smoke ring, extinguished the cigar in his hand, smiled sinisterly, and walked out of the luxury suite. "Hello, President Han." "Hello, President Han." He walked out of the luxurious suite and came to the inner courtyard, where the wealthy people and elites all greeted him politely. "Well." Han Shen walked down the stairs, looking very happy, and nodded in response. "Boss Han, I heard that you and President Liu of the Hills Group will be getting married today. I would like to congratulate you on getting your beautiful wife. You are a perfect match." Su Min, an elite in the business field, walked up to Han Shen with a glass of red wine in his hand and flattered him. Han Shen glanced at Su Min, reached out from the banquet table beside him, picked up a glass of red wine, and said with a smile, "Thank you for the congratulations, Mr. Su, and thank you for your support. Come, have a drink." Cheers. The two of them clinked their glasses happily and toasted. Everything was wonderful. "Congratulations, President Han. I wish President Han and President Liu a happy marriage and a baby soon." "Congratulations, President Han. I wish President Han and President Liu a happy marriage and many children." Looking at Han Shen, a group of elites in the business field gathered around him and flattered him. When they received the invitation, they already knew that the purpose of attending the Haitian feast today, in addition to expanding their social circle, was more importantly, to congratulate Han Shen and Louis Fei on their marriage. But what they don't know is, this is just Han Shen's wishful thinking. Because Louis Fei didn't like Han Shen at all, or rather, she hated him. When Han Shen was 16, he spent money to find foreign girls in search of excitement and madness. He was reported and arrested and fined 5,000 yuan. Later on, it became even more outrageous. If he liked a woman, he would either give her money or drug her. In short, he would use any means to get her. Until I met Louis Fei. He missed. However, the more he couldn't get it, the stronger his desire became. Good. Good. Thank you all for giving face to Han, thank you all for your support. Han Shen had a bright look on his face, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, and greeting everyone. Cheers. Cheers. Then, he clinked glasses with a group of business elites, toasting each other as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. However, at this moment, a bodyguard walked in quickly from outside the door and whispered something in Han Shen's ear. Suddenly, Han Shen's face turned dark. "Are you sure?" Han Shen questioned. "Boss Han, it's absolutely true," the bodyguard said seriously. "Okay, I understand." Han Shen's eyes turned cold and he said sternly. Although there was a coldness in his eyes, there was still a faint smile on his face, a smile without any real smile. Then he gave a few more instructions to the bodyguard. "Understood, President Han." The bodyguard nodded, said respectfully, and left. At the same time, when Han Shen got the news, a group of business elites nearby also got the news. "What? There's a man next to Boss Liu? Who is so blind as to dare to seduce Boss Han's woman? Impossible? What man dares to cheat on Mr. Han? Does he want to die?" When they got the news, a group of business elites were shocked. All the business elites attending the banquet knew that the protagonists today were Han Shen and Louis Fei, but they did not expect that a Cheng Yaojin would appear halfway. "Is this information reliable?" "Boss, absolutely reliable." "Are you sure it's a handsome guy, more handsome than President Han?" "Boss, I'm sure he's definitely more handsome than President Han." When he was in the outer court, he had a group of young women fans. Later, when President Liu came, he held hands with President Liu. What the hell? Could it be some blind celebrity in the entertainment industry? A student from Magic City University? And a loser?
Boss, yes. He seemed to have had a conflict with a group of his classmates in the outer court. It was not until President Liu came that the situation was resolved. Diosi? How could the gorgeous CEO Louis Fei, who was worth hundreds of millions, fall for a pure loser? In an instant, in the inner court of Haiti Banquet, a group of wealthy and powerful business elite bosses received the news through various channels. All the elites in the business circle had never imagined that the stunningly beautiful CEO of the Hilsey Group would end up together with a loser. Although they all received news that the man was very handsome and was pursued by a group of young women in the outer court and asked for his contact information and phone number, they couldn't help but feel a little confused and curious. What kind of loser could be favored by the stunning CEO Louis Fei? Humph. No matter what kind of handsome guy he is, if he dares to cheat on President Han, he will definitely die. Poor loser. It's not wrong to work 20 years less to get close to a rich woman, but you have no eyes to see the woman of Mr. Han. I bet this pretty boy won't survive tonight. Although Louis Fei and the legendary handsome guy have not come in yet, a group of elite wealthy people in the business circle have already mourned in their hearts. Not to mention a loser, even the wealthy people in the business circle don't dare to hit on Louis Fei, otherwise, it would be his turn. Then, whether it was Han Chen or the elites in the business circle, they all fell silent tacitly, holding red wine in their hands, quietly waiting for the protagonist to appear. 5 minutes later, a stunning beauty in a white evening gown, holding the arm of a young handsome man, walked towards the inner courtyard. Chapter 71, Go and Call ISA. Haitian Feast, Outer Court. Louis Fei held Zhang Fan's arm and strolled on the lawn. It was already dark at this moment, and the sky was dotted with stars. Under the cover of the night, the handsome man and the beautiful woman were stunningly beautiful. Fan, it might be dangerous after entering the inner court? Louis Fei stared at Zhang Fan with her beautiful eyes, a hint of worry on her pretty face. The Haitian banquet is divided into the inner court and the outer court. The outer court is mainly a place for entertainment for young men, second-generation rich people, sons of wealthy people, young women, daughters of bosses, and rich women, while the inner court is a gathering place for business elites. To put it bluntly, those who are qualified to enter the inner court are all bosses in the Magic City's business circle. They are people of status and position, and they represent a symbol of identity. I know. Zhang Fan smiled gently. However, it's a piece of cake for him. If you're worried, we can stay out of there and figure it out later. Louis Fei held Zhang Fan tightly, perhaps because she was nervous, or perhaps because she was worried. No, I'm not worried. Zhang Fan shook his head and smiled slightly. He has encountered all kinds of dangers, including village tyrants, mountain ghosts, and local ruffians, but has he ever been afraid? Thank you. Louis Fei was very touched. Because he could have refused, but he didn't. Once you enter the inner court and face Han Chen, you will be in danger of death. But what she didn't know was that even if she didn't go in, she would still be in danger of death. Because Han Chen will not let them go. I am your man, and it is my duty to protect you. Zhang Fan stroked her delicate little hand and said calmly. There was a hint of crystal in Louis Fei's beautiful eyes, but it didn't fall out. Then, she took his arm and walked into the inner court. Haitian Feast, Inner Court. The moment Louis Fei and Zhang Fan walked into the inner court, they were enveloped by scorching gazes. Fuck. She really found a man. Fuck, he is indeed a pretty boy, he is so damn handsome, no wonder Mr. Liu likes him. He is indeed a fool who doesn't know how to live or die. He actually dared to touch Mr. Han's woman. The elites in the business circle were stunned when they saw Zhang Fan and Louis Fei. Because no one would have thought that in the Magic City, someone would dare to touch Han Chen's woman, and he was a poor loser and a pretty boy. At this moment, the business elites looked at Zhang Fan, their pupils filled with jealousy, sympathy, and sadness. I envy his looks, sympathize with his experience, and feel sad that he is dead. The moment Han Chen saw Louis Fei and Zhang Fan, he held the red wine glass in one hand and clenched the other hand into a fist. Although there was still a smile on his face, anyone could see that it was a cold smile. Ifei, you just need to come to the banquet, why did you bring a little brother with you? Looking at Louis Fei, Han Chen put down the red wine glass, forced a faint smile on his face, and walked in front of Louis Fei. As he spoke, he glanced at the handsome man. When he saw the man's appearance, he became even more annoyed, with a hint of jealousy in his anger. Because this man is so handsome. He is definitely a rare pretty boy in the world, a favorite of rich women and young women. He's not my little brother, he's my boyfriend. Louis Fei said this with a cold expression, without even looking at Han Chen. When Han Shen heard Lui Fei's words, the corner of his mouth twitched, but he did not lose his temper in front of everyone. He doesn't want to become a laughingstock in the business community of Shanghai. Pity. The moment Zhang Fan appeared on the scene, he was already a joke. Yifei, stop joking. I'm hosting a banquet for so many distinguished guests from the business community in Shanghai today. You should know why. Han Shen suppressed his anger and forced a smile on his face. I don't know your purpose, and I don't want to know. But I came here today to tell you that I already have a boyfriend, so please stop pestering me. Lui Fei held Zhang Fan's arm with her little hands and said coldly. Yifei, if we have anything to say, let's talk about it later. Tonight, please give me some face, okay? Han Shen's eyes were extremely cold, but there was nothing he could do. Lui Fei ignored it. Zhang Fan became even calmer, always maintaining a charming smile on his face, with an elegant temperament and handsome appearance. The more this happened, the angrier Han Shen became. Because this way there is no excuse to find fault. All around, the business elites held their breath. The atmosphere in the entire inner court was extremely depressing. Only Zhang Fan remained calm and composed. Yifei, I'd like to ask you to dance, okay? After a moment's silence, Han Shen asked the musician to play a tango piece of music. As the music started, Han Shen walked up to Lui Fei, stretched out his hand, and invited Lui Fei to dance. However, Lui Fei ignored it. Looking at Zhang Fan beside Lui Fei, Han Shen glared at him with cold eyes, hating him to the core. It's such an obvious reminder, but you still don't know to get out of here? Unfortunately, no matter how angry Han Shen was, Zhang Fan always looked indifferent, because he didn't take Han Shen seriously at all. After hinting at rejecting Han Shen, Lui Fei turned around leisurely, staring at Zhang Fan with her beautiful eyes, and said in a gentle voice, Fan, can I have the honor of dancing with you? Well, it's my honor. Hearing Lui Fei's words, Zhang Fan cooperated very well and smiled gently, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He bowed like a gentleman and stretched out his hand to invite Lui Fei to dance. Thanks. Lui Fei smiled sweetly, her pretty face filled with happiness. As the music filled the air, Zhang Fan and Lui Fei danced gracefully on the dance floor, making others envious. Suddenly, Han Shen's face turned dark. He invited Lui Fei, but she ignored him and turned around to dance with other men. Fuck, being handsome is awesome. He doesn't even give face to President Han. You're touching Mr. Han's woman and making him a cuckold. Just wait and see. Tonight's banquet won't be that simple. This is just an appetizer. President Han will never give up. The business elites around them were watching Zhang Fan and Lui Fei dancing and discussing in private. They know Han Shen too well. He is young and successful in his career. Now this pretty boy has snatched Han Shen's woman and made him a cuckold. How could Han Shen let him go? Can you dance? On the dance floor, Lui Fei danced gracefully, but she controlled her body rhythm very slowly because she was worried about Zhang Fan. Probably, a little. Zhang Fan said calmly. He really only knows a little bit, but it seems like he knows everything. Because when he took the order, the system modified his dancing cells, but he didn't know what level it was. It's okay, I'll teach you slowly. Lui Fei smiled sweetly, put one hand on Zhang Fan's shoulder and the other hand around Zhang Fan's waist, swaying her graceful body gracefully. Watching Lui Fei and Zhang Fan dancing on the dance floor, Han Shen's eyes turned cold. He waved at a bodyguard and ordered, Go, call ISA. Chapter 72, Didn't you say you only knew a little? Haitian Feast, Inner Court. In a luxurious suite, the beautiful dancer ISA heard the bodyguard say that Han Shen wanted her to go to the inner court, and she was immediately ecstatic. Does President Han really want me to go? ISA was delighted. All along, she has been like a little transparent person next to Han Shen, afraid of the light. Although Han Shen often couldn't lift her head and had to use various methods, even catalytic drugs, to barely raise her head, she didn't know what happiness was, because she had never been happy. In her mind, the so-called happiness was that as long as Han Shen was happy, she would be happy. As for orgasms, she had never experienced one before. Her life could have been more brilliant, but because of Han Shen, she became the sad woman of that era. Yes, Miss ISA, President Han asked you to go. The bodyguard said. It's not please, it's let. But even so, she was already very happy. Okay, I'll be there right away. ISA was very excited. I even fantasized in my heart, Mr. Han asked me to go because he recognized me? I have to perform well and cannot let Mr. Han down. She happily changed into her most beautiful evening gown, followed her bodyguards, and walked into the inner court banquet with happy fantasies in her heart. Arriving at the inner court banquet, she wore a beautiful evening gown and walked down the spacious staircase step by step. She should have been the center of attention, but unexpectedly, no one paid any attention to her. Although she is beautiful, there are people who are more beautiful than her. ISA is here. It seems that the rumors are true. Dance artist ISA is indeed President Han's canary. Although she is beautiful, her background, status, appearance, and temperament are not comparable to those of President Liu. No wonder President Han does not recognize her identity. As they watched ISA walk down the stairs in her beautiful evening gown, the business elites were discussing the matter in private. Although ISA is very beautiful, with an impeccable figure and looks, and is definitely a beauty, it's a pity that she met President Liu of the Hilsey Group. Hearing the whispers of the business elites, although ISA had a sweet smile on her face, a sense of inferiority welled up in her heart. Because she also saw the two people in the center of the banquet hall and on the dance floor. The man was sunny, confident, handsome, with a charming smile on his face. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, outlining a beautiful arc. Every glance and smile of his could pull at the girl's heartstrings. Even she, looking at the man on the dance floor, couldn't help but feel her heart beating wildly. She didn't know why. There should only be President Han in her heart, but why did this man suddenly break into her heart and occupy her heart? She doesn't know this is called love. Because she had never known love, she followed Han Chen like a pet and its master. The women on the dance floor were as stunning as the men. They were extremely beautiful, had extraordinary temperaments, were noble and elegant, and were like fairies who were not of this world. It seemed as if even she herself felt ashamed standing next to the women. Is this woman the queen in President Han's mind? ISA couldn't help but think. The inferiority complex once again surged in my heart. The gap is too big, such a huge disparity that I can't even muster the courage to be jealous. Boss Han. ISA walked up to Han Chen with a sweet smile on her pretty face. Looking at ISA in front of him and then at Louis Fei on the dance floor, Han Chen couldn't help feeling a little lost. They both wear evening gowns, but the difference is appearance, temperament, and status are not on the same level. But now, he had no choice. Please give me a dance. Han Chen glanced at ISA and forced a faint smile on his face. ISA nodded excitedly, then bowed like a gentleman, stretched out her fair and delicate little hand, and invited Han Chen to dance. This was her first time appearing in public with Han Chen, and also her first time dancing with Han Chen. In an instant, 2 dance steps appeared on the dance floor, with butterfly shadows flying all over the place. Who is this woman? Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel curious when he saw the woman who suddenly appeared. Dance artist, Aisha, the canary raised by Han Chen. Louis Fei put one hand on Zhang Fan's shoulder and the other around his waist, with a sweet smile on her face, and spoke in Zhang Fan's ear. Oh. I see. Let's ask Canary to come to the rescue. Zhang Fan smiled lightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. 2 dance steps, one is noble, beautiful, elegant, and graceful. The man is sunny, handsome, and confident, like a banished immortal. The woman is gorgeous, charming, and alluring, like a fairy from heaven. The other team, although not bad, completely became a foil in front of Zhang Fan and Louis Fei. Be it dance steps, appearance, or temperament, they are not on the same level and cannot be compared. Watching the dance steps on the dance floor, the business elites couldn't help but sigh, worthy of being President Liu of the Hersey Group, the most beautiful woman in the world, stunning the whole country. Although the man was a loser, his appearance was also outstanding, more handsome than the stars in the entertainment industry. But what surprised the business elites was that the man's temperament, rhythm, dance steps, and aura were all so strong. Is this man really a poor loser? His dance steps, temperament, looks, and aura are even more powerful than those of the sons of upper-class wealthy families. Is he really a loser? For a moment, the business elites were all surprised. They have seen many gigolos who seek to curry favor with the powerful in the business celebrity circle. Especially the nightclub young masters, who curry favor with the rich ladies in the celebrity circle, have worked 20 years less. In order to show off, the rich ladies often bring gigolos to various banquets, but those gigolos have one characteristic: they are cautious and submissive, and are just pure vases. But the man in front of me is different. Her dance steps, temperament, and aura were all perfectly controlled, and in front of Han Chen, the president of the Han Group, they were all slightly overshadowed. I'm afraid this man is not simple either. He has such aura and temperament.
He doesn't look like an ordinary pretty boy. It seems that today's show will be worth watching. The business elites couldn't help but marvel at Louis Fei and Zhang Fan on the dance floor. Although it was just one dance step, 1 minute of dance steps takes 10 years of practice. Zhang Fan's mastery of dance steps, temperament, and aura to this extent had already shocked the business elites. Didn't you say you only knew a little? On the dance floor, Louis Fei hugged Zhang Fan's waist, with a sweet smile on her pretty face, and spoke gently in Zhang Fan's ear. Yes, only a little bit. Zhang Fan smiled gently. He also didn't expect that the system was so powerful that even his dancing cells could be transformed so awesomely. Before entering the dance floor, he was a little hesitant, but after entering, he found it was as if he was a natural dancer. The dance floor was built specifically for him, and as soon as he started dancing, his aura was fully released. You go back. After the dance, Han Chen waved his hand and asked Isha to go back to the room because he couldn't afford to lose face. A dancing artist whose dancing steps are not even as good as a loser's. Not to mention being an elite in the business world, even I feel ashamed of myself on the dance floor. Useless stuff. Hearing Han Chen's cold words, tears flowed from Isa's beautiful eyes. She thought Han Chen asked her to come out in order to reveal her identity to everyone, but she didn't know that she was just being sentimental. Chapter 73. This scene is not simple. I didn't think you could dance so well. After the dance ended, Louis Fei put one hand around Zhang Fan's waist, the other hand around Zhang Fan's neck, and buried her head in Zhang Fan's shoulder, savoring the moment. Looking at Louis Fei and Zhang Fan dancing affectionately on the dance floor, Han Chen's face turned dark. His woman was hugging another man in front of him and the elites of Shanghai's business circle. You dance well too. Zhang Fan hugged Louis Fei's sexy waist and stroked her hair. A hint of her body fragrance lingered in his nose, making him intoxicated. The business elites looked at the two of them and were mesmerized. The men are gorgeous and the women are gorgeous. Like a poem or a painting. It's as if the two were made for each other. It's a pity, although they are a good match, she is still Mr. Han's woman after all. Although the man is talented and the woman is beautiful, a loser is still a loser and cannot be on the stage. Stealing Mr. Han's woman and cheating on him, I'm afraid tonight will be his highlight moment and also his last dinner. The business elites looked at the two's graceful figures and felt deeply moved and regretful. It's easy to have a night of passion, but it's hard to enter the circle. The so-called circle is also the so-called class. Birds of a feather flock together. It is harder than climbing to the sky for the poor to fit into the circle of the rich. In the eyes of the business elites, Zhang Fan is the embodiment of the poor class and loser. I don't care who you are, or what your purpose is in approaching Ifei. I'm only giving you one chance. If you leave now, I won't make things difficult for you. Han Chen walked up to Louis Fei and Zhang Fan with a gloomy face, staring at Zhang Fan with a pair of sinister eyes, threateningly. He could no longer bear it. A loser who has been given the cold shoulder so many times yet still has no self-awareness. So, if the soft approach doesn't work, then we can only use the hard approach. Are we going to start? Boss Han is going to lose his temper. Alas, a gigolo is just a gigolo after all. Once President Han gets angry, his true colors will be exposed immediately. The elites in the business circle were all looking at Han Chen, Louis Fei, and Zhang Fan. Although no conflict broke out, the whole process was a war without the smoke of gunpowder, and every word and sentence represented the position of different classes. There is no such thing as free love in the circle of rich people. Love and beauty are nothing but tricks played by the rich. Are you Han Chen, the president of Han Group? I heard from Ifei that you always pester her shamelessly. I am giving you one more chance. If you kneel down and apologize to Ifei now and swear not to pester her again, I will not embarrass you. Hearing Han Chen's words, Zhang Fan glanced at Han Chen with disdain, smiled lightly on his face, and said calmly. Fuck. Are you sure he's a loser gigolo? You speak so sharply. Is this arrogance? Or domineering? Hearing Zhang Fan's words, the elites in the business circle were stunned. Because this is not something that an ordinary gigolo would dare to say. Not to mention the loser gigolo, even the business elites present would not dare to say such a thing. Fan. Hearing Zhang Fan's domineering words, Louis Fei hugged Zhang Fan tightly, extremely moved. How dare you, the woman who flirted with Han Chen and cheated on him? You dare to ask me to kneel down and apologize? In the business circle of Shanghai, you are the first person who dares to talk to me like this. Seeing Zhang Fan's calm appearance, Han Chen's face turned green. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. In the business circle of Shanghai, who the hell dares to be so arrogant? At the age of 16, he started looking for foreign girls for excitement. He was reported and fined 5,000 yuan. Later, he found the person who reported him through private channels and beat that person to the point of lifelong disability. Whether in the business world or in the underworld, he is a ruthless character who can get away with anything. Now, I am being humiliated by a loser. You seduce his woman, cheat on him, and then ask him to kneel down and apologize? My patience is limited, you'd better think it over carefully. Zhang Fan didn't even bother to look at Han Chen. Because he didn't take Han Chen seriously at all. If Han Chen wanted to use the soft approach, he would play the soft approach with Han Chen. If Han Chen wanted to use the hard approach, that would be more to his liking. Fuck. If I didn't know he was a loser, I would have thought he was a young master from some aristocratic family. That's too damn arrogant. You know that Mr. Han is the president of the Han Group, but you still dare to be so arrogant? Could it be that his background is not just that of a loser? Is there someone else behind him? The business elites were stunned. Han Chen's aura was already very strong, but he didn't expect that he would be suppressed by a loser. You are so brave. Since you are so brave, then I, Han Chen, will challenge you here today in front of the elite bosses in the business circle of Magic City. Han Chen stretched out his fist and pointed a finger at Zhang Fan. His pair of sinister little eyes flashed with an icy light and fell on Zhang Fan. Although they were not involved in the game, the elites in the business circle all felt the chill emanating from Han Chen. You challenge me, so I have to accept it? What qualifications do you have? Zhang Fan looked calm, glanced at Han Chen and said calmly. Do you want to challenge? What is that? Fuck. I have been in the business circle of Shanghai for so many years, and I have never seen such an arrogant person. Too damn arrogant. Not only are you not afraid, you even look down on Han Group's president, Boss Han, for not being qualified to challenge you? Hearing Zhang Fan's words and looking at his calm figure, the elites in the business circle were all stunned. Is this a poor loser? Are the poor losers nowadays so arrogant? First he asked Han Chen to kneel down and apologize, and then he despised Han Chen for not being qualified to challenge. How fucking arrogant. You don't dare to challenge me, right? You are just a coward who can only talk big. You are just a coward who can only hide behind a woman. Han Chen pointed at Zhang Fan, his face turning pale and blue. Coward? Coward? Do you think I'm afraid to accept the challenge? Hearing Han Chen's words, Zhang Fan smiled contemptuously, glanced at Han Chen, and said calmly, I tell you, it's not that I don't dare to accept the challenge, but I think you are too rubbish and not worth my effort. Do you understand? Fuck. I'm afraid this scene is not simple. If this pretty boy doesn't die tonight, he will definitely be a great man in the future. The business elites were stunned. He is so calm and domineering, which is absolutely not comparable to an ordinary pretty boy. No matter his aura or temperament, he crushes the president of the Han Group. Not only Han Chen, but even the business elites present asked themselves how they were outshined by this pretty boy. Just when a group of business elites and Han Chen were stunned, Zhang Fan smiled lightly and said calmly, if you want a challenge, it's not impossible. However, if you lose, you only have two choices, either hand over the shares of Han Group or die. Chapter 74, You are not a loser, who are you? Han Chen's heart sank when he heard Zhang Fan's words. He never thought that a loser would say such domineering words. He even couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is this really a loser? Why, are you scared? Zhang Fan glanced at him disdainfully and smiled contemptuously. Although he had 100 ways to deal with Han Chen in his mind, he chose the most ruthless one. Doesn't Han Chen think of himself as a member of the wealthy class and look down on losers? Then, he would let Han Chen experience what it felt like to be a loser. Humph. You should be the one who's scared. Han Chen clenched his fists, stared at him with sinister eyes, and smiled evilly, I promise, tonight will be the day you die. Then, in the presence of a group of business elites, the two signed a life and death contract and also signed a supplementary agreement. If Han Chen loses and doesn't dare to commit suicide, he can use the shares of Han Group as collateral. Looking at the life and death contract and the supplementary agreement, Zhang Fan smiled lightly. This is what he wanted. Fan, will everything be alright? Louis Fei held Zhang Fan's arm with her pair of fair little hands, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she stared at Zhang Fan. It would be a lie to say I'm not worried. However, Zhang Fan assured her again and again, so she agreed to Zhang Fan and Han Chen signing a life and death contract.
Once you sign the contract of life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are in the hands of God.
Don't worry, it'll be fine.
Jiang Fan patted Louis Fei's little hand, looked at her with his star-like eyes, and smiled gently. If it were in the past, he would never have dared to sign the life and death contract, but now that he has bound himself to the system and transformed the Ren and Du meridians in his body, what is a mere Han Chen? Then, the two of them walked out of the inner court and came to the life and death arena.
Han Chen looked solemn, while Jiang Fan looked indifferent. In this life and death duel, who do you think will win?
It's hard to say. This loser doesn't seem to be a simple person. He must have something to rely on. Otherwise, he would never dare to sign a life and death contract. However, Mr. Han is not an ordinary person. It is said that he is a karate master and has reached the black belt level.
Black belt in karate? Doesn't that mean he'll win for sure?
In theory, yes. But this loser can't see through it. The elites in the business community looked at the two figures on the stage and made guesses.
Do you know why I dare to sign a life and death contract with you?
On the ring, Han Chen narrowed his sinister eyes and a cold smile appeared on his face, staring at Jiang Fan like a poisonous snake staring at its prey.
Because you are ignorant, because you don't know what kind of person I am.
Jiang Fan said calmly.
I'm ignorant? I might as well tell you right now.
My real identity is not only the president of the Han Group, but I'm also one of the few karate black belt masters in the Magic City. Not to mention a loser like you, even if there are 10 losers like you, they are all clowns in front of me. Looking at Jiang Fan, Han Chen suddenly smiled.
It's like winning a battle.
In his heart, he felt that Jiang Fan had fallen into his trap.
If he was not sure, how could he sign the life and death contract? Pity. How does he know who is the prey and who is the hunter? Humph. Ignorance.
Jiang Fan glanced at him disdainfully and smiled contemptuously.
Black belt in karate? It's nothing.
Hearing Jiang Fan's contemptuous words, Han Chen's face turned black, and he clenched his fists and attacked Jiang Fan. Karate, attack in a straight line, with a good balance of tension and relaxation. Punches can kill, hand knives can break bricks and split stones, one strike can kill.
As expected of a black belt master in karate.
Although that loser may have something to rely on, it is nothing in front of a karate black belt master. I was worried that President Han had fallen into that loser's trap, but I didn't expect that President Han was the real master behind the scenes.
Looking at Han Chen's fierce attack, the elites in the business circle couldn't help but sigh. Fan, please don't be in any trouble, okay?
Looking at Jiang Fan's figure on the ring, Louis Fei clenched her delicate little hands together, looking extremely nervous.
After all, this is a life and death duel. Once you lose, you die. Bang! Bang! Bang!
In the blink of an eye, Han Chen launched more than a dozen attacks, each of which was dangerous, vicious, and fierce.
It's just a trifle.
Looking at Han Chen's fierce attack, Jiang Fan smiled contemptuously and punched in the air.
Bang! A muffled sound.
Han Chen's body exploded back several meters, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and one of his ribs was broken.
How is this possible?
Suddenly, the business elites were dumbfounded. Han Chen is a black belt in karate. He was actually punched to the point of vomiting blood.
Oh my God.
That loser is really not an ordinary person, he hides himself so well.
Some cunning business elites saw the way.
From the very beginning, this loser had a nonchalant look on his face and was not surprised by any unexpected situation.
If he was really just a complete loser, how could he have such determination?
Besides, appearance, temperament, demeanor, and domineering tone are not attributes that a pure loser can possess.
Fan.
Seeing Jiang Fan's domineering punch, Louis Fei was also stunned. The moment Jiang Fan stepped onto the stage, she was filled with worry. After all, Han Chen was too powerful, a karate black belt master, which was a rare existence in the Magic City. However, she did not expect that such a powerful karate black belt master could not defeat Jiang Fan in the ring.
How is this possible? How can you be so strong?
Han Chen fell on the ring, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, staring at Jiang Fan in shock.
He is a black belt in karate.
His ribs were broken by a punch.
I told you, you have no idea what kind of person is standing in front of you. Han Chen had just stood up when Jiang Fan smiled contemptuously, stepped forward quickly, and kicked him in the air. Bang! A loud bang.
Han Chen didn't even have a chance to attack before Jiang Fan kicked him in the chest. 3 ribs were broken instantly,
bleeding from all 7 orifices. fallen in a pool of blood. Fuck. Is this really a loser? There is such a powerful master in the demon city. Who is he?
In an instant, the business elites were stunned. No one had expected that Han Shan, the president of the Han Group and a black belt master in karate, would be knocked away by one punch and beaten to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices by 2 punches.
Hiss. Looking at Jiang Fan's tall figure on the stage, Louis Fei took a breath. Because he is so handsome. So handsome. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. You are not a loser. Who are you?
Han Shan, who was lying in a pool of blood, seemed to wake up at this moment.
Because the gap is too big. If they were evenly matched, he might have been able to fight to the death.
However, with such a huge gap, he didn't even have a chance to struggle. He was simply crushed.
You are not qualified to know who I am.
Hearing Han Shan's words, Jiang Fan smiled contemptuously, walked up to Han Shan, glanced at him, and said calmly, "Now, you commit suicide."
Chapter 75, As long as you don't bite the head it's okay.
When he heard the word suicide, Han Shan's whole body softened and he collapsed to the ground.
If you compete, if you lose, you lose. But once you sign a life and death contract, if you lose, you die. Why, you don't dare to commit suicide?
Looking at the pale Han Shan, Jiang Fan smiled contemptuously.
This is what he wanted. Call. The business elites and dignitaries all took a deep breath. Because no one expected that the final result would be like this. Sign a life and death contract and sign a supplementary agreement. Either die. Or use the shares of Han Group as collateral. How cruel. It's actually for the equity of the Han Group. Your thoughts are too deep, not simple.
After the dignitaries and elites in the business circle recovered from their shock, they all understood Jiang Fan's intention.
The drunkard's real intention is not to drink. From the very beginning, he gave everyone the impression of being just a pretty boy who was vying for the attention of a stunningly beautiful female CEO, but he never imagined that his ultimate goal was to acquire the Han Group. Since you don't have the courage to commit suicide, then go bankrupt. From today on, you are no longer the president of the Han Group.
Jiang Fan picked up the life and death contract and the supplementary agreement, looked down at Han Shan who was lying on the ground, smiled contemptuously, and slowly walked down the stage.
Puff.
The moment he saw Jiang Fan walking down the stage with the life and death contract and the supplementary agreement, Han Shan spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. He never dreamed that a pretty boy would seduce his woman, cheat on him, break his ribs, and take away his company. From now on, there will be no more Han family in Demon City. How pitiful. He actually fell into the hands of an expert. This is all his own fault. If he hadn't taken the initiative to provoke and sign the life and death contract, how could he have ended up losing both his life and his money? The dignitaries and elites in the business circle shook their heads as they looked at Han Shan lying in a pool of blood on the ring. Then, everyone left. When the birds are all gone, the bows are put away. When the rabbit is dead, the dog is cooked.
Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am the president of the Magic City Zongchen Group. My name is Su Min. This is my business card. Please take care of me. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am the president of Phylong Group in Modu. My name is Bao Feng. This is my business card. Please take care of me. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am.
The moment Jiang Fan stepped down from the life and death arena, a group of dignitaries and elites from the Demon City surrounded him, smiling humbly and handing him their business cards with both hands. Before the life and death competition, Jiang Fan was seen by the powerful as a loser, a gigolo, and an idiot who had offended Han Shan, the president of the Han Group. However, after fighting the life and death competition, the identities are different. A martial arts master, the president of the Han Group, and the husband of Louis Fei, the president of the Hersey Group, any one of these identities is significant. Therefore, a group of elites and dignitaries in the business circle all flocked to him and wanted to form a good relationship with Jiang Fan.
Good. Jiang Fan took the exquisite business cards and nodded slightly. If you have power and influence, everyone will make friends with you and cling to you. If you have no power and influence, everyone will treat you like dirt and call you a loser. This is the business world.
After exchanging pleasantries with the dignitaries in the business circle, Jiang Fan held Louis Fei's hand, put his arm around her sexy waist, and slowly left amid the envy of the dignitaries.
He is truly a dragon among men.
Turning his hand, clouds appear. Turning his hand again, rain falls. In the blink of an eye, the Han Group has changed hands.
I can't believe it.
Looking at the backs of Jiang Fan and Louis Fei, all the dignitaries in the business circle sighed with emotion.
Fan, you are so awesome.
At this moment, Louis Fei snuggled in Jiang Fan's arms, twisting her body, staring at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes, full of admiration and longing. She also didn't expect that Jiang Fan was so awesome. Not only did he remove an obstacle, but he also got the equity of Han Group.
You're so awesome.
I could have solved it with just one punch, but I used two.
Do you know why?
Jiang Fan hugged Louis Fei's slender waist. The feeling and touch were so satisfying.
Why?
Louis Fei was curious.
Because. Jiang Fan smiled gently and pinched Louis Fei's buttocks.
They were so full. He said with a sly smile, "You sucked all my energy out of me.
You are so bad."
Louis Fei said shyly in Jiang Fan's arms, and gently hit Jiang Fan's chest with her white and delicate hands, and said softly, "But I like it."
Or.
Jiang Fan stared at Louis Fei with his star-like eyes, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself.
What?
Louis Fei said shyly.
Let's go to the suburbs.
Jiang Fan smiled evilly.
Ah. No.
Louis Fei was extremely shy. Of course she understood what Jiang Fan meant. Luxury cars, beauties, the suburbs, the dead of night.
You say no with your mouth, but your body is honest.
Then, Louis Fei watched the Ferrari luxury car carrying Jiang Fan to the outskirts of the Magic City. The moment they arrived at the suburbs, Louis Fei started the car with one click, turned over and sat on Jiang Fan's legs, her plump body collapsed into Jiang Fan's arms.
Night driving mode on.
The next day, a ray of sunlight shone through the car window. Jiang Fan woke up from a sweet dream.
Last night was so happy. Immerse yourself in the clouds every second. One wave is higher than another, one tide is higher than another. The tide rises and falls.
When awake, hold the power of the world. When drunk, lie on the lap of a beauty.
This is every man's dream life.
Thank you, Fan. Louis Fei's whole soft body lay on Jiang Fan's chest, her beautiful eyes filled with sexual bliss.
Thank you too.
Jiang Fan stroked Louis Fei's black hair, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a beautiful arc.
Will you remember me?
There was reluctance in Louis Fei's beautiful eyes. But no matter how reluctant you are, there will always be a day to say goodbye.
Meeting.
Jiang Fan smiled gently and said softly, "I will remember you forever.
Don't forget me, never forget me."
A tear flowed from Louis Fei's beautiful eyes. She then leaned over and bit Jiang Fan's inner thigh hard, leaving an arc-shaped tooth mark. She wanted to leave a permanent mark on him. Although it was a bit painful, Jiang Fan did not stop it.
As long as you don't bite the head, it's fine.
Good.
Jiang Fan nodded slightly.
Then, she and he went crazy again, doing morning exercises. Until the two of them flew up to the clouds and arrived at Pyongyang, Louis Fei drove a Ferrari sports car and sent Jiang Fan back to the Magic City.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Jiang Fan waved and said goodbye.
Then, leave.
He didn't feel reluctant. Because he is a prodigal son. There will be many more such scenes. The moment I left.
Bite. Congratulations to the host, the super all-round shared male god's fourth order ended perfectly, and received the system reward, 100 million yuan.
Chapter 76, we agreed to work out today, will you come?
The system transfer has been received, please check it carefully. Huaxia Bank on February 25 at 7:58, the perfect man's account 9999 transferred a deposit of 100 million renminbi from your account ending in 0966, with a balance of 392,678,640 renminbi and 58 cents. The prompt sounded in his mind, and Jiang Fan smiled lightly.
Another 100 million arrived.
So cool.
Next.
Bite. Congratulations to the host, the goddess who placed the order gave you a 5-star rating for this service, and you will win a system lottery. The system has successfully drawn the lottery. Congratulations to the host for winning that natural dancer.
The host's elegant dance steps will accompany him for life. A natural dancer. Jiang Fan was suddenly overjoyed.
Winning the lottery for a natural dancer means that from now on, he is no longer the humble boy who is afraid to dance and has low self-esteem. In the past, when he saw other boys dancing, there was only envy in his eyes.
Today, it's different. Afterwards, the system lottery ended and Jiang Fan went home happily.
On the way home, his heart was still immersed in the memories of morning exercises with Louis Fei.
I have to say, that feeling is really wonderful. Even the memories are sweet. The only drawback is that it damages the kidneys. Last night, I fought with Louis Fay all night in the Ferrari. When I woke up in the morning, I didn't eat breakfast and started morning exercises again. Very cool. But, without any strength, how can one bear it? The more beautiful a woman is, the crazier she is. On weekdays, he is noble and cold, suppressing all his emotions in his heart. But when the moment of passion comes, the suppressed emotions in his heart burst out completely, just like a volcano erupting. Hot, intense, crazy. Soon, Jiang Fan returned to the rental apartment in Fuguei building. He closed the door and was about to take off his clothes and take a shower. After all, his whole body was filled with the scent of Louis Fay. That's the smell of love. It is also a sign of love. However, at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Who would knock on the door at this hour? Jiang Fan frowned, feeling a little confused. After all, it was already past 10 in the morning. Those who were supposed to go to work had already gone to work, and those who were supposed to go to school had already gone to school. Only for him, skipping classes has become a normal thing in order to get orders. Immediately, he stopped undressing and opened the door. He was stunned when he saw the figure standing outside the door. It turned out to be the plump young neighbor next door, Xiao Xiao. At this moment, Xiao Xiao was standing at the door of Jiang Fan's rental house. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with crystal tears that seemed like they would fall at any time. Looking at Xiao Xiao's pitiful appearance, Jiang Fan felt somewhat distressed and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Xiao's beautiful eyes were full of affection. "Can you tell me where you went last night?" Jiang Fan said, "Go do something." Xiao Xiao's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and her voice was a little choked up. "What are you doing? Can you tell me?" Jiang Fan was not a fool, so he naturally heard the jealousy in Xiao Xiao's words. It's like between a couple, when the boyfriend doesn't come home at night, the girl can't sleep the whole night, worrying that her boyfriend is having an affair with another woman outside. Women, the sixth sense is very strong. Also very accurate. At this moment, although Jiang Fan felt a little distressed, he could only say helplessly, "Xiao Xiao, you are a very good woman, but I am a playboy and not worthy of your sincerity. So, we can play, but don't fall in love with me, okay?" "Yes." This was his answer. "Ready to play. But you can't be serious." Isn't it said that Xiao Xiao is a married young woman? Even if Xiao Xiao was not a married young woman, it would be impossible for him and her to be together. He and she just wanted to get what they wanted and have some fun. Hearing Jiang Fan's words, Xiao Xiao could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. They burst out from her beautiful eyes and flowed down her cheeks. In fact, she knew it in her heart without Jiang Fan's answer. Jiang Fan must have been with another woman last night. At first, it was a gut feeling. Later, when she saw Jiang Fan, the feminine scent that permeated his body, the strong fragrance that remained after the passion, she knew that Jiang Fan belonged to another woman last night. Although she and he are not lovers. To be precise, not even a lover. She and he are just thrill-seeking cheaters. However, her heart still hurt, an inexplicable pain. It's like your most beloved thing has been taken away by someone else. Then, she choked up and said, "If I fall in love with you, can you be with me?" Jiang Fan's voice was cold, and he did not hesitate. "I'm sorry." Xiao Xiao sobbed, "Why?" Jiang Fan said, "I am a wanderer. I am destined to wander around in my life." Hearing this, Xiao Xiao's heart ached even more. Because she fell in love with the man in front of her, she was willing to give everything for him, even though she knew that the man in front of her was a scumbag, but she still fell in love with him without hesitation. Emotions seem out of control. Can control a person's heart, can control a person's mind. She sobbed, crying sadly and lonely. Although she got him, she didn't get him completely. This kind of ambiguous and elusive love made her heart even more confused and painful. The book says, "What is love in this world? It makes people promise to be together for life and death." At this moment, it was vividly reflected in Xiao Xiao. Don't advise others to be good unless you have experienced their suffering. Jiang Fan saw it, but did not go forward to comfort him. It's neither heartless nor indifferent. But, reality. Once, when he wanted to get a girl's true love, no girl was willing to stay with him forever. Now, he has grown taller and more handsome, and even young women want to be with him and stay with him forever. Unfortunately, he no longer belongs to any woman now. His home can only be the sea. The atmosphere was so cold and Xiao Xiao just kept crying.
Only after her tears dried up did Xiao Xiao choke up and leave Jiang Fan's room. Jiang Fan looked at Xiao Xiao's figure, feeling both sympathetic and distressed.
But nothing can be done.
Because he had to make Xiao Xiao completely give up the idea of staying with him forever. After the young woman Xiao Xiao left, Jiang Fan sighed helplessly, then walked into the bathroom and started taking a shower. After washing up, he had breakfast, lay down on the bed, and began to rest and get enough rest. After all, fighting all night is extremely tiring. In the blink of an eye, half a day passed. When Jiang Fan woke up from bed, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He got up and stretched. At this time, the cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was the gym's stunningly beautiful and plump female owner Fan Yanyu. He picked up the phone. Fan Yanyu's refreshing and seductive voice came from the phone. "Handsome guy, we agreed to work out today, you will come, right?" Chapter 77, I want to look at you all the time. Hearing Fan Yanyu's familiar and seductive voice, Jiang Fan remembered the fitness agreement between him and Fan Yanyu.
"I'll be there in a minute." Jiang Fan got straight to the point and hung up the phone. "Then, get up and wash up. Boiled a few eggs."
The reason for eating eggs is not because of hunger, but to replenish lost protein.
It consumes a lot. Then he set off to the gym. Wow! That guy is so handsome. So handsome. I never thought I would have the honor of meeting such a handsome man today. Is this fate? Wow, looking at him, my heart feels like it's about to jump out.
On the way to the gym, the beautiful girls, and young women on the street all looked at Jiang Fan sideways when they saw him, causing them to scream continuously.
Jiang Fan smiled gently. After all, he was accustomed to such scenes.
Soon, he arrived at the gym.
He's here, he's finally here.
The moment the beautiful receptionist at the gym saw Jiang Fan appear in her eyes, her heart started beating wildly. Working in the gym, she has seen quite a few strong men. However, this handsome, stylish and good-looking man is the only one. Ever since she last met Jiang Fan, whenever she closed her eyes at night these few days, Jiang Fan's figure appeared in her mind.
It feels like going back to school, falling in love for the first time, and meeting my first love. If I could spend a night with him, then.
Her beautiful eyes stared at him infatuatedly, but she kept reminding herself in her heart, "It's impossible, he is the boss's man, I can't have him." She was longing for it but trying to restrain herself at the same time, and was so confused and distracted that even when Jiang Fan walked in front of her, she was still immersed in that obsessive fantasy.
Beauty.
Jiang Fan looked at her infatuated expression and couldn't help but stretch out his hand, waved it in front of her eyes, and called softly.
So handsome.
Despite this, she still stared at him infatuatedly, like a pervert staring at a stunning beauty. However, the roles were reversed.
Beauty.
Jiang Fan had no choice but to stretch out his hand again and wave it in front of her eyes.
Ah. No. Sorry.
After shaking her hands twice in succession, the beautiful receptionist finally came to her senses from her confusion, but her eyes were still fixed on Jiang Fan.
She said in a half-drunk and intoxicated manner, handsome guy. Are you here to see our beautiful boss?" Jiang Fan nodded and smiled gently.
Just a casual smile is enough to make the beautiful receptionist fall in love with him.
Wait a moment.
Perhaps because she was too nervous, the beautiful lady at the reception spoke incoherently. Then, she reluctantly left her post, her eyes full of attachment and reluctance, walked to the office of the beautiful boss, and said, "Boss, a handsome guy is here."
Really?
When Fan Yanyu heard what the girl at the front desk said, her expression immediately changed, as if she had been expecting it for a long time, and she walked out of the office immediately.
The
beautiful receptionist looked at her boss Fan Yanyu's impatient expression, and seemed to have an intuition of being hungry and thirsty.
She couldn't help feeling disappointed and jealous. She even thought to herself, how great it would be if she were the owner of this gym. That way, she could have some private one-on-one training with the handsome guy. Pity.
Fan Yanyu walked out of the office and came to the front desk. The moment she saw Jiang Fan, her heart was like a blooming flower, with great joy.
When I see the person I think about day and night, it seems that the air I breathe is sweet.
Handsome guy, you're here. She walked up to Jiang Fan, with a sweet smile on her face, and called him softly.
Jiang Fan nodded and smiled gently at Fan Yanyu.
To be honest, Fan Yanyu is very beautiful. Especially that sexy body, which can only be described in 2 words, hot. The perky buttocks, the proud breasts and the 2 attractive long legs have attracted countless men's attention and greed. However, Jiang Fan is not obsessed. It's not that Fan Yanyu is not beautiful, but Jiang Fan's standards are too high. The stunning stewardess Han Xinbei, the stunning village girl Zhao Yaqi, the fitness goddess Gulina, the stunning president Louis Fei, which one of them is not a beauty of national beauty and a beauty that can captivate the whole country? So, at this moment, in Fan Yinyu's heart, Jiang Fan was the man of her dreams. The moment she saw Jiang Fan, her little heart was already beating wildly. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. Well, let's go train in the private area. Fan Yanyu stretched out her arm and wanted to hold Jiang Fan's arm, but she was worried about causing criticism in public, so she stretched out her arm and then retracted it. Good. Jiang Fan nodded slightly and followed Fan Yanyu to the private teaching area. When passing by the fitness hall, the girls and young women who were training in the gym screamed uncontrollably when they saw Jiang Fan. Whoa! It's that handsome guy. Woohoo! He's here, he's finally here. Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat? I want to be friends with you. Handsome guy, can we take a picture together? I want to look at you all the time. In just a moment, a dozen hot, sexy and plump fitness girls and young women came over excitedly from the fitness hall. Seeing this scene, Fan Yanyu felt a strong surge of jealousy in her heart, but at the same time, she also felt secretly happy and proud. Because, in her heart, she already regarded Jiang Fan as her future boyfriend. Although she hasn't got it yet, she secretly thinks in her heart that sooner or later she will get this coveted beautiful man. Good. Jiang Fan, who was surrounded by a dozen hot, sexy and plump fitness girls and young women, felt bitter in his heart and a helpless smile appeared on his face. Even when he was surrounded by a dozen beauties and young women, he could clearly feel that some of the young women were touching his buttocks and his chest muscles. At this moment, he seemed to understand why some boys were willing to take the risk of going to jail to secretly take photos of and molest beautiful girls when they saw them. Because this is human desire. Men love beautiful women, and beautiful women love handsome men. This is the purest and most primitive desire deep in the human heart. Some people, suppressing and restraining themselves, have many desires to spend a night with a beautiful woman in their hearts, but they dare not say it out loud. Over time, they develop shy and reserved personalities. Some people do not restrain themselves and let go of their desires. When they see a beautiful woman, they pursue her madly, encounter her and spend the night with her. Over time, they develop a cheerful and flirtatious personality. However, the situation is now reversed. These sexy, hot, passionate beautiful girls and young ladies stared at Jiang Fan just like a pervert staring at a beautiful woman. Chapter 78, Am I Beautiful? He took photos with beautiful girls and young women, added them on WeChat, and some cheerful girls even asked Jiang Fan for warm hugs, and Jiang Fan had to satisfy their requests. I have to say, this feeling of being supported by beautiful women is very wonderful. It's like the moon surrounded by stars, so dreamy. Handsome guy, remember to reply my message. Handsome, I will always think of you, and you have to think of me too, okay? Handsome guy, remember our agreement? See you there. After more than 10 minutes of dawdling, the requests of the beautiful girls and young ladies were all met. Only then did the beautiful girls and young ladies reluctantly let Jiang Fan leave. Okay. I'll remember you. Jiang Fan strolled out from the flowers with a forced smile on his face, dealing with the hot and sexy beauties, and followed the gym's stunningly hot and plump boss Fan Yanyu into the private training area. You're quite popular with the girls, huh? In the private training area of the gym, the stunningly hot, plump and sexy Fan Yanyu stared at Jiang Fan with her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were filled with wild desires and seemed to contain a hint of jealousy. Good. Jiang Fan smiled lightly and did not explain. There is no need to explain. He came here to work out, not to have a love affair with Fan Yanyu. As for being liked by girls, this is also human nature. Beautiful things are always loved by people, especially a gorgeous man. Then tell me, who is more attractive among those girls out there compared to me? As she spoke, Fan Yanyu stretched out one of her seductive long legs and placed it across Jiang Fan's waist, her tone full of comparison. All I can say is, damn the desire to compare. Especially for women, the desire to compare is extremely strong. Who has fuller breasts, who has longer legs, who has a more attractive figure, even the look in the eyes or the shape of the eyebrows are all topics of comparison among each other. This is also the core of survival for major beauty hospitals, plastic surgery centers and institutions. After all, money from women and children is the easiest to make. Each has its merits. Although Fan Yanyu was very beautiful and attractive in terms of both appearance and figure, Jiang Fan did not take it to heart, but just smiled lightly with an indifferent look.
Am I so unattractive in your eyes?
Seeing Jiang Fan's casual expression, Fan Yanyu said shyly. In the past, whenever she casually struck an alluring pose, countless men would rush at her like hungry wolves. But at this moment, she stretched out her long, straight legs and crossed them across Jiang Fan's waist, but all she got was a reply of each has its merits.
Is it because I'm not charming enough? Maybe, the atmosphere is not good enough.
Jiang Fan said casually. After all, he couldn't possibly tell Fan Yanyu that all the goddesses he met were stunningly beautiful. That would not only make the conversation awkward, but also hurt Fan Yanyu's self-esteem. So, he casually came up with an insignificant reason.
Of course, that's not an excuse.
After all, when it comes to love, atmosphere is indeed very important.
This is why many beautiful women easily fall in love with scumbags. Because scumbags can create romance.
In fashionable terms, it provides emotional value to beautiful women. When the atmosphere and emotional value are in place, hormonal romance will come naturally.
It seems to make sense.
Fan Yanyu thought about it and nodded happily. Then, the two began training. Training arm strength, waist, buttocks, stretching, push-ups, sit-ups, etc.
Fan Yanyu personally demonstrated almost every movement and taught Jiang Fan step by step.
During the training, the two inevitably had physical contact. Every time the body was touched, Fan Yanyu's body felt like being electrocuted, and she felt a tingling sensation all over her body. That feeling made her inexplicably excited, thrilled, and happy. It was as if there was a strong desire that wanted to burst out from the bottom of her heart. Jiang Fan had a calm expression on his face and trained seriously. After all, the protein belongs to the goddesses, but the body is your own. If your health breaks down one day, then no matter how handsome you are, it will all be meaningless. Young people do not know the value of gold, and when they are old they can only shed tears in vain. Therefore, men must pay attention to maintenance. Especially the body. Why are those rich women willing to spend a lot of money to find gigolos? Is it just because of appearance? No. Body, youthful body. Vitality body. Therefore, appearance, figure, and health are all indispensable. Do gigolos in nightclubs make money? Make a fortune every day. However, all the work is purely physical. There will be no rewards without hard work. After a training session that lasted more than 3 hours, Fan Yanyu was covered in sweat. She was wearing a tight training suit. The sweat soaked the clothes and they stuck to her delicate body, outlining her exquisite curves. I have to say, it's very tempting. Especially the perky buttocks and the two attractive peaks, which seem to be magnetic, exuding an inexplicable attraction that makes people's eyes involuntarily stare at them. Although Jiang Fan had a lot of experience, but with the constant physical contact, the sweat, and Fan Yanyu's attractive and exquisite curves, Jiang Fan's eyes couldn't help but look at Fan Yanyu's attractive S-shaped figure from time to time. Jiang Fan was also sweating profusely, but he exuded a strong masculine scent. He has a handsome face, a muscular body, and his training suit is soaked with sweat and sticks to his body, outlining his muscles. It is extremely attractive to women. At this moment, Fan Yanyu saw Jiang Fan's eyes glancing at her from time to time, and she felt happy in her heart. Then, whether intentionally or driven by desire, she stuck out her tongue with a very seductive expression and said to Jiang Fan, "Am I beautiful?" Jiang Fan took a breath and said, "Not bad." Fan Yanyu stretched out her jade hand, hooked it around Jiang Fan's neck, and asked teasingly, "Is it okay?" Jiang Fan said, "What kind of answer do you want to hear?" Fan Yanyu blew a breath of hot air. "I want to hear a satisfactory answer." Jiang Fan said calmly, "Then, you are beautiful." Fan Yanyu seemed unsatisfied and continued to tease, "Where is the beauty?" Jiang Fan said, "Everywhere is beautiful." Fan Yanyu said, "Can you be more specific?" Jiang Fan asked, "How specific do you want it to be?" Fan Yanyu said, "Be specific, to the point." Jiang Fan asked, "Which point?" Fan Yanyu said, "Guess which point it is." Jiang Fan said, "Don't seduce me, I'm just a young boy who has not experienced much of the world." Fan Yanyu said, "Then I'll take you to a deeper level of society, okay?" Jiang Fan said, "Are you sure?" Fan Yanyu said, "Don't you want to?" Jiang Fan took a breath, and the desire in his heart seemed to be aroused. The distance between the two people was getting closer and closer. Knock. 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 At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 79, Handsome Guy, Get in the Car. When she heard the knock on the door, Fan Yenyu's heart was like 1,000 horses galloping. It seemed that she was about to take down the handsome boy. Little did I know that he would knock on the door at this critical moment. Although the atmosphere was tense, the two had to come back to their senses from the ambiguous mood, and even felt a little embarrassed towards each other. After all, it was just the final touch, but he was forced to step on the brakes. Fan Yenyu took a deep breath to calm her restless mood, then her beautiful face regained its serious expression, walked to the door of the private area and opened it. "Boss." As soon as the door was opened, the beautiful girl in charge of the reception, Ling Towen, spoke hurriedly. However, halfway through her words, her eyes fell on Jiang Fan, whose clothes were soaked with sweat and whose whole body exuded a strong hormone scent. Suddenly, her eyes were stunned. This picture is so tempting. Seeing Ling Towen's eyes full of desire, Fan Yenyu couldn't help but yell, "What are you looking at?" Ling Towen's heart was very unsettled, one could even say it was turbulent and confusing. It felt like a little deer was bumping against my chest. However, facing her boss, she had to suppress her inner wild desires, took a deep breath, and said, "Boss, those female customers outside all said they want to renew their cards." Hearing Ling Towen's words, Fan Yenyu smiled and said, "Isn't this great? After all, running a gym and having good business is what you want." Ling Towen said, "No, those female guests said they wanted handsome Jiang to accompany them in training." "What?" When Fan Yenyu heard this, she frowned suddenly. It turns out that the drunkard's real intention was not to drink. She herself still hasn't gotten any. Those young girls and young women who come to work out are actually trying to snatch food from her. Of course, it is impossible to say these words out loud. Jiang Fan couldn't help but frown when he heard what the beautiful receptionist said. I can only say, young woman is crazy. After all, many young women are pretty and rich, but what they lack is fun. Picking up rich men is naturally one of the greatest pleasures. Fan Yenyu thought for a moment and could only pretend to be calm, saying, "Tell those female guests that handsome Jiang is also a guest who comes here for training, not a coach here. So, please ask them to understand." "Oh well." Hearing Fan Yenyu's words, the beautiful receptionist Ling Towen pouted her cherry lips, but her eyes never left Jiang Fan. She felt a little attached and reluctant, but she had to leave. At this moment, being interrupted by Ling Towen, the ambiguous atmosphere that was created naturally disappeared. Fan Yenyu and Jiang Fan were in a room in the private training area, a man and a woman alone in a room, and with the atmosphere just now interrupted, it was inevitable that there was some awkwardness. Fan Yenyu said, "Handsome guy, today's training ends here, what do you think?" Jiang Fan looked out the window. Although the lights in the gym were still on, the sky outside had already darkened. He came here at around 4 o'clock and trained for more than 3 hours. It is now past 7 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Fan nodded, "Okay." Fan Yenyu was a little reluctant and said, "Then I'll go take a shower." Jiang Fan said, "Okay." Then, the two of them walked out of the private training area, one in front and one behind, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. "Wow! He's so handsome. It's so cool. You said that nothing would happen between the two of them in the private training area, right? He is my ideal man, I don't allow you to talk nonsense like that." "Sister, I'm not saying anything nonsense, okay? It's dangerous for a man and a woman to be alone in a room, with a burning desire." "How dangerous is it? How dangerous do you think it is?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible. My idol would never be so casual." As soon as Jiang Fan walked out of the private training area, the young girls and young women outside saw his figure and couldn't help but fantasize about him in their minds. After all, the attraction of that kind of masculine hormones is too tempting for women. Many couples travel thousands of miles to meet each other. Is it just to eat a bowl of fried rice noodles on the roadside? Who are the customers of those couples' hotels, temporary rooms, and romantic hotels that have opened near countless colleges? Desire, once aroused, is like a match that can burn a forest. Even some young women were fantasizing about rushing into the shower and taking a bath with Jiang Fan. Of course, it's just a fantasy. After all, there are so many people in the gym, and even if the young women have dirty minds, it is impossible for them to openly violate secular morals. Bathing is over. Jiang Fan changed into a clean set of casual clothes and walked out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. At this time, the beautiful receptionist Ling Tohen looked around and didn't see the boss Fan Yenyu. She immediately rushed to Jiang Fan and said, "Handsome boy, I want to make friends with you, is that okay?" Jiang Fan looked at Ling Tohen's sincere and touching face, smiled gently, and said, "Sure."
Just a casual remark and a very ordinary smile. Ling Tohan was completely fascinated and stammered as he replied, "Really, really?" Jiang Fan nodded, "Really?"
Ling Tohan immediately clenched his fists, made a gesture of success, and said yeah from his cherry lips.
Jiang Fan was startled, "Huh?"
Ling Tohan immediately regained her composure and said shyly, "Oh, nothing." "Then handsome guy, let's contact each other on WeChat."
Jiang Fan nodded, "Yeah."
After saying this, Ling Tohan looked very happy and joyful, and trotted back to his workstation. After a moment, the stunning, plump, hot and sexy goddess Fan Yanyu walked out of the women's bathroom area.
After taking a bath, Fan Yanyu's whole body smelled fragrant.
There is the scent of bath and also the unique fragrance of women.
But Jiang Fan didn't take it to heart. Fan Yanyu walked up to Jiang Fan and said, "Handsome, let's go eat together, okay?"
Jiang Fan thought about it and nodded, okay. After all, he was hungry too. As the saying goes, man is iron and food is steel.
If you don't eat for a meal, you will feel hungry.
Furthermore, fitness training consumes a lot of energy from the body. If it is not replenished in time, problems will arise in the body over time. Soon, Jiang Fan and Fan Yanyu walked out of the gym side by side. When leaving, the beautiful receptionist Ling Tohan secretly waved to Jiang Fan, and Jiang Fan smiled gently in response. After leaving the gym, Fan Yanyu drove her car, a white BMW, from the underground parking lot, stopped in front of Jiang Fan, and said, "Handsome guy, get in the car."
Chapter 80, You teased me, how should I make it up to you?
Jiang Fan looked at the white BMW parked in front of him and the hot, plump and sexy goddess Fan Yanyu sitting on the white BMW.
A faint smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Fan's mouth. No wonder so many men like to live off women. Soft rice, it smells so damn good.
Of course, although this feeling is very good, he will not live off others.
Even if it was free food, he would still eat it. Then he got into the white BMW and the door closed automatically.
Girl face.
This is like being used as a canary by a rich woman. There is no freedom. Being handsome is useless. It's useless.
A real man relies on his talent. I look down on men who rely on women. Some men passing by saw this scene and looked at it with contempt. I feel both envy and jealous in my heart. To put it bluntly, if you can't eat grapes, you say they are sour.
Who doesn't like to be fucked by a young, beautiful, hot, plump, and sexy rich woman? To say I don't want to is a lie.
If you can work less for 20 years, who the hell would be willing to work in a factory to screw screws, work endless overtime, and eat endless pork trotter rice? However, Jiang Fan didn't care when he heard these.
Because what is left for those men is the exhaust fumes of the BMW.
With a step on the accelerator, Fan Yanyu drove Jiang Fan to a nearby high-end Western restaurant. The security guard at the door immediately saluted and then opened the gate fence remotely.
Fuck. So hot and sexy.
When Fan Yanyu drove in, the security guard looked at her hot and sexy figure and his mind was full of fantasies. It was a pity that there was someone sitting in the passenger seat. Even if there is no one there, it is not his turn as a security guard. Although he is self-aware, he still can't help but let his imagination run wild.
"Welcome, ma'am, how many are you?"
When I walked into the Western restaurant, the beautiful lady standing at the door greeted me and I immediately smiled.
2. Fan Yanyu said. "She looks like a cool goddess."
"This way, please." The beautiful receptionist took Fan Yanyu and Jiang Fan to a private room, but her eyes couldn't help but look at Jiang Fan a few more times. Although it was just a few glances, the wonder and desire were revealed in his eyes as if they were real. Jiang Fan naturally noticed the expression of the beautiful welcoming lady, but he just smiled lightly.
"It seems that wherever you go, you will attract bees and butterflies."
Fan Yanyu naturally also noticed the look of the beautiful receptionist, and she deliberately teased her.
"This seems to have nothing to do with me,"
Jiang Fan said calmly.
"What do you mean?" Fan Yanyu said. "Because it's not something I can control,"
Jiang Fan said calmly.
"That seems to be the truth." Fan Yanyu smiled and nodded. "Then, order your food."
French red wine, New Zealand steak, deep-sea lobster, sashimi, etc.
Check them one by one. Seeing Fan Yanyu order more than 10 dishes at once, Jiang Fan couldn't help but frown slightly and said, "Can you eat so much?" Fan Yanyu said, "I'm generous, isn't that okay?"
Jiang Fan had no choice but to say, "Okay." Then, Western food was served. The two of them poured a glass of red wine. The atmosphere was just right with music, red wine, Western food, a stunning beauty, and a stunning man. Cheers! Cheers! Picking up the red wine glasses, the two of them clinked their glasses lightly and took a sip. Then, have a meal together. I have to say that the food in the high-end Western restaurant tastes very good, and Zhang Fan happened to be hungry. I got up at around 4 o'clock and ate a few boiled eggs to supplement protein. However, for a strong man like him, the nutrition of a few eggs is far from enough. At this moment, enjoy New Zealand steak, deep-sea lobster, sashimi, etc. Delicious food with just the right ingredients. Fan Yanyu was enjoying the food while staring at Zhang Fan intently. Zhang Fan said calmly, "Why are you staring at me instead of focusing on your meal?" Fan Yanyu smiled and said, "Because, you are pretty." Zhang Fan. I've heard of men acting like hooligans, but I've rarely seen women acting like hooligans. And she is such a hot, sexy, plump, and stunning woman. Zhang Fan was speechless, but continued to concentrate on eating. After all, Fan Yanyu likes to watch, so she can just stare at it. Anyway, it won't lose a piece of meat. Immediately, Fan Yanyu asked curiously, "I was wondering, how many women have seduced a handsome man like you?" Zhang Fan nearly spit out his food and said, "Can you be more tactful?" Fan Yanyu said, "Isn't this tactful enough?" Zhang Fan was helpless. "Okay. That's quite tactful." Fan Yanyu continued, "You haven't answered my question yet." Zhang Fan said, "If I tell you that a few days ago, I couldn't even find a girlfriend, would you believe it?" Fan Yanyu rolled her eyes. "Even if you don't want to say it, you don't have to find such a perfunctory excuse, right?" Zhang Fan said, "If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do." If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed it. Just imagine, on Valentine's Day, he was still making an appointment with his ex-girlfriend Xu Bingqing to eat fried rice noodles at a roadside stall, but he ended up being dumped. Nowadays, sitting in a high-end Western restaurant, eating New Zealand steak and drinking French red wine with a hot, sexy, plump and stunning goddess, the two lives are completely different. All this is not because of how hard he works, but because of the changes brought about by the system. Fan Yanyu held her chin with one hand, her beautiful eyes staring at Zhang Fan obsessively, and continued, "Then let me change the question." Zhang Fan said casually, "You say." Fan Yanyu asked, "Has any woman ever gotten you?" After hearing what Fan Yanyu said, Zhang Fan paused for a moment, but said frankly, "Yes." Fan Yanyu asked, "How many?" Zhang Fan said, "Is this important?" Fan Yanyu said, "It's not important, but I'm just curious." Zhang Fan said, "Guess." Fan Yanyu said, 100. Zhang Fan's pupils shrank suddenly. "Do you think I'm a stud?" Fan Yanyu said, "If you ask me to guess, I will naturally guess the biggest one, otherwise, you will say that I am too narrow-minded." Zhang Fan smiled bitterly. "Can this be related to the overall situation?" Fan Yanyu said, "Tolerance is greatness." "Isn't it?" Zhang Fan said, "Your name is not Yurong, why are you so big?" Fan Yanyu said, "Are you teasing me?" Zhang Fan said, "Is this considered teasing?" Fan Yanyu said, "Doesn't it count?" Zhang Fan said, "If you say so, then so be it." Fan Yanyu said, "I was teased by you, tell me, how should I make it up to you?" Zhang Fan said, "What compensation do you want?" Fan Yanyu said, "You should understand." Zhang Fan said, "I don't understand." Fan Yanyu said, "Do you really want me to tell you?" Zhang Fan said, "No." Fan Yanyu said, "But I want to say it?" Zhang Fan said, "Then just tell me." Fan Yanyu said, "I want you to pay me with your body." Chapter 81, Fan Yanyu, will definitely get you. Zhang Fan was neither surprised nor shocked when he heard Fan Yanyu's words. After all, he is now like a walking hormone. How many beautiful girls who are just beginning to fall in love and beautiful young women with driving skills are drooling over his beauty. But, it is impossible for him to satisfy everyone, right? So, facing Fan Yanyu's teasing words, Zhang Fan just smiled lightly. "There are many people who want to pay me with their bodies." Fan Yanyu said, "It's expected." Zhang Fan said, "So?" Fan Yanyu said, "Will you promise me?" Zhang Fan shook his head, "No." Fan Yanyu asked, "Why?" Zhang Fan said, "The atmosphere is not good enough." Yes. That was his answer. Everything should be done in a natural way. He is not a gigolo, nor a bus. Not every woman can be slept with just because she wants to. Fan Yanyu was not surprised to hear Zhang Fan's words. Because handsome men are always arrogant. The more handsome a man is, the more arrogant he is. The harder it is to get, the more it arouses her damn desire to win. The more Jiang Fan refused, the more she wanted it. After finishing the Western meal, Fan Yenyu waved gently, handed the waiter a credit card, and swiped it to pay the bill.
Then, he took Jiang Fan's arm and left the Western restaurant.
After Fan Yenyu and Jiang Fan left, several beautiful waitresses in the Western restaurant looked at Jiang Fan's back and became excited. That handsome guy just now was really handsome. You don't know, when he walked past me, my heart felt like it was about to jump out. My little heart is about to burst out. When I see him, I feel like I am about to get wet. You're so flirty? You're not flirty? If you're not flirty, why did you keep staring at me when you were serving the food? Several beautiful waitresses chatted with each other, recalling the scene just now and joking with each other. Jiang Fan and Fan Yenyu naturally also heard the conversation between the beautiful waitress. Jiang Fan could only shake his head helplessly, while Fan Yenyu smiled deeply. She could understand the girl's thoughts very well because she felt the same way. She also wanted to knock Jiang Fan down. Alas, no success yet. Arriving at the BMW, Fan Yenyu said, "How about we go to my house tonight?" Jiang Fan waved his hand, "No." Fan Yenyu was not discouraged. You can escape the first day, but you can't escape the 15th day. I, Fan Yenyu, will definitely get you. Jiang Fan smiled gently, "Then do your best." Afterwards, Fan Yenyu sent Jiang Fan back home. Although she saw Jiang Fan living in a rental house, she did not feel the slightest bit of disgust or contempt. On the contrary, she had a desire to protect him. Jiang Fan returned to the rental house and lay on the bed. Looking back on everything that happened today, it was so beautiful. In the morning, I did morning exercises with the stunning CEO Louis Fei. When I came back in the morning, my young neighbor Xiao Xiao came to my house crying. In the afternoon, I went to the gym and worked out with the hot, sexy, plump and stunning Fan Yenyu. In the evening, we had a Western meal together. Life is colorful. Of course, such a life is all due to the super all-powerful shared male god system. Then he took out his mobile phone and opened WeChat, and he received a series of messages. "Beautiful lady Lining, handsome guy, I met you in the gym today. Do you know what this is called? I think this is fate. After I came back, I was very happy, so I changed your WeChat name to husband and set your photo as the screen background. I want to see you every day, I want to hug you, I want to get up with you, watch the sunset and sunrise together. You will agree to me, right? Beautiful lady Wu Inua, handsome guy, do you know? Meeting you today makes my heart beat faster, and my world becomes warmer because of you. I want to tell you that I like you, I really like you, and I want to spend the long night with you. Beauty Zhang Lishuan, handsome guy, I am so happy to see you today. I want to hug you tightly, hold you in my arms, kiss you 10,000 times, and kiss you as passionately as if I were at the equator. Beauty Coxin, dear, I miss you so much. In order not to wake you up, I save my love in your mobile phone. When you wake up, I will save my love in your heart. When you see me, I will save my whole body in your arms." Messages of true love confession filled the entire WeChat screen. Jiang Fan just smiled lightly. He had already anticipated this moment when he added pretty girls and young women as WeChat friends in the gym. However, he didn't take it to heart. Those girls have the right to express their inner desires and emotions, but he also has the right not to respond. After all, he no longer lacks women. If you respond to everyone, it will not only waste time but also be unnecessary. Before the binding system, he was just like these girls, fantasizing about renting a room and having sex outdoors with his ex-girlfriend every day. So much so that on Valentine's Day, he prepared a box of Durex and a camping tent, thinking about going outdoors for a romantic date. In the end, after eating a plate of fried rice noodles, he was dumped by his ex-girlfriend. Looking back on my past experiences, it was so miserable. Yes. Suffering from the lack of force. No. Jiang Fan shook his head, put down his phone and began to rest. After all, I worked so hard last night and barely slept. I need to make up for it tonight. Nothing happened overnight. The next day, early morning. The air is fresh and the sun is bright. Jiang Fan got up from bed, washed, had breakfast, and then walked to school. On the way, many pretty girls and young women gave him provocative glances and screamed, and Jiang Fan just smiled gently. After all, he has gradually adapted to and become accustomed to such scenes. Since you have become a handsome guy, you must have the temperament and coolness of a handsome guy. Enter the college. At this moment, it was the peak time for entering the school gate. All the beautiful senior and junior students in the college cast obsessed glances and screamed continuously.
So handsome.
I haven't seen him for a few days, he's still so handsome.
My heart is beating so fast. Is this what it feels like to be in love? I really want to wake up with him. Are you dreaming? There are so many people who want to wake up with him, will it be your turn? You should always have dreams. What if they come true?
Listening to the cheesy love words from his senior and junior classmates, Zhang Fan felt happy and had a charming smile on his face.
This is what it feels like to be a male god.
Every move he makes attracts the attention of thousands of girls. Zhang Fan was walking along the road and passed by the college playground. Whether it was a coincidence or an accident, he met Li Hong from class 1 of the sophomore year.
The moment Li Hong saw Zhang Fan, a strong hatred and anger appeared in his eyes, which fell on Zhang Fan without any concealment.
Then, he walked up to Zhang Fan and said through gritted teeth, "Zhang Fan, I will not let go of what happened the night before last." The reason for such hatred was naturally because of the loss of face he suffered at Shenglong Winery the night before.
That night was a complete loss of face. I was almost sent in.
Fortunately, the other party had a lawyer and his father also had a legal department.
After paying a fine, the matter was settled.
Therefore, his hatred for Zhang Fan can be said to be deep-rooted. At this moment, Li Hong walked towards Zhang Fan, and several boys from class 1 of the sophomore year also followed Li Hong and walked over. Seeing this scene, the senior and junior students in the college all frowned.
That Li Hong is so abominable. He doesn't do his job all day and just wants to embarrass his classmates in the academy.
I lost the last time I played basketball, so I must be feeling unconvinced.
Student Zhang Fan is more handsome than them, and I feel jealous. It's really disgusting.
The senior and junior students all felt sorry for Zhang Fan in their hearts.
However, he didn't dare to step forward.
Because I dare not provoke. At this moment, Lu Hong from the Basketball Association and Zhou Qian, the sports committee member of Class 3 of the freshman year, happened to walk into the college. Seeing this scene, several people immediately rushed up, stretched out their hands, pointed at Li Hang, and asked, "What do you want to do?" Zhang Fan, the person involved, had a nonchalant expression on his face. He put his hands in his pockets, raised his eyelids slightly, glanced casually, then pushed Li Hang away with his body and left calmly.
Because he didn't take Li Hong seriously. College is the cradle of students, not a place for fighting. Besides, who is Li Hong? If we want to deal with Li Hong, does he need to do it himself?
However, looking at Zhang Fan's arrogant demeanor, Li Hong became even more angry and annoyed. He thought Zhang Fan would fight with him, and then he might be punished by the school or even expelled.
However, he didn't expect Zhang Fan to ignore him. This kind of disregard does not cause much harm, but it is extremely insulting.
At the same time that Zhang Fan used his body to push Li Hang away, Zhou Qian, Lu Hong and others also used their bodies to push Li Hang and others away, and followed Zhang Fan, passing by in a domineering manner. At this moment, Li Hong stared at the backs of Zhang Fan and others with a vicious look, his eyes full of hatred. "Zhang Fan, I will never let you go."
But he didn't know.
What a shocking thing happened that night after he, Qin Siqing and others were kicked out of Shenglong Winery. If he knew that, even if he had 10 times the courage of a bear or a leopard, he probably wouldn't dare to challenge Zhang Fan.
Unfortunately, there is no if.
Chapter 82, Teacher Mu Shichuan, who has always been gentle and beautiful, is also a face lover. After Zhang Fan pushed Li Hang away, he remained calm and walked towards the classroom. Zhou Qian, Lu Hong, and other boys quickly stepped forward and walked on both sides of Zhang Fan, frowning and saying, "Li Hong and the others are clearly provoking you." Zhang Fan smiled lightly, "Don't take it to heart."
Seeing Zhang Fan so calm, Zhou Qian and Lu Hong were too embarrassed to say anything more.
After all, college is the cradle. Although he knew that Li Hong, Qin Siqing and others were jealous of Zhang Fan's looks and talent, he could not stop anything. "Come to the classroom." The girls in the class were still infatuated with Zhang Fan, while the boys in the class looked at Zhang Fan with admiration.
Although there is jealousy, there is more envy and longing.
Especially in the basketball game, after winning against Class 1 of sophomore year, the boys in the class had a drastic change in their impression of Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face.
After all, with the system in place, what does a mere basketball skill mean?
Soon, the class bell rang. At this time, the dance teacher, Mu Shichuan, walked into the classroom holding an art textbook. Mu Shichuan is tall and beautiful, especially her long legs, which are white, straight and tender. Perhaps because of her love for dancing, her overall temperament gives people a soft and boneless, yet elegant temperament. In the college, she is definitely the dream goddess of countless teachers and students.
Woohoo! It's finally time for dance class. Finally, I get to meet Teacher Shichuan. Teacher Shichuan is so beautiful.
The moment Mu Shichuan walked into the classroom, all the boys in the class stared at her like perverts, especially her two beautiful legs, which were truly a beauty on earth. Because there is only one dance class a week, it means that the boys can only see each other once a week.
Every meeting is like a visual feast for the boys. Just like what is said on the internet, other people's teachers.
Mu Shichuan walked into the classroom, with a sweet smile on her pretty face, and said, "Classmates, class is about to begin." Dozens of students stood up at the same time and shouted, "Hello, teacher."
Mu Shichuan smiled and said, "Students, please take a seat." Dozens of students sat down in unison.
At this time, Mu Shichuan, with her tall figure, stood on the podium and said in a sweet voice, "Before class, let me tell you that the college is going to hold a dance party this week, which aims to enrich the entertainment activities of all teachers and students and promote the all-round development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor.
Each class needs to prepare at least 2 programs. Please report and participate actively."
As soon as Mu Shichuan finished speaking, dozens of students in the class all looked at Zhang Fan. When Mu Shichuan saw this scene, his eyes naturally fell on Zhang Fan.
The moment her eyes fell on Zhang Fan, they seemed to be firmly attracted by a magnetic force. Wow! Who is this boy? He's so handsome. When did such a handsome boy appear in class 3 of the first year? My heart is beating so fast.
At this moment, Mu Shichuan was completely stunned. Because she had never seen this strange and super handsome boy before. The classmates in the class were not surprised to see this scene, because they were also shocked when they first saw Zhang Fan's changed appearance. The classmates looked at teacher Mu Shichuan staring at Zhang Fan's handsome and sunny face with an infatuated look in his pupils, and the girls in the class all had a slight smile on their faces. Apparently, they did not expect that the always gentle and beautiful teacher Mu Shichuan is also a face lover. The atmosphere remained tense for more than 10 seconds before a girl said softly, "Teacher, he is Zhang Fan from our class." Hearing what the girl said, Mu Shichuan was stunned, with an expression of disbelief on her face.
She asked in surprise, Zhang Fan. He is Zhang Fan? How is this possible?"
Her response was a burst of laughter from the entire classroom. Because when they first learned that this handsome boy who committed the foul was Zhang Fan, their mood and expression were exactly the same as teacher Mu Shichuan's at this moment. Seeing this scene, Zhang Fan smiled gently and said, "Teacher, I am Zhang Fan." Mu Shichuan stared at Zhang Fan with her beautiful eyes, and her inner emotions could not calm down for a long time. First, it was so surprising.
Second, it was so handsome.
Handsome and surprised, it was as if a restless emotion rushed straight to my forehead, making my head buzzing. After more than 10 seconds, Mu Shichuan finally came to his senses from the shock and muttered to himself, "They say girls change a lot when they grow up, but I didn't expect that this boy is the same.
This change is really unexpected."
The boys and girls in the class all laughed along. After all, anyone who sees such a big difference for the first time will be shocked.
Moreover, it is a very handsome change.
Then, teacher Mu Shichuan calmed down and said, "Okay.
Let's congratulate Zhang Fan for becoming handsome.
I hope that all the boys in our class can become tall and handsome like Zhang Fan."
The girls in the class started to make noises. "Teacher, what about us?"
Mu Shichuan smiled sweetly, "I hope all the girls in our class can become tall and beautiful." The boys and girls said in unison, "Thank you, teacher." Immediately, Mu Shichuan took a deep breath, trying to suppress the surging emotions in her heart, but her eyes seemed out of control and she couldn't help but want to look at Zhang Fan. Therefore, she could only pretend to attend class normally, but glance at Zhang Fan from time to time.
He appears serious on the surface, but he's actually very nervous inside. As I just said, the academy is planning to hold a dance party. What do you think?
She tried her best to suppress her inner restlessness and began to ask her classmates for their opinions.
We recommend Zhang Fan to participate. The girls in the class started to make a noise.
After all, they all wanted to hear Zhang Fan sing and watch him dance. Although the boys in the class didn't want to, they couldn't resist the girls' enthusiasm, and no one dared to speak out against them. Hearing the girls booing, Mu Shichuan took advantage of the situation and smiled sweetly on her pretty face.
Her beautiful eyes naturally fell on Zhang Fan and she said, "Classmate Zhang Fan, what do you think?"
Hearing this, Zhang Fan could only smile calmly, "Teacher, I'm not very good at singing."
Mu Shichuan smiled and said, "Then, what about dancing?" Zhang Fan said, "I'm not very good at dancing either." Mu Shichuan smiled and said, I'll teach you, okay?
Hearing Mu Shichuan's words, the boys in the class started to make a noise. Oh. 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 Listening to the students' booing atmosphere, Mu Shichuan's pretty face suddenly flushed, like a ripe apple, slightly hot. Afterwards, everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Fan.